Chapter 481 City Defense Camp. Or send him to the palace to be a monk? Separating humans from machines, isn't that too inhumane? It doesn't conform to the human rights concept he advocates now. Jean Buwan looked at Lin Yi talking to himself, and kept shaking his head. For a moment, he was very puzzled, and couldn't help asking, "Brother, are you a local?" After Lin Yi came to his senses, he nodded and said, "That's right, if you need any help just ask." "I dare not." Jean Buwan closed the fan in his hand, covered the hem that always felt cold, smiled. "Under the feet of the emperor in Ankong City, there are strong winds and great tides. I have heard about it for a long time. Today, I see that. It is indeed well deserved. You want to feel the prosperity of the capital. Shouldn't you come to this big tea house?" Lin Yi looked at the fat man again, and said carelessly, "This kind of big tea house is a place for the poor to enjoy themselves. Not a place for a noble like you to stay." "That's wrong." Jean Buwan shook his head and said, "As the saying goes, the bright moon shines on the high platform and the ditch. The common people in Ankong City can live and work in peace and contentment, let alone the brothels and taverns. The bright moon shines on the high platform and the ditch?" In just a moment, Lin Yi had a new opinion of him. He smacked his lips and said, "Brother, you are indeed wise. Please." Then he raised the teacup in his hand and drank with him. "Thank you." Jean Buwan looked at the teacup with big tea stems, hesitated for a moment, and drank it all. Lin Yi was about to speak, when suddenly a whistle sounded in the city, followed by the sound of drums. "This is the sound of drums in the army. The imperial guards have left the city," the guests in the tea house said in unison. From time to time, someone stuck his head out. Then the sound of iron hooves sounded, and groups of cavalry appeared on the street. "Master, is there going to be a war?" The servants behind Jean Buwan were so scared that they curled up, not knowing what to do. "Ha." The guests next to him laughed, looking at how well dressed they are. "They are still country bumpkins. These are soldiers from the city defense camp." "Do you know what the city defense camp is?" Country bumpkins. They really don't have much knowledge. The tea drinkers had just been bumped by the servants, and now that they had the opportunity, they naturally wanted to ridicule them. "Who are you talking about?" A slender servant behind Jean Buwan immediately straightened up, glaring at the tea drinkers, with the inner energy surging in his jacket, making him look taller. "Ha." The tea drinkers laughed even louder. "How dare a mere third-rank official show off here? You ignorant fellow, don't you even know where you are?" The tea drinkers laughed recklessly, as if they had encountered the funniest thing in the world. "Boy, come here. Let me try your kung fu." An old man with white hair and beard trembled slightly. "I also want to make some money to spend." "How shameful." Jean Buwan looked at the old man who was emitting aura, and immediately lost his composure. Such an inconspicuous old man was actually a fifth-rank official. "I can't afford to offend him." After scolding the servant, Don hurriedly bowed to the old man and said, "Boy, I don't know how to behave. I hope you can forgive me. Stranger, this is Ankong City. You can't be arrogant. Tell the prince, don't be too arrogant. It's okay to be arrogant. The key is that you have to. If you have money, as long as you have money, Grandpa will lie here, let you hit me. It's your ability if you kill me." Prince, he also said, "Grandpa has been a grandson. If you want to be arrogant in Ankong City, you have to start from being a grandson." Prince, he said, "You will have to pay for what you have done sooner or later. You are arrogant now, but I will make a list for you in the future." Prince, he also said, "Disease comes from the mouth, and disaster comes from the mouth, so it is safest to keep your mouth shut." This is a good saying. Prince, he said that whoever affects the construction of a harmonious society will be beheaded at the Meridian Gate. I said beheading at the Meridian Gate? Lin Yi was stunned. He must have said the words of building a harmonious society. But the words beheading at Meridian Gate would not come from his mouth. Right? He is now advocating the rule of law, and doing things according to the law. How could he say anything about fighting and killing? When Jiao Zhong saw Lin Yi looking at him, he was also stunned. How could he know? After all, he not only talked a lot with the prince, but also wrote a lot. Although he deliberately memorized a lot of the prince's thoughts, he couldn't remember them all with his disguise. He is not that bastard Xiao Shizi, who, in order to flatter him, specially recorded a book quotations of the prince's thoughts, and recited it silently every day. After the prince knew about it, he was extremely happy, and almost every official in the court and the country had a copy. Seeing that he didn't know, Lin Yi stopped forcing him, and just said to Jin Buhuan, "Brother Jin, don't panic. The people of Ankong City cherish guests, and are kind and generous. After a long time, you will get used to it. Cherishing guests and being kind?" Jin Buhuan really couldn't tell. After bowing to the tea drinkers around him, he sat down next to Lin Yi again, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your advice, brother. It's just that the people of Ankong City can't stop talking about money. They are too snobbish, and have failed the teachings of the saints. No, they don't like money. They are just like me. They just want to give Inzi a safe and warm home." Sometimes Lin Yi really didn't know whether it was a good thing to emphasize business in Daliang. According to the great scholars, the current Daliang kingdom is morally perverse, and money is supreme. Give silver a warm home? Jin Buhuan heard such outrageous words for the first time. He didn't know how to respond for a while. When he wanted to question, Lin Yi had already stood up. "Brother Jin, continue to experience life. I won't bother you anymore. I'll take my leave first." Without waiting for Jin Buhuan to react, he took Jiaozhong out the door. Lin Yi had already reached the alley entrance. Jiaozhong hurriedly chased after him and whispered, "The queen is going out, and Lord He ordered the City Defense Battalion to escort her." "City Defense Battalion?" Lin Yi said with a smile. "There is no need to make such a big scene," Jiaozhong said. "Without the prince's handwritten order, Lei Kaishan is not capable of mobilizing the City Defense Battalion." "That's right." Lin Yi frowned and said, "Is there any news about He Jixiang that he doesn't know?" Jiaozhong said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have already sent someone to inquire, and there will be a report soon. There is a lot of snow. The roads are slippery, and it is inconvenient to walk. It has seriously affected the flow of materials in and out of the city, and it may lead to rising prices. Notify the Road Sanitation Department. They must insist on daily cleaning and do a good job of road maintenance." Lin Yi rubbed his hands and said, "If there are not enough people, add more. There are so many homeless people in this city. Are you afraid that there will be no one? People are the least valuable these days. As long as they are given food, the street sweepers will probably fight for their heads." "Yes, I understand." Jiaozhong continued, "Your Highness, it's cold. Why don't you go back first? Go back and fish." Lin Yi prepared to dig open the pond in the mansion to fish. Chapter 482. Entering the palace. Just after walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, which actually scared Jiaozhong, who was following closely behind him. Jiaozhong patted his chest carefully. If he knocked down Prince He, his future would be ruined. How could it be good to be remembered by Prince He? Still in shock, I could only hear Prince He muttering, "No, the big goldfish in the pond. I have put so much effort, and if I catch one less, it's not worth it. Besides, what if I catch a goldfish? I can't eat it. There is no need to kill someone. Your Highness, why don't we go to Zingla to listen to music?" Jiaozhong hesitated for a long time, and didn't dare to suggest going fishing outside the city. It was freezing cold, and if he and the prince got frozen, Lord He Jixiang would definitely not forgive him. Besides, if they went fishing outside the city, the guards would also suffer. They were martial arts masters, and they were immune to cold and heat, but that didn't mean going outdoors was easy. There was nothing to eat or drink outdoors, and it consumed qi to keep warm, which was not as comfortable as staying in the mansion. If he really arranged to go outside the city with the prince, it would probably cause public outrage among the guards. It's not that bad. Yeah, I don't understand." Lin Yi told the truth. "Drinking is bad for your health. Around the Spring Festival, everyone had money and free time, but the places where they could have fun were nothing more than brothels and tea houses. Tea houses are nothing more than a group of men yawning together, and spending money is not worth it. How can it be as fun as a brothel? It is still a group of men, but because there are a group of girls, their state is different. So, the more it rains, the better the business of this brothel. The girls are all working overtime. All of them are haggard, thin, and not at all glorious. Lin Yi is the leader of Daliang State after all. In this situation, he is unwilling to join in the fun anyway. It is better to enjoy alone than to share happiness with others. What the prince said is right. Since the prince, he refused to go to the place of fireworks. Jiaozhong could only use his brain actively. Besides fishing and girls, what else does the prince he like? Lin Yi held his chin with his hand, and in Jiaozhong's expectant eyes, he pondered for a long time, sighed and said, "Why do I feel a little bit disappointed in life? I can't find any entertainment activities. It's really boring. If he could choose in life, He would not want to be a regent. He would be an Ansu noble. Seeing that the prince he was in a low mood, Jiao Zhong turned his head again, and hurriedly said, "The queen went out of the palace to burn incense. And there was no one in charge of the overall situation in the palace. Why doesn't the prince go to the palace to send warmth?" "Yes. Send warmth." Sending warmth and sending express delivery are the prince's catchphrases. It is also what the prince he likes to do. Seeing Prince, he nodded with a smile. Jiao Zhong was overjoyed. He was a genius who could come up with such a brilliant idea in a desperate situation. Bring warmth into the palace? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. We can also have saunas, Jiao Zhong added. Although he didn't know the specific meaning of saunas, Prince he often mentioned it. So it must be something that Prince he liked. Sauna. Lin Yi stroked his chin again and said, "There are no such conditions for the time being," Jiao Zhong said hurriedly. "Once the prince opens his mouth, I will create the conditions if there are no conditions. And I will go through fire and water and die without hesitation." "It's too late." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Winter is almost over. Let's wait until summer. Let Bianjing build a sauna room for us. And now we will bring warmth into the palace." His father was locked up by him. The concubines in the palace were all scared and lived in fear. Lin Yi felt it necessary to express his attitude and try to lead them to his side. Then he would have more friends and fewer enemies. And his life would be easier. "Your Highness is wise." Jiao Zhong blew a loud whistle. And a carriage slowly turned from the alley. After Jiao Zhong carefully helped Lin Yi get on the carriage, he said to the driver, "Be careful." He blew a loud whistle again. And the carriage began to drive towards the palace. The cold wind never distinguishes between the rich and the poor, whether it is the poor people or the palace, they always treat them equally. The mighty palace walls whimper in the cold wind. The young eunuchs and palace maids with low kung fu skills wearing thin clothes, knelt in the snow and shivered in front of Lin Yi. "Are you cold or scared?" Lin Yi was very curious. The eunuchs looked at each other, and no one dared to answer. "Say you are cold, isn't that a complaint? Say you are scared? You are saying that the prince is kind. What are you afraid of? You clearly have ulterior motives," Jiao Zhong scolded. "The prince is asking questions. Are you all speechless?" "Your Highness," a young eunuch said boldly, "it is natural that we can't hide our excitement to see the emperor." Excited? Lin Yi knew that he was talking nonsense, but he still enjoyed it very much, and said with a smile, "What is your name, and where do you work?" The young eunuch hesitated. Jiao Zhong scolded again. "When the prince asks you questions, you answer honestly." He also admired the young eunuch's quick wit. "It's not easy to let the prince look at me more." "Reply to your question," the eunuch said softly. "My name is Xiao Shuizi, and I am fortunate to serve concubine Tang." Lin Yi said happily. "So it was concubine Tang who trained me. No wonder I am so smart." Concubine Tang. She was his father's concubine, the biological mother of the 12th prince. What a pity. "Prince." Jiao Zhong saw Lin Yi's eyebrows raised, and asked the eunuch directly, "Did Prince Yong'an pay his respects to concubine Tang today?" Prince Yong'an is getting more and more timid now, because he was too afraid of concubine Yuan. He went to the palace less and less often. Today, concubine Yuan went out of the palace to pay homage. Such a good opportunity. I believe Prince Yong'an would not miss it. "Right," Xiao Shuizi hurriedly said. "Prince Yong'an sent some winter tonic food to the queen. This kid has always only taken in, never given out. Now he is willing to send things in. It seems that he is not short of money now." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Let's go over there. We can't be partial to one and only send to the concubine. We must rip him off." Jiao Zhong agreed. "Your Highness is right." Everyone surrounded Lin Yi and went to concubine Tang's residence. "Farewell, Your Highness." The eunuchs and maids behind him shouted in unison. Xiao Shuizi stood up slowly after the prince had gone far away, and then ran all the way. "What are you in such a hurry for?" Old 12 said unhappily as he looked at Xiao Shuizi, who was running over breathlessly. Xiao Shuizi had no time to salute, and he repeated the words he had spoken to the prince in full, which frightened old 12 so much that his face turned pale. He said to concubine Tang with a bitter face, "My royal brother always keeps his word. I will take my leave first. If you can't afford to offend him, just hide first. Otherwise, his royal brother will really kill him, and he won't have to live." Lin Yi stood at the column, looking at old 12's back as he hurried away, feeling very proud. Chapter 483 Playing Tricks. Ahem. Lin Yi covered his mouth with his fist, and couldn't help coughing a few times. Your Highness. Lin Yi suddenly heard Xiao Shizi's voice, and was not surprised. Now in this palace, his father is the emperor in name only, his mother is the most important person in charge, but the ones who really hold power are only He Jixiang, Lu Qian and a few others. And Xiao Shizi happens to be one of them. When he entered the palace early in the morning, the eunuchs and maids in the palace must have sent the news to him immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Yi didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, and couldn't help but turn his head to take another look at Xiao Shizi, who was pressing his head. Did the prince catch a cold? I'll go and call the imperial physician. Xiao Shizi felt uncomfortable being stared at by Lin Yi, and couldn't help shivering. It's okay. Lin Yi looked at the snow falling from the mouse-gray sky. It's just a dry cough. Probably because of getting angry. This snow. It really keeps falling. The gloomy winter will only increase people's survival. Cost? It is estimated that only a few people can cheer for this white snow. The prince is worth a fortune. You must be careful. Xiao Shizi said cautiously. If you catch a cold, I will be blamed. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. The queen went to the White Horse Temple to burn incense. You didn't follow? Xiao Shizi hurriedly said. To answer your question. All this is the order of Lord He Jixiang. I dare not disobey. Jiao Zhong frowned on the side. Listen. Is this human language? Disobey? What is disobeying? Disobeying is when I am dissatisfied with my superiors. As the eunuch in charge of the imperial household department, you have the final say in the palace. And few people dare to go against you. But He Jixiang is the prince's right-hand man. Whether in the court or in the palace, he is like a priority first. Myself second. Attitude. Even Xiao Shizi had to listen and endure. Although this is the truth, it is wrong for you to say it out loud. Because in reality, He Jixiang is only the marshal of the army. He has no subordinate relationship with Xiao Shizi. It is reasonable for him to manage Xiao Shizi. But it is unreasonable. So after saying this, what does he want to express? He Jixiang abuses his power? This bastard really doesn't want to live anymore. He actually dared to put eye drops in He Jixiang's eyes. You are really getting bolder and bolder. Lin Yi said with a smile. Aren't you afraid that He Jixiang will knock your head off directly? Your Majesty, please forgive me. Xiao Shizi knelt down with a plop, and his head hit the bluestone slab with a bang. Lin Yi saw the blood stains that soon turned into ice on the bluestone slab and Xiao Shizi's bloody head. He couldn't bear it after all. He waved his hand and said, Enough. Who are you pretending for? You little bastard never learned your lesson. If you really believe in fighting against the heavens and fighting against people, you should also consider your own weight. Right? Don't you know how much you weigh? Are you looking for trouble with He Jixiang? Is it necessary? What's more, you are just a temple servant, and you have no conflict with He Jixiang, the commander-in-chief of the world's army. What are you doing? I know my crime. Xiao Shizi didn't dare to relax, and said with tears and snot, My loyalty to the prince is witnessed by the sun and the moon. Then you mean that He Jixiang is unfaithful to the prince? Lin Yi was getting more and more impatient. How come he has no foresight at all? He missed Xiaoyingzi even more now. Xiaoyingzi was still the best, never causing trouble for him. And he was like a worm in his stomach. He could guess what he was thinking, he could think ahead of everything, and would not make himself feel embarrassed. I dare not. The gloomy voice of Prince He made Xiao Shizi's heart hang in the air. He had been with Prince He for many years, and he knew Prince He's temper too well. Prince He was obviously angry. This time, the sound of his head hitting the bluestone slab was even louder, and he did not dare to stop for a moment. Lin Yi sighed, and said calmly, How can I dare to hand over the affairs of the palace to you when you are like this? Ah! Xiao Shizi raised his head, and was at a loss for a moment. I have told you. But you just won't listen. You have to test my bottom line again and again. What's the point? Do you want to show that you are smart? Or do you want me to be stupid? Lin Yi shook his head and said, You are really disappointing to me. He sometimes wondered if it was because of physical defects that these people had psychological distortions. Otherwise, how come these eunuchs are becoming more and more sinister? I am willing to be punished by the prince. Xiao Shizi burst into tears. Humph. Lin Yi snorted coldly and said unhappily, Let's go to concubine Tang first, and then I'll deal with you later. Thank you, Prince. Xiao Shizi climbed up and wiped his face with his coat sleeves without caring about his image. Snot, tears, blood stains mixed together, making him look even more ridiculous. The eunuchs next to him were also surprised. They didn't expect that the eunuch who held the pen would be like a fool. Seeing his appearance, Lenny couldn't help laughing. He glared at him and said, "Damn it!" He. Xiao Shizi still smiled foolishly. Could Xian finally let it go? Although the prince was scolding him, he knew that he had finally escaped again. "Damn it. You schemed against me again." Lenny patted the snowflakes on his body. "You know I'm soft-hearted. And you always compliment me on my kindness. You also know that I really don't want to kill people. But this doesn't mean that I will always tolerate your tricks. Xiao Shizi, I'm here. Don't mess up this king's heart," Lenny said word by word. "Otherwise I will break your heart." "Yes," Xiao Shizi said with his head down. Lenny straightened his clothes. As soon as he stepped into the gate of Concubine Tang's courtyard, he heard the little maid shouting in panic, "Greetings to the prince. Long live the prince." The little maid kneeling on the ground saw Xiao Shizi, whose head was covered with blood, staring at her, and was frightened and trembling all over. "You clever little ghost. Get up." Lenny did not mean to blame her, but said to Xiao Shizi gently, "Don't get angry with a little girl easily. It doesn't show your ability." If he didn't say more at this moment, Xiao Shizi, the bastard, would definitely throw this loudmouth girl into the well. Sometimes he felt that the main reason why he was so tired of living was because no one could understand him. No one could understand him. Sometimes he had to say a bunch of useless nonsense, but it could actually save lives. "Yes." Xiao Shizi stopped, waited to enter the palace with the prince, looked at the little maid who was still shivering on the ground, said in a deep voice, "The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Someone, take her down and slap her in the face." "Thank you, eunuch." After the little maid kowtowed, she said nothing, letting the two eunuchs drag her away by themselves. Chapter 484 Return. In this deep palace, the best way to protect yourself is to be obedient, and to be careful in what you say and do. Don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't do what you shouldn't do. If you panic like today, you deserve to be beaten to death. But Concubine Tang has done her a favor. She rushed in without informing the prince. Would she still save her dignity? For the sake of her dignity, she would not spare her life. Concubine Tang was startled when she heard the little girl's voice. She straightened her clothes and walked towards Lin Yi leisurely. After Lin Yi stepped into the threshold, she bowed and said softly, "Greetings to the regent. You are too polite, my lady." Lin Yi smiled and said, "I can't accept such a great gift, no matter what. She is the wife of his father, the emperor. The seniority is there, so he shouldn't go too far. Please sit down. Your Majesty, bring me some tea." After Lin Yi sat down, Concubine Tang smiled and said, "Concubine Yuan gave me some good tea. Today, the regent is here, so I'm just offering you some. Your Majesty, please have a taste. Then I won't be polite." Lin Yi looked at Concubine Tang, who was smiling so charmingly, and he wanted to dig his eyes out. Although Concubine Tang had long lost her girlish shyness, she felt a little embarrassed when Lin Yi looked at her like that. "Please, always bowing your head is not a solution." While holding the teacup, Concubine Tang rolled her eyes. Seeing that Lin Yi was still staring at her stupidly, she became more and more embarrassed, thinking about her clever son, the wise and brave Prince Yong, and the generous and righteous Prince Xian. How could they lose to him? Moreover, this kid was also famous for being unlearned and unskilled. He didn't have the potential to become a dragon or a unicorn, and was ready to take action. Everything was too unexpected. "I just heard that the 12th brother is here, so I wanted to come and talk to him about brotherhood. But why can't I see him now?" Lin Yi looked around the room deliberately. The regent loves him too much. He is not doing his job all day, and can't share the worries of the prince. I scolded him a few words, and he left impatiently. Inside and outside the palace, where is not the regent's decision? If he really wanted to find the 12th brother, how could he not find him? Concubine Tang knew that what he said was a lie, but she didn't dare to question it. She couldn't help but think of Emperor Delong, who now lives in seclusion in the palace. He seemed to be like this when he was young. He never blinked when looking at other people's wives. It is true that like father, like son, he is my brother. Of course, I have to take care of him, Lin Yi said carelessly. To be honest, I am a little envious of him for having such a good brother. Hearing Lin Yi's shameless words, Concubine Tang couldn't help but twitch her lips, but she finally managed to force a smile and said, Your Highness is right. But as the old saying goes, good words can hardly persuade a damned ghost, and great mercy will not save others, but he is willing to listen. Lin Yi ignored concubine Tang's increasingly changing expression, and still said, if he is like the second brother, he will not listen to good or bad words, and will narrow his own path. As a brother, I really can't do anything, and finally the brothers will quarrel, which will make outsiders laugh at him. The regent is kind, I am very grateful. The smile only stayed on concubine Tang's face for a short while. Your Highness is too polite. Your Highness also worships Buddha on weekdays. My mother went out of the palace to burn incense today. Why didn't your Highness follow her? For these women living in the deep palace, entertainment activities are mediocre, and there is no freedom at all. They all need spiritual sustenance urgently, so there are more people who worship Buddha. Even the favored concubines are the same. After all, there will be a day when they will fall out of favor in the future. It is better to be prepared. It is better to enter meditation in advance to kill time. If they accidentally become the queen, it would be even better to become the Empress Dowager. Worshipping Buddha with all your heart makes it easier to create the image of the Virgin Mary's kindness. After concubine Tang's eyelids twitched again and again, she finally couldn't help but raise her head. After taking a glance, she lowered her head and picked up the teacup and said, I caught a cold yesterday and felt a little uncomfortable. Your Majesty was sympathetic and didn't let me accompany you. Did you call the imperial physician? Lin Yi said with concern. It's cold. You still have to take care of yourself. Thank you, Your Majesty. Concubine Tang smiled and said, I took 2 doses of medicine and sweated at night. I'm still a little weak. Lin Yi saw that concubine Tang was always on guard against him, and he always felt that it was meaningless. He said lightly, since your Majesty is not feeling well, you should rest more. I won't bother you any more. Concubine Tang stood up and personally sent Lin Yi to the door. Farewell, Your Majesty. Today, the prince was not in a good mood, and he didn't look like he was intoxicated and didn't know how to go home, which made her feel relieved. Goodbye. Seeing her happy, Lin Yi instantly showed his unhappiness on his face. He turned and left concubine Tang's bedroom, and finally entered the imperial garden. The path was covered with snow, and Lin Yi made a creaking sound as he stepped on it. He brushed a plum blossom that was bent by the snow, and raised his nose to it, sniffing it while saying casually, you are getting lazier and lazier. It's snowing, and the snow on the road must be swept. You can't be negligent. Otherwise some lady from the palace, who comes to appreciate the plum blossoms, will slip, and it will be bad. The royal garden is swept every day, regardless of the weather, especially in winter, when plum blossoms are in full bloom. People in the palace like to boil snow, brew tea, and enjoy the plum blossoms out of boredom. Although he has obtained the power of Dalian state, because he does not live in this palace, everyone becomes more and more lazy. As a result, this huge imperial garden looks deserted. Your Highness has taught me a lesson. I will immediately arrange for people to clean up. I dare not delay. Xiao Shizi leaned over and held up the tea tray and said, Your Highness, it's cold. Drink some tea to warm yourself up. Lin Yi did not take the tea, but said, You must remember my words well. Don't mess around anymore. Your Highness, don't worry, Xiao Shizi said tremblingly. If I do it again, please chop off my head. Please rest assured, Lin Yi said coldly. If you do it again, I will not show mercy. I promise to give you 10 tortures. I dare not. Xiao Shizi knelt on the ground, and then watched the prince and Jiao Zhengyuan go away. When he and the prince turned into a corridor, he was about to stand up, but suddenly his knees softened, and he knelt on the ground again. Who? Although he, Tan Shizi, was not a grandmaster, he was one of the few 9th grade masters in the world. A burst of energy could hit his knees so easily. What was even more frightening was that he had no premonition at all, and he didn't even have a chance to defend himself. Monk? Blind man? Yi Qiu? In such a short moment, he thought of many people. Xiao Shizi. Hearing a cold and emotionless voice suddenly appear behind him, Xiao Shizi instinctively shuddered, supported himself with his hands, and kept hitting his head on the ground, shouting, Master, your disciple misses you so much. The surging blood soaked the snow. Chapter 485 Lesson. After he shouted with excitement and mixed emotions, he felt his breathing getting heavier. He was a 9th grade master. Even if all the blood on his body was drained, he would not die. But he would rather die than suffer this kind of torture. Kneeling in the empty sky and earth, without any response, it would be better to just die. Is the master angry? What is his face now? He really wants to know now, but he dare not look up, because he knows his master's temper. It doesn't matter if he does something wrong, but if his attitude is not right, he will lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. He is very scared. He slammed his head harder on the ground, hoping that the increasingly heavy sound would attract the master's attention. The snow fell on the snow around him, and finally soaked all around him, and everything around him was red. A young eunuch who passed by, who knew nothing at first, saw the scene and was so scared that he knelt on the ground, with his head down, and dared not breathe. When Xiao Shizi's heart was about to jump out, he only heard a long sigh, followed by an emotionless word, enough. When the master said enough, it was really enough. And it was an order. There was no room for bargaining. The head that had habitually hit the ground stopped abruptly in midair, and the falling trend was stopped, trembling all over. After trying for a long while, he slowly and courageously raised his head and looked at his master. His face was still the same, and his face was as cold as frost. However, something seemed to have changed in the dark, but he just couldn't tell. You are so bold. I know I am wrong. Xiao Shizi choked and said, Master, please punish me. He was a eunuch who had been in the deep palace since he was a child and lived cautiously. What bad thoughts could he have? He just wanted to stand out. What was wrong with that? However, he didn't dare to talk back to his master. Whatever his master said must be right. When the master says he is wrong, he must stand at attention and be beaten. Humph. Master. This cold snort made Xiao Shizi ecstatic. The master's anger showed on his face, which meant that the master was willing to vent his anger, and he could still be saved. It would be great if you could come back to take charge of the situation. I am ignorant and willing to serve you. The prince is kind and did not punish you. Hong Ying said slowly. You continue to work in the palace. We cannot interfere and punish you. He can manage the affairs of the palace, but he should not manage them. He cannot extend his hands too far. At least, he cannot let people in the palace see him. He was just a eunuch beside the prince, and the general manager of the palace. He was considered to have fulfilled his duty if he could understand the affairs of the palace. Thank you, Master. Xiao Shizi felt that something was wrong. When did his master become so easy to talk to? As expected, he only heard his master continue. But, you are my disciple, and I must follow the rules. Ah! Before Xiao Shizi could react, his body was wrapped by a strong energy and smashed straight towards the pillar. The screams echoed in the palace. It startled the waxbills, thrushes and other birds hiding in the imperial garden. Before noon, the news that eunuch Shi was ill began to spread among the court and the public. Lenny lay on the kong, looking at the bruised and swollen little Shizi, and couldn't help laughing. Poor child, now you're obedient. Your Highness. Shizi stopped crying and said, You can't be a good person without being beaten. Master is doing this for my own good. He was a 9th rank. A little flesh wound wouldn't have meant much, but the one he hit was his master, Grandmaster Hong Ying. When he hit him, although he didn't use all his strength and was reserved, he couldn't help but be angry when hitting someone. He was now suffering from internal injuries. Moreover, the true chi applied by his master was very strange, and he couldn't even use his internal energy to heal his wounds. After trying many times and failing, he gave up. There was no hope for his master to heal him, so he could only go back and ask the monk or the blind man for help. It's really for your own good. Lin Yi looked at Hong Ying, who had no expression on his face, and said with a smile, No one owes you money. Right? Why are you so sullen? You finally came back. You should be happier. Your Highness. Hong Ying knelt down with a plop, and said with tears in his eyes, I miss you so much. Xiao Shizi was stunned. He was still looking like he didn't want anyone to approach him the previous second. How come he started crying the next second? He is indeed his master. He is really an actor. That's enough. Lin Yi looked at Hong Ying, who was crying in tears, and felt something in his heart. It's good that you are back. It's good that you are back. You are not allowed to run around without my order in the future. Hong Ying missed him, and he didn't miss Hong Ying either. After all, he had served him for so many years, he had long been used to it. It was really uncomfortable that he was gone all of a sudden. Your Highness. Hong Ying, wiping tears with sleeves. I think about you all the time. I think about you every day. Now I finally see you. I always feel like I'm dreaming. I'm not dreaming. Since you're back, I'll welcome you back. Lin Yi stood up, helped him up personally, and then shouted, Tell the kitchen, Su Yin must exert all his strength today, and prepare 16 dishes. If Xiaoyingzi is not satisfied today, it won't be over. Yes. After Jiao Zhong finished speaking loudly, he ran to the kitchen to pass on the order. Thank you, Your Highness. Hong Ying did not need the prince to pull him. And he gently stood up, and said with a smile, Your Highness, I have been away for these days. And you have lost weight. Have you lost weight? I always feel that I have gained weight. And I have been losing weight recently. Lenny said happily. Is it effective at this stage? As he got older, he was afraid of getting the 3 highs. These are not serious diseases, but they are all diseases that can kill people. So he is very particular about what he eats now, especially eating more coarse grains such as sweet potatoes. It is natural that the prince will be born. Hong Ying echoed. Xiao Shizi blushed when he heard this. In terms of shamelessness, he is still far behind. He must learn more from his master. He has become so fat that he can hardly see his eyes. The little princess started crying when he was held in his arms. Scared? Many people speculated so, but no one dared to say it out loud. Oh! Lenny patted his belly with satisfaction. I am also controlling my alcohol intake now. A little wine can make you happy, but you can't drink too much. If your uric acid is too high, you will easily get gout. Thinking of it this way, sitting in a wheelchair in the previous life was not without benefits. His feet were numb, so he would not be at risk of gout. The pain level of gout is very high, and it is said to be similar to giving birth. He doesn't want to enjoy such treatment. Moreover, this would have been considered a terminal illness in the previous life, let alone now. It is better to be moderate in drinking and eating meat. Don't torture yourself to death just to satisfy your appetite. Chapter 486 Business Trip at Public Expense. So after giving up becoming a flying warrior, he chose to become a health-preserving expert. Harmony between man and nature. Tao follows nature. Such profound things, he certainly doesn't know, but what about harmony between yin and yang? Interaction between yin and yang. Living changes qi, nurturing changes body, he is self-taught. When heaven and earth combine, all things are born. When yin and yang meet, changes begin. Lenny shook his head and said, when yin and yang do not interact, all things are sealed. What the prince taught is that yin and yang are the great qi, and the yin and yang of plants and trees are also balanced. If one is missing, they will not bloom. Hong Ying was moved. If it weren't for the prince's enlightenment, how could he achieve great success in this life? The fish is thrown into the water, the bird is in a cage. There are many twists and turns, and the side door and small methods have misled many people. It was not until now that he understood what Wen Zhaoyi said. If people understand this way, they will return to their youthful appearance immediately. Lin Yi saw that Hong Ying seemed to be emotional, and thought that he was speaking without restraint, and had touched the other party's pain point. After all, Xiaoyingzi was a eunuch, and no matter how hard he tried, he did not have the conditions for the unity of yin and yang. Thinking of this, he felt guilty, and immediately changed his words. Lifting the heaven and earth, grasping yin and yang, is indeed powerful. But the most important thing is to be independent, and guard the spirit. Annoyance turns into insects, energy turns into man. Cultivate the noble spirit. Only in this way can you be unyielding to might, uncorrupted by wealth and honor, unmoved by poverty and humbleness, and become a real man. In fact, it is true, everything is as bad as too much. If you die under Zixiao or Mingyue's crotch, wouldn't it be an unjust death? With money in the bag, grain in the granary, poetry and books in the belly, you are a mountain immortal. With no illness, no worries, no creditors at home, you can be said to be free and easy in the world. Don't go too far. I will follow the prince's teachings. Hong Ying was moved. Their prince is always enlightening him. Hope he can reach a higher level. If he doesn't work harder, he will really disappoint the prince's expectations. Lenny smiled, looked at the miserable Xiao Shizi again and said, Get up, don't act pitiful. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Shizi kowtowed and said loudly. He did not dare to show any hesitation. The world is big, and Your Highness is the most important. There is no need to ask his master's opinion. If he looks ahead and behind, considering his master's thoughts, that would be the worst. Even if the sky falls, he can't go against Your Highness's order. You kid. Lenny sat down again with the help of Hong Ying, and then took Hong Ying's teacup, said with a smile, It's true that you can't learn without a beating. In the future, you should be smarter when doing things. I won't dare to do it again. Xiao Shizi felt bitter. Did he get beaten by Hong Ying because he did something wrong? He was Hong Ying's apprentice, and he knew his master's temperament very well. For his master, there was never right or wrong. No matter how many people he killed, how many evil things he did, even if he poked a hole in the sky, this master would not blink an eye. Rotten fish and shrimp will die if they die. What's the big deal, instead? His biggest mistake was to make Prince He angry. If Prince He gets angry, the consequences will be serious. Everyone knows it. Hong Ying hits people with pain, and kills people without blinking an eye. Otherwise, according to the prince's temperament, wouldn't he just lift it high and let it go gently? He got scolded a few times. And if it could achieve something big, it would be worth it. It was also his bad luck. He had planned everything, but he didn't expect that his master would come back today. As a result, everyone in the court and the public now knew that he was beaten by Hong Ying. This face was completely lost. Get it back? I'm afraid he won't die fast enough. He had a vague feeling that even if a monk with perfect kung fu wanted to show off in front of Hong Ying, it would be difficult. Your Majesty is merciful. Hong Ying smiled as he beat Lin Yi. If you don't beat this bastard a few times, it will really go to heaven. Lin Yi nodded, looked at Xiao Shizi and said, look at your skin and flesh. It must be very painful. Go down and heal your wounds quickly. Don't leave scars. It will affect your image later. Yes, I will withdraw now. Xiao Shizi breathed a sigh of relief. Their prince still didn't know much about martial arts. He has entered the 9th rank. If he can complete the 9 transformations and 9 returns, he will surely return to Changchun after aging. What does a mere flesh injury matter? After Lin Yi waited for Xiao Shizi to leave, he waved his hand and said, sit down. This is your first time back. You should have a good rest. I don't need you to serve me for the time being. Hong Ying smiled and said, my lord, I miss you every day. Now that I finally see you, I can't bear to leave easily. Please indulge me this time and let me have a good chat with you. Okay, I'm glad you're back. Don't cry. If someone else did this, Lin Yi would have kicked him out long ago. As the regent of Daliang, he could take the 3,000 weak waters and pick the peach blossoms in the forest. No matter what, he would not be gay with a eunuch. But Hong Ying was different. This was his friend who grew up with him. He believed that every word Hong Ying said was sincere. If there were people in this world who were willing to die for him, Hong Ying would definitely be one of them. And he would do it without regrets. In this world, there were still people who were worthy of his trust. This feeling was really good. Yes. Hong Ying wiped his eyes again. Lin Yi suddenly remembered something and yawned. Did you really go to the western desert? Hong Ying nodded and said, Your Majesty, I went straight west, crossed the yellow sand, and finally arrived at the so-called western desert. Desert? Lin Yi frowned and said, the yellow sand is confusing, and you can't see the end at a glance. You are an outsider. You don't know anything. Even if you don't die of exhaustion, you might die of thirst. And you dare to go in? Your Majesty, I'm back safely now. Aren't I? Hong Ying was even more moved. I traveled thousands of miles to the western desert, and the prince was not concerned about any intelligence. But my own safety. What if I can't come back? Lin Yi said unhappily. You know nothing about the horror of the desert. The desert is so wide and so long. Even if you are a master of martial arts and can travel 100 miles a day, what's the use? Can you escape? Although I am stupid, I am not ignorant of worldly affairs. Hong Ying smiled and said, How can I not be afraid when I see the yellow sand all over the sky? I also found a camel and hired a guide at a high price when I entered the desert. What he said was true. He had already become a master, and eating and drinking were no longer important. It was okay to not eat or drink for 3 or 5 days. But he could not withstand the high temperature in the desert. Not only did his body's internal water not replenish, but it was lost every day. No matter how good his kung fu was, it would not work. You paid for the guide? Lin Yi said with a smile. You have grown up and know to go on a business trip at public expense. Hong Ying was the chief steward of the palace, serving by his side, and always paying for things or giving rewards. He had enough money in his pocket and was never short of money. So Lin Yi believed the words of spending a lot of money. Unfortunately, that was his own money. This little bastard. Chapter 487 Where to Go. Hong Ying said with a wry smile. Thanks to the prince, I have finally been extravagant. He has been serving the prince since he was a child. No one knows his prince's character better than him. He is such a miser, As long as he opens his mouth, Hong Ying can understand his thoughts. If the prince is not allowed to vent his anger, he will definitely have a hard time in the future. Luckily, he is prepared for it, otherwise, he would not dare to come back. He slowly took out a piece of jade from his sleeve. Seeing Lin Yi looking over, he said, as if offering a treasure, "Prince, the western wasteland is full of yellow sand, but it is the most abundant and beautiful jade. This is specially found for the little princess. Please give it to me. Please give me your opinion." Lamphad jade? Lin Yi's eyes lit up immediately. He took the white jade pendant in his hand and rubbed it back and forth. White, delicate, thick, good stuff. Such a good jade would be worth hundreds of thousands in modern society. Right, if he dies in the future and is buried in a cemetery, would it have archaeological value and be worth a fortune? If he writes a preface or something, it would be even more expensive. After all, he is the top figure in Daliang State. In the future, he will be a historical big boss who will be studied by competition. As long as the prince likes it, it's fine. After all the wrinkles on Hong Ying's face were piled up, he couldn't let go of his smile. "Your Highness," Jiao Zhong on the side interrupted at the right time. "If you like, I will arrange for someone to go to the western wasteland to buy some back." Zixiao looked at Lin Yi's expression and couldn't help but smiled and said, "Commander Jiao probably hasn't read the new Liang Law. Mineral deposits, water, forests, mountains, grasslands, wastelands, tidal flats and other natural resources all belong to the state. They are originally the state's things. So why do we need to buy them? State-owned?" Jiao Zhong looked at the prince, and then at Hong Ying, who didn't say a word. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly understood. "The mineral deposits belong to the country, then who owns this country?" he shouted. "All under heaven is the land of the king, all the people in the world are the subjects of the king. He actually said that he would buy it. Isn't this crazy? You can never flatter someone in the right place. It's really stupid. This Xi Huang actually started to target me. I will definitely not let him have an easy time." Lin Yi yawned. "When the time comes, this jade mine will be nationalized and used for the people. That's a good thing. Your Majesty is wise." Everyone shouted. Lin Yi waved his hand and continued. "Okay, let's continue talking about the Western Wilds. The princess went to the Western Wilds, and Lu Chaoyuan also went to the Western Wilds. What is the charm of the Western Wilds?" "Your Majesty," Hong Ying said seriously, "I went all the way to the Western Wilds, but I didn't find the princess and Lu Chaoyuan. In some cities in the Western Wilds, I didn't see any traces." Lin Yi frowned and said, "You mean the princess and Lu Chaoyuan are not in the Western Wilds? Where could they go?" Hong Ying suddenly knelt down and said, "I have something I haven't confessed to your Majesty. Please punish me." Lin Yi said disdainfully, "What else can it be? Just say it directly. Don't dilly-dally. You are so blunt. You can speak boldly. Even if it is a rebellion, I will forgive you." Ah! Hong Ying was shocked. Their prince was still so outspoken, and dared to say anything. If it spread out and fell into the ears of He Jixiang and Chen Disheng, it would be bad. He didn't care about the opinions of these people. As the eunuch of Prince He only cared about the mood of Prince He. What he cared about was the reputation of Prince He. Favoring treacherous ministers, being incompetent and unjust, was not good for Prince He at all. Thinking of this, he was afraid that he would say something earth-shattering to the prince. So he hurriedly said, "I dare not. I am loyal to the prince, and I dare not have any second thoughts. As for this country, whoever loves it can go. Whoever is willing to show loyalty can go. He is only loyal to the prince. You are still talking nonsense," Lin Yi said unhappily. "If you have something to say, just say it quickly. What is it? You know me. I hate people who speak half-heartedly. People who hold power are more uncomfortable. They always have to guess what they are thinking. And they also have to guess what others are thinking. Everything should be subtle, no matter how much you want it. You can't eat in an ugly way. You have to be more elegant and have a grand show." Even if he ascended the throne to become the emperor, he had to decline the throne 3 times, modestly saying something like, "I am blessed with little virtue, and I am not worthy of it." Then a group of actors, who had been arranged in advance, shouted, "The world cannot be without a ruler for a day, and the affairs of the world cannot be without a leader for a moment." As if he did not ascend the throne, the world would perish and the country would no longer exist. Ascending the throne is for the benefit of the people. In the end, he reluctantly ascended the throne with a look of unwillingness. Yes. Seeing that Lin Yi was anxious, Hong Ying did not dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly said, I passed by Jianzhou on my way back and broke into Shenchu's tent at night. Lin Yi said unhappily. Is that all? He was a guard commander. And you taught him martial arts. Seriously speaking, he is still half your apprentice. So what is there to say? His eunuch secretly met with his commander in the middle of the night without his consent. What did he mean? Even if he had no selfish motives, it was still a case of being in a melon field and a plum tree. And it was hard to explain. If he is fussy, he will definitely make things difficult for Hong Ying. Yes, Hong Ying said cautiously. I learned from Shenchu that the princess and Lu Chaoyuan are very likely to have entered the tent of Prince Yong. Is it possible? Lin Yi frowned. No definite answer? Hong Ying said. Your Highness, Shenchu was attacked in the tent. There are many experts in the army. Although the assassin did not succeed, he came and went freely. Shenchu said that the figures were vaguely the princess and Lu Chaoyuan. The strange thing is that I stayed there for a few days and deliberately entered the tent of Prince Yong at night. Except for the people from Jizhao Temple. There were no other experts. I had a good chat with the princess. There is no reason for her not to help me to help Prince Yong. Lin Yi said while drinking tea. Besides, she has a grudge against Jizhao Temple. How could she possibly help Prince Yong? They are mortal enemies. There is no possibility of reconciliation. The most important thing is, he now occupies most of the prefectures in the world. The balance of victory has long been tilted towards his side. Anyone who is not a fool knows how to stand on the side. With Prince Yong, what's the difference between being a eunuch in 1912 and joining the National Army in 1949? It doesn't make sense. This is also what I don't understand. Hong Ying smiled and said, Your Highness is the one who is supported by the people, and the destiny is the one who is chosen by heaven. The princess should follow the will of the people and assist the prince. How can she be so ignorant of the overall situation? Whatever. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Don't worry about them for now. When I lead the troops into Jinzhou, the truth will naturally come to light. Chapter 488 Limitations. Then whoever has the bigger fist will have the final say, whether it is Prince Yong or the princess. They will be shrouded in his iron curtain. Your Highness is wise. Hong Ying saw Lin Yi close his eyes, and winked at Zixia, and then quietly withdrew after Zixia covered Lin Yi with a blanket. The palace is sparsely populated, and it is not very popular. Now that Hong Ying is back, not only is it not lively, but there is more of a murderous atmosphere. Hong Ying has just returned from abroad, and he probably wants to reorganize the palace. Everyone is in danger at this time, who dares not to open his eyes. Everyone knows his methods, and killing people is no different from killing a chicken. Even Lin Yi felt a slight change. After Mingwei became pregnant, Zixia was somehow stimulated, and his waist couldn't bear the heavy load. But as a man, he couldn't say that he couldn't do it. Besides, it was rare for a girl to take the initiative, and he couldn't let her down. But after Hong Ying came back, everything changed. In bed, Zixia didn't take the initiative, and she was very cautious even when touching him. Little Yingzi. Lin Yi was not stupid, and he knew the reason immediately. Your Highness. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Hong Ying appeared at the head of the bed, standing with his hands down. How did you get in? Lin Yi asked, looking at the still closed door. Ah. Hong Ying didn't understand the meaning of this for a moment, and smiled. Your Highness, I have always been serving in your room. Hasn't it always been like this since I was a child? Lin Yi suddenly came to his senses, and frowned. You were also in the room on the day of my wedding with the princess? Your Highness. Hong Ying acquiesced. He couldn't understand why he was unhappy with the prince. Where else can a eunuch go if he doesn't serve his master? Hey. Lin Yi saw Hong Ying. It's even harder to lose your temper this way. Even his father, Emperor Delong, acted live. But he can't. He doesn't have such a thick skin. He can't take it for granted like others. When you hum or say sweet words, there are a group of people watching you. What's your mentality? I know I'm wrong. As smart as Hong Ying is, he doesn't know what he did wrong. But, seeing the attitude of the prince, it must be his fault. No matter what the fault is, he should accept it first. You? Lin Yi waved his hands impatiently. It's freezing cold. There's no need for you to serve me. Zixia can be here. You can go back and rest. Your Majesty. Hong Ying suddenly panicked. The prince refused to serve him to bed, which was something he had never done before. Go down, Lin Yi said with a temper. Everyone inside and outside the place has left. You know me best. I like quiet when I sleep. He didn't want so many people to eavesdrop on him. Don't worry. Your Majesty. Honging patted his chest and said, they are all masters above the 9th rank, with outstanding lightness skills. They come in and out without making any sound. They will definitely not disturb Your Majesty. Your Majesty can rest assured. Relax? How can I be assured? Lin Yi was even more worried. You are so outstanding in lightness skills that I didn't even know someone was watching. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Yi continued. Okay. Stop talking nonsense and do what I ordered. Yes. Honging didn't dare to say anything more, and honestly opened the door and walked out. After Lin Yi waited until the door was closed, he looked at Zixia, who was wrapped in silk, and said, take a closer look. Is there really no one around here? Zixia whispered. Your Highness, the steward is loyal to you, so he naturally dares not lie. Even the guards in the garden have left. Listening carefully again, there was no one within 100 meters. Manager Hong is indeed a man of his word. That's good. Lin Yi nodded. I never thought that they would actually watch me and eavesdrop on me. Since it was Manager Hong, Zixia couldn't agree, so she could only massage Lin Yi's shoulders and said, Your Majesty, you must be sleepy. Why don't you go to sleep? Lin Yi laid down on her soft body again, yawning. It's been a long night, and I really can't sleep. Zixia smiled and said, Your Majesty, if you don't mind my nagging, I'll talk to you. Little Lingzi is hiding something from me. Lin Yi smiled and said, He traveled all the way to the western wasteland and came back. Zixia pondered for a moment and said, This time the chief steward went to the western wasteland, mainly to find out the news about the star-sinking sea. It is said that the Yin-Yang 8 wasteland technique is particularly evil. However, no matter what, they are all inferior characters in the martial arts world, and they cannot escape the control of the prince. The chief steward just doesn't want to pollute the prince's ears with these dirty things. I accept this explanation, Lin Yi said carelessly. It's just a martial arts sect, with a little higher martial arts skills, some spare money, and at most a local tyrant. Its nature and organizational structure determine that they can't achieve great things. Otherwise, they won't play any tricks that hide from the world. Your Highness is wise, Zixia said with a smile. I remember that Your Highness said that no matter whether it is a powerful landlord or a martial arts sect, they have certain class limitations, narrow vision, lack of ambition, no spirit of adventure, exploit others, seek pleasure, and use all means to imprison people's thoughts to maintain their rule. No matter what, they will not have a great future. If you take the civil service exam, it will be difficult for you not to get the first place in the written test. Lin Yi looked at Zixia in surprise under the weak light tube. He didn't expect that the few words he said casually at the beginning would be remembered so firmly by Mingwe. What a pity. Born in the wrong time. My lord, Zixia chuckled. How could I be born at the wrong time? You are in charge of the government of Daliang. Now the country is peaceful, and the people are blessed. Moreover, this woman can take the civil service examination, which is also the grace of your lord. If I were not serving you, I would also like to take the examination to see if this official can win. Yes, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. You could also take the civil service examination. He is now implementing the policy of gender equality in Daliang. Men and women sit at the same table and go to the same school. Hongyan, Zhou Sun, Chao Shuhuan, Jiangjun, and many outstanding female officials have emerged in Ankong City. Many men saw them like cats seeing mice, and avoided them as much as possible. However, no matter how hard he tried, even if he painted slogans like women hold up half the sky, all over the country, he could not change the fact that women had a low status. In such a feudal society, women were commodities and assets, and the Liang law could not stop private transactions among the people no matter how many times it was banned. Sometimes he also reflected on himself, and he still did not do enough. So, he ignored the opposition of the government and the people, and allowed women to take the civil service examination in Daliang. Chapter 489, No Loser to Others. Daliang State has been hit by natural disasters and man-made disasters in recent years, and there is a lot of work to be done. The relevant functional departments have a huge personnel gap. In addition, He Jixiang and Chen Disheng and others are determined to start a new business. No matter how talented the original officials are, as long as they are not recognized by them, they cannot be reinstated. All along, recruiting people non-stop. National examinations, state examinations, prefectural examinations have been held for no less than 20 times. Although fraud cases are rampant, at least the form and results are very satisfactory. Lin Yi originally wanted to abolish the imperial examination system based on 8-legged essays. But he could not resist the persuasion of Chen Disheng and others. If he really abolished it, he would offend all the scholars in the world. They used the physics knowledge that Lin Yi taught in class to persuade Lin Yi with reason and emotion. The force is mutual. The harder you punish the scholars, the greater the rebound. Everything should be done step by step. And you can't rush it. You have to boil the frog in warm water. But to Lin Yi's surprise, before he added fuel, those well-read scholars couldn't stand it. The imperial examination in Daliang still exists. But what can be done even if the jinshi is successful? The stingy princes only grant titles, but not real jobs. According to the newly revised civil service system, the champion is initially granted the title of Jianshi Zhualong, and at best he can only be a first-rank Guanglu Dafu. Being an idle civil servant, living a life with a predictable end? Any scholar with a little bit of pursuit cannot accept it. What about learning literary and martial arts, and selling them to the emperor? Now that the court does not need 8-part essays, some people who are flexible have also begun to actively learn scientific knowledge. Learning pinyin, physics, arithmetic, chemistry, and other confusing knowledge with some children. No matter how much they grumbled that buying vegetables does not require quadratic equations, and that being an official does not require the principle of communicating vessels, they still studied very seriously. They were all men who swore to be officials. What's more, their competitors also included a group of women who were kept in seclusion. They could not lose to women no matter what. 3 sentences make men fight for me. Lin Yi was actually a little proud when he said this. I am a person who is very good at making men fight for me. Your Majesty, Zixia smiled. What are those 3 sentences? She has gradually learned to be a supporting role. She knew that they and the prince like women with the same sense of humor. The first sentence, I planted this tree. I opened this road. The prince is in charge of the Liang kingdom. The thunder and rain are all grace from heaven, and the people are blessed. For the scholars in the world, whether to be beaten or to eat meat, all depends on the prince's change of mind, their words, and their decisions. The second sentence, either rely on your father, or risk your life. Lin Yi smiled and said, It's so hard to get by these days. The common people can't get enough food, the rich are living a life of luxury. It's too hard for ordinary people to change their fate, but now the king has given the poor people a step forward. If they can't rely on their father or their connections, they can still risk their lives. In any era, the saying that knowledge changes fate is true, but the inheritance of knowledge is orderly, and it costs money to get the inheritance, and the poor people, anything that can be solved with money, they can't solve. However, fortunately, poverty cannot last for more than 3 generations. Women from poor families would rather be maids, servants, concubines, than marrying poor people. The proletariat was forced to live alone. The prince implemented free compulsory education in Daliang state. From now on, it is no longer a luxury for the poor people to read and write. It is really a blessing for the people of the world. Zixia smiled and said. More importantly, the prince gave them hope to turn over and sing. What a turn over and sing! You girl, you have learned to apply what you have learned. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yi did not expect Zixia to say such spiritual words. Your Highness, these are all words from your novels, and I am just parroting them, Zixia said modestly, but she did not hide the pride on her lips. It means you took it to heart, Lin Yi said with emotion. This is your progress, and I am very pleased. I am really happy to receive your praise, Your Highness. Zixia handed over the teacup, and then asked, Your Highness, I dare to say one more thing. What is the third sentence? If you can fight, try not to quarrel. Lin Yi sipped the tea comfortably. With just these 3 sentences, how dare the scholars of Daliang challenge him? Your Highness is wise and powerful. Zixia looked at Lin Yi with admiration and said, I really cannot describe my admiration for Your Highness in words. You are not bad either. Don't be too modest. Lin Yi raised his head and changed the subject. Although you are my maids, you have known for so many years that I actually treat you as my students. You have been by my side for many years, and you have learned so many things. If you say you are not good enough, it will be a disgrace to my reputation. Zixia echoed. Your Highness is right. How dare I lose your face? People who don't know her will think that she is a maid who relies on her beauty to make the prince smile. However, outside the gate of the Huang mansion, no one dared to look down on her. She was the principal of Sanhe Girls' School. No matter if it was a female general in the army, or a female police officer in the government office, they were basically all from her school, Chao Xiaowan, Jiangjin, and even Hongyan. The proud disciple of General Manager Hong respectfully called her sister when they saw her. What's more, he was also a 9th rank master. Like Shinchu, she had taught many people martial arts in the square of Baiyun City. When those rough men in the army saw her, they were all trembling with fear. That's it. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, after the spring examination, Chen Dishing will probably hold a civil servant recruitment exam. You can take part in it then. Try to be a qualified female official, and be a role model for women in the world. Your Majesty. Zixia was really scared this time. She thought she was joking with the prince. But she never thought it was serious. She always does what she wants with the prince. And there is never any sign before doing things. You don't want to? Your Majesty. I am not worthy of being a role model for women in the world. I am satisfied as long as I can serve you. If Mingwei was not pregnant, let Mingwei go, Lin Yi said with a smile. Now she is not in good health. You go. Your Majesty. Zixia saw that the prince said so, and dared not say anything more. She also made up her mind quietly in her heart that she would never lose to anyone, including Mingwei. If that's the case, then let's do it. Lin Yi wrapped his clothes around his collar, yawned. It's getting late, let's go to sleep. Mingwei's shoulders were soft, and he fell asleep with them as his pillow. Chapter 490 Filial Piety. Spring is here and flowers are blooming. The palace and the royal family did not feel much warmth because of Han Ying's return. Whether it was the guards, servants, or maids, they were all silent and did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, if they made any mistakes, General Manager Hong would not forgive them. At the very least, they would be punished. And at the worst, they would lose their lives. Lin Yi stood not far from the North Canal, watching the mountains of ice squeezed out of the embankment, and said with emotion, the ice flood is not a joke. Patrols on both sides of the river embankment must be strengthened, day and night, and if there is a breach in the embankment, the people on both sides must be evacuated in time. Liang Yuanji, holding a book in one hand and a charcoal pencil in the other, hurriedly responded, please rest assured, Your Majesty. Ankong Prefecture has arranged village heads and township heads from all over the country to organize personnel to patrol the river embankment day and night to ensure the property and life is safe. That's good. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and continued to look around. It seems that fishing is hopeless, so let's wait for a few days. Jiao Zhong smiled. Your Highness is wise. He said this from the bottom of his heart. The most feared thing is that he can't figure it out with the prince and go fishing on the river bank at this time. Those densely packed, mountain-like ice blocks are too dangerous. If anything unexpected happens, none of these guards will survive. Humph. How could Lin Yi not understand what he meant? Jiao Zhong smiled awkwardly, and dared not say another word. Liang Yuanji hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Your Majesty, the 4th Economic Work Conference will be held a day after tomorrow. I don't know the draft. Lin Yi waved his hand without waiting for him to finish, saying, Your secretariat should draft the draft. Then copy a copy to He Jixiang and Lord Chen Disheng. If they have no questions, send it to me. Since he entered Ankong City and took charge of the Liang Kingdom, he deeply realized the complexity of a country's political affairs and the complexity of its institutions. Even the wise and diligent Emperor Delong could not sort out the various functional departments of Liang State. He knew everything and managed everything, and often relied on the cabinet for advice. What's more, Lin Yi was a mediocre person. So after transferring Liang Yuanji to his side, he authorized him to select capable officials from various functional departments of Liang State to form the Secretariat of the Huang Palace. He often gave them ideological and political classes, and when they could gradually implement their own ideas, he tried to let them write manuscripts, set regulations, and formulate policies. Otherwise, if he relies on himself alone, he will be exhausted. Prince, Liang Yuanji said cautiously, I am afraid that I will disappoint your expectations. On weekdays, they all drafted the edict according to the prince's instructions, and never wrote the manuscript on their own. How many times has this prince said it? Lin Yi said very dissatisfiedly. Men can't say no. Liang Yuanji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I will do my best until my death. You are getting more and more ridiculous. Do you need to work so hard to write a manuscript? Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him unhappily and said, "The tone of this meeting is still to serve the people and crack down on bandits and road bullies who hinder road traffic and hinder the transportation and supply of agricultural products. Highways are the blood vessels of a society, which are related to the national economy and people's livelihood, and thousands of households. Keeping highways safe and unobstructed is of great significance to economic and social development and social stability, and plays a vital role in the economic recovery of Dalian. Although his Sanha army has taken control of the key cities and checkpoints of Liang State, there are still many small towns and grassroots in a scattered state. The government can set up checkpoints, and the bandits can also set up checkpoints. Anyway, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Many people can't even transport a chicken or a sheep from the countryside to the market town. Therefore, he has made up his mind now, no longer shrinking back, and implementing an iron fist policy against those road bullies." "I understand." After the prince's suggestion, Liang Yuanji suddenly had an idea, and said in a deep voice, "Restricting traffic and setting up checkpoints, closing villages and cutting off roads, and causing agricultural products to be unable to be transported out, will all be convicted and sentenced for the crime of endangering public safety by dangerous means. You are finally enlightened, kid." Lin Yi nodded rarely. Liang Yuanji said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for clearing up my doubts. Only by making every effort to create a first-class business environment and promoting high-quality development with high-level opening up can our great Liang kingdom continuously improve the quality and efficiency of development." "Not bad." Lin Yi took the teacup from Hong Ying, who remained silent, and took a sip. "We must also strengthen the discipline of the local police officers. Investigate and deal with the problems of integrity and law enforcement reported by the people in a timely manner, so as to safeguard the interests of the people and the rights of the police officers." "Yes." Liang Yuanji waved the carbon pen in his hand on the book. When he encountered a difficult sentence to say to the prince, he always wrote it down in time, and finally asked the people in the secretariat to memorize it and study it intensively. "Then there is nothing to say." Lin Yi spit out the tea in his mouth, sighed. "Is this year's new tea coming soon?" He was still waiting. Hong Ying smiled and said, "The Shi sect in Nanzhou has already offered this year's new tea, and Liao Jifeng is still waiting for the emperor's order in the inn." Lin Yi said, "Want to see the king?" Hong Ying came closer and said, "The Shi sect respects the prince, and also sent this year's tribute." "How much?" Lin Yi asked directly. He did not avoid Liang Yuanji next to him at all. Liang Yuanji simply pretended not to hear. "Where is the integrity you promised, as the ruler of Dalian? You accept it?" He dared not think about it anymore, fearing that he might accidentally let it slip. Seeing that Hong Ying was happy with the prince, he said more actively, 500,000 taels. It filled 5 carriages. Lin Yi said curiously, "These underworld gangs are really promising." Thinking back to when he was in Dazhu town, he looted tens of thousands of taels of silver from Liao Jifeng and others. At that time, he thought these bandits were really arrogant. If he was not a prince, it would seem to be quite good to go into the mountains to collect bribes and escort Dalian's logistics business. Hong Ying said. The prince was kind and gave him the Shi faction's shipping license. Now his Shi faction has dozens of large ships running rampant in the South China Sea. Although it cannot be compared with Dusanha, it is also proud enough. It's a huge profit. Lin Yi was itching to form a national fleet to dominate the sea. However, after thinking about it, he decided to do it in the end. First, he has Jiang Kan's navy. Second, he has Tian Shiyu's fleet. And third, he has Du Sanha to rely on. So there is no need to do duplication. Without the prince's advice, his Shi faction would probably have been wiped out by Jizhou Temple long ago. The wrinkles on Hong Ying's face were squeezed into a ball again. If you don't talk about Jizhou Temple, I won't be angry. Lin Yi snorted. Are there any news over there? General Yuanjun went to Chuanzhou and did not report any news. The one who answered was Liang Yuanji. No news is good news. Lin Yi quickly dismissed it. Chapter 491 Going deep into the grassroots. Under the sun, some ice blocks that were pushed ashore have slowly melted, and the streams that slowly gathered have turned the banks of the river into a muddy mess. Lin Yi was wearing high boots, but he was still stuck in the mud. After finally pulling his feet out, he looked down and saw that the boots were still there. Hong Ying hurriedly supported him, smiled and said, Your Highness, would you like me to carry you? Lin Yi sighed. No need. Although he has been pampered for these years, how can he let someone carry him? He got angry and threw the other boot out. Hong Ying immediately leaned over to help him take off the socks on his feet. As soon as Lin Yi stepped into the ground barefoot, he immediately felt a chill and couldn't help shivering. He said to Hong Ying, who looked anxious, "It's okay. It's spring after all. You don't have to be so delicate. Putting your feet on the ground, getting some ground energy, and massaging your acupuncture points will also be beneficial to your physical and mental health. Your Highness is right." Hong Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, he also understood the temperament of their prince. He just listened to what he said, and must not do the opposite in the name of for his own good. Otherwise, you will suffer a hard time. As a eunuch, it is not difficult to be favored. But it is difficult to keep being favored. Wait a few more days. I will build roads in every village in Ankong City when I am well off. Lin Yi said with emotion as he walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Then, we will no longer be afraid of windy, rainy and muddy roads. He said so, but he knew in his heart that at most he could only build some roads in the rural areas around Ankong City. It is basically impossible to build roads nationwide like in later generations. Even if we entered the primary stage of capitalism, we could not do it. Back then, Baiyun City's finances were almost emptied in order to build a stone bridge across the Shijiang River. The prince is so considerate of the people, it is really a blessing for the people. The prefect of Hong Kong, Ma Jie, who accompanied Lin Yi on the inspection, also took off his boots and followed Lin Yi closely, but was just 2 steps behind Hong Ying. He was born as a legal advisor, although he had not seen much of the world, but now that he has been involved in the officialdom, he is much more slippery than before. In addition, he always remembers the secret of getting along with the prince that he got from Jiao Zhong at a high price. When General Manager Hong praises you, you are really good. It took him a long time to figure out this sentence. The prince is sometimes harsh in his words, and is stingy everywhere. But generally speaking, he is not tyrannical, and always gives people respect. You think he is happy, but in fact he is distant. You think he is angry, but in fact he loves and hates you deeply. The prince is sometimes like a child, talking and doing, wild and unrestrained, and most people can't guess his thoughts. The only person who understands the prince is Hong Ying Hong, the chief steward. If the chief steward Hong has no expression on his face towards you, it means that the prince is satisfied with you. If chief steward Hong doesn't say a word to you, it means you are not far from falling out of favor. Therefore, he dares not rush to do anything before Hong Ying. For example, the matter that prince he had instructed the river bank governor just now was originally his responsibility. He stood by and dared not answer easily. Even if he wanted to talk to Prince he only dared to take a small step forward at this moment, so that Prince he could hear his words. You guys, play less tricks. Be more sincere. Be sincere to the people. It is better than anything else. And I will worry less. Lin Yi was tired of walking, and he stopped and looked into the distance with the support of Hong Ying. I am guilty. Ma Jie ignored the mud on the ground and knelt on the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you? Everyone says they are guilty, but no one is willing to take off their skin. Lin Yi didn't even look at him. He had just told him not to play tricks. But now, he was playing the trick of being terrified. He couldn't help but get angry. I am. Ma Jie wanted to cry, but had no tears. He wanted to slap himself. Why are you talking nonsense? You are looking for trouble. He was kneeling on the ground at this moment, and he didn't know how to reply for a while. It is impossible to resign. The prefect of Hong Kong, how powerful and majestic. He can reach this position now, so he can wake up laughing even in his dreams. But Prince he said so, if he doesn't resign, while he is hesitating, he hears Prince he say, get up, the ground is cold. Still the same saying, what a person says is not important, what he does should be seen. The top leader of a capital city turned out to be this kind of person. He is also helpless. If it weren't for the shallow foundation, there is no one to use. He really doesn't want to put Ma Jie in this position now. Thank you, Your Highness. Ma Jie cowed out again, stood up, and stood respectfully behind Hong Ying. House sales and leasing. No cheating. Lin Yi looked at the city wall in the distance, and after a long time, he finally recognized the words on the large banner on the city wall. It turned out to be an advertisement for a pawn shop. Your Highness, since winter, more and more people have poured in. The government can provide porridge, which is barely enough to eat, but it is cold, and people are unfamiliar with the place and have no place to stay. I let these pawnshops run wild. They are so reckless. Which is really audacious. Ma Jia resisted the urge to kneel down. This is his fault again. These brokers make a lot of money by renting houses, but he turned a blind eye to them. I didn't expect them to be so bold now, and dare to put advertisements on the walls of the capital. The brokers of the carriage and boat shops should be killed even if they are innocent. He wanted to make up his mind, and he must skin these brokers after returning. But he knew that the prince valued business. The prince said in person, "There is no wealth without industry, there is no stability without agriculture, and there is no life without business." The active businessmen help the social and economic development, which is a contribution to the country. Even a small brokerage is contributing to the construction of Daliang State. We should not embarrass them and provide them with all possible conveniences. He does not have the courage to make a big deal. The most brilliant advertisements often adopt the simplest methods. Lenny said with a smile. Very good. It represents the growing courage of these businessmen. It represents the degree of economic activity. If these businessmen are timid, he will not be happy. As for whether it will be unsightly and affect the image of the capital, he will not care now. He hasn't even filled his stomach yet. And he's already thinking about not wearing patched clothes. How can such a good thing happen? The most important thing is that his attitude directly affects the attitude of the officials below. If he shows a little dissatisfaction, the people below will go too far and punish these brokers, merchants, and real estate developers to death. So, if there is really something you can't stand, just bear with it for now. Your Highness is wise. Ma Jia breathed a sigh of relief. This time he finally got the right answer. After the beginning of spring, we will arrange for spring plowing. As the prefect of Hong Kong City, you must go to the surrounding rural areas more often to see if the people have plowshares, fields, and oxen. Lin Yi instructed. For those who are left with only orphans and widows, and lack labor, can we arrange for the refugees in the city to work as helpers? I will definitely go deep into the grassroots and effectively solve the difficulties of the people. Ma Jia was very satisfied with his answer. Chapter 492 A Glimmer of Hope. This is a sentence that Prince he repeatedly emphasized in the court, and in many so-called red-headed documents. Deepen into the grassroots, and get along with the people. Appear repeatedly. It can be seen how much Prince he values going deep into the grassroots. What Prince he needs are pragmatic officials. It is said that some officials in the court were reprimanded by Prince he for talking too much. There are even meat-eaters who say, why not eat meat porridge? Prince he is very dissatisfied. He did not maintain his dignity and let him resign, but directly dismissed him. Unlike resigning from office, returning home after resigning from office is considered a glorious return to one's hometown, relying on old friends and students, not to mention the county magistrate. Even the prefectural government has to give him some respect. He is the biggest local emperor in the local area, the most prestigious gentry. If he is dismissed, his reputation will be ruined, and the monkeys will scatter when the tree falls. There have been people who had icing on the cake in ancient times, but there is no such thing as helping people in need today. At that time, anyone can step on them. For those court officials who claim to be scholars, this is more painful than having their heads chopped off. Beheading is nothing more than a shudder. The person dies, and a scar as big as a bowl is left on the head. Not bad. Lin Yi was very satisfied with his attitude this time. Although it is a bit formulaic and formalistic, these are inevitable on the road to standardization. There is no shortcut. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. Ma Jia's excitement was beyond words. Although I am just a scholar, I am willing to shoulder justice, fight the wind with my bare hands, and work hard for the well-off cause of Daliang, until my death. Okay, it's enough to understand it in your heart. Keep your original intention in mind, and keep your mission in mind. Some words are so embarrassing that you can dig out a villa with your feet. But Lin Yi was still very pleased. It turned out that his lessons to these officials were not in vain. At least they remembered something. As long as this society progresses, even if there is only a little bit of service awareness in modern society, he will be happy. I will follow the prince's teachings, Ma Jia answered cautiously. He felt very sorry. It was a pity that Prince he had not ascended the throne yet. Otherwise, he would have listened to the imperial edict in person. His future was limitless. But it was enough for now. If Prince he's words were spread, who among the nobles of the dynasty would dare to take him? The prefect of Hong Kong, who was born as a legal advisor, Lively, Chen Dushing, He Jixiang and other old men would definitely support him. Wouldn't his path become wider and wider? Barefoot, he entered the path paved with fine gravel and coal slag, and finally ended the muddy road. As soon as Lin Yi reached the river, he was carried by 2 guards. Hong Ying personally washed his feet, carefully picked out the fine mud, and then helped him put on socks and boots. It's finally warm. Lin Yi stamped his numb feet on the ground twice, and looked at the guards next to him wearing thin shirts and riding boots, and said with emotion, "Knowing Kung Fu is amazing. Riding boots are much heavier than the leather boots he created." However, these guards stepped on the mud pits and made it look like a piece of cake. There was no mud on the shoe clasp. He had seen light Kung Fu floating on water. But could it float on mud? Your Highness is worth a fortune. How can you learn these unorthodox methods? Hong Ying smiled. It's just that your Highness cares about the country and wants to be more down to earth. Seeing Prince Yi nod, Liang Yuanji, Ma Jia, and others beside him admired Hong Ying even more. The only one who could make Prince Yi's hair so straight was probably General Manager Hong Ying. After the winter flood was completely over, the North Canal was open to navigation. Thousands of boats compete for the current. Lin Yi held a fishing rod, and occasionally looked up at the passing ships on the river. When I opened the sea transport, those old guys kept saying that the livelihood of millions of canal workers depended on it, and that it should not be opened without permission. Lin Yi snorted coldly. But I didn't expect that. Misfortune often brings blessings, and blessings often bring misfortune. Because of the prosperity of the shipping industry, more and more goods entered Dalian from overseas. And the Grand Canal connecting the north and the south not only did not show a trend of decline, but became more and more important. This is something no one expected. Your Majesty is wise. He Jixiang's cloudy eyes also looked at the busy river surface, and said in a deep voice, "The canal transport and corvée labor, which has many conscriptions, and long service time, which may lead to missed farming seasons, so there are many disadvantages. It is not advisable for your Majesty to cancel it suddenly. Your Majesty is considerate of the people, and I think we can only do it slowly." Slowly? Lin Yi shook his head without hesitation. Canal transport and sea transport are the same as road construction and work for relief, so there will be no shortage of people at that time. As I said, if it can be marketized, try our best to take the marketization path. Although there are not 1 million people serving corvée labor on this north-south canal, there are definitely more than 100,000. Behind them are 100,000 families. These are all laborers. Liberating these laborers, letting them go home to farm and have children, is the real way to promote productivity. And those refugees who have no place to live, who are hungry one day and full the next, not only cannot form productivity, but are also factors that hinder social stability. Lin Yi did not wait for He Jixiang to reply, and continued. Recruit them to the canal, give them food and shelter, and after a year, give them land and land deeds, so that all unstable factors can be nipped in the bud. These refugees cannot be beaten, cannot be scolded, and even more cannot be killed. If they are driven everywhere, if they are pushed to the limit, they may just do something desperate. According to the conventional step-by-step arrangement, it is unknown when the work will be done. Therefore, we can only implement the principle of taking what we need and use the method of work for relief to solve the employment problem. It is impossible to build a large-scale project because there is no money. Repairing the river bank and transporting the grain are undoubtedly the most appropriate ways. He Jixiang pondered for a while and saw that the prince had made up his mind. He knew that there was no point in persuading him. So he sighed and said, "I obey your order." "That's good," Lin Yi said with a smile. "If you are really worried, start from Hong Kong City and conduct pilot projects in the surrounding areas. If nothing else, at least we can get rid of the tens of thousands of refugees around Hong Kong City. There are groups of beggars in the city, and outside the city are shacks everywhere. It is really heartbreaking to see. This is the capital of our Dalian kingdom, and it is like a slum. How shameful." "Your Highness is right." He Jixiang smiled bitterly. "The mess inside and outside the city is not caused by your old scholar's arrogance. Are you too kind? Are you afraid that these refugees will freeze to death or starve to death? You say that everything is people-oriented, and you allow them to go in and out of the city and give them a chance to survive? Otherwise, the emperor has strict laws and regulations. So how can he allow them to be so presumptuous? Not to mention building indiscriminately. Even entering the city is a delusion. Now the Bingmasi and Oncom government offices are very passive. Demolish illegal buildings? Dream on. I don't know who instigated those refugees, But they actually quoted Liang law and said that forced demolition is illegal. It's ridiculous. Chapter 493 Bottom line. According to the old rules, not arresting these people and putting them in cages is already merciful. How can we allow them to be so arrogant? Landy rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't just say good things, you must also take action, really care about the interests of the people, and benefit the people. Don't look at He Jixiang, Chen Dishing and others who are well-read, full of knowledge, talking about moral articles, and also understand the truth that water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. And after more than 10 years of suffering in the miasma of Sanha, she has long lost her temper, and is usually very kind, and even lowers her eyebrows in front of him. However, at heart, they are politicians, and they play tricks. Politicians only see interests, not right or wrong. They are similar to the literati in history such as Yuanjun, Ouyang Xiao, Kailuan, Dong Qicheng. Expecting them to have good character is no better than a sow climbing a tree. They will never treat the people as human beings. They have no culture, no knowledge, and are as stupid as deer and pigs. It is a blessing from heaven to let them have a bite to eat." He Jixiang was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Don't worry. Your Majesty, I will follow your teachings, vigorously develop education, promote economic development, and do practical things for the people, strive to ensure that students have education, workers have income, the sick have medical care, the elderly have care, the homeless have housing, and the weak have support." In the past, he would never say these plain words in front of a crowd, which he thought were very vulgar. However, seeing the prince's expression now, which seemed very dissatisfied, he had no choice but to learn from Magia. "That's all right." Lenny patted his thin shoulders and said with a smile, "You are an important official. If you don't take the lead in participating in activities to do practical things for the people and follow suit, won't the country be ruined?" Ah! He Jixiang was so scared that he was about to kneel on the ground, but was held up by Lin Yi's hands. He could only cry. This old minister knows his crime. The country will be ruined? This hat is too big. Hasn't Dalian always been like this? Refugees are everywhere, and the people are living in misery. I just said, don't do this. You just won't listen. Lin Yi pulled out his hand, covered his mouth and yawned. If Dalian wants to be strong and make others feel so terrified, we can only make the people rich. It's convenient to cut leeks and fleece the sheep in that way. Like now, everyone is crying out in poverty, and they are ready to rebel before they even put down the knife. The people of this generation are not able to withstand setbacks. We must fatten them up first, otherwise, we really can't lead them. This old minister must understand carefully and thoroughly implement the line and policy formulated by the prince. After being frightened like this, He Jixiang spoke these words more fluently. Realize a well-off society as soon as possible, so that everyone can eat well and wear warm clothes. That's good. At the same time, we must step up the fight against human trafficking. These are the buds of Dalian State, the future labor force, and they cannot be abused by everyone. There is a long way to go to rescue minors. Those human traffickers are too rampant. They dare to cut off the hands and feet of children to control their begging. He has cracked down on them round after round, but the vicious incidents still show no signs of slowing down, and he is very angry. These people really treat the laws of Dalian as their own, and the officials as their own. I obey your order, and I will punish them severely. This is the case in the capital of Dalian, let alone other places. Moreover, these people can be so arrogant. They must have something to rely on. Maybe the traitor is among us. I want you to follow the clues, find these evil forces, and completely cut off their industrial chain. Lenny said fiercely. After catching them, you can chop off their heads on the spot. There is no need to put them in prison for trial and waste food. He really had no patience. He would rather be gentle to animals than give rights to those human scum. He Jixiang said in a deep voice. Next, I will work with the 3 departments, the Ministry of War, and the Prefect of Hong Kong to focus on cracking down on gangs and fighting against human trafficking. Then do your best. Don't let me see these things again. Lenny said no more, waved at He Jixiang, and after He Jixiang led a group of people to bow and retreat, he couldn't help yawning again, and fell asleep directly on the grass that had just sprouted. When he woke up, he found that Yu Shaosher was counting copper coins, counting a string of coins over and over in his hands, and his brows were getting deeper and deeper. Lenny took the teacup from Hong Ying and took a sip, then smiled at Yu Shaosher and said, What? Short of money? Yu Xiaoshu said with a sad face. Your Highness, I am always short of money. Lin Yi said unhappily. You are saying this as if I have wronged you. Tell me honestly. You have at least several dozen taels of income every month. Right? Where is this money? Yu Xiaoshu spread the big money in his hand in front of Lin Yi and sighed. Your Highness, I only have 50 copper coins. Hong Ying said on the side. You kid. You eat and drink as much as you can. Of course you can't save money. Yu Xiaoshu glanced at Hong Ying and didn't dare to answer. Cui Gingxing had told him that if he didn't know how to speak, he should talk less in front of Chief Steward Hong. The less he spoke, the less mistakes he made. The fewer mistakes he made, the less he got beaten. Although his mind was not clear at times, he believed it deeply. As long as he didn't respond, Chief Steward Hong couldn't beat him. 50 copper coins. You are also a successful person. Lin Yi laughed and teased. It seems that you only had 50 copper coins when you first came to Hong Kong City. Now it has been so long. And you still have 50 copper coins. You can eat and drink for free for a year or two. Not bad. The guards beside him couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Prince. Yu Xiaoshu had a sad face and couldn't say a word. You live in your father-in-law's house every day. You have food and drink. You won't starve to death. What do you have to worry about? Lin Yi didn't worry that he would starve to death. Even if his father-in-law didn't provide food, he was still a personal guard of the palace. And he had no ordinary people to deal with. It was estimated that there were countless people in Hong Kong City who flattered him. Not to mention a meal. As long as they were willing to accept it, it would be no problem to give him money. Okay, Lin Yi said with a smile. Don't cry poor in front of me. I heard that your wife has invested in several business houses and is lending money outside at high interest rates. She has made a lot of money. If you go home and make your wife happy, you can let a little money slip through your fingers. Are you afraid that you will have no money to spend? If you want to be poor, he is the real poor prince. He has indeed made a lot of money in these years. And he has also made a lot of money from the confiscation of property. But he can't afford to spend it. There are holes everywhere. And he has to rob Peter to pay Paul. Whether it is the national treasury or his inner treasury. There are rats running around. If he didn't have too many concerns, he would have wanted to let the garrisons in various places do business. Be self-reliant. And be self-sufficient. However, no matter what, he dared not open this door easily. What if everyone's loyalty can't stand the test? For example, a little bastard like Xiao Shizi. Will he shout without any bottom line in the end? That's my dearest prince. I have to pay more. Chapter 494 Mistakes. After hearing this, Yu Xiaoshu just kept on grinning, neither confirming nor denying. His wife repeatedly reminded him not to show off his wealth, and not to tell anyone how much money his family had. Humph. Lin Yi couldn't stand his meanness, and said more angrily, You deserve to be controlled by your wife every day. The family is rich, but he is very poor, which is too common in real life. There are several such people among his college classmates. When asked about their parents, they have several houses in Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou, and tens of millions of assets. When asked about the person himself, he has to borrow money for cigarettes. But no matter what, he has a way out. And he doesn't have to worry about finding a wife. And he has many children. He is better than an orphan like him and a rural test taker. A rural test taker has to buy a house, give a dowry, and take care of his parents who don't have a pension. Every step he takes is a mountain in front of him. Lie down? How dare I? That's right. That's right. Jiao Zhong on the side said. You are so lucky. You found such a good woman. I am jealous of you. He is still worried about finding a wife. Lin Yi suddenly looked at Jiao Zhong. Curiously. You are not young anymore. Are you? You are so picky. And you don't like any of them? Although Jiao Zhong is not a civil servant, he is at least the commander of the royal guards. He must be one of the top people in Daliang. What's more, Jiao Zhong's father is a rich man. He is not short of money. Jiao Zhong is a true bachelor. He can't say that he can marry a woman from a noble family with these conditions, but there is no problem in marrying a lady from an official family, and he can be as picky as he wants. There is absolutely no reason to be single until now. Sorry for the trouble, Your Majesty. Seeing that the topic suddenly turned to him, Jiao Zhong was a little flustered and could only smile. After reading Your Majesty's novel, I have always believed in love, so I would rather be single than settle for anything. Lenny frowned and said, "Love? He has never experienced it. Your subordinate knows that this is infatuation. Delusion, but I still want to give it a try. What if I meet her?" Jiao Zhong was frightened by Lin Yi's stare, but he still said with all his strength, "Besides, I am used to being alone, and I feel uncomfortable with multiple people controlling me." "Used to being alone?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, "Then why do you run to Zingla every day?" Jiao Zhong didn't know how to reply for a moment. "Did I learn it from you? Will I be beaten to death? What was the name of that courtesan?" Lin Yi slapped his head and couldn't remember for a moment. "Du Qingyi." Yu Shaosha rushed ahead of Jiao Zhong, excitedly saying, "Very beautiful." Lin Yi asked, "From your tone, have you been there?" Yu Shaosha shook his head and said, 100 taels of silver a night. I don't have the money." Jiao Zhong's face darkened when he heard this. "If you want to know my past, you don't have to do it in front of the prince. Right?" He wanted to beat Yu Shaosha up on the spot. 100 taels of silver. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is really not cheap." He often treated the red light district as a club, KTV, and liked to go in and let a group of beautiful women surround him to brag and chat. But at most, he would only spend a few dozen taels. Ask him to spend 100 taels? That's impossible. Jiao Zhong couldn't figure out what Lin Yi meant, and said cautiously, "Your Majesty is wise and powerful. Now the world is peaceful, and there are endless merchants coming and going from the north and south of Hong Kong City. Merchants gather here, especially the wealthy merchants in the south of the Yangtze River, who are generous and make the madams and eunuchs of these brothels more and more tyrannical." "I see," Lin Yi said with a smile. "You can have fun, but you still have to marry a wife. If you meet love later, just take another concubine." "Your Highness is right." Jiao Zhong hesitated for a moment, said with a smile, "It would be fine if she was from an ordinary family, but if she was from a wealthy family, she would not be willing to be a concubine. It's up to you. I don't care about your business." Lin Yi stood up, stretched, looked at the setting sun that was about to sink into the Green Mountains, said with a smile, "Let's go home." "Yes." Everyone began to pack up the fishing gear, and waited for Lin Yi to sit on the donkey. After returning to the mansion, Lin Yi washed up casually and headed straight to the backyard. Looking at his daughter, who was taking her first steps in the yard, he squatted down and clapped his hands. "Girl, come here." A group of maids surrounding the little princess bowed to Lin Yi and then quickly retreated. The little girl was already over 1 year old. At this moment, she was holding onto a crabapple tree. After hearing Lin Yi's voice, she slowly turned her head, crying, and ran towards Lin Yi. Her body came over, but her feet didn't, and she was about to fall to the ground. Before the maids could even exclaim, Hong Ying had already stepped forward, held the little princess, squatted down, and slowly led her to Lin Yi, and said with a smile, "The little princess is very smart. It's really amazing that she can walk at such a young age. Oh, you're so heavy. I won't be able to hold you soon." Lin Yi grabbed his daughter, held her with one hand, and touched her nose with the other hand, teasing, You want to run before you even learn to walk. You're really stupid," the little girl cried, making meaningless syllables from her mouth. "Dad, tell me quickly. When you can talk, I'll take you fishing. There is no prenatal checkup in this era. Giving birth is like opening a blind box. It all depends on luck. When my daughter was born, although she had all her hands and feet, and her facial features were normal, I still didn't relax. Landlords have no shortage of stupid sons, and so do emperors. He was particularly worried about brain damage, autism, and the like. So he kept teaching his children to talk and walk. Early detection cannot lead to early treatment, but you can experience what despair is in advance. But at the moment, it seems that this girl can jump and do things, and there won't be any mistakes. He is very fortunate." Prince, Hu Miaoyi walked over and smiled, covering her mouth. "She is so young. She will be fine after a few days. That needs to be taught. You guys, talk to her more when you have nothing to do," Lin Yi said with a smile. "The less you talk, the worse it will be," Hu Miaoyi said. "Don't worry, Prince. I chat with her for an hour or two every day. It's tiring for you to talk alone." Lin Yi looked at the maid on the side. "You should also talk to the little princess more. Don't talk one by one, like a mute all day long." "Yes." They immediately knelt in a row on the ground. "Tell the kitchen to mash the sea fish into paste, without any bones. Lenny frowned and said, "The princess is stuck. I will not let her off easily. Don't worry, my lord. I will keep an eye on the kitchen. There will be no mistakes." Mingwe stroked her growing belly from time to time. Lenny said unhappily, "You just stroll in your garden and bask in the sun when you have nothing to do. Don't run around all the way here. You are not needed." Hu Miao's face froze, and she knelt down quickly and said, "This is all my fault. I was a little careless. The queen advised me, and I insisted on coming out." Mingwe wanted to kneel down habitually, but when she saw Lin Yi's glaring eyes, she had to straighten her body. Chapter 495 Birthday Celebration. I couldn't help but feel bitter. It was a good thing that the prince loved her. She was so happy, but if she did that, she would offend the princess. It was not worth it. Thinking of this, she held her belly with more force, feeling the little life in her belly that was cheering and jumping. She wished it was a girl. It was true that the prince was kind, but she had grown up in the palace since she was a child, and she had seen and heard a lot of dirty things in the palace, so there was no guarantee that there would be any accidents. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, Prince, he will ascend the throne in the future. And by then, he will be surrounded by concubines and beauties in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards all day long. And she will also be old and ugly. And how long will Prince he favor her? She does not have the background of concubine Yuan, who has a father who is a pillar of the country, and a brother who is a general and a governor. Sometimes, she sees things more clearly than Prince he. The best result is to give birth to a daughter. It will not threaten anyone. If she is placed under her knees, she can still have a bond. Hong Ying glanced at Mingwe, without saying anything. He and the prince carried the princess to the pond, and he did not follow. Mingwe did not move either. She knew the steward had something to say to her. As expected, she only heard the steward say indifferently, "Don't treat the prince as an ordinary person. The prince is so noble." Mingwe whispered, "Of course, he is not an ordinary person. You know that this is not what I mean?" "I dare not." Mingwe lowered her head and said, "You are pregnant with a child, so your status is naturally different from before." Hong Ying walked in front of Mingwe, and Mingwe could not help but shudder. Facing the steward Hong, she still felt fear. "The steward is too flattering to me," Mingwe whispered. "I am just a small servant. How can I have any extravagant expectations?" "Sometimes, being smart is a good thing," Hong Ying said slowly. "But you have to be careful not to be fooled by your smartness." The steward. Mingwe was so frightened by this sentence that her heart stopped, and the baby in her belly seemed to kick her belly hard. A lot of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. "Humph," Hong Ying said slowly. "Put away your little thoughts. Don't think we don't know. Mingwe, let me put it in front of you. As long as we are here, your child will be safe. Be good. Don't think about it all day long. And let the prince worry." After hearing this, Mingwe's tears started to flow. At this moment, someone finally understood her thoughts. Since she got pregnant, she was terrified every day. She was a worthless life. It didn't matter. But no matter what, even if she had to risk her life, she would have no regrets, as long as her child was safe. Now that the steward said this, she finally couldn't hold it anymore. Yes, although the steward is cruel and ruthless, he never tells lies. There is no need to tell lies. The steward said that he would keep her child safe, and her child would definitely be safe. That's enough. Suddenly seeing Mingwe crying, Hong Ying, who always had a blank expression, was also a little panicked. If someone saw it, and it got to the ears of Prince He, how shameful it would be. It was as if he had deliberately bullied her. Although Mingwe had no official status, she was still Prince He's woman no matter what. She was not someone he could insult casually. Seeing Mingwe's crying getting louder and louder, he finally shouted, "Stop crying." He was about to lose control. He wanted to escape on the spot. "Butler, I'm sorry." Mingwe also realized that she had lost her composure, and hurriedly wiped her tears. "I only asked the butler to take care of the child in the future. Of course, my words count." Mingwe was about to say something, but as soon as she raised her head, she could no longer see the butler. Spring is here. The temperature in Ankong City is gradually rising. Duan Liang, wearing a single piece of clothing, stood at the gate of the governor's mansion, watching the soldiers marching in formation with long spears in their hands, and then said to Fangpi behind him without looking back, "This time, according to the highest instructions of the prince, we will rectify the beggars' gang. You court guards must not be lazy. Any news must be reported as soon as possible. Fong Pi said lazily. I have given everything I should give. You are too worried. What can a group of beggars do? None of them are good enough. Just chop them off with a knife. If it were as simple as you said, we wouldn't have gone through so much trouble, Duan Liang said coldly. As long as there is a little profit margin, they dare to risk the world's condemnation, kidnap children, and cut off hands and feet. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his 5 fingers tighter. The joints made a terrifying cracking sound. His sister Liang Wanfan is still missing. He was very scared. A weak little girl, without anyone to rely on. What should she do if she encounters a group of cruel human traffickers like those in Hong Kong City? These damned human traffickers, the damned beggars gang. He must kill them all. Duan Liang. Fong Pi was frightened by his hideous face. These human traffickers are not worthy of being human beings, and the prince has ordered to kill them without mercy. You don't have to be restrained. Just cut them with a knife. Do you need to say that? Duan Liang realized that he had lost his composure, and after a long breath, he said loudly, the whole army will attack these human traffickers in Hong Kong City. Don't let any of them escape. Yes. His response was a roar that resounded through the sky, mixed with the sound of armor colliding. Then he took the lead and joined the army. Watching his figure getting farther and farther away, Fong Pi sighed. Hong Kong City is in a bloody storm again. Head. Small flag Shan Songwan also said. It seems that Lord Duan is about to break through. Breakthrough? Fong Pi asked puzzledly. He is already at the 9th rank. Breakthrough? Where else can he break through? After asking himself, he was surprised. Grandmaster? Shan Songwan smiled. You are asking knowingly. Since the return of Hong, the chief steward of the Hyang mansion, the masters of both the army and the court guards are like taking elixirs, and their skills have soared one by one. Yu Xiaochun, Pan Duo, Yu Xiaoshi, Cui Gingshen, Cui Gingren have all entered the Grandmaster. Even Sun Qingdu, a disciple of the Hyang mansion, has entered the 9th rank. These small flags, who are not even qualified to be looked at by Hong, can only watch helplessly. Boss, it is said that the day after tomorrow is the birthday of the old steward. The military and eunuch he are preparing birthday gifts. The only thing that Shan Songwan hopes now is that Fong Pi, the governor, can get closer to Steward Hong, so that they, the small flags, can also benefit from it. Birthday? Fong Pi said disdainfully. How old is the steward? Be careful not to steal the chicken and lose the rice. He knows the steward too well. He has never celebrated the birthday of the prince. So how dare the steward who is loyal to the prince? If things go wrong, he will anger the steward. He is ready to see Ma Jie, He Lian and others make a fool of themselves. Chapter 496. Platform. He is not really stupid. He is confused about small things. But can he not understand big things? He is looking for trouble if he joins in the fun. Besides, as the pacification envoy of the Imperial Guards, the orphans of Chidian Orphanage, and the students of the prince, the half-apprentice of General Manager Hong, there is no need for him to do anything extra. Boss, what do you mean? Shan Songwan is a little anxious. You should be more active. Don't let them worry too much. Don't eat shit too late. It's a joke. What do you know? It's always wrong to listen to me. Fong Pi yawned. I don't show filial piety at ordinary times. What's the point of cramming at this time? Bosses. Shan Songwan saw Fong Pi's firm attitude. It's hard to say anything, but said angrily. It's just that, this time to attack the beggar gang, our Imperial Guards can't just pass on the news and then watch. Right? I can't eat meat. At least you have to drink some soup. Right? You can't let the credit go to waste. Right? Do you think the beggars gang in Hong Kong City is so powerful that it can escape every time it has cracked down on gangsters and evil? And has been at large until now? Fong Pi snorted coldly. If it were that simple, there would be no need to let Lord He Jixiang lead the Ministry of War. The 3 departments, the military department, and the Hong Kong prefecture governor to take joint action. You are right. Shan Songwan naturally understood the inside story. This beggars gang in Hong Kong. The city's powerful people are colluding with each other, and their forces are intertwined. They are not easy to provoke. This time, it was because of the words spoken to the prince that Lord He Jixiang made up his mind to eradicate them completely. Too many dragons will cause drought. Too many people will cause chaos. Too many hens will not lay eggs. And too many daughters-in-law will make the mother-in-law cook. Fong Pi continued indifferently. We just need to give the news, and don't get involved. I understand. Seeing that Fong Pai had made up his mind, Shan Sanwan said no more. As the weather gradually warmed up, the people of Sanha in Ankang City began to become active. I am finally alive. Jiang the butcher squatted at the door, rubbing his hands constantly. Yawning. This winter really froze me to death. Zhu Rorong said disdainfully. That's because you little southern barbarians are lazy. This winter, whether it's selling meat or coal, it's a good time. You stay in bed all day. Don't you regret it? What's there to regret? Jiang the butcher snorted coldly. I don't care about those little melons and dates. My life is more important. I have no place to cry if I freeze to death. In the winter, he only went out a few times. The longest time he stayed was because he went out to pick up his daughter Jiangjun. Besides, he is not the only Sanha person who hides in the house. Whether it is Liang Zhenxing or Li Sanyang, they are all staying indoors. And they will not come out even if they are given money. Zhu Rorong. This guy had held several banquets, but no one was willing to come out. For a bite of food, it was unnecessary to freeze himself into a jerk. Even in the army, Lord He Jixiang deliberately took care of the officers and soldiers from Sanha and reduced their duty time. Otherwise, if they froze to death in the snow, wouldn't that be a joke? Not everyone is a 7th rank or 8th rank official who can be immune to cold and heat. Hey, you are stubborn. Zhu Rorong deliberately took out the silver in his pocket and weighed it in his hand and said happily, This time I got the meat jerky supply from Jinzhou. Do you want to come with me? When it comes to small business, he is alone with his assistants, but when it comes to big business, he has to ask the butchers to help him, otherwise he can't make it. What he didn't expect was that the butcher kept shaking his head. Why? You still dislike the hot money? That's impossible. The butcher sighed. But I'm afraid I won't be able to earn it. I've made up my mind. I'm in my 50s. I'm going to retire in Sanha after I finish this job. I can't stand this place anymore. You mean you want to transfer the business? Zhu Rorong's eyes lit up. The butcher laughed. Take out 30,000 taels of silver, and I'll transfer it to you right away. What about the supplier's license? Zhu Rorong asked anxiously. What are you thinking? The butcher said angrily. With such a small amount of silver, you still want me to take pictures? Zhu Rorong glared. I didn't take pictures. You have several shops and several employees, and you still want 30,000 taels of silver. Do you think I'm a fool? The butcher said proudly. Don't forget, I have more than a dozen farms outside the city, all of which are subsidized by Ankang Prefecture. A few days ago, Lord Ma Jie came to me and said that he wanted to use them for agricultural pilot projects. Agricultural pilot projects? Zhu Rorong's eyes lit up. How could I not know? He also has 15 farms. There are hundreds of farmers, hundreds of pens, and thousands of pigs, cattle and sheep. Humph. Why should I come to you? The butcher said lazily. Last summer, the plague killed more than 100 cows, and this winter, more than 100 cows froze to death. Master Ma Jie has done you a great favor by not using you as a negative example. You? Zhu Rorong was so angry that his teeth itched. When it comes to breeding, he really can't compare with the butcher. The butcher smiled and said, What do you think? Are you interested? I'll give you the breeding farm. Zhu Rorong said unhappily. Are you really going back to Sanha? Although he often had conflicts and quarrels with the butcher, they had fought on the battlefield together after all. And they were brothers in the trenches. People are not plants. After a long time, there will always be feelings. If the butcher really left, he was afraid that he would not be used to it. Do you take my words as fart? The butcher sighed. Do you know how I spent this winter? I can't bear it anymore. I'm going back, and I won't struggle anymore. With your current family background, you will have no worries for food and drink for the rest of your life. Zhu Rorong said with a smile. Even if you go back and marry a few more concubines, it will be more than enough. Of course, the butcher said proudly. Zhu Rorong said, I knew you were so selfish and would not consider your son and daughter. How am I selfish? The butcher said puzzledly. Jiangjun is now the chief constable, more glorious than me. What is there to worry about? My son is still young, and I will not lack his money to marry and have children in the future. Your son is now a disciple of Lord Xiezan, and his future is limitless. If you take him back to Sanha, won't it delay his future? Zhu Rorong looked at, seeing the butcher's changing expression. He couldn't help but feel a little proud, knowing that he had found his pulse. As long as he has the ability, it doesn't matter where he learns from. The butcher still said unconvinced. If he doesn't have the ability, it's useless for me to find him a good master. Do you believe what you said? Zhu Rorong snorted coldly. If it weren't for the prince, we wouldn't be able to make any waves even if we had great abilities. Miss Minghua said that the platform is very important. Chapter 497 Power. He deeply agrees with this statement. In terms of ability, he is not inferior to the General Butcher, and his abilities are recognized by the Ministry of War. However, the most important thing is still the platform. If the prince had not given him a chance, he would still be the unknown butcher who loves martial arts on Wangfu Street. On the day of his death, others would only point to his grave and say, "Look, the butcher is dead." Besides, killing pigs to make meat jerky, and recruiting employees, can't a butcher do this kind of work? What are they so proud of? Without them, the army will have no meat to eat? Of course not. If they lose their supplier qualifications, who will know who they are? You are right. The butcher pondered for a moment and sighed. If it weren't for the prince, I might not even have a household registration card in my life, and I would still be an illegal resident. No matter how powerful I am, I can't leave Baiyun City. In Baiyun City, he was a poor butcher. Although he was a butcher, he didn't dare to eat meat casually. The meat was reserved for the rich and powerful. He was in a hurry for 3 meals a day. It's not like now. His reputation has spread to this Hong Kong city. As long as they do business, they will bow to him politely, calling him the shopkeeper. Humph, Zhu Rorong said carelessly. You know it too. Think about it. You are a big shot now, with dozens of employees and thousands of livestock. You just give up like this? You are willing to go home and become a rich man? This. Jiang the butcher hesitated for a moment. Yes, after returning to Sanha, he will definitely not be able to be a supplier, and can only eat and wait for death. Looks cool. But, can he really get used to it? Zhu Rorong continued. At our age, money is really not important. As long as we don't spend too much in this life, it's enough. Maybe we can't spend it all until we die. But look at Liang Jin, Huang Daoji, Wang Cheng and other old guys. Which one of them is richer than us? Aren't some of them not working? For them, money is really not important anymore. The butcher snorted. But they are used to giving orders and bossing people around. It's strange that they are happy to be turned into old men with nothing to do. So do you still want to go back to Sanha? Zhu Rorong asked with a smile. Of course not. The butcher was suddenly awakened. Without the identity of a supplier to the Ministry of War, who would take him seriously? What's the use of having money? Maybe the old farmer would shit and pee on his head. He can't go back. Besides, it's quite nice to give orders to a group of young men, give instructions, and enjoy the feeling of being admired. Zhu Rorong patted his shoulder with his big hand and said happily, just think it through. As long as we do our job well, the prince will not treat us unfairly. Try hard. Maybe you can become an official like Huang Daoji and Mo Shun in the future. Be an official? Jiang the butcher shook his head disdainfully. There is no chance. I heard from Jenner that to be a civil servant now, you must at least graduate from elementary school. You should give up this idea. Hey, it doesn't matter. I haven't thought about being an official either. Zhu Rorong's face did not show much disappointment. In fact, he had long placed his hopes on his son. Although the salary was not much, his family fortune was there. He was not short of money. What he lacked was power. As long as he had power, he could keep his family fortune. Even for his daughter, he had the same hope. He and the prince had been promoting the equality between men and women policy in Dalian for many years, and even used women in the army and local government offices. However, the effect was not great. He Jixiang, Qin Dishing and other old men felt the pressure, and directly established a women's army. In the army, they also won many victories in Jianzhou. If his daughter caught up with the opportunity, she might not be useless in the future. Maybe she could even surpass Jiangjun. It would save the butcher from showing off in front of him every day. That's good. The butcher sighed. We don't have that kind of fate, Zhu Rorong said loudly. Okay, don't be so sentimental. Let's go drink. Before they reached the door, they heard a noise. The butcher stood on the threshold and looked at a group of soldiers walking straight past, and then looked at the chattering people on both sides, frowning and said, this time it's really a big deal. The garrison outside the city has also been dispatched. Zhu Rorong stretched his neck, looked around, and didn't see any familiar people. So he asked curiously, how do you know it's the garrison outside the city? The butcher smiled and said, The leader is Jin Datong. He was originally a big monk in Baiyun Temple, and he often came to me to buy meat secretly. When Baiyun City recruited soldiers, he became a team leader because of his great kung fu. Later, he made merit in Yayang and was promoted to a military officer. Now he is the commander of the 7th Army stationed in Ankong City. Zhu Rorong said. It turned out to be him. I have only heard of his name in the past, but never seen him. Jiang Tuohu said. He became a monk, originally just to make a living. Now that he has the opportunity, naturally he does not want to be a monk anymore, but he is a remarkable person. I heard that this time, the prince is going to lead the army into Sichuan province in person. Zhu Rorong had no one around him, but he still whispered. It is said that there are 100,000 civilians alone. The prince is going to lead the army in person? Jiang Tuohu was shocked. His daughter is the chief constable. He has never heard of this news. Keep your voice down, Zhu Rorong said angrily. Are you afraid that others don't know? Where did you get this news? The butcher general asked in confusion. Zhu Rorong glared at him and said, Don't worry about it. It's probably true. Chuanzhou is now under the rule of the prince. Why does the prince want to lead the expedition in person? The butcher general still didn't believe it. Isn't this a waste of effort? Humph. Zhu Rorong snorted coldly. In Chuanzhou, only Jingwan City is the base of the army. The surrounding areas still don't obey orders. If it's true, do you think we should follow the army? You'd be a fool not to follow the army. The butcher had no intention of returning to Sanha at this moment, so he said in high spirits, How much money do we make from selling our butcher's shop? Hee hee. Zhu Rorong understood it all at once. How did they make their fortune? Of course, no one knows better than themselves. They made their first pot of gold by being laborers with the army, and, except for some effort, there is no cost at all. It's a real money grab. The military discipline is strict now, and things like demolishing houses are not allowed, but there are still opportunities to make money everywhere, buying and selling old clothes, food, wood, jewelry. The money is still easy to make. The money earned is no less than being a supplier. What's more, that Sichuan province, the land of abundance, there has been peace for generations, and the rich officials and people are simply rich. It may be even better than the land of Jiangnan. Chapter 498 Patience. To use the words of Prince He, no matter how rich Jiangnan is, it can't stand being fleeced like this. Since Emperor Yongguang came to power, heavy taxes have been imposed on Jiangnan. Until Emperor Delong, the whole country was corrupt, and all they relied on were taxes from Jiangnan. When Prince He entered Jiangnan, he really couldn't bear to increase taxes, so he could only raid the homes of the wealthy families in Jiangnan. The army went to the northern frontier, and there were countless money and food, so short of money that Lord He Jixiang fell asleep all night, but he still didn't dare to increase taxes on Jiangnan, and he fleeced Jizhou with tears. Most of the refugees in Ankong City now come from Jizhou and Qizhou. Some poor families, who can't make ends meet, have secretly castrated their children, preparing to send them to the palace to beg for food so that they won't starve to death. However, the palace has long been rumored to have no vacancies, and no one is being recruited. As for whether this is what Prince He meant, it is unknown. It is said that Prince He once thought about abolishing the eunuch system, but was scolded by concubine Yuan in the palace. No. The butcher glared at him again. You haven't told me how you knew it yet? Is the news reliable? Don't prepare it. It will be a waste of money later, Zhu Rorong said with a smile. This time the army is going to the expedition, and we will hold another supplier meeting soon. The butcher rolled his eyes at him and said, I have heard of this, but I'm not asking about this. I want to ask how you knew that the prince was going to the expedition in person. Logically speaking, this kind of thing must be top secret, and it is absolutely impossible for Zhu Rorong to hear it. Otherwise, he would be beheaded from the Ministry of War to the governor's office. No matter how uneducated he is, he knows that this is a crime of leaking secrets in Liang law. Who dares to take this risk? Are you really going to die? This? Zhu Rorong obviously hesitated, but he knew that if he didn't explain it clearly, the butcher would not give up. He pondered for a while before saying, The palace has changed guards. Liu Qian's flag-bearer guards came out of the palace, and are being trained at the garrison near us. Changing guards is normal, the butcher said with a smile. What does this mean? The flag-bearer guards are the emperor's ceremonial guards. If they are just transferred, it doesn't mean anything. The key is that Jiang Can's navy is currently docked on the coast of Qizhou, and is heading south with the army. Zhu Rorong saw that he was about to interrupt, so he waved his hand and interrupted. Listen to me. If it was just to transport the generals, would Jiang can be needed to escort them personally? Although I look down on this bastard. He is now the admiral of the navy, a senior official of the first rank. Except for the prince, there is really no one worthy of his escort. The butcher frowned. But you are just guessing, and it is still not accurate. We can prepare after the supplier conference. Zhu Rorong jumped up and said, "We can't wait. Don't you remember what happened the year before last? When we heard that the army was going to the war, the prices of grain and meat doubled. You and I were busy in the winter, leading the guys to the countryside to collect pigs. You know how tired we were. Now the Ministry of War and the Prefect of Hong Kong have begun to collect large ships by the canal. This time, the troops will be sent to Sichuan province. It is estimated that it is a done deal. We have to find ships in advance. Otherwise, we can't get the goods out, and we can only stare blankly." The butcher shook his head and said, "You are talking nonsense again. My Sanha is no longer the same as it used to be. Whether it is Jingzhou, Yuezhou, or Yong'an, there are Sanha garrisons. There is no place where we can't mobilize troops. Why do we have to go all the way from Hong Kong City? What's more, the prince and I still took a sea ship to Jiling City and entered Sichuan province along the river, which means that we can't bring many people at all. At that time, we must transfer troops from the nearest Huizhou, Chuzhou, and Jingzhou to Sichuan province." Zhu Rorong said. "Then we can't do this business?" "Difficult." The butcher touched his chin. The grain of Hong Kong City was originally transferred from Yuzhou and Jiangnan. At the end of last year, the grain price was high, and Lord He Jixiang even exempted the grain merchants from Nanyang from taxes. The prince even directly awarded a big businessman from the country of Ayu a friendship award, allowing him to walk around Hong Kong City with a knife. The grain merchant rode a horse proudly in the street. And you know how sensational it was at that time. Although food is not so tight now, Lord He Jixiang will not allow grain to be transferred to Chuanzhou anyway. In recent years, Huizhou, Hongou, and Chuzhou have been exempted from taxes. There has been no war, and the granaries are full. There is no problem supplying Chuanzhou. At worst, there is Sanha," Zhu Rorong said. "So you mean we should go to Huizhou or Hongou in advance?" The butcher shook his head and said, "If we really want to go to Chuanzhou, I guess the supplier conference has already been held in Huizhou and Hangzhou, so it's not our turn." "Ah," Zhu Rorong sighed. "This business is getting harder and harder." The butcher snorted coldly. "How else can I go back to Sanha?" Zhu Rorong said. "Then we just watch?" "Of course not." The butcher thought for a while and said, "Chuanzhou is a long way away. The war will definitely not end so quickly. We should set off now and go directly to Chuanzhou. Even if we can't be a supplier, we can still get a bargain. Some soup is better than nothing." "Okay, I'll arrange someone right away. We'll take the official road," Zhu Rorong said, and left in a hurry. The sun was shining brightly. Lin Yi squatted beside the lotus pond in the imperial garden, throwing fish food into the pond from time to time, without even looking at the gloomy Emperor Delong sitting behind him, and just said nonchalantly, "In terms of kung fu, the son cannot compare with the father, but in terms of raising fish and walking dogs, the son is confident that he is better than the father." After taking a sip of tea, the Emperor Delong let the eunuch take the teacup, and snorted coldly. "You are really my good son." Lin Yi turned around, looked at the uneasy Emperor Delong, and said with a smile, "Father, you are too kind." Suddenly, with a splash, ripples appeared in the lotus pond, and the fishes in it, competing for food, continued to rush forward. "My dear, you are so strong that you can even throw stones." Lin Yi picked up his daughter next to him, scratched her nose, and made her giggle. "Okay, the sun is over. It's time to take a nap. I'll take my leave." Zixia held the little girl and led the guards away. Lin Yi said to Emperor Delong proudly, "How is it? Your granddaughter is pretty cute, isn't she?" "I misjudged you," Emperor Delong said with narrowed eyes. "You are so patient," Lin Yi said. "Of course I love my own child. How could I not be patient?" Emperor Delong said indifferently. "I thought you would ascend the throne directly. I am old, and the position should be yours." Lin Yi smiled and said, "I said I have no interest in the throne. Do you believe it?" Seeing that Emperor Delong did not respond, he sighed. "My son really just wants to eat and wait for death. Sleep until he wakes up naturally, and count money until his hands cramp. But so many people force him and do not let him at peace. My son has no choice but to take this step." Chapter 499 Trust. What he said was true. Although he lived a life of luxury, it was only compared to ordinary people. There were no games, no internet. Entertainment was all about self-entertainment until he was suffocated, and he could only rely on fans, and then he had to rely on donkeys and sedan chairs and bounce around when he went out. Communication depended on shouting. If he caught a cold, he basically had to hold on. The only thing that could satisfy him was rights, no shortage of food and drink, no fear of not being able to buy a house, no fear of not being able to marry a wife, no fear of having no descendants, and he could boss people around at will, and everything he said was right. That's all. He can get all these by staying in Sanha. There's no need to go back to Hong Kong City and worry about the world. Of course, if he really travels back again, he will definitely not be happy. Who wants to sit in a wheelchair, pay rent every day, and be a bootlicker when he can run freely? Have you eaten? Have you slept? Go home early, drink less, and don't play too late. Be the most patient man, and take the one you love the most. Lin Yi talked for a long time, but seeing that Emperor Delong didn't say anything and just stared at him, he felt embarrassed and laughed. Don't look at me like that. My son is still shy. He's shy. What? You still don't believe it? I'm telling the truth. Emperor Delong suddenly laughed. After coughing twice, he said, I believe what you said. Lenny picked up the teacup, blew the floating tea leaves, and then said, Do you really believe it? Emperor Delong said, You are so kind-hearted. Killing Jiang Zhong, Fu Yin, and He Jin is not enough. Lin Yi was very happy. Emperor Delong really believed what he said, so he didn't need to waste his breath. If he had any ambition and wanted to ascend to the throne, no matter whether it was the crown prince or the 6th prince, or even the old 12th prince Yong'an, who was arm in arm with him, none of them would survive. He asked curiously, Brother Crown Prince and Old 12 are both your own sons. Why are you so eager for me to kill them? Emperor Delong snorted coldly. Didn't that old man He Jixiang tell you that kindness does not command the army? Justice does not command wealth. And if you want to accomplish great things, you must bear the heavy responsibility. Lin Yi shook his head under the gaze of Emperor Delong. Son, don't think it's necessary. It's mine. They can't take it away. And it's not mine. I can't keep it. Brothers fighting against each other will only make outsiders laugh at it. Whether it was He Jixiang or Chen Dishan, they openly or secretly encouraged him to give the crown prince a reasonable death. Confined in the deep palace, frustrated, and suffering from depression. Isn't it normal for him to commit suicide? However, Lin Yi did not listen to their advice. From the perspective of family affection, he likes his mother, his sister, and the Prince of Pingchuan, who was once kind to him but died early. The Crown Prince, the Prince of Xian, the Prince of Dai, and the Prince of Jin are not annoying. He is a nobody, and has never had any real conflicts of interest with these people. As for the 12th child, he is just a naughty child in his eyes. The only person he really wants to kill is the 3rd child, the Prince of Yong. This kind of ruthless man who fights against heaven and earth made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. From a political standpoint, he had a strong army and horses, and had already taken sole control of the government, a true uncrowned king. The most important thing was, he took the route of a group leader, and had won the hearts of the people. If someone rebelled against him, even if he agreed, I'm afraid the people would not agree. He was so confident. Emperor Delong supported himself on the chair, staggered to his feet, and said with emotion, I still underestimated you. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Lin Yi said lightly, There are thousands of roads in the world, and the one I take is just different from yours. Is this what you mean? There were no roads in the world, but when more people walked on them, they became roads? Emperor Delong let Lin Yi support him, and trembled slightly as he stood by the pond, watching the schools of fish competing for the fish. Father, your memory is really good. Lin Yi held the bony arm, and suddenly felt a little bit unbearable, and sighed. Father, you are old. Just rest assured in this palace. And if you want anything, just give the order. Although the economy is difficult at present, you can still eat as much as you want. Emperor Delong snorted coldly. You are really my good son. Lin Yi said. Father, you are too worried. I am speaking the truth. Father, you are old. Don't worry about state affairs anymore. As long as I am here, I will ensure that the world is safe, and the people can wear clothes and have enough food. The people in this world, as long as they have a bite to eat, will not risk being beheaded to rebel. I heard you're going to send troops to Sichuan? DeLong asked softly. Lin Yi frowned inadvertently. Before he could speak, he heard Emperor DeLong continue. Although I live in seclusion in the Deep Palace, it doesn't mean that I'm blind and don't know anything. Father, you are wise, Lin Yi said without hesitation. This Jizhou temple has repeatedly shit and peed on my son's head. If I don't go and teach them a lesson, they don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Don't worry. My son will definitely kill the culprit when he goes this time. Emotion's firearms and cannons have been upgraded to the latest improvement. He inspected several times and was very satisfied. When the time comes, he doesn't believe that Jizhou Temple can hold on. What's more, in terms of the number of grandmasters, he is not inferior to anyone now. If they really fight hard, he is really not afraid. Emperor DeLong turned his head again and said to Lin Yi, Jizhou Temple is a group of women, and they can't do anything big. The real threat is Shi Huang. I hope you take care of yourself. After that, he called the eunuch not far away, and sat on the sedan chair and left. Lin Yi wanted to ask some questions, but didn't have the chance to. Your Highness, Hong Ying whispered. The Queen has already asked someone to ask. Lin Yi said. Did you hear what was said just now? You have been to the Western Wasteland. From what you have seen, is the Western Wasteland so terrible? Even his father is afraid of it, and he doesn't even take Jizhou Temple seriously, Hong Ying whispered. Your Highness, don't worry. How dare the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? As for the villains, Your Highness, don't worry. I will arrange it myself. What did you say? I dare not deceive you. Master. Okay. Then I'll trust you this time. Lin Yi yawned and said, since the old lady is urging us, let's go quickly to avoid being scolded. Concubine Yuan sat on the couch, looking at Lin Yi, who walked in slowly with his hands behind his back, and said unhappily, if you know, you would think you are my son. And if you don't, you would think you are a master from somewhere. This is getting more and more grand. Lin Yi's face froze, and he didn't know where the old lady got her temper from. He smiled and said, who provoked you? You got angry at me in the middle of the day? Concubine Yuan glared at him, snorted, and turned away. Lin Yi sighed secretly, walked to Concubine Yuan, squatted in front of her, and smiled. You are my biological mother. If there is anything, let's talk about it. Don't let my son guess. Chapter 500 Face. He is getting less and less patient with this old lady. She is a little willful, and a little irritable, but he doesn't really care. After all, she is his biological mother, the woman he loves most in his life besides his daughter. Even if she is a brother-supporting demon. And, besides the Yuan family and everything, he can tolerate it. But, she has no bottom line, which is really too much. To humiliate the son's face to fulfill his father, brother, what kind of spirit is this? Don't you care about the mother-son relationship at all? Sometimes you can't think too much. If you think too much, you will doubt whether the mother-son relationship of more than 20 years is fake. Humph. With the help of the palace maid, Yuan Guifei dragged her long skirt and walked to Lin Yi, said unhappily, you, the regent, are so powerful now, how can you take me seriously? Lin Yi was stunned, and said in confusion, old lady, why do you say that? If you don't know how your son treats you, outsiders can see it. Yuan Guifei said, even if outsiders see that you are not good, who else dares to say it? Lin Yi said angrily, you are being unreasonable. Concubine Yuan sighed. You and I are mother and son. And now we have fallen to the point where we need to be reasonable. Lin Yi was speechless, and could only look at Hong Ying beside him. What is going on? The intelligence work is not in place. Seeing this, Hong Ying knelt down to Concubine Yuan and said, Your Majesty, I made the decision on General Yuan Cheng's matter without authorization. And it has nothing to do with the prince. Your Majesty, please calm down. Concubine Yuan pointed at Hong Ying and said sternly, I told you that my son is pure and kind. How could he not recognize his own nephew? It turns out that he was deceived by you dogs and slaves. Who gave you such courage? Are you going to be the next He Jin? Hong Ying said with a terrified face. I dare not. Your Majesty, please forgive me. But his tone was calm, without any sign of nervousness. Lin Yi suddenly laughed and waved his hand at Hong Ying. Go away. Why are you meddling in this matter? Then he walked to Concubine Yuan, pulled him to sit on a chair, and explained. If you had said it was Yuan Cheng's business earlier, wouldn't it have been enough? Why did you have to go through so much trouble? Concubine Yuan was still angry. Such a dog servant is so bold, are you going to spoil them too? You calm down. Lin Yi actually felt very happy to see the old lady angry, but still didn't dare to show it on his face. He just sighed. This Yuan Cheng is my uncle's grandson, your nephew's grandson, my nephew. According to reason, I should take care of him a little, but this guy, as a royal relative, not only did not set an example, he actually broke the law knowingly, and dared to ride a horse in the street. He really treated the law as a joke. If my son doesn't give him a good lesson, how will he win the support of the people in the future? Concubine Yuan glanced at him and said, It is normal for a son of a general to be a little unruly. And you can just give him a few words of admonition. Why do you have to beat him in the street and hurt his face? It is said that you even allow the foreign merchants from Ahsoka to ride horses in the streets. Being so mean to your own nephews and nieces makes people think that you are unkind. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Old lady, when my father was in power, the nephews and nieces of the Yuan family were not so unruly. Even his own grandfather Yuan An was trembling when he saw Emperor Delong. How could he dare to treat him like that? Scolding him in the court was like scolding his grandson. He was also a person with a temper. If it weren't for his mother's face, he really wanted to send the entire Yuan family to the northern frontier to guard the border. Concubine Yuan said, They treat you as their own family. Do family members have to be restrained? If you don't consider my face, you should consider your uncle's face. Your uncle Yuan Jin is now in Sichuan province, fighting for you, and your uncle Yuan Ang is guarding the border in the northern frontier. Even if he has no merit, he has worked hard. Lin Yi said, My son didn't let them restrain him. I just wanted them not to hold him back. You said that the merchants from the country of Au knew that my son was short of food, and they traveled thousands of miles to send me boatloads of food. It would be unreasonable for my son not to give them a little reward. Yuan Cheng did nothing, but rode his horse in the street, trampling several pedestrians, including an 8-year-old child. If I really cared about it, Jixiang wanted to send him to Jianzhou, Yayang to repair the official road. If my son hadn't cared about family affection and your face, he might have agreed, and not just beat him with dozens of boards. Concubine Yuan said, So, I have to thank you. I dare not, Lin Yi said with a smile. As long as you understand my son's thoughts. Old lady, it's fine. I'm not old yet, but you make me look old, Concubine Yuan said with a fierce face. Don't talk nonsense all day long, you will have to. Mother, be careful with your words. Lin Yi knew what she wanted to say, and interrupted her immediately. As long as my father is alive, I will be the ruler of a country. If there is anyone in the world who wants him to ascend the throne and become the supreme ruler, it must be his mother. According to Xiao Shizi, his mother is already preparing to select concubines for him to fill the harem. When the time comes, she will lead the harem, and she will be the real mother of the country. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. Fortunately, this old lady is not a man, otherwise, she must be a big official fan. What nonsense are you talking about? Concubine Yuan blurted out. If you don't want to be the emperor, who will be the emperor? Your father is old, you share his worries, he will naturally agree. No matter how unreasonable she is, she knows that there is no mother in the world who instigates her son to kill his father. Lin Yi held her hand and said softly, If you are bored in the palace, just go out more often, and you, happy, your son will be filial. Concubine Yuan said unhappily. You just told me about the rules and laws, and now you want me to leave the palace again. If I am so casual, I will really disregard your face. In this deep palace, I have to set an example, and cannot break the rules. Otherwise, everyone will follow me, and the palace will be in chaos. Lin Yi thought, I would be happy if it was really in chaos. So he said without getting discouraged, You think too much. If you are not happy in the palace, why stay here? What my son meant is that the weather is going to get hot soon. You might as well take concubine Tang and other concubines out of the palace to escape the heat and relax. What's more, why should women make things difficult for women? Do you have to suffer until you are old and shed tears against the palace wall? You are talking nonsense again. Concubine Yuan stood up and waved her hand impatiently. Okay, leave. I am tired too, Lin Yi said helplessly. Then my son will leave first. When will you figure it out and want to go out for a walk? Just give the order. The dull atmosphere in Daliang must be changed first in the palace. Chapter 501 Accident. Prince He Lian, standing by with his hands hanging down, said cautiously, Let me change a cup of tea for you. Concubine Yuan had already ordered Prince He to leave. In theory, he should listen to the Empress and send him away with gifts, but the one in front of him is Prince He. Unless he doesn't want to live, he dares to drive Prince He away. Even if Prince He is generous and doesn't bother with him, the cold-faced evil star Hong Hong next to him will not let him go. Lin Yi said to himself in He Lian's puzzled eyes. After much ideological struggle, I made a decision that violated our ancestors. He Lian wanted to say, which decision do you always make that is not against our ancestors? Whether it is to amend the Liang law or to promote the so-called equality between men and women. There is not a single one that is in line with our ancestors' laws. Even Emperor Delong is still detained in the Deep Palace. If he doesn't even care about filial piety, how could he care about our ancestors' laws? Just as he was stunned, he heard Hong Ying say, Your Highness is wise and powerful. No matter what decision he makes, it will be a blessing for the people. He Lian listened to every word. Otherwise, he could be the prince's close attendant and the general manager of the prince's mansion. His speaking skills are really high. In terms of speaking skills, I am still far behind him. I must learn more. He was just about to muster up the courage to agree with the prince. But the prince's next words frightened him to death. I have decided to send all the eunuchs in this palace out of the palace. They are all poor people. What good can come of them suffering in this palace? After hearing this, He Lian knelt down in fear, looking at Hong Ying, who was also kneeling down with a stunned look on his face. He understood that the steward was also learning about the prince's decision for the first time. Your Highness. Hong Ying choked up, and finally couldn't say Your Highness is wise. Even if I die, I will never leave you. Me too. He Lian followed. Your Highness, please have pity on me. I have grown up in this palace since I was young. If I go out, I will be alone and helpless. The regent often makes trouble, and they all know it. However, they never thought that the prince would drive them out of the palace one day. This palace is a big cage, which holds everyone, which is not conducive to the healthy development of everyone's body and mind. Lin Yi sympathized with these eunuchs. They were not qualified to be men, and they did not have the ability to be women. They could only stay in this palace with a strange smell. When they were old, they were driven out of the deep palace like pigs and dogs. Those who saw it were sad, and those who heard it cried. He patiently explained to He Lian, when you go back, how can you be left alone? As far as I know, you still have parents and brothers at home. Right? Don't worry. I will not just give you a severance pay. Before you leave the palace, I will also provide you with vocational training so that you can make a living after leaving the palace. At worst, with your knowledge and skills in the palace. After you leave, there will definitely be big families competing to hire you, such as teaching children etiquette and rules. They will definitely not starve to death. Your Majesty. Seeing how serious he was, He Lian was so anxious that tears came out. Ordinary people even wear yellow clothes, which is considered illegal, not to mention using eunuchs. Everything has rules. Even if they starve to death on the street, no one dares to hire them. Unless the whole family is desperate, how could Lin Yi think so much? With an attitude of all for your own good, he said carelessly. What? You still don't know what's good for you? Little Lingzi, don't look so sad. I will definitely not let you go. This matter has nothing to do with you. After all, Hong Ying is a great master, and he has a nuclear reserve force around him, so he certainly won't chase him away. Of course, he couldn't drive her away, so he didn't plan to do this useless work. What's more, Hong Ying had been taking care of him since he was a child. If Hong Ying was gone, he would definitely not be used to it. Your Highness. Hong Ying was still kneeling on the ground. He didn't know why he and the prince suddenly had this incident without any warning. He could only smile bitterly and said, Your Highness, since you know that everyone in the palace is miserable, please have some pity on us. Even if we leave the palace, we will be ostracized and looked down upon. It's better for us to serve the master in the palace. I hope your Highness will understand. That's true. Lin Yi frowned and said, Social discrimination is also very deadly. He Lian looked at Hong Ying gratefully, and then said loudly, If we leave the palace, we will really have no way to survive. Only death. Leave the palace? What a joke. Now he is the chief eunuch. Whether inside or outside the palace, he is the one who has the final say. Even Ma Jie, the prefect of Hong Kong, has to laugh when he sees him. If he loses his power, will those people he offended let him go? Maybe he will be intercepted on the way back to his hometown. This day next year will be his Memorial Day. Even if he reluctantly returns to his hometown, what can he do? He loves and cares for his nephews and nieces, but he also knows their nature very well. Once he loses his power, old and extinct, like him will definitely be eaten up. Anyway, it's all the same. We'll die. That's enough, you're talking as if I've done something really bad. Lenny saw their firm attitude. He just hesitated for a moment and said, let's have a vote. He Lien, you'll take care of this. Those who are willing to leave the palace, whether they are palace maids or temple servants, give each of them 100 taels of money, send them back to their hometowns, choose their own jobs, find jobs on their own, then make arrangements with the local county government, and don't oppress them. Those who really don't want to, then stay, don't force them. Helion shouted. Said, Your Majesty, be merciful, live 1,000 years. Live 1,000 years. Live 1,000 years. Let the eunuchs choose for themselves? Is there any need to guess? Of course they stay. What is the purpose of everyone entering the palace since childhood? Isn't it to have a full meal? If there is any way, they will not send their boys to the palace to be abused. After the prince took charge of Jizhou and Qizhou, it is said that the lives of the people have improved a little, but there are still only a few who can have 2 full meals. As long as you have the memory of being hungry when you were a child, you will know how to choose. Besides, it's already been cut. Why go back? Marry a wife and have children? Isn't that funny? Okay, let's do it this way. Everyone doesn't know how to be kind. Lenny has no other choice. Honging let out a long sigh. Fell 2 steps behind Prince He. Said a few words to Yi Lian with a cold face. And then followed Prince He step by step. After returning to the mansion, he waited for Prince He to take a nap. And stood at the door holding a whisk and closed his eyes to rest. He suddenly opened his eyes when he heard footsteps. Sun Chung was startled. After taking a look at the room of the prince, he hurriedly whispered, Butler, a young man from Jizhou came to see you, saying that he is your family member. Honging said, Let him wait in the stable. Sun Chung was stunned. You always argue with the butler of the palace, the confidant of the regent of Daliang, and ask him to wait in the stable 2 streets away when his family members come. Isn't it embarrassing for you? However, after suddenly seeing the terrifying face of Butler Hong, he suddenly understood. Manager Hong followed all the rules. No one can enter the prince's mansion without the prince's consent. Manager Hong set an example. Just when he was about to say something, he found that he could no longer see Manager Hong's toes. He bravely raised his head. Sure enough, the manager had already left. He was still elusive. Spring is here, and the sun is shining. In the large courtyard of the stable, the doorman sang and politely poured tea for a young man wearing patched clothes, who was tanned, who lowered his head and looked at a loss. He politely said, It's not easy to walk on this section of Jizhou. Come, don't worry. Drink some tea, moisten your throat. The man said in a panic. Thank you. Brother, thank you. Brother. You're welcome. You're welcome. Looking at the nervous young man, if it weren't for the vague and unkind Manager Hong's face, although he looks a bit similar, Sang and even suspects that he is a fake. Chief Steward Hong is the most trusted confidant of the prince in Daliang. It is a bit exaggerated to say that he is second to none, but no one in Daliang dares to provoke him easily. What's more, he is a grandmaster who can hold down a monk and a blind man. In Fanpi's words, it is so terrifying. As a result, his family members are so poorly dressed and live in such a miserable way, which is simply unbelievable. If the old man Hong said something casually, the young man in front of him would enjoy endless wealth and glory. Ten Fei on the side also said in disbelief, Your name is Chiu Lin. Are you the nephew of the general steward? As far as he knew, the general steward had never changed his name after entering the palace, let alone his surname. Although he had doubts, he did not dare to tease him casually. If he was really the nephew of the general steward, and he was annoyed, the general steward would definitely not let him down. As a person, you must be alert. Don't offend people easily. Your Excellency misunderstood. Honging is my uncle. The man was still cautious. So that's it. Lei Kaishan, who had been silent, suddenly realized and said with a smile, He is the steward's nephew. Like Tan Fei, he is a very reckless person. But neither is stupid. This is the steward's own nephew. You must be polite, for a steward who has no children. He must be like most eunuchs, treating his nephews and nieces as his own eyes. If you ignore him today, you may not be able to afford him tomorrow. Yes. Yes. After the young man replied to Lei Kaishan, He suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure standing in the yard. With a click, the tea bowl in his hand fell to the ground. He didn't care about the tea splashing all over his body, and knelt forward and said, "Uncle, I finally found you." He sobbed and cried. Tears flowed down his black face. The general manager's subordinates take their leave. Sangin. Tan Fei. Lei Kaishan bowed and bowed before quietly retreating, not daring to say a word. After watching this kind of recognition scene, it is easy to be blinded, so it is better to avoid it as soon as possible. If you don't do stupid things, you won't die. Uncle, I finally found you. Xiao Lin hugged Hong Ying's thigh and cried loudly. Get up. How can this be so shameful? Hong Ying looked at his nephew crying like this. Even if he was a heart of stone and killed people without blinking an eye, his heart couldn't help but soften. And even the reprimand was in a low voice. Uncle. Xiao Lin choked and squatted on the ground, holding Hong Ying's thigh, still refusing to let go, as if Hong Ying would run away immediately. Okay. Hong Ying suddenly acted like a panicked little girl. After looking around, he squatted down and said kindly, Xiao Linzi, your uncle is here. I will take care of everything for you. Stand up and talk. Looking at his nephew, his sister's biological son, crying and sobbing. At this moment, his heart was truly melted. He was born in a poor family in Jizhou. His father died early, and it was his mother and sister who raised him and his siblings. His sister held him in her arms all day long, and her eyes never left him even when she was harvesting wheat. Children of poor families have to grow up early. When he was 9 years old, he knew that being a eunuch was his only way out. Otherwise, he would starve to death. He hid it from his family and followed his cousin, who was also a eunuch in the village, into the palace. Until now, he can still remember the day he left, when his sister stood on the empty and cracked land, calling his name in despair. He hid in a haystack, crying, and did not dare to answer. Therefore, all his childhood memories were almost all about his sister. The image of that poor, humble mother became increasingly faint. 10 years ago, he received the news that his mother had died, and the prince showed mercy and allowed him to return home. Standing in front of his mother's grave, although he was very sad, he did not shed a single tear. Instead, he cried in front of his ragged sister. Thanks to his uncle's help, he took on the responsibility of taking care of the prince. Without his uncle, he wouldn't be where he is today. He was deeply grateful to his cousin. So, when he told the prince that he wanted to dismiss the palace maids, the first thing he thought of was, what about his uncle? As for others, it's none of his business. Uncle. Xiao Lin wiped his face heavily with his starched sleeves. Mom. Hong Ying hurriedly said. What happened to my sister? Xiao Lin said. Mom is sick and dying. Hong Ying stood up and said hurriedly. Where is that person? Xiao Lin saw Hong Ying getting angry, and stopped crying. He hurriedly said. In the temple outside the city. The second girl is taking care of her. Asshole. Looking at his poor nephew, Hong Ying gritted his teeth in anger. He had given almost all his personal money over the years to his brothers and sisters. Not to mention being rich. At least he had enough to eat and drink. Why was he still so poor? There was no doubt that his nephew had gone gambling again, which affected his family. Uncle! After being kicked by his uncle, Xiao Lin was in pain, but he did not dare to cry. Someone come! Butler. Lei Kaishan jumped in from the outside of the courtyard wall, and said with a bow, Just give me your orders. Please bring Dr. Hu here. At this time, Hong Ying did not care about the rules, and went straight out of the city. Lei Kaishan followed him over the wall. Only Xiao Lin was left standing there in a daze. Brother, you are so lucky. Tan Fei was very moved. It was really surprising that this gambler, who had no kung fu, was not kicked to death by the butler. Chapter 502 Counterattack. Xiao Lin was feeling very wronged, and suddenly heard these words, and felt even more wronged, and said with a sad face, My uncle has never hit me. Don't be like this, brother. Your uncle still loves you very much. If this wasn't his nephew, the butler would have beaten him to death long ago, and wouldn't have said a word more. The butler is indeed a human. He also has the tender side of ordinary people. Really? Xiao Lin asked unconfidently. Of course it's true. Tan Fei suddenly said seriously. Don't waste your time. Tell me which temple outside the city your mother is in. Xiao Lin said. A dilapidated land temple. 7 or 8 miles away from the city gate. Then I know. Although Tan Fei was a guard in the palace and seldom went out on field trips, he had been in Ankong City for quite a while, and was very familiar with the area within dozens of miles. He turned his head and said to Sangin, who was standing at the door of the ear room and looking around, "Old Sang, prepare the carriage and go to Gu village outside the city. No matter how good the butler is, it is not so convenient to carry a patient back. So it is most convenient to send the carriage over. Think about what the steward thinks. Worry about what the steward worries about. Show your face in front of the steward, and you will definitely get a lot of benefits in the future." "Okay." Sangin slapped his head, forgetting about this, and ran to the stable while shouting, "Carriage! Prepare the carriage." Unfortunately, as soon as the carriage left the house, he heard Xiao Lin, who stayed in the yard, shouting, "Uncle, the steward is back?" Tan Fei was very scared. The steward's speed was too fast. As soon as he jumped off the carriage, he saw Lei Kaishan riding a fast horse. Sitting behind him was a girl with withered hair, pale face and thin body. After Lei Kaishan got off the horse first, he was about to reach out to pick up the girl, but he hesitated for a moment and shouted to Tan Fei, "Why are you standing there? Bring a stool over and let this lady get off the horse." "No need. No need." The girl turned over and jumped off the horse, whispering, "I can ride a horse?" Lei Kaishan squinted his eyes and saw that this girl was at least a third-rank official. But when he thought that she was a family member of General Manager Hong, he understood. Manager Hong is a great master, and he will definitely teach his family members everything he knows. It would not be surprising if he could produce a 9th-grade master. Tan Fei thought, this must be the area mentioned by Xiao Lin, and hurried forward and said, "Miss, please come in." Lei Kaishan also hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, please come in." After Arya entered the yard, he turned his head and looked at Tan Fei and Sangin. "I have just notified Hu Shirlu. Hasn't this old man come yet?" Tan Fei smiled and said, "You are so fast. You can pick him up after notifying Hu Shirlu." Lei Kaishan said unhappily, "How dare I neglect the manager's business? He would have to run for his life. If something happened because of his delay, the manager might vent his anger on him. In the steward's place, there is no right or wrong, only obedience or disobedience, and good or bad results. Therefore, for the sake of your own life, you must be careful with your words in front of the steward. Whatever the steward asks you to do, you must do your best." "That's true." Tan Fei raised his head and said to the carriage road that turned from the alley, "Dr. Hu, you should hurry up." I'm coming. The more prosperous this Ankong City is, the more serious the traffic jam will be." The person in the carriage suddenly opened the curtain, and without waiting for the carriage to stop, he jumped out of the carriage with a medicine box in his hand. It was Hu Shirlu, who did not greet Tan Fei and Lei Kaishan after landing, but rushed directly into the stable yard. Lei Kaishan, Tan Fei, Sangin and others followed closely behind. Yatu and Xiao Lin were lingering at the door of a closed wing room. Seeing this, Hu Shirlu was about to hesitate whether to push the door open when he heard honking inside. "Hu Shirlu, come in." Hu Shirlu hurriedly pushed the door open and entered the inner room. He saw a woman with disheveled hair and a haggard appearance. Honging sat cross-legged on the bed, and when Hu Shirlu came close, he got off the bed and said to Hu Shirlu, "I don't know what disease she has. I only use my true energy to keep her alive. As for how to treat her and what medicine to use, you can do whatever you want. No matter how difficult the medicine is, we will find it for you." Tan Fei, Lei Kaishan and others stood by, watching Hu Shirlu taking her pulse, and then constantly examining the woman's ears, nose, throat, and mouth. After a while, he let out a long sigh and said, reporting to the chief steward, "This is pneumonia. It has not been treated in time, and coupled with long-term malnutrition, it has become a serious illness. Don't worry, manager, with your true energy protecting her body. As long as she takes a few more doses of my medicine, she won't be cured, but at least her life will be safe." "But," Honging frowned, "just tell me." "Yes." Hu Shirlu hesitated for a moment and said, "I initially suspected that there was water in her stomach. I need to make a hole in her belly, and use a thin diabolo to drain the water in her stomach. Only in this way can we cure the root cause. But men and women should not touch each other. I think it's better to ask my disciple Chinchilian to come over. If it was someone else's girl, he wouldn't have so many considerations at all. Would he care to look at or touch a withered flower? If she was noisy, he would definitely turn around and leave. He wouldn't treat her at all. However, this is the steward's biological sister. We still have to consider the impact. No need. Hong Ying shook his head and said, just do the surgery. Yes. Hu Shirlu didn't dare to say anything else. Hong Ying nodded. And in the stunned and incredible eyes of the crowd, he bowed to Hu Shirlu and said, thank you. Hu Shirlu was flattered and said, the steward is too polite. I dare not fail to do my best. Hong Ying was the steward of the Huang mansion and the nominal head coach of the army. When had he ever been so polite to him? He had never been kind to a doctor like himself. Now he is so polite. It is hard to believe. This shows the position of this woman in the steward's heart. As long as this woman is properly treated, he will be able to walk sideways in Hong Kong City in the future. Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. Hong Ying said, I'll leave it to you. I will go to prepare the medicine now. Please wait for me. Hu Shirlu said no more, and went out of the house directly, and let Sang-an lead the way to the kitchen to boil medicine. Hong Ying looked at Chiu Lin, who was trembling on the side, and then looked at the second girl, who was concerned about her sister, and said softly, second girl, tell your uncle the truth. How did you fall to the point where you can't even have enough food? He has been with the prince for so many years, although he has not learned much so-called science. But he has heard a lot, and he knows the meaning of the word malnutrition. To put it bluntly, it's just that they don't eat enough, and the nutrition is not enough. In the words of Prince, if people don't eat enough, they won't have the strength to resist diseases. Prince, he was once heartbroken. The child mortality rate in Dalian was too high. Therefore, over the years, Prince, he has spared no effort to promote the school nutrition meal plan, not to mention anything else, at least to ensure that there is an egg or meat jerky for breakfast. Uncle. The second girl glanced at Chiu Lin, and said nothing. Hong Ying understood at once, and said coldly, come out and talk. Lei Kaishan and Tan Fei didn't dare to follow this time, and soon they heard a scream. Big brother. The second girl rushed out, hugged Hong Ying's thigh and said, Uncle, this time my brother knows he was wrong. Please forgive him. Chiu Lin wailed. Uncle, nephew didn't mean it. Someone else set a trap for me. Otherwise I can't lose. Since you like gambling, then uncle will help you. Hong Ying said coldly. Come here. General Manager. Tan Fei and Lei Kaishan hurried forward to respond. Hong Ying frowned and said, send him to the casino in Gulaozhan. Let him gamble for 3 days and 3 nights. And he is not allowed to leave the gambling table even for eating, sleeping, or going to the toilet. Just make sure he doesn't die. Lei Kaishan looked at Chiu Lin sympathetically, then bowed and said, yes, sir. Then he pulled Chiu Lin over and said with a smile, brother, come with me. Uncle, I really know I was wrong. Tan Fei and others shouting gradually faded away, and whispered, General Manager, now that the prince and I are advocating the elimination of gangs and evil, this rural area of Jizhou openly defies the prince's orders, and I will arrange for someone to punish him. Hong Ying shook his head and said, Gulaozhan can be in Hong Kong City? Tan Fei said. He was beaten by Yu Shaoshi and had died 2 years ago. And then his concubine offended Yi Chen, who also opened a casino. Now he has fled to Nanzhou and started sea trade. He occasionally goes in and out of Hong Kong City. This casino is still managed by his concubine. Although he is my nephew, he must be willing to accept defeat. I have told the prince that economic problems should be solved by economic means. Hong Ying said coldly. Tell Tian Cixi to go to Qing County, Jizhou. What he lost in the casino must be recovered in the casino. Don't worry, manager. I will do this personally with Tian Cixi. Tan Fei is not afraid that Tian Cixi will not agree, unless he doesn't want to stay in Hong Kong City anymore, he said in a deep voice. He has a bunch of petty thieves under his command, and he is best at bombing. There is no reason why he can't deal with them. If he really can't deal with them, he still has his fists. In a small Qing county, who can be his opponent? Seeing Hong Ying nod, he retreated directly. Uncle. Looking at the gloomy uncle, the second girl said carefully, Uncle, we really have no choice. So we came here? Don't be angry. Silly child. Hong Ying touched her withered head lovingly, and said with pity, how can uncle blame you? Go wash up. Uncle will prepare food for you. He is not a complete person. and he is destined to have no offspring in this life. The children of his elder sisters and younger brothers naturally became his children. Seeing Honging looking over, Sang-in, who had just come from the kitchen, hurriedly said, "Girl, please follow me. I have prepared the clothes." After the second girl finished washing, she came out in a beautiful green dress, which showed a bit of neatness. Honging nodded with satisfaction, pointing to the table full of delicacies. "Sit down, eat your fill, and then go into the house to rest." But suckling pigeon, roast goose, suckling pig, these things were only eaten a few times when they returned home. The second girl kept swallowing her saliva, but still sat stiffly, without picking up her chopsticks. "Good kid." Honging tore a leg of lamb for the second girl himself, and said with a smile, "You heard what the doctor said just now. Your mother is fine, you eat yours, and let her have a good rest first." "Thank you, uncle." The second girl tore the leg of lamb in small bites, lowered her head and said nothing. Honging just watched him eat, looked at the sun outside, and stood up and said, "I'll go back to do something, you stay here. If you need anything, just tell him." The prince should be awake by now, and he had to serve him. Lenny sipped his lips while listening to Hong Ying's endless chatter. Finally, he lost his patience. After spitting out the last mouthful of tea, he said unhappily, "You are nagging and becoming less and less courageous. You can arrange for someone to beat up those hooligans. If they still don't feel relieved, send them to labor reform. The local government will definitely give you this face." Honging smiled and said, "My nephew is not as skilled as others, so he naturally admits defeat. I have been taught by the prince day and night, so I dare not confuse public and private affairs and break the law knowingly. I have already asked Tian Sishi to go to Qin County to investigate. It would be best if we compete at the gambling table so that he can. We all know that there is always someone better than you, and you will have to pay for what you have done sooner or later." "That's not bad." Lenny lazily slumped in the chair, yawning. "When your sister recovers, you can buy a house with them, find a job, and live here in the future. You can go back and visit them occasionally, so you don't have to be like a ghost all day long." With a sullen face, "Your Highness is still considerate of me," Honging said with a smile. "My nephew is really useless, and I also want to keep him by my side, and teach him more, so that I can still have hope in the future." Lenny sighed. "It is the most difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs. No matter how useless he is still your family member. As long as he doesn't kill people, set fires, or oppress the people, let him be," Honging said. "The prince taught me. I will follow his teachings. If this kid dares to cross the line in the future, I will definitely kill him for the sake of justice." Humph. Lenny pursed his lips, not believing his nonsense at all. He knew Honging too well. From childhood to adulthood, Honging had never bothered him with his personal affairs. Now that he spoke for the first time, it showed that he cared about his sister and nephew very much. "Can you really kill your relatives for the sake of justice? It is definitely impossible. Your Highness is wise." Honging smiled. If his nephew really had an accident, his elder sister would definitely not survive. "Stop talking nonsense." Lenny stood up and said, "What does He Jixiang say?" Honging said, "Your Highness wants to lead the army in person, and Lord He Jixiang is naturally opposed. Now that the court is not settled, the prince is still needed to preside over the overall situation." Lenny said, "Then what do you think? Should I lead the army in person? Tell me your opinion." Honging said honestly, "The direction pointed by the prince is the battlefield, and the land marked by the pen is the territory. It's the same as not saying anything." Lenny found that Honging was becoming more and more rigorous in his words and deeds, and he had become an old man who was not afraid of slipping away. Chapter 503: A Happy Family. He hasn't even become an official yet, but he has already started to protect himself. He is no longer the innocent little Ingzi. Seeing Lenny frown, Honging hurriedly said, "I know my crime. Mr. Xia's poem says, Sichuan is difficult. More difficult than ascending to the sky. For 48,000 years, there has been no human traffic with Liang Sai. In my opinion, Sichuan is remote, and the prince is worth a lot of money. He has been traveling by boat and carriage all the way. I really can't bear to see the prince suffer this." "That's right. I just want the truth." Lenny smiled and said, "You are not a politician. You don't need to be cautious. Besides, you want to learn from He Jixiang and others. But you can't. They are real old foxes. They are patient and can hold their breath. They are not ordinary people at all. You just be yourself. If you learn from them, you are no longer you. Your Highness, I have failed your trust. I am at fault. As he spoke, Hong Ying's tears began to flow. He knelt down in front of Lin Yi, his forehead pressed against Lin Yi's clogs. Please punish me. Your Highness. Lin Yi looked disgusted. He wanted to say that it was inappropriate for a grown man like you to cry. But when he thought that the other person was no longer a man, and considering his self-esteem, he did not say it. He just said unhappily, You have been by my side for more than 20 years, and you still don't understand my temper? Do you do whatever I am annoyed with? Hong Ying quickly stood up and said, It's all my fault. Your Highness, don't be angry. The prince hated complicated etiquette the most. He hated kneeling at every turn. But Prince he hated people who didn't respect him and didn't take him seriously. If there were too many etiquettes, Prince he would at most show his impatience on his face and be scolded a few times, which was no big deal. If Prince he was in a bad mood and didn't show the proper etiquettes, Prince he would be like a little girl and would definitely argue. If Prince he remembered it, it would be worse than death. Therefore, when there are two evils, choose the lesser one, and it's right to be more polite. On this point, He Jixiang, Chen Dishing and other old men all reached a consensus. Even Yu Shaoshi and Ah Dai, who are not clear-headed, know that if they make a mistake, they should knock their heads in front of the prince first. Once the prince softens his heart, no matter how big the problem is, it doesn't matter. I'm not angry. Lin Yi disliked the heavy clogs and threw them off. He was barefoot, and while letting Hong Ying help him roll up his trouser legs, he said, I know that this land is difficult. It's better to lie at home and have everything provided for me. But this Jizhou temple is too evil. If I don't go, I will always be worried. Can I let a bastard like Yu Shaoshi go without worry? Yi Qiu, Wang Dong, Han Yin, and others have all become grandmasters. According to Hong Ying, they are naturally able to fight against the people of Jizhou Temple, especially the monk Han Yin, whose skills are probably not inferior to Jingyi. However, Yi Qiu is unruly, and will definitely not obey the orders of the generals of Chuanzhou. Blind man. Although the monk has a good temper, he is not easy to deal with. As for Pan Duo, Yu Xiaochun, Yu Shaoshi, Cui Gingshan, Cui Gingren and other new grandmasters, they are even more stupid and arrogant. If he didn't go there in person, who would be able to discipline these people? It would be a mess. Hong Ying naturally knew the prince's concerns, and smiled. If the prince can trust me, I will go to Chuanzhou in person. You go? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It's not impossible. These people respect themselves, but they are afraid of Hong Ying. If they are unhappy with what he says, they will even grumble a few words. But when it comes to Hong Ying, they are all afraid. After being slapped on the left cheek, he would actively extend his right cheek, fearing that Hong Ying would not be satisfied and would beat him harder. Hong Ying smiled and said, Your Majesty, I will go to the governor's mansion and tell Lord He. Lin Yi said, The troops in Sichuan province are led by Yuan Shua and Yuan Jin. Although I don't like these two uncles, I have to admit that they are capable. Generally speaking, they are good. However, no matter how powerful a tiger is, it can't do anything if it leads a group of sheep. This time, did He Jixiang say where he wanted to mobilize troops? Your Majesty, Hong Ying whispered, the troops leading the troops into Sichuan this time are He Shundi, the general of Jinling, Ji Zhua, the general of Raocheng, and Ma Gui, the general of Yuezhou. Lin Yi frowned and said, So it's them. That's okay. These three people were born as guards of the prince's mansion, and he knew them very well. These three are all at the peak of the 9th rank, Hong Ying said cautiously, and they have also practiced the star-absorbing art that I personally taught them. Even if they face a grandmaster, they will not have to worry about their lives. Star-absorbing art? Lin Yi's face fell directly. You make me even more worried when you say that. The martial arts that Hong Ying practiced were all named after his novels. He had a lot of doubts at first, but Hong Ying flew around and defeated many masters, so he gradually believed it. However, he didn't believe in the star-absorbing art. This has become metaphysics. He has always wondered if Hong Ying Lian and a group of people around him are acting for him to make him happy. They are all Master Ma and Master Yin. In history, there are examples of this. Even the wisest emperors have to face the situation of deceiving their superiors and subordinates. Your Highness, you are joking. Hong Ying smiled bitterly. He had clearly performed the star-absorbing technique many times in front of the prince. Why did the prince still not believe it? He was also very helpless. He wished that he could force the prince to cultivate some internal energy and directly use it to test the prince, so that he could feel the feeling of losing internal energy. In this way, he would never doubt the authenticity of the star-absorbing technique again. I am not joking. Lenny stretched his waist and asked curiously, has concubine Wen come back? She just disappeared without any news. It's really outrageous. Hong Ying said. I have asked Pan Duo to inquire everywhere. Your Highness, rest assured. If there is any news, I will report it to you in time. Lenny nodded, and was about to say something when he saw the little head sticking out of the door. He immediately ran over, hugged her in his arms, and said happily, My darling, do you miss me? Then he smacked her. The little girl cried in bewilderment. Zixia took it quickly, and said with a smile, Prince, your beard pricked him. Hey. Lenny touched his hard stubble unconsciously, and said helplessly, It hasn't been 2 days since I shaved it. When Zixia had coaxed the little girl to stop crying, Lenny took her into his arms again. Regardless of whether the little girl could understand or not, he just smiled and said, It's all my fault. I apologize to you, and don't be angry. The little girl's pouting almost melted his heart. At night, Hong Ying waited for Lin Yi to fall asleep, and then came to the stable again. Master. Hong Ying was the first to greet him. Hong Ying said, Why are you here? Hong Ying said respectfully, Master's family is my family. My aunt is sick, and it is my duty to serve her. Hong Ying agreed, and without saying anything more, he went straight into the bedroom. The second girl sitting next to him said, Uncle, the doctor is a miracle doctor. He only took 2 doses of medicine, and my mother woke up. She ate something and went back to sleep. Hong Ying said, Second girl, you should go to sleep too. You are not needed here. Hong Ying smiled and said, I also told my sister, but she is a filial child and refused to leave. Uncle. The second girl hesitated. Hong Ying said softly, You have your uncle here, and he will take care of everything for you. If you have any questions, just tell me. Hong Ying looked at his master's expression and couldn't help but feel jealous. His master was very kind to him, but he had never been so gentle. He was always very strict. Uncle. The second girl hesitated for a moment, and still said, My brother is still at home. There is no rice at home. What should I do? Hong Ying touched her head and comforted her. I have sent someone to my hometown. Someone will send Erling here tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Go to sleep peacefully. Among all his nephews and nephews, he valued his sister's second son the most. Although he has no talent for martial arts, he is very smart. Before he went to Sanha, he helped send the child to the county private school. Before he was 13 years old, he was already a scholar. If it were not for his status as the general manager of the palace, which made it difficult to make friends with the ministers in the court, he would have shamelessly sent his nephew to Yijixiang, Qindisheng and other old masters for training. Yes, sister. Let's believe what the master said. Let's go. I'll take you to bed. Hong Ying stepped forward and pulled the second girl out of the bedroom. Hong Ying looked at the rough, but gradually rosy face on the bed. Unable to help himself, he gently stroked her face with his fingers. Dirty child. Hearing this gentle call, Hong Ying couldn't help but burst into tears. Big sister, I woke you up. Oh, my whole body hurts. I always sleep poorly. With the help of Hong Ying, the woman barely leaned on the bed railing and said with a forced smile, These 2 children are too naughty. They actually sent me here and let you suffer with them. Hong Ying took a wet towel and wiped her face while saying, You are my sister. Why do you say these things? We are all family. The eldest is too disobedient. I really can't control him. The sister's tears came out all of a sudden. You teach him a lesson. It's also good. Let him learn his lesson. It's better than dying in someone else's hands in the future. Hong Ying wiped her tears. This child is not bad by nature. You don't have to worry too much. I have found a farm for you outside the city. You and your brother-in-law can just farm the 20 mu of land and raise some livestock, and you can live a good life. Ah. The sister was shocked. That's not possible. You have already spent enough. How can I ask for your money? Although your brother-in-law is poor, he is also a man of honor. Sister. Hong Ying smiled. I am not doing this for you, but for Erlang. He is a studious boy. Let's not delay him. As his uncle, I will do my best to plan for him. I am sorry to trouble you." Tears flowed again. "Look, you can't cry in your body. Why are you like this again?" Honging felt sorry for her and gave her some energy. "You think more about yourself. Daolong and Erlang. None of them have started a family yet. If you ruin your body, you will be a burden to them in the future, not to mention raising their children." "You are right." The sister stopped crying and held her breath. "My body is too weak." "You are talking nonsense again. This disease is like a mountain falling. It is not something you can decide." Honging saw that she was struggling to hold on, and put her back on the bed. "You just take good care of your illness. When you recover, make more delicious food for me. When I think of the chicken and lion head you made, I can't help drooling. You dirty boy, you're making me happy again. You've made it now. How can you still appreciate my little cooking skills?" My sister laughed. "In the past, our family was the poorest in the village. People in the surrounding area laughed at us. Only during the New Year and other festivals, my mother wanted to save face and not be looked down upon. She took out all her belongings to make those few bites of food. You only ate a few bites in total. I think it's delicious too. You're tired. Keep making it for me. You should do it for the rest of your life." He said it sincerely. The best food he ate was made by his sister. He even looked down on Su Yin's food. Okay, I'll make it for you." His sister held his hand and said, "When I recover, I'll make whatever you want to eat." Honging saw her eyes opening and closing, and smiled. "Sister, if you are tired, go back to sleep. When it's daybreak, I'll have someone stew your favorite meat porridge for you. Don't forget to add some of our rosewood. It's sweet and delicious." After his sister finished speaking, she closed her eyes unconsciously. Honging carefully covered her with the quilt, quietly left the room, closed the door, and said to the two cooks standing at the door, "Be smart at night." "Yes," the two cooks said in unison. They didn't know the reputation of the steward, but they knew very little about the guards living in the stable. Whether it was Lei Kaishan or Tan Fei, they were all arrogant in Ankong City. But when these people saw the steward, they were like mice seeing a cat, and they were as humble as they could be. Therefore, even a simple thought can understand how honorable this steward is. Moreover, the doorman Sangin had already told them that whatever the steward said was the truth, and they must not be disrespectful, otherwise they would die quietly. "Master," Hongin said to Honging, "Sister is really tired. She has been holding on all the time. Now she fell asleep on the bed and even snored. Where is Wang Dong?" "Ah." Hongin was shocked. He didn't expect the master to suddenly bring up this. Honging said, "You are not young anymore. You can decide your own marriage. This is the freedom of marriage that I talked about with the prince. No one can make the decision for you. You don't need my opinion. If you like the blind man, just like him. But there is one thing. Don't regret it in the future. A blind man cannot take care of the daily necessities. Most of the burden is on you." "Master." Hongin was in tears. It was the first time in so many years that the master had said so much to her. Disciple understands. He knelt on the ground and counted out 3 times. Chapter 504. Let him be crazy. She has parents, but they never see her, and look at her like a rat in a stinky ditch. Until now, when facing them, she is trembling and can't say a word. I can't imagine, if there is no master, she, who is not liked by her parents, and is also disabled, how difficult life will she face. Maybe at this moment, she will be like her sisters, who can't stand it anymore, and dive into the river, feeding fish and shrimp with her flesh, and burying her bones in the mud at the bottom of the river. There is absolutely no Lord Hong who wears official uniform, holds a long sword, and respects everyone. She loves her master from the bottom of her heart. She is not afraid of pain, does not cry, and is rarely sad. However, like many people, she also has a kind of fear from the bottom of her heart. Her master is a person who does not care about feelings for anyone except the prince. Even her senior brother Tan Shizi. Just because he said something wrong, he could be slapped by the master and unable to get out of bed for half a month. When she first learned martial arts from her master, whenever she couldn't hold on, her master would not allow her to slack off. Sometimes, she would not be able to see eye to eye with the prince, so she would be allowed to rest for a while. In Fong Pai's words, the butler was the childhood shadow of these people. Therefore, Due to the master's past style, she never dared to tell anyone about her relationship with Wang Dong. Unexpectedly, the master already knew about it, and even agreed. Humph. You must know that there are some things that cannot be hidden from the master. Honging suddenly snorted. I know I was wrong, Hongyan said honestly. I didn't mean to hide it from master. Men and women should get married when they are old enough. It has been like this since ancient times. Since you like it, there is no reason for me to stop you. Honging raised his eyelids and said lightly to the air. You bastard. Come out. It's not your responsibility as a man to hide your head and show your tail. Hongyan was stunned, wondering who his master was talking to. But he found that there was another figure in front of him. It was the blind Wang Dong. Meet the steward. The blind man hesitated for a moment, and knelt side by side with Hongyan in front of Honging. Thank you for your help. Steward. A blind man and a cripple. You two are a good match. You don't have to thank me. Even if our family doesn't help you, you know it in your heart. It will be the same when you find the prince. Honging snorted coldly. But there is one thing you need to remember. Hong and surname is Hong and our family is nominally master and apprentice. But our family treats her as a daughter. If you are unfaithful and treat her badly, you also know our methods. Hongyan didn't wait for the blind man to speak, and hurriedly said, Master, don't worry. Brother Wang Dong treats me very well. Is it your turn to speak here? Honging said coldly. You are getting more and more unruly. I dare not. Under the pressure of his master, Hongyan lowered his head even lower. The blind man held Hongyan's hand affectionately, then raised his head and said to Honging, Don't worry, General Manager. I, Wang Dong, have no virtue or ability to be valued by sisterin. If I fail you in this life, I will be punished by God. Brother Dong. Hongyan cried even harder. You two don't have to act like a man obsessed with you and a woman resentful in front of me. Honging said expressionlessly. Since you have decided to be together, go and report to the prince, and get things done quickly. Thank you, Master. Thank you, General Manager. The two said in unison. That's good. Honging continued. We bought you from your parents with our money. Logically, if they are unkind, you should also be unrighteous. You have no connection with them for a long time. But now you are the leader of the women's army. On the wedding day, they don't have to think about sitting in the hall. But if they are not here, you will be criticized and it will affect your reputation. You should tell them, Hongyan said awkwardly. Master, I have severed my relationship with them a long time ago. I am the commander-in-chief because of the grace of the prince. What does this reputation have to do with me? I don't want it. Asshole, Honging said coldly. You are so easy to say. I am the servant of the prince, and you are his disciple. If you don't care about it, people who don't know will spread rumors outside and think that the prince caused the mother and daughter to have a quarrel. I know I am wrong. When Hongyan heard what his master said, he reluctantly agreed. It's good to know. You two should hurry up and buy a house, so that you can have a home. As pillars of Daliang, your wedding should not be too extravagant, but it should not be too shabby. People are having a hard time now. In order to boost domestic demand, the prince encourages consumption. Honging said calmly. You two should do it according to the standards of ordinary wealthy families and help more poor people. Yes, the two responded. Honging continued. My niece is a country girl who has not seen much of the world and is reckless. But she is also very strong. It's just that I have been serving the prince and have no time to teach her. She doesn't practice martial arts well, so you should give her more advice. Honging said without hesitation. Master, don't worry. I will do my best and will not let you down. Although she is not very delicate, she has been in the government office and the army for a long time. And she can also understand the elegance of music. On the surface, the master wanted her to teach his niece kung fu. But if you think about it carefully, it is not her turn at all. Who is her master? He is a great master who has never been defeated in the world. Even monks who have entered the so-called innate state are not able to fight. Is it necessary for me to teach martial arts? The master can just teach a technique, which is enough for this second girl to benefit from for a lifetime. Moreover, if I really want to teach martial arts, there is no need to say country girl or reckless. The only reason is that the master hopes that I can take care of the safety of this family outside the city and ensure that there are no hooligans to harass them. His master was the general manager of the palace. and it was inconvenient for him to show up for many things. It was best for him to let his disciple, the leader of the women's army, do it. Hong Ying looked at the moonlight, shook his whisk, and when Hong An raised his head, he could no longer see the figure. Brother Dong, get up. Hong An pulled the blind man up and said softly, I'm sorry for letting you suffer. The blind man smiled and said, My martial arts were taught by the general manager, who is also my master. It is only natural for me to kneel to him. Hong An leaned his head on the blind man's arms and sighed. I don't want to see them. The blind man knew Hong An's life experience very well. Seeing Hong An like this, he comforted him. The general manager is right. It would be unreasonable if they were not here when we got married. While he was talking, his ears twitched, and he said, Eunuch Shi, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. Hong An hurriedly. He turned his head away from the blind man, wiped his tears, and saw his senior brother Tan Shizi lying at the gate with his head tilted, and said unhappily, Senior brother, you are sneaking around in the middle of the night. What do you want to do? Hee. Sorry. Little Shizi walked into the yard carefully, looked around, and then whispered, Is the old master gone? Hong An said, The prince can't leave the master for a day. How can he stay for long? When little Shizi heard this, he straightened his waist, glanced at the two people in front of him, and said with a smile, I came here at an unfortunate time, and disturbed your good things. Hong An rolled his eyes at him and said, Big brother, you are talking nonsense again. Hee. Congratulations. Xiao Shizi looked at their expressions again. It seems that master has agreed. Don't forgive me on the wedding day. I will also ask for a glass of wine to share in the joy. Hong An said mischievously, Big brother, I am your junior sister. What are you going to give me? His big brother is now a eunuch in charge of writing. He is extremely powerful. He has many people to curry favor with. He is also spoiled by the prince. The most important thing is money. Xiao Shizi patted his chest and said, As long as it is what you want. Even if it is the moon in the sky, I will give it to you. Liang, I'll pick it for you too. Hong An's eyes rolled as he said, Master said that my wedding cannot be simple. Otherwise it will tarnish his reputation, and it will be embarrassing. Xiao Shizi said. Of course. Hong An sighed. But you also know that I am not as successful as you, my senior brother. I only have this little money every month. If I buy a house, I'm afraid I won't even have enough money for the wedding dress. Xiao Shizi chuckled. Junior sister, you know your senior brother. Don't use this to trick your senior brother. It's just a house. Our family will give you a farm directly. I will have someone take you there tomorrow. As for the silver, our family will give you a gift in advance. After saying that, he took out a silver note from his arms. It was dark at night, and Hong An did not see the number on the silver note. But just by looking at the color of the silver note, he knew how much money it was. Li Sanyang's dye shop invented a new dyeing technology. The shopkeeper of Sanha Money House got the approval of Lord He Jixiang at the first time, and gave Li Sanyang 50,000 taels of technology transfer fee, which became an exclusive anti-counterfeiting technology. As long as it is a silver note with this color, it is 10,000 taels. She grabbed the silver note without hesitation, and said happily, Master, brother, you are so nice. Xiao Shizi said proudly. Need I say more? Brother, it's so late. Why are you here? Xiao Shizi was so generous. Hong An naturally wanted to return the favor, and said with a smile, Just tell me if you need anything. I will do my best. Xiao Shizi whispered, Our aunt is here. I have to come to show my respect? Hong An asked curiously. Master bought a farm this afternoon. Did you do it? Xiao Shizi said. It is my duty to help Master share his worries. The blind man who had been silent all this time suddenly said, You are really filial. Xiao Shizi was very unhappy when he heard the teasing, but he still didn't show it on his face. After all, he was a great master. He was also a popular person in front of the prince. If he really got in front of the prince, he might suffer the loss. With the attitude of not arguing for a moment, he suppressed his temper and said with a smile, Master, you are joking. This is what we should do. Why don't you go and touch bones and tell fortunes as a Taoist priest? Why marry a wife? And she is his junior sister. Hong An had just taken 10,000 taels of silver from the other party. A farm. And it would be bad if the two of them had a quarrel. He quickly interrupted and said, "Brother, don't worry. My aunt is recovering from illness and my sister has been tired all the way and is resting. We can talk about it tomorrow if there is anything. Our little brother is addicted to gambling." Xiao Shizi asked tentatively, "Is the master very angry?" Hong An said truthfully, "The master asked Tan Fei to send Qiu Lin to Lake Kaishan's casino. According to the master's opinion, he is not allowed to leave the gambling table unless he gambles enough." Xiao Shizi patted his thigh and said, "This little brother is weak. I am afraid that old man Tan Fei will not take it seriously. Don't scare him." But he was very contemptuous in his heart. His master is the master of the world, and the chief steward of the palace. As the nephew of the master, he is so ignorant, so weak, really a waste. If he had a little bit of potential, would he be blackmailed by the casino in Qin County? Not letting the officials of Qin County government walk on their knees is considered merciful. He is really a hopeless case. He played a good hand of cards badly. If his master really valued him, he would have taken off long ago. He would not care about Emperor Delong, He Jixiang, including the domineering Yuanxi and his son. If he didn't kill them with one knife, would he have kept them for the new year? "Brother, you are too much," Hong An said with a smile. "Guard Tan is not a fool. He must know the importance of it. This is his master's nephew. The master said that he would punish him severely. But who would really take it seriously? If something really happened to Qiu Lin, can Tan Fei admit it? Tan Fei should know very well that by then, not only himself, his whole family would not be able to survive. His master is a vindictive person, never knows right or wrong, let alone tolerance or kindness. Don't be careless, don't be careless." Xiao Shizi shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter if Tan Fei dies, but we brothers can't be implicated." Hong An thought for a moment and said, "Brother is right. Her master had just told her to look after her family. If something happened later, she would definitely not be in good shape." Xiao Shizi said, "Fortunately I let Hong Shilong go." Hong An frowned and said, "Hong Shilong is not a good person. Senior brother thinks highly of him. Be careful not to be bitten back." Xiao Shizi sighed. "Senior brother can't compare to you. He is valued by the prince. Leading the women's army. A group of 9th rank and 8th rank. Senior brother. I am pitiful. There is really no one to use. Even Fang Pai, that useless dog, has a group of masters under his command. And he doesn't even take him, the eunuch in charge. Seriously? If he gets the chance, he will definitely teach these people a lesson. Let them know that he is not easy to mess with. Regret it. I'm sorry for making things difficult for you, senior brother." Hong An wanted to laugh but couldn't. His senior brother's mind became more and more twisted. Xiao Shizi said, "We are brothers. And you know brothers better." He poked his neck towards the side room. And then continued, "It's late. And you have been busy all day. We are here to take care of you. So you can go back and rest. Then please excuse me. Brother. I will take my leave first." This brother wanted to show his face in front of his aunt. And there was no reason for him to stop him. Xiao Shizi looked at the two figures floating away, and spat heavily on the ground. "Butler, you've spoiled them too much." He Lian came out of the shadows and offered tea. Xiao Shizi snorted coldly. "Let him be as wild as he wants. The breeze blows over the hills. Let him be as arrogant as he wants. The bright moon shines over the river. The one who laughs the last is the real winner. This is the mantra of He He has always kept it in mind." Chapter 505 Confrontation. He Long said with a smile. "Master Sealholder has a far-sighted vision. I admire you more and more." Xiao Shizi rolled his eyes at him and said, "You kids should be smarter, and don't bother with those people in the orphanage. When our family becomes prosperous in the future, we will deal with them." He Lian said hurriedly, "Don't worry. I will follow your instructions, wait for time, and slowly teach Fang Pai to regret it. Hey, it's not nice to say bad things about people behind their backs." A voice suddenly appeared in the air, and startled both of them. Fang Pai. He Lian looked at Fang Pai, who was taken down from the roof by Zhou Jing and Shan Sanguan, 2 9th-rank masters, and felt a little guilty. It was one thing to curse behind his back, but it was another to do it in front of others. In terms of seniority, Fang Pai, the pacification envoy, was at the same level as Eunuch Shi. How could he compare to them? He was just Eunuch Shi's lackey. This is not what a gentleman does. Fang Pai shook off Zhou Jing and Shan Sanguan's hands, walked slowly towards He Lian, and slapped He Lian in the face with a click. He rubbed his sore face while He Lian was stunned, and said unhappily, Don't you want to make me regret it? Come! I'll stand here and see how you make me regret it. You? He Lian pointed at Fong Pai. And didn't even dare to scream. The person living next door is the manager's sister. If you scare her, I'll have 10 heads, and it won't be enough to chop off. Back off. Xiao Shizi's face flushed, and he waved to He Lian. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. If you hit He Lian's face, you will lose face for Tan Shizi. He no longer tried to save face, and gritted his teeth and said, You and I both serve the prince, so it's better not to be too embarrassing. If we make trouble in front of the prince, it will be embarrassing for everyone. Fong Pai said with a smile. You are the eldest disciple of my steward. We are from the same family. I should call you senior brother. Tan Shizi snorted coldly. Of course. Fong Pai said carelessly. But you are not kind. You have made things difficult for me again and again. I don't care about you for the steward's sake. Do you really think I am your master? Since he became the pacification envoy, and Zhou Jing and Shan Sanguan and others were promoted to the 9th rank, there are not many people he can take seriously. Like Kaishan and Tan Fei, who often bullied him, he just cursed them a few times, and no one dared to talk back. He even dared to confront Tan Shizi, the eunuch who held the seal. After all, Pan Duo had been teaching him for so many years. He was just a fool, and he understood the situation in the court better than others. Emperor Delong was currently enjoying retirement, and he didn't care about worldly affairs. Tan Shizi, the eunuch who held the seal, was just a name in name only, and his power was far inferior to that of Eugene. If he and the prince ascended the throne, there would be no Tan Shizi. At that time, it is possible that the palace affairs will still be decided by the old man, General Manager Hong. So, considering the cards in Xiao Shizi's hand, there is really no reason for him to be afraid. The door of the wing room was pushed open, and there were bursts of coughing from inside. Tan Shizi's face tightened, and he suppressed his voice and said, Anne is recuperating here. Don't show off here and disturb her rest. I am easy to talk to, but Master is not so easy to talk to. Do you need to say that? Fong Pai also lowered his voice, glared at He Lian who was covering his face next to him, and said, It's all your fault. You have to make me angry. Master Fong, are you being reasonable? He Lian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Xiao Shizi said with a stern face, Are you here to pick a fight with us on purpose? Don't mess with us. You three are not good enough even if you come together. Although he has not yet become a master, he is also Hong Ying's eldest disciple. He has been in the 9th rank for a long time. The depth of his internal strength is not comparable to that of ordinary people. When Fong Pai heard this, he quickly took a step back. He is still a 5th rank. If Tan Shizi is unhappy, he can slap him to death with one slap. You are right. Among the 9th rank, there are only a few who can beat you. There must not be many. There is a gap between the 9th rank and the 9th rank, said Xiao Shizi proudly. We are not practicing the Huiyuan Gong that is everywhere. He learned the pixie sword technique taught by his master. In terms of swordsmanship, he, a 9th rank, may not be much worse than Ichio, the world-famous swordsman. If you want to practice magic skills, you must castrate yourself first, Fong Pai suddenly said with emotion. If you don't practice, others will kill you with one move. If you practice, you can't make up your mind. In fact, it's just like that after practicing. Huiyuan Gong, pixie sword technique, Shixing Dafa, are all magic skills. You can be an 8th rank if you practice casually. 9th rank, whether in the palace or outside the palace, are all in a mess. There are more people who have transformed than dogs. This is what the prince calls internal competition. So, I am a self-aware person. I don't have the talent to learn martial arts, so I don't want to work hard in martial arts. It's best to lie down, Xiao Shizi said with an unhappy face. I don't have time to waste my time on you. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. If you don't have anything to say, just get out of here quickly, Fong Pai said indifferently. Don't get it wrong. This is the stable of the prince's mansion. You can come. Why can't I come? Xiao Shizi said. I was ordered to take care of my aunt here. You are in the way here, which means you have no good intentions, Fong Pai said. You are allowed to honor your aunt, but I can't be allowed to honor my aunt? Where is this rule? After that, he ignored Xiao Shizi, took a wooden box from Zhou Jing, walked to the door of the wing room, handed it to the cook standing in front of the door, and instructed. This is the best old mountain ginseng, you keep it. The court guard pacification envoy in front of her, the cook was naturally familiar with it. She bowed and took it and said, Yes. Fong Pai smiled and said, "That's good." She didn't say hello to Xiao Shizi, and led the people out of the gate. "Eunuch." He Lian choked up and said, "You must make the decision for me." Seeing him like this, Tan Shizi not only did not sympathize with him, but became even angrier. He said hatefully, "I asked you to practice more martial arts every day, but you didn't listen. If you had any potential, you wouldn't be beaten by a 5th rank official." He Lian felt even more wrong when he heard this, and said with a sad face, "He is the governor of the pacification envoy. Even if I am a 9th rank official, if he wants to slap me, I can hide. You dare to quibble." With a snap, Tan Shizi slapped him again. Both sides of He Lian's face were swollen. He Lian held back his tears, and wanted to cry but didn't dare to. What a big deal. That's enough. Xiao Shizi also realized his own misconduct, patted He Lian's shoulder, and said calmly, "Knowing shame leads to courage. Remember the insult you suffered today, and we will get it back together in the future." He Lian was encouraged, and hurriedly nodded and said, "I will definitely not let you down." Xiao Shizi said, "You can go back to the palace, and we will stay here tonight." Sang and waited for He Lian to leave with the 2 eunuchs. And then he leaned in front of Xiao Shizi and said with a smile, "Eunuch, I have arranged the guest room. Please follow me." Xiao Shizi nodded and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome." Sang felt that this little eunuch was much easier to get along with than Fong Pai. As the weather in Ankong City gradually warmed up, the people of Sanha, who had been hit by northwest winds for a winter, became active again. It was already the hour of high, and the streets and alleys were still bustling. The busiest place was the People's Square, which was newly built after the demolition last year. There were people selling snacks, storytellers, tea sellers, and gun showmen. Every place was packed with people. Hong An glanced at Kong Bao, the leader of the Lian people, who was directing the elephant show in the crowd, and walked straight through without stopping for a moment. Finally, he stopped in a remote alley, and then a small door next to it creaked open, and a man with a big waist and thick arms walked out. Hong An said, "Lao Dao, have you found out?" Her family originally lived by the canal in the South City. She could walk to the home in her memory even with her eyes closed. However, since Ankong City launched the sanitation campaign and housing for the poor, the shacks and old houses along the river have been demolished. Among them was her family. She also knew where they moved to, but she didn't know the exact location. She didn't care. If it wasn't for her master's request, she wouldn't have wanted to look for it at all. Lao Dao crouched down and said respectfully, "Sir, I asked around the old residents here and found out that they moved out of the city. I will show you the way." He was originally a soldier under the Yong King. After a conflict with the Sanha people, he was seriously injured. Fortunately, Zhu Rorong saved him. After his injury healed, Yong King ran away. He had nowhere to go, so he opened a business with Zhu Rorong's help, specializing in house rental business. In the past 2 years, due to the large-scale development of Ankong City, he has also made a lot of money. But he is also ambitious. Not satisfied with being just a broker, in his heart, he still hopes to become a big developer like Tian Xixi. Dreams are good, reality is cruel. In this world, without hard connections, you can barely do some small business, but if you want to do big business, you must know 1 or 2 big officials. He is a surrendered prisoner, although he is free now, not in prison, nor in labor reform, but he still has to report his status to the government every 6 months, to ensure that he has not gone astray, and has been working hard to contribute to the construction of a well-off society in Daliang. There were not many people who could look at him straight, let alone find connections. Hong An was the most senior official he knew, and he was naturally overjoyed when he was suddenly asked to do something, and he dared not do his best. So, in less than an hour, he had found out everything. No need. Hong An shook his head and said, "Just give me the address." Ankong City was the same as Baiyun City. Every street had a name. Every household had a house number. And generally, if you had an address, you would not make a mistake. "Sir, please keep it." Lao Dao handed over a folded yellow paper without hesitation, and said with a smile, "If you have any problems in the future, just tell me." If she could get close to Hong An, she would never have to worry about connections. Again, the other party is the leader of the women's army, and the apprentice of the chief steward of the palace. Who at Ankong City dares not give her face? Lao Dao. Put away your little thoughts. Don't think I don't know what you did. I didn't let anyone arrest you. I'm already giving you face. How could Hong An not understand his thoughts? She didn't want to communicate with such a person. But it was related to her family affairs. And it was not convenient for her to let her subordinates to inquire. Sir. Lao Dao was so scared that his soul flew out of his body. If a broker doesn't eat both sides, how can he make money? How can he marry wives? And he married 4 wives at once. Just as he was about to explain, Hong An was no longer in sight. He could only return to the house anxiously. Hong An stood at the door of a red brick house outside the city. After hesitating for a long time, he finally knocked on the door. The dong-dong sound was particularly loud in the silent night. The barking of dogs followed. Who is it? The oil lamp in the house was lit. Are you going to accompany her? The monk walked to the front of the blind man and sat side by side with him on a big rock. The blind man smiled and said, Why are you here? The monk said, I came to congratulate you. The blind man said, You are not in a hurry for so long. Are you? Can't you come tomorrow? I got the order from the prince. I have to go to Chuanzhou. The monk said indifferently, It's also a farewell to you. What about me? The blind man asked. The monk said, The prince sympathizes with you. It's not too late to go after the wedding. As he said that, he stuffed a jade pendant into the blind man's hand. For Hong An. Thank you. The blind man didn't hesitate, and put it directly into his arms. Leaving now? Yes. Take care on your way. The blind man smiled and said. The monk joked. Won't you tell me my fortune? Your skills are getting better and better. You just came over. Quietly. And I didn't notice you. I really became blind. The blind man shook his head and said, There are not many people in this world who can kill you. Why should I worry about it? Amitabha. The monk chanted a Buddhist name and disappeared into the night. Lenny lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Zixia said carefully, Your Highness, I'll go get you a glass of water. No need. Lenny grabbed her arm. Lie down and talk to me. Yes. Zixia rubbed Lin Yi's forehead with both hands and said with a smile, Your Highness, you work hard for state affairs all day, and I feel sorry for you. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at her and said, You're coaxing me again. He was so idle every day, and never made any effort. Occasionally, when he felt guilty, he would ask Liang Yuanji to write some documents and send them out. I dare not, Zixia said with a smile. In my heart, Your Highness is a great hero. There are many things Your Highness said that I cannot even learn. You, Lenny said with emotion, if you continue to spoil me like this, I will become more and more stupid, and the country will really be gone by then. Zixia said shyly, Your Highness, what I said is true. Since you took charge of the government, implemented the new Liang law, and issued a series of policies for recuperation, the people's lives have become better. They don't know how grateful they are to you. They all say that you are wise and brave. Really? Lenny asked unconfidently. Your Highness, if you don't believe it, you can go on a private visit in disguise. Take a good look. And listen carefully. Go on a private visit in disguise? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This is possible. Chapter 506 Confrontation. Zixia smiled and said, Then Your Majesty, where are we going? Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, Not us, it's me. The little princess has fallen in love with you these days. You'd better not run around. Just stay at home and help look after the children. Also, Mingyue's body is getting heavier and heavier. You are her best friend. You should accompany her more. If anything happens, she has someone to rely on. Zixia was very disappointed, but still forced a smile and said, Your Majesty is right. You don't have to be unhappy. Lenny pulled her hand over, covered it on his chest, and said softly, When I come back, I will bring you delicious food and fun things. Mingyue said, Thank you. Your Majesty, I'm a homebody. I can't run far. At most, I can just wander around Ankang City. When Lin Yi thought of the traffic conditions in Daliang, his scalp tingled. At present, Bian Jing is in charge of the Ministry of Works, and with Ankang City as the center, he is working hard to harden the roads. But it is limited to the roads between towns. The roads in the vast rural areas are still impassable, and they become muddy when it rains. What is more terrible is that, in the hot and humid weather, there are also endless epidemics. Without epidemics, without antibiotics, many strong adults cannot survive. Just look at those historical celebrities. They often lose their fathers and become widows and orphans. Life expectancy is shockingly low. As for children with weaker bodies, even the best-off royals, nobles, and rich businessmen have high mortality rates, not to mention ordinary people usually give birth to 5 or 6 children, and it is considered good if 3 or 4 survive. Sometimes, he deliberately avoids these poor areas, because he really doesn't want to see these human sufferings. Seeing too much can easily lead to depression. So, all along, he really doesn't want to do any incognito visits. If there is, he also hopes to wait until the day when everyone has enough food is realized. Seeing less joy and sorrow, he can live a few more days. The largest gate in Hong Kong City is Woman. The widest road is the newly named Renmin Road. This road connects the newly built People's Square and Woman, and can accommodate more than a dozen carriages passing side by side, and hundreds of thousands of troops being reviewed. The crowded night market gradually returned to silence. Chow Shihuan is already the chief constable of Hong Kong Prefecture, but she still does everything herself. She leads the team personally for night patrols. When passing the People's Square, he suddenly stopped his horse, looked at the Lianren leader Kong Bao who was directing the tribesmen to pack up the performance props, and said with a smile, "Chief Kong, you are now a powerful leader, and you are still doing some street acrobatics, which is too hard." The Lianren tribe followed the prince in the battles of the north and south, and made outstanding military achievements. According to the merits, the Lianren tribe received a large reward after the request of Lord He Jixiang and the approval of the prince. Even if we return to Sanhe, the whole tribe will have enough food and drink, and there is no need to perform on the streets. Lord Chow, there are many children in my Lianren tribe. Kong Bao's official language is now more and more proficient. He kept sighing. If we old guys don't work hard, it will be a problem for the children to eat. We just want to make more money and return to Sanhe. When the time comes, we can go back to Jinji Mountain to build a big house and a school. That's when we can really enjoy ourselves. If it were in the past, a woman like Chow Shihuan would not even be looked at, let alone paid attention to. But he was already past the age of being reckless. After so many years of experience, he and the people of the Li and Qian tribes understood one thing more and more. Gender is not important. What is important is the official position. A higher official can crush a person. There is no benefit in going against a high official like Chow Shihuan. In the words of the most developed Li Shui today, as long as it is beneficial to the tribe, insist on it, and resolutely oppose anything that is detrimental to the tribe. Everything is for the tribe. For everything in the tribe. Chief Kong is really farsighted. Chow Shihuan had to admire him. Kong Bao was now quite wealthy. In fact, he didn't need to care about the people in his tribe. He just needed to be a rich man. However, he cared about his tribe wholeheartedly, which was far better than many officials who oppress the people. With a tribe leader like you, Lianren will prosper. Master Chow, I am embarrassed by what you said. Ka Bao sighed. Please take care of me in the future. You are very polite. Chow Shihuan smiled and said, Your Lianren now has more than 10,000 people. Many masters. Why do they need a little constable like me to take care of him? I dare not. I dare not. Kong Bao was modest, but he couldn't help showing his pride. Let's not talk about those who stayed in Sanhe. There are more than 500 people in Hong Kong City alone. In this huge Hong Kong City, except for the imperial court, the only tribe that can compete with the Lian people is the Li people. As for the Guizhou people, the natives from Nanyang, and even the local tyrants, they don't take them seriously at all. 2 years ago, the human traffickers in Hong Kong City dared to abduct and sell women from his tribe without knowing the consequences, so he led his men to destroy a stronghold of the beggar gang outside the city. He chopped off 30 heads. Afterwards, Hong Kong Prefect Ma Jia not only did not make things difficult for him, but also awarded his Lianren tribe a plaque for brave and righteous acts. Now he led the tribe to open shops, run escort agencies, and perform acrobatics in Hong Kong City, and no one dared to pick a fight with him. Everyone knows that. These Lianren are not easy to mess with. It's good enough that I don't bother you. How dare you act arrogantly in front of me? Okay, Chief Kong, although there is no curfew now, you better go back early, so as not to cause misunderstandings from the military department. After saying that, Chow Shihuan left with a group of constables. Bah! Kong Bao spat heavily on the ground. I was not brought up by fear. Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson. Zhou Sun, who was riding side by side with Chow Shihuan, suddenly stopped and said, Sir, Let's go this way. Some days ago, it was said that someone saw the wanted criminal, Shi Dagui, the ninth elder of the beggar gang. Let's investigate carefully. Do you think I don't understand what you are thinking? Chao Xiaowan shook her head and said, He Jiaozhong is getting married today. As colleagues, it is our duty to ask for a drink. Zhou Sun was stunned and said, Sir, you know? Chao Xiaowan said unhappily, You are wrong. Men should get married when they are old enough and women should get married when they are old enough. What does Jiaozhong's marriage have to do with me? Sir, Zhou Sun smiled bitterly. As long as you are from Sanhe, there is no one who doesn't know about Jiaozhong and Chao Xiaowan. At the beginning, Jiaozhong admired Chao Xiaowan very much, but Chao Xiaowan ignored him. Now Jiaozhong is getting married. I wonder what this Lord Chao feels. Chao Xiaowan said lightly, Who is the girl from the He family he married? Zhou Sun hesitated for a moment and said, Commander Jiao married Chen Jingji's concubine Chen Ying'er. The Chen Jingji in the Honglu temple, who was called an old fox by the prince? Chao Xiaowan frowned. That's right. Zhou Sun looked at Chao Xiaowan's expression and complained. This Commander Jiao is too ignorant. He actually dared to marry the daughter of such a corrupt official. Chao Xiaowan said expressionlessly. If there is no approval from the prince and general manager Hong, do you think he would marry her? I am stupid, Zhou Sun said sincerely. Please help me. Sir, you are such a smart person. Do I need to say more? Chao Xiaowan rolled her eyes at her, and rarely showed her little girl's side. Sighing, I am the chief constable of Ankang Prefecture, and he is the commander of the guards of the prince's palace. No matter him. Neither I am willing to sacrifice my official career. It is destined that we cannot go together, Zhou Sun said. But Chen Jingji has no soldiers, and has lived under someone else's roof all his life. Chao Xiaowan snorted coldly. Jiaozhong married his daughter, which made him look magnanimous and generous like the prince. And he was able to appease a group of old ministers. That's all. Sir. Zhou Sun sincerely felt sorry for Chao Xiaowan. Humph. Love between men and women. What do you know? Chao Xiaowan said lightly. If I really like Jiaozhong, it's nothing more than his status, the commander of the guards. But if he gave up the position of commander for me, I would look down on him even more. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth and said, Since the Lord said so, let's go and ask for a glass of wine. Chao Xiaowan glanced at her then said, When you go, don't talk too much. Jiaozhong is an old man with the prince. Qin Xinluo, He Hong and other adults must be here today. Maybe Lu Can and others are here too. If we make a fool of ourselves, we will lose face. Zhou Sun said. Yes. The group of detectives went straight to Jiaozhong's mansion. Jiaozhong got married today. Colleagues, subordinates, and even royal relatives came. The ministers in the court valued him as the commander of the palace guards. But due to modesty, he did not come, and arranged for his confidants to send valuable gifts. There were no unlearned people in the exchanges, and there were great scholars in the conversations. He had been busy from morning to now, and the guests had not yet dispersed. He was already drunk and confused, but he was still very clear in his mind. Relying on the bright candles, he saw Lei Kaishan and Tan Fei coming from the door, and hurried over to greet them and said, Two brothers, you are late. You must drink 3 cups as a punishment. Lei Kaishan whispered. The general manager has ordered, so we are a little delayed. Please don't blame us. As Jiaozhong's subordinates, good brothers, they should have come. However, his sister was seriously ill, and they had to take orders from the general manager, so they dared not neglect it. They spent the whole day between the stable and the casino. Jiaozhong sighed. All the unfortunate things happened at the same time. I should have gone to share the general manager's worries. Tan Fei said anxiously. Stop talking nonsense. You are in trouble. Jiaozhong snorted under the influence of alcohol. Who dares to trouble me? He is the commander of the guards in the palace of He Wang, the grandson in front of the He Wang, the turtle son in the eyes of Hong, He Jixiang, Qin Disheng and other old men think he is the right-hand man of the He Wang, and the lackey of the He Wang in the eyes of concubine Yuan. Who dares to trouble him? Don't want to live. Chao Xiaowan is leading people here. Lei Kaishan laughed. Do you want to hide? Who? Jiaozhong asked in disbelief. Chao Xiaowan. Lei Kaishan repeated it word for word. What the hell is this? Jiaozhong shuddered. And the alcohol was half gone. This Chao Xiaowan is a famous tigress. If she wanted to deliberately make trouble, the delicate and beautiful wife, he just married would not survive the third watch. Only Daliang, showing its edge. The road is in full bloom. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenue is full of rosy clouds. How lucky I am. Born in your arms, inheriting the same blood. From a distance, Chao Shiuan heard the singing coming from Jiao Zhong's mansion. Chao Shiuan listened for a while, and it was hard to say that Jiao Zhong had no taste. Singing such a song on a wedding day. After all, the song was written and composed with the prince. And if she spoke without thinking, she might be accused of disrespect. She rode leisurely on her horse. But before she reached the gate of Jiao Zhong's mansion, she saw Jiao Zhong standing in the middle of the road, wearing a wedding dress. Chao Shiuan pretended to be calm and said, "Commander Jiao, congratulations. Congratulations." Jiao Zhong didn't expect Chao Shiuan to be so reasonable, but he was afraid it was an illusion, and hurriedly replied, "It is a great honor for Lord Chao to come, since he was promoted to the commander of the guards in the palace. He has never spoken to anyone so politely." Chao Shiuan shouted, "Come here." In Zhou Sun's stunned eyes, two constables carried a box. It seems that Lord Chao came prepared. As Lord Chao's confidant, she didn't know. "What is this?" Jiao Zhong asked nervously. Chao Shiuan smiled and said, "On the day of Commander Jiao's wedding, I can't come empty-handed." "Can I?" Jiao Zhong said with a stiff face. "Lord Chao is too polite. He really didn't know what this woman wanted to do. When I was pursuing you, you ignored me. I'm getting married today. If you do something weird again, don't blame me for being ruthless." It's true that he likes Chao Shiuan, but he pitied Chen Yinger, who is not welcomed in the Chen family more. Chen Yinger was beaten all over by Chen Jingji's wife, and she knelt in front of the Buddha to pray. He felt pity for her at first sight, and the second sight was an uncontrollable desire to protect her. After the third glance, he boldly went to find Chen Dishing as a matchmaker. When he first arrived in Sanhe, the old men in Sanhe were living a miserable life, hated by everyone. Chen Dishing, seeing that he had given him a piece of steak, acted as a matchmaker for him. Because he was suspected by Prince He, Chen Jingji, who was in a state of panic every day, was naturally overjoyed. After slapping his wife 3 times, he happily sent his concubine out with 30 boxes of dowry. "What?" Chao Shiuan tilted her head and said, "Master Jiao can't even give me a glass of wine?" Before Jiao Zhong could speak, he rode away. "Sir." Zhou Sun chased after him. Behind him was the sound of horses' hooves of the constables. "What's this?" Jiao Zhong was so angry that he slapped his thigh. Cui Gingxing held a chicken leg in one hand, chewing it, and said, "Don't worry. If Chao Shiuan dares to beat you, I promise not to let her use a knife." Jiao Zhong said unhappily, "Are you talking like a human being?" Ah Dai choked, raised the sledgehammer in his hand, and roared, "You dare to scold my mother?" His younger brother Cui Gingxing told him that they were brothers, with the same mother, and whoever dared to scold her mother would be beaten to death. Ah! Before Jiao Zhong could react, there was another sound of iron collision. Yu Xiaochun's long sword blocked Ah Dai's iron hammer. Otherwise, he, a 9th grade, could not withstand the hammer of the Grandmaster. He looked at Yu Xiaochun gratefully, and said with lingering fear, "Thank you. This idiot is not a human being." Chapter 507. The boy patted his head. "You are such a bastard." Jiao Zhong was really furious. He was the commander of the guards in the palace of the Prince of He. I dare not say how big his position was, how powerful he was, and how much his subordinates respected him, but no one dared to attack him, unless they didn't want to live, because the Prince of He valued them. Yu Xiaoshi and Ah Dai became the 2 generals in the Prince of He's mouth. They were under his control, and he didn't care too much, not asking them to repay their kindness. It was too much to use a sledgehammer. This was completely ignoring him. Cui Gingren snatched the hammer from Ah Dai's hand, and hurriedly apologized to Jiao Zhong. I'm sorry, you know my brother's temper, he is a little bit stupid, you are a big man, don't bother with him." He was also scared to death by his brother's behavior, although they looked down on Jiao Zhong. Jiao Zhong was their superior in name after all. Rebellion is a serious crime. He was not a fool like his brother, who did not know how serious this was. Once Jiao Zhong took advantage of his status and started to care about it, the 2 brothers would not be able to get along in the future. What's wrong? Jiao Zhong laughed angrily when he heard this. Why doesn't he dare to use a hammer on a blind man? A monk. or someone who is better than him, but dares to show his teeth and claws to me. This, Jiao Zhong was telling the truth. Cui Gengren was unable to refute it for a while, and looked at the increasing number of colleagues gathered at the door, fearing that things would get out of control, and said nervously, Master Jiao, please calm down. I promise there won't be a next time. You will have a next time? Jiao Zhong laughed angrily, and said coldly, let's get through this first. Yu Xiuchun, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. If he really wants to kill you, you are already dead now. Dai followed with a muffled voice. I can kill you with one hammer. Eat shit. Jiao Zhong rolled his eyes at Dai. How could he not know this? Dai is a grandmaster. He is only a 9th rank master. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would not have had the chance to daze just now, and his head would have been smashed. But even so, if Yu Xiaochun hadn't acted quickly, he would have been seriously injured and would have had to lie down for at least 10 days or half a month. Thank you for saving me. I'm grateful for your kindness. Jiao Zhong looked at Yu Xiaochun again and bowed to thank him. I'll beat you up again. Dai was about to raise the hammer, but Cui Gengren stopped him again. Cui Gengren smiled and said, please forgive me. Forgive me. Please be more considerate. Jiao Zhong said coldly. If I don't tell you, do you think you can hide this from the steward and Lord He tonight? Can I let you go? Unlike the prince, Steward Hong and Lord He Jixiang are the most disciplined, especially Lord He Jixiang, who is in charge of the 5 military commandery, and he is very good at using his own hands. He will definitely not tolerate the rebellion against his superiors. He might as well kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Master Jiao. Cui Gengren's face turned pale after hearing what Jiao Zhong said. You old man. Don't bear grudges. Spare him this time. He would never have been so polite to Jiao Zhong in the past. But there is no way, because he is his brother's superior. Jiao Zhong said unhappily. You still don't understand what I mean? So many people are watching, and I will be fine if I pretend not to know. I still beg you to show mercy. The rebellion against one's superiors is indeed a serious crime. Cui Gengren knows it very well. However, whether to convict him of this crime is another matter. Isn't it normal for subordinates to exchange martial arts with their superiors, if they insist on fighting in front of the general manager and Lord He Jixiang? Can these two gentlemen confess under torture? Jiao Zhong said with a look of surprise. Old Cui, you are an official now, and everyone carries the sedan chair. Do I need to say more? Today is my big day. I am giving you face by not reporting you directly, so don't push your luck. Do you really think he is made of clay? You can roll him into a ball and flatten him at will. Wang Tuozi, who was standing on the threshold, looked at Chen Xinluo, who was silent next to him, and saw that he didn't respond, so he stepped forward and said, Lord Cui, Lord Jiao hasn't had his wedding night yet. A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, so we'd better not waste it. From the bottom of his heart, he was more partial to Jiao Zhong, and only those who were not in their right mind would like Dai, who was stupid and arrogant. He wished he could teach him a lesson. Sorry. Cui Gengren bowed to his colleagues on both sides, and after everyone went in, he said to Fang Pai, who was folding his arms at the corner, Brother, I can only rely on you. They are from the same village and grew up together, so their feelings are naturally extraordinary. Unexpectedly, Fang Pai shook his head without thinking. You think too highly of me. I don't have the courage to meet the general manager and Lord He, and, besides, they may not be willing to meet me. He was telling the truth. Although he is the Imperial Guard pacification envoy, he has no face in front of these two people. If things go wrong, he will have to suffer the consequences. Cui Gengren sighed. Then give me some ideas. What should I do? When the enemy comes, we will fight back with the generals. And when the water comes, we will block it with the earth. Fang Pai said nonchalantly. What else can I do? Cui Gengren shook his head and said, If you say it so simply, it would be great. These two people are the kind of people who don't tolerate any sand in their eyes. If things go wrong, they will lose their future. If his silly brother loses his job in the palace, where can he go in the future? He must be able to control his brother. Who else could tolerate his brother except Prince He? Nothing can happen to him. Fang Pai said confidently. They are both Prince He's henchmen. Prince He is very proud of them, and no one would be so blind as to make Prince He unhappy. Hey, now that you put it that way, I feel relieved. Cui Gengren continued. Are you so sure? The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment for living cannot be escaped. Fong Pai said slowly. It's best to go to Lord He Jixiang to ask for punishment first. Cui Gingren hesitated. After a while, he said, for matters in the mansion, it would be better to go to the steward first. Right? Fong Pai glanced at Ah Dai, who was whispering with Yu Shaosher next to him, and then said, the steward never asks others to beat people. He usually does it himself. Cui Gingren couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If you get beaten by the steward, you will have to lie down for 10 days, or half a month if you don't die, Fong Pai said. So go to Lord He Jixiang first. Lord He Jixiang can at most let someone fine you your salary. Beat you a few boards. Or at least fine you some salary. Lord He has finished punishing. And the matter is over. Manager Hong will not give Lord He Jixiang face and deliberately bring up the past. Cui Gingren scratched his head and said, if the manager knows that we are playing tricks on him, what will happen in the future? Fong Pai said disdainfully. Only after the present. Can we talk about the future? Cui Gingren sighed. Damn it. What you said really makes sense. Wang Xiuxuan suddenly ran out of the gate and said unhappily. It's just a trivial matter. What else do you two have to discuss? Come in and have a drink. Brother Wang. Don't be anxious. Cui Gingren grabbed him and repeated what he had just discussed with Fong Pai. Brother. You have also seen the world. Tell me something. Wang Xiuxuan said with a smile. We were classmates in elementary school. Mr. Mingwa said something in our math class. I still remember it clearly now. If the process is wrong, it is useless even if the result is right. Cui Gingren said with a smile. Brother, please show me a way. Wang Xiuxuan said proudly. What Fong Pai said is not completely wrong, but you need to have a strategy. You know the character of the manager? Cui Gingren nodded. Of course. What kind of master you have, you will have what kind of subordinates. They are all notoriously stingy. That's it. Wang Xiaoshuan whispered. You got lucky today, but if the manager cares about it in the future, it will be a hidden danger. I think so too, but we have to get through it. Right? Cui Gingren whispered. Brother, you should tell me quickly. I will definitely give you something in return. Fong Pai also urged. That's right, that's right. Flowers will bloom again. People will have feasts. Don't waste time. Give them a straight answer. Wang Xiuxuan said with a smile. For things like apologizing, you must go to the steward first, and it's your luck. The steward's sister is sick, you know that. Right? Go to the stable with gifts in the name of visiting your aunt, and apologize in person. The steward will not be angry. Fong Pai's eyes lit up, and he gave Wang Xiuxuan a thumbs up. You are getting wiser and wiser. I didn't expect this. Hey, Wang Xiuxuan said proudly. Boy, don't think you are a higher official than me. You still have a lot to learn from me. He is now following Wei Yishan in the army, and his official position is the same as Wang Tuozi. A military officer. The army and the imperial guards were not subordinate to each other, so there was no need for him to be polite when talking to Fong Pai. You kid. Fong Pai shook his head and smiled bitterly. After Cui Gingren and Wang Xiuxuan walked in arm, Zhou Jing and Shan Sanwan appeared on Fong Pai's left and right. Zhou Jing said coldly, Sir, Wang Xiuxuan is getting more and more ungrateful. Do you want a subordinate? Before he could finish, Fong Pai shook his head and said, We are all classmates. He is willing to say these words without any scruples. He also thinks highly of me and does not treat me as an outsider. If I get angry with him because of a few words, wouldn't it be petty? Brothers can't even joke with each other? Shan Sanwan bowed and said, Sir, your demeanor is really admirable. Stop flattering me. Fong Pai said angrily. I have passed on all the skills I know to you. Why don't you make any progress? If you become a grandmaster, can I be so cowardly? Whether in Sanhe or in the army, there are many people who have learned Yuan Gong. But there are not many people who have complete skills. He is one of them. He really has no talent for martial arts. No matter how hard he tries, he is still a nobody. He is too lazy to follow others to be the king of the role. So he passed on the star-absorbing skill and the Huiyuan skill to his trusted subordinates. They are indeed very talented and have reached the peak of the 9th rank. He is just afraid of comparison. Compared with people like Yi and Yu Shaosher, Ah Dai, and Yu Xiaochun, his two subordinates are nothing. The subordinates know their guilt. The two said in unison. Stop talking nonsense. Fong Pai said unhappily. Hurry up and tell me. What is the problem this time? Shan Wan. I specially asked a blind man to ask for you last time. You just need this last step. Why can't you get in? I'm sorry to disappoint you. Sir, Shan-san once said with a wry smile, I am practicing the wedding dress magic today, but I can't get it right. Fong Pai frowned and said, This is what Miss Mingwa taught me. I haven't even gotten to the point until today, but it is indeed difficult to practice. And it's not your fault. I always remember what you said, no matter how perfect your sword moves are. As long as there are traces, the enemy will have a chance to take advantage. But if you don't have any moves at all, how can the enemy break your moves? Zhou Jing said respectfully. I have been thinking about the secrets of the Dugu 9 styles. Don't talk nonsense, Fong Pai said anxiously. This is what I said to the prince. When did I say it was me who said it? If it gets to the ears of those who know the inside story, I will definitely become a joke. My martial arts are not very good, but I am good at bragging. Your Excellency is right. Zhou Jing hurriedly admitted his mistake. Fong Pai thought for a while and said, The blind man is busy getting married these days. I am sure he has no time. When he is free in a few days, I will ask him to give you some advice. You have to do your best, otherwise. What am I trying to do? Yes, the two said excitedly. A word of advice from the Grand Master is worth their lifetime of hard work. The moonlight is like water. Zhou Sun left behind a group of detectives, and finally caught up with Chao Shihuan on the bank of the North Canal. Looking at Chao Shihuan squatting by the river, Zhou Sun couldn't help but say, My lord. After a long time, Chao Shihuan said, Are you worried that I will jump into the river? Zhou Sun hurriedly said, My lord is a heroine. A heroine? How could you be depressed because of a love affair? Chao Shihuan said lightly, That's it. My lord. Zhou Sun hesitated and said, Commander Jiao is responsible for his own business, not for stealing it. Why should you be angry? How about I go buy some wine, and we can have a drink together? Chao Shihuan said lightly, I just suddenly feel very fortunate that I didn't marry him. Think of me, Chao Shihuan, who lost her mother at the age of 3 and her father at the age of 7. I am lonely, helpless, and have suffered enough from the sufferings of the world. As Lord Xiezan said, I have long been indifferent to fame and fortune, and I am not happy or sad because of things. Jiao Zhong underestimated me. He thought I would make a scene like an ordinary woman. Since he doesn't understand me, it is useless for me to marry him. Zhou Sun whispered. Your Excellency is right. Chao Shihuan continued. This kind of dead snake and rotten eel. There is no pity. I will find someone who understands me in my heart. I am not a shrew. I am not someone who can't let go of things. My lord, Chao Shihuan said sadly. And Zhou Sun's tears followed unconsciously. Why are you crying? Chao Shihuan suddenly laughed. The old saying in our family is right. A bastard, selling lemons, a gossipy woman, selling pineapples, a man won't leave unless he is penniless. Your Excellency is wise. After hearing this, Zhou Sun couldn't help laughing. Shop boy. Pat your head. Chao Shihuan turned around and smiled at each other. The next day, Lin Yi got up, and he knew everything he should and shouldn't know. On the wedding day, you have to make people unhappy, you have no foresight at all. Lin Yi wiped his face and yawned. Dai. This dog is getting more and more unruly, a loving mother's stick, and a wandering son's body. Hong Ying smiled. Your Excellency is wise. Chapter 508 Punishment. Lin Yi sighed. Yu Xiao was the same, confused every day, not knowing what to do would be fine, but he became even more reckless, and it is said that he even dared to beat someone in the street a few days ago. The Oncom government gave him face and let him off lightly. Don't think I don't know? Hong Ying bowed and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely pass on your instructions and punish him severely. After Lin Yi put on his clothes, he said while eating breakfast, Liang law is not for show. If ordinary people can abide by it, we in the palace should set an example, and not cause gossip, otherwise my face will be lost. These little bastards really need to be punished. After mentioning face to the prince, even if Hong Ying wanted to let them go, it would be impossible. Lin Yi picked up the cake with one hand, and waved his other hand at Hong Ying, saying, Your sister is sick. You should distinguish between the important and the urgent. I will give you 7 days off. Go and take care of her, and come back after you have arranged the family affairs. Before that, I don't want to see you. Hong Ying smiled and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. I am grateful. Lin Yi said impatiently. Don't be so long-winded. Like a woman. Go quickly. Yes. After Hong Ying left, Zixia said with a pursed mouth. Your Majesty, I won't be long-winded. Lenny smiled and said. Okay. You won't be long-winded. Zixia hesitated and said. Your Majesty, you are going to visit incognito, without the butler serving you. I am worried. Lenny said unhappily. You just said you would not nag? Why are you nagging now? Zixia said unconvinced. I am worried about you. Lenny shook his head. Do I need anyone to serve me? Jiao Zhong is newly married, and the blind man is busy preparing for the wedding. They are all given a holiday. What about you, Xiaoshu and Aunt Dai? Since they have made mistakes, they should reflect on their mistakes. Taking them out is too easy for them. Inform Yu Xiaochun that Lei Kaishan will accompany him. Zixia shook her head and said, Your Highness, if you didn't say so, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. If you said so, I would have been even more worried. Although Yu Xiaochun is a great master, he only has one arm after all. He is an eyesore wherever he goes and attracts attention. He is also stubborn. Your Highness uses him to help him. He may not know what is good for him. As for Lei Kaishan, he is careless and not at all careful. Lenny said. What you said makes sense. Then who should I take out? Let me make it clear first. You are definitely not good enough. Zixia thought for a while and said, Your Highness, if you ask me, the first person I would recommend is Qin Shilian. She is a careful person and will definitely have no problem taking care of your Highness' daily life. Lenny shook his head and said, She is a doctor, not a maid. You thought of that, Zixia said. It is because he is a doctor that I want the prince to take her with him. She is proficient in medicine. If the prince has a headache or fever on the road, she can also treat the prince in time. She is also an expert in using poisons. Monks are said to be immune to all poisons, but they are a little scared when they see her. She is now famous all over the world, making a fortune, and working in the Ministry of Health. How can she have time? Lenny thought for a while and said, It is better not to delay her. Zixia smiled and said, Then take her apprentice. Lenny said, Who is her apprentice? Zixia said, It is Du Yinyang. Who? Lenny suspected that he had heard wrongly. Zixia said, Your Majesty, I told you that Du Sanha's daughter Du Yinyang worshipped Qin Shilian as her master when she was in Sanha. She had long been accustomed to the memory of their prince. Oh! Lenny smiled embarrassedly. I guess I didn't listen carefully at that time. If he listened carefully, he would definitely remember it. She was so impressed by Du Yinyang. She couldn't forget it until now. Your Majesty, Du Yinyang is following Qin Shilian now. Zixia smiled and said, If your Majesty is willing, I will let her come over now. No. No. Lenny shook his head without hesitation. It would be too ostentatious to take her out. Such a beautiful woman is the focus wherever she goes. Following behind him. Isn't it telling everyone nakedly that I have money and power? Otherwise, how could I let such a beauty serve me? At that time, it would not be called a secret visit. It would be called going out Versailles. It doesn't fit the original purpose of going out this time. Zixia said disapprovingly. Prince, let's disguise her, so that she doesn't attract so much attention. It's difficult. Stop talking nonsense. Think of others. Both her master and her apprentice can't do it. In a backward feudal society, what can a disguise do? Can it compare to the 4 great evil arts in Asia? He naturally sneered. Zixia was secretly happy in her heart, but she still frowned and said, I can only recommend Commander Pan. Pan Duo was born a servant, and he has taken care of Qi Peng meticulously both in the past and now. Letting him go out with the prince, Zixia is relieved. Lenny said, Let's decide on this person first. The work of the court guards is actually still managed by Qi Peng. Whether Pan Duo is present or not, it doesn't really matter. The sun is rising. Cui Gingren and his brother kneel in the yard of the stable. The guards who have just finished washing just come over to joke for a few words, and then go home. And those who are on duty go on duty. No one pays much attention to them. The steward's sister lives here, and the steward will definitely come over. And no one dares to stay for long. It's better not to offend the steward here, so as not to get caught. Cui Gingren refused the teacup that Sang brought over, and whispered to his silent brother, Brother, no matter what the steward asks or says, just admit your mistake, and don't say anything else. If you make the steward angry, you know the consequences. Yeah. Ah Dai nodded hurriedly with a sad face. He was also very afraid of the steward. Afraid of being beaten again. Even if his brother didn't tell him, he knew what to do. No matter what the steward said or did, he just had to bear it. What else can I do? I can't beat him. I can only accept my fate. I begged the steward to hit him less. While the two brothers were talking, they suddenly heard Sang-in say, I am here to see the steward. Staff. Cui Jinren hurriedly pulled his brother, knelt and turned around, and said to Hong Ying, I am here to see the steward. Humph. Hong Ying looked at the two brothers, and said unhappily, You are so brave. Cui Jinren said sincerely, My brothers and I are ignorant. I hope the steward will show mercy. Mercy? Hong Ying slowly walked in front of Ah Dai. Ah Dai was so scared that he couldn't move, and let Hong Ying tap him twice on the chest, and he felt that he couldn't use any strength at all. Then he felt the strong wind from the steward, and he had no way to hide. Cui Jinren watched his brother fly over the courtyard wall and out of the door. He didn't even scream and fell into a coma. Thank you, steward. Seeing that the steward had no intention of continuing to attack, Cui Jinren breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't rush out to check his brother's injuries. Although his brother's acupuncture points were sealed, he was a grandmaster after all, and it was not so easy for him to die. As the prince's two generals, they are so shameless, which is really embarrassing for the prince. Hong Ying said coldly, He can be spared the death penalty, but he cannot escape the punishment of life. Let him go to the government office with Yu Shaoshi to answer for his crime, and do hard labor for 1 month. I will never forget the general manager's kindness. Cui Jinren was not too surprised that the general manager punished Yu Shaoshi. It must be that Yu Shaoshi's dissolute behavior reached the general manager's ears. That's good. Get out. Don't disturb the peace of our family. After Hong Ying finished speaking, he went into his sister's room without looking back. My sister leaned back against the bed, letting the second girl feed her porridge. Seeing Hong Ying coming over, she tried to get up. Hong Ying hurried forward to stop her, and said with a smile, Sister, just lie down. The doctor will treat you in the evening. You will be cured in 3 days. My sister smiled and said, You are trying to fool me again. I have been taking medicine at home for half a year. The best doctor in our county said that my disease is probably incurable. Don't blame Daohong. He is a filial man, but he has no skills, and can't find a way to make money. So he went to the gambling house, thinking that he could win more money to take me to the capital city for treatment. Sister. Hong Ying took the bowl from the second girl's hand, and fed her porridge personally. After she swallowed a spoonful, she looked at her expectantly. Don't feel too bad, I just want to scare him. This sister is still too soft-hearted, and she can't bear to see her nephew suffer, so she is just saying good things for him. In fact, the money he gave over the years was enough to pay for his sister's medical treatment in the city, and even to buy land and a house in the city. But his sister was not fully recovered, so he couldn't refuse her face. His sister continued, You know him. He is very timid. Don't make him any worse. Hong Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and nodded to Hong An, who was standing not far away. After Hong An left, he continued, Don't worry, sister. I have asked someone to bring him back, and let this boy stay by your side and serve you. His sister listened and said with a smile, It's really difficult for you. You are my sister. We are all family. Don't say two things. Hong Ying. He smoothed the dry hair on her forehead and said distressfully, You should have a good rest. Don't talk too much, and get enough rest. Then I will feel relieved. I, Hong Mei, am really blessed to have a brother like you in my life. I, your sister, am so proud when I walk on the road. The rich people in the village are all respectful to me when they see me, and they dare not let me suffer any injustice. I am blessed to have a sister like you. After feeding her the rice in the bowl, Hong An coaxed her to sleep himself. Xiao Lin stood in the yard trembling. He had shit and urine in his crotch, and he felt uncomfortable all over, but he still couldn't stop dozing off. Hong Ying took 2 steps forward and sighed. Your mother loves you so much, you should show some courage. Don't embarrass your mother. Uncle. Xiao Lin knelt on the ground and said, I know I was wrong. After entering the gambling house, he truly realized the power of his uncle. The owner of the gambling house respectfully poured tea, and the gamblers honestly played cards with him. No one dared to say a harsh word to him. However, those people in the gambling house were still not human. They smiled at him, but they didn't allow him to sleep, to eat, to go to the toilet. He said all the nice things, but it was useless. He even knelt down and begged, and these people knelt down with him. No. No, Hong Ying said. A good child is one who knows his mistakes and corrects them. Go down, wash yourself clean, have a good sleep, and go to see your mother in good shape. Don't let her worry. Brother. The second girl stepped forward, pinched her nose, and pulled her brother away. General Manager. Ten Fei did what the general manager wanted, but seeing the general manager's attitude towards Xiaolin, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Is he right in misunderstanding the general manager's intention? Hong Ying glanced at him and said, The prince will go on a private visit tomorrow. You can follow him. Ten Fei bowed and said, General Manager. Rest assured, I will make all the arrangements. Hong Ying nodded and ignored him, sitting on the stone bench with his eyes closed to rest. At noon, Hu Shirlu came with 2 female apprentices, first began to boil medicine, and began to perform surgery when the sun set. The operation lasted for more than an hour. Hu Shirlu, soaked in sweat, came out of the bedroom and said to Hong Ying, With the general manager's true chief protecting my body, I will be fine after a few days of recuperation. There is no need for me to come again. The sun is good these days. You can go out and sunbathe your wound. Hong Ying leaned over and bowed. Thank you, Dr. Hu. General Manager. You are embarrassing me. Hu Shirlu couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. When has this dog eunuch been so polite to me? After leaving the stable with his 2 apprentices, he almost sang in the carriage. I will have a day to be proud of myself. Xiao Shizi stood at the door, waited for Hu Shirlu's carriage to go far away, then entered the yard and said to Hong Ying, Master, the house has been cleaned up, and I took the initiative to arrange a cook, 2 handymen, and 2 maids. Hong Ying said calmly, Quit them. Our family is an ordinary family. We all have hands and feet, and we don't need others to serve us. Xiao Shizi said, I understand. Hong Ying said, Just prepare the carriage at noon tomorrow. There are too many people in the stable, and it's not so convenient for my sister to bask in the sun. It's better to go outside the city. Xiaoxizi Road. The carriage of Uncle and Erling has arrived outside the city. Hong Ying thought for a while. Just send them directly to Zhuangzi outside the city. This is the horse's house with Wang Fu. He took his sister, near. The nephew was placed here and lost the rules. If you lead your sister again, it's even less like a word. He is the director. You have to make an example for the people of Huangfu. Hong Mei woke up at night. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Hong Ying by the bed. Her hand just put on Hong Ying's hand. Hong Ying also woke up. De Lang and Er Yadu have been guarding you for a whole day. Hong Ying patted her hands and said, I'll let them go to rest. My stomach is itchy, and I feel uncomfortable all over. Hong Mei reached out to scratch the wound on her stomach. Hong Ying grabbed her hand and comforted her. Go back to sleep, and you'll be fine once you fall asleep. Without waiting for his sister to speak, he pressed her sleep acupoint. Chapter 509 Sorrow Comes From Within. Hong Yin, who stood at the door with his hands hanging down, saw Hong Ying come out and whispered, Master, Hong Ying said, your wedding day will be in a few days. You go back and prepare. You are not needed here. Hong Ying smiled and said, Big brother took pity on me and gave me a house. It can be regarded as solving the biggest problem for me. The rest was handed over to the wedding sedan shop. I also asked the old knife in the dental shop to help me keep an eye on it. There is nothing I need to do. He showed off everything. Hong Ying's face rarely showed a smile. He only remembered to eat and not to be beaten. Hong Yin said, Big brother is kind and willing to help me. Please don't punish him. Master. As his master favored Tan Shizi, she didn't need to say bad things about him. Just go along with what the master said. Hong Ying glanced at her and said, You are from the same school, and you can help each other. I am so happy that I can't wait. Master. Don't worry. I will follow your teachings. She certainly didn't dare to make promises. Her eldest brother is getting more and more arrogant now. He has offended many people both inside and outside the palace. Even the monks and the blind man, who have always been peaceful, look down on him. The eldest brother once gave 50,000 taels of silver to the blind man, asking him to help tell a fortune. The blind man did not agree. As for why, the blind man did not say. However, according to her understanding of the blind man rarely refused to do business that was offered to him. Moreover, he and the prince had scolded the eldest brother several times. He still had no intention of restraining himself. Therefore, secretly, she still wanted to distance herself from the eldest brother, and was unwilling to be in collusion with her. However, she never expected what the master said next. You two are from the same school. Do you think you can get away with it by doing nothing? And you can be free from it? I dare not. Hong Ying was stunned for a long time, and did not understand the meaning of the master's words. Hong Ying said slowly, "When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. When the person is too strict, there will be no followers. Do you need me to teach you this simple truth? When the water is too clear, fish cannot survive. When you are too strict with others, there will be no companions." I understand the meaning of this sentence. But Hong Ying still had doubts. After hesitating for a while, he said boldly, "But, Master, as the first disciple, what you are doing now is really a disgrace to the family and the reputation of Master." Hong Ying snorted coldly. "Your brother and I are just servants of the prince. What do we need reputation for?" "Master." Hong Ying didn't know how to respond. Every word her master said was beyond her expectation. Hong Ying said, "There are only the two of us. Master and disciple, I will tell you clearly, the only person we need to serve is the prince. The people of this world, what does it have to do with us? A eunuch, making friends with all officials, working for the benefit of the people, getting along with everyone, people who don't know would think he is ambitious." Ah! Hong Ying was a little panicked for a while. Then the eldest brother. Is the eldest brother deliberately defaming himself? But judging from his actions, it doesn't seem like it. "Your eldest brother is not a fool. He knows what he is doing," Hong Ying said lightly. "If he makes friends with everyone, this day next year will be his memorial day." Hong Ying seemed to have grasped something. She remembered that Master He Jixiang once said, "He Jin is not a fool." She didn't take it seriously at the time. If he wasn't a fool, how could he cause such public outrage, and everyone wanted to eat his flesh? "Master, I know I'm wrong," Hong Ying said with shame. Hong Ying nodded and said, "It's good to know. From the day you worship me as your master, you are no longer just yourself." "Master," Hong Ying said with tears in his eyes. "Master, I will follow you for the rest of my life." The eldest brother can only be the eldest brother for the rest of his life. Hong Ying waved his hand and said, "I understand. Go back. On your wedding day, we will also ask for a glass of wine." "Yes." Hong Ying bowed and left. Sang and carefully moved a chair and a table to Hong Ying, and then placed tea sets on it. He said respectfully, "General Manager, please have tea." Hong Ying closed his eyes and ignored him. When Xiao Shizi came over, Hong Ying opened his eyes. "Master." Xiao Shizi changed a cup of hot tea for him and whispered, "There is something I forgot to tell you. The imperial concubine arranged for people to clean up the Xi'an Palace. The Xi'an Palace was originally the residence of the Holy Mother Empress Dowager, and later it was always occupied by the eldest princess. It is magnificent inside, and it is great that the Empress is pleased with it," Hong Ying said expressionlessly. "Just listen to the Empress's instructions." Xiao Shizi hesitated for a moment and said, "But the prince? He has not informed the prince yet," Hong Ying said. "The prince is a filial person. If the Empress wants to move into the Xi'an Palace, there is no reason for her to disagree." "Yes," Xiao Shizi continued. "Master, you go and rest. I will be here to guard it." As soon as he finished speaking, he could no longer see the shadow of the master. Sang came out of the gatehouse again, and said with a smile, "Eunuch, shall I change another pot of tea for you?" Xiao Shizi was lying on the armchair, bored, and joked, "You old man are getting more and more energetic as you get older." Sang smiled and said, "Thanks to the steward, I have the honor to learn the steward's skills. Now I am a third-rank official. I am in good health, free of illness and disaster, and can eat 2 bowls of rice at a meal." Xiao Shizi glanced at him and said, "No meat?" Sang said, "I have a grandson. My son is in the army, and he will soon be of marriageable age, so he dare not eat and drink as much as he wants." Xiao Shizi snorted coldly, "You old man can deceive others, but I know your family background." Tong Jinhua rented the house of Chung Xianglu, which she opened outside the city. "From you, old man?" He. Sang was not surprised that Xiao Shizi knew about him. After all, he was a eunuch in charge of writing. If he didn't even know about the commotion caused by Tong Jinhua coming to Hong Kong City from Sanha, he would not be worthy of his current position. Xiao Shizi continued, "You are quite capable, old man. You have quietly accumulated such a huge fortune. It is really amazing. I dare not. I dare not. Now that the prince has banned land annexation, I have been frugal, and the little fortune I have accumulated has no other use. So I had to buy a few more houses." Sang was polite, but he couldn't help feeling proud in his heart. It just so happened that Fong Pai said that Tong Jinhua was going to open a Chungxianglu branch. I rented this house to her, and collected a small amount of rent a year. Sai Jinhua is also a ruthless person. Xiao Shizi yawned. She actually dared to fight with the people of the beggar gang. Tong Jinhua has been in Baiyun City for a long time, so her legal awareness is naturally stronger than others. Sang An also had to admire Tong Jinhua's courage. How dare I make another mistake? The first brothel in Baiyun City was Tong Jinhua's Chungxianglu. She made a lot of money. One year, Sanha implemented a tax refund policy. Tong Jinhua thought that her brothel had the most employees, so she went to the governor's office to ask for a tax refund, but she was charged with tax evasion and paraded through the streets in shackles. She was so ashamed that she didn't dare to go out for a month. After that, she didn't dare to break the law again. She became a well-known taxpayer in Sanha. Then Sanha cracked down on human trafficking, and Chungxianglu was the first to respond, and did not accept any women who were not willing. What was unexpected was that she actually opened a brothel in Ankong City. The beggars' gang in Ankong City was very powerful, and it would revive after each round of attacks. They still sold women to prostitutes without restraint. Few brothels dared to offend the beggars' gang. But due to the Liang law, buying and selling women were equally punished, so they would release the women after buying them. However, what the beggars' gang did not expect was that Tong Jinhua of Chungxianglu was an outlier, and she directly fought with the beggars' gang with swords. As a result, an 8th-generation elder of the beggars' gang died under the sword of the 6th-ranked Tong Jinhua. With a head in hand, she received a reward of 10,000 taels of silver from Ankong Prefecture. A branch of the beggars' gang in Ankong City was captured by Chao Shihuan and Hong'an. The principal offender was beheaded at Woman Gate. Tong Jinhua became famous in Ankong City all of a sudden. The business of Chungxianglu became more prosperous. A few days ago, 10,000 taels of silver were used to actively sponsor the activities of the 3rd lawyer training class. Lawyers from all over Dalian who came to Ankong City for training basically became regular customers of Chungxianglu, and they hired storytellers to tell legal cases in Chungxianglu. Teaching through entertainment. He really has a good way to make money. It's hard not to be convinced. You old man. You have only worked as a laborer twice, and you have accumulated so much wealth. Xiao Shizi said curiously. Not easy. I dare not deceive you, father-in-law. Sang An said honestly. When I was in Xuanzhou, I got a big gold ingot, and later melted it in Jinling, and got a lot of silver. When I came to Ankong City, I thought the house developed by Tian Xixi was good, so I borrowed 500 taels of silver from Sanha Bank to buy this house. When Bai Lin first came to Sanha from Yuezhou, I gave him a bowl of rice. Otherwise, he would have starved to death. How could he be valued by the prince and become the manager of this bank? This bastard. He turned his face and turned his back on me. He dared to ask me for 7 cents a year in interest. Now he has to pay 2 taels of silver every month. You are not telling the truth. Xiao Shizi rolled his eyes at him and said, Your grandson is now a captain in the army. If he retires, according to the policy, he can also be a mayor. If you, as a grandfather, still hold him back, what progress can you talk about? Sang An was scared. He was not afraid of anything. He was just afraid that someone would threaten him with his grandson. His parents died early, and he married a woman at the age of 20 and had a son. But what was unexpected was that, when her son was 3 months old, his wife caught a cold and died. She raised her son with all her heart and soul. And when he was 20 years old, she helped him find a housekeeper. Not long after his daughter-in-law became pregnant, his son drowned in the river. Not long after the child was born, his daughter-in-law remarried to son Kazi, who is now a first-tier supplier of Dalian State. He worked hard all by himself and raised his grandson until he was a teenager. He and the prince came to Sanha to implement compulsory education. He was extremely poor at the time, and out of helplessness, he sent his grandson to the first primary school in Baiyun City. Unexpectedly, this grandson was a hard-working man. After graduating from primary school, he was directly recruited into the army. A 7th-rank master, he was promoted to the rank of captain. If nothing unexpected happens, he will at least be a garrison commander in the end. According to the current policy for retired soldiers, his future after returning to Sanha will definitely not be bad. I am ignorant. Sang An knelt down and said, Please give me a clear way, father-in-law. Okay, get up. Xiao Shizi waved his hand disdainfully. I was just joking with you. Look how scared you are. Sangin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a trembling voice. I dare not. I only have this one grandson. I don't ask him to be rich. I just ask him to live a peaceful life, and my family can have many children. After saying that, he couldn't help but regret it. It's really inappropriate to say have many children. In front of a dog who is not even a man, if you are not careful. You may even anger the other party. Fong. Is your grandson called Sang Ning? To answer your father-in-law. Sangin said stiffly. Yes. He is a good boy. Xiao Shizi said calmly. He is diligent and studious. Even Shinchu values him. I heard that Shinchu wants to marry his daughter to him. That is General Shin's favor. I dare not marry him. Sangin said hurriedly. Please take good care of him. Father-in-law. Xiao Shizi shook his head and said. Shinchu married 4 wives in succession, all of them were girls. If your eldest grandson can really marry the eldest girl of the Shin family, it will also be a great honor for your Sang family's ancestors. Since it involves his own grandson, Sangin did not dare to respond casually. He was regretting it so much now. Why did he come to Tan Shizi's presence for no reason? Look at you. You are such a coward. After scaring Sangin, Xiao Shizi suddenly felt bored and said impatiently. Go down. As long as old lady Sang is still here. You can rest assured. Thank you. Eunuch. I'll take my leave. Old lady Sang? She's already over 60. Although she has great kung fu and outstanding political achievements. How many years can she live? Sangin would never dare to offend others by borrowing the reputation of old lady Sang. He couldn't afford to be repaid later. It's really boring. Xiao Shizi looked at the bright moon. When a person reaches a certain age, he has no confidence. Before dawn, he got up from the chair. After eating a bowl of porridge brought by Sangin, the carriage arrived. He began to arrange for people to send his aunt, second girl, Delang to the farm outside the city. He saw Hongyan coming, but did not see the shadow of his master. Hongyan said with a smile. The prince is going on a private visit today. He said he would not bring anyone with him. But according to master's personality, he will definitely follow us secretly. We will take care of aunt. And master will not worry about anything. How much does it cost to build such a big farm? Hong Mei was lying in the yard enjoying the warm sun, looking at the huge house in front of her, and said uneasily, What a sin! What a sin! Xiao Shizi hurried forward, squatted in front of Hong Mei, and said with a smile, Aunt, master went out to do business today. Don't blame me. This house is not worth much. If you really feel bad, just wait for the harvest, and reward us disciples with some food. Hong Mei looked at the white-faced and beardless Xiao Shizi in front of her, and realized that he was a eunuch like her brother. He would have no children for life. She couldn't help but feel sad. While wiping away tears, she said, You kid. You didn't learn anything from your master. You just learned how to coax people. Chapter 510 Going Out. Xiao Shizi said sincerely, Aunt, I'm telling the truth. Master said that the food you cook is delicious. When you are healthy, I will come here often. You can't despise me. Hong Mei smiled and said, Don't listen to your master's nonsense. We are poor. We have never seen good food. We have never eaten good food. How can we have any good cooking skills? It's just some simple meals. In the future, if you don't despise me, come here every day. This is his brother's apprentice. When he was sick, he was busy running around. Even the coldest heart could be warmed. She really treated Xiao Shizi as a family member. And, you said it. Little Shizi looked at Qiu Lin and Yata next to him, and said with a smile, You have to bear witness for me here. If you come too often in the future, you can't chase me away. Yata said with a smile. Brother Shizi, I'm afraid you won't come in the future. Maybe I will have to go to your house to pull you over. That's right. That's right. Qiu Lin echoed. As long as you are willing to come, our whole family will definitely welcome you. The son-in-law of the Hong family is a dull and honest man, wearing a gray patched rough coat, and is squatting on a stone bench in the yard, rolling a pipe. Seeing the bag that Xiao Shizi handed over, I was very confused. Little Shizi said, This is tobacco from Baocheng. Yuzhou. Many of the dignitaries in Ankong City smoke this. Try it. If you like it, I'll give you more in the future. Hong Mei didn't wait for her husband to speak, and hurriedly said, Shizi, you can't indulge his bad habits. He is from a small family. If he gets addicted to it, He will be in trouble in the future. Try it first. After little Shizi forced it to the son-in-law of the Hong family, he turned to Hong Mei and said, "Aunt, no matter how expensive tobacco is, how expensive can it be? This bag is enough for a year or two. Our uncle doesn't have any other hobbies. Since he likes this, we can give it to him. It's no big deal." Then he took out a stack of papers from his arms and said with a smile, "This is what my master asked me to do. I just got it this morning. Daolong, Erlang, you have studied and can read. Come and have a look. This is our house deed and land deed. Are there any mistakes? If there is any mistake, I can correct it when I go back to the government office." Xiao Lin took it without hesitation, picked up the land deed and the house deed and looked at them one by one, and said excitedly, "It's our mother's name." Hong Mei hesitated and said, "This silver." Her brother told her about it, but when she really saw the house, she was shocked. This house has 2 courtyards in the front and 2 courtyards in the back. In their countryside, only landlords and gentry with thousands of acres of land can live in it. Without 300 or 400 taels of silver, it is impossible to buy it. Moreover, this is Hong Kong City, the emperor's feet, and master has already arranged the silver issue, so you don't have to worry too much." Xiao Shizi said with a smile, "Let's live here peacefully. In addition, according to the number of people, our family can buy 30 acres of land, all of which are cultivated land and can be planted immediately." The son-in-law of the Hong family, who had been hesitant, stood up and said, "Where is the land? There are many things to pay attention to when buying land. You are not farmers, and you don't understand the tricks here. Don't let people fool you and buy sandy land or saline-alkali land." Xiao Shizi said with a smile, "Uncle, don't worry. I have asked people to call the local villagers. When you grow up, he will take you to identify the fields immediately." The son-in-law of the Hong family said happily, "Then I have to go and take a look. If they are fooling people, we will have to settle accounts with them." "That's for sure," Xiao Shizi said jokingly. "After identifying, you must remember it. Don't forget it later, and plant the fields of others." The dark face of the man of the Hong family rarely showed a trace of blush, and he said loudly, "That can't be. I have been planting for a lifetime, and I have never made such a fool of myself." "That's good. That's good." While Xiao Shizi was talking, He Lian let an old man in linen clothes in. After the old man came in, he lowered his head and dared not say a word. Xiao Shizi said, "Uncle, this is the local village chief. If you have any questions in the future, just ask him directly." "Yes, yes," the village chief replied hurriedly, although he didn't know who this man in a snow-white gown and a duck voice was. He knew that he could never afford to offend him. At noon, Hongan had someone send a pile of food and meat. Hong Mei said in a reproachful tone, "You kid, you bought so much meat. Aren't you afraid that it will go bad if you can't finish it? Don't buy so much next time. We buy as much as we can eat." Hongan pointed at Xiao Shizi, He Lian and others and said with a smile, "Aunt, there are so many people eating for free, you don't have to worry about not being able to eat. I am afraid it won't be enough." Hong Mei shook her head helplessly. "Although you are also officials who eat the emperor's food, your monthly income is also limited. If you waste money like this, it will be difficult to save it." Hongan covered his mouth and laughed. "Aunt, you underestimate me too much. You can't make me poor. You, put your heart in your stomach. She may cry about being poor occasionally, but as a girl, she really has no place to spend money, so she still saved a lot of money. What's more, the blind man's current assets are in her hands." She only knew that the blind man was not short of money, but she was shocked when she saw the blind man's savings. It turns out that fortune-telling is so profitable. Just like Fang Pai said, it costs hundreds of taels and thousands of taels to ask the blind man for a fortune-telling. Whether the blind man is willing or not depends on his mood. So, she is really a rich woman now. "You are a capable girl," Hong Mei said with a smile. "Who dares to look down on you?" Hongan deliberately raised his head and said, "That it's good for you to know. And you stay here and bask in the sun. I will go to the kitchen to show you my skills." Her master's family are all ordinary people. According to her master's intention, no one will be hired from errands to maids. Even cooking, I had to do it myself. "Sisterin, you just take a rest, I'll do this kind of thing." The second girl held her down, and then ran to the kitchen and said, "Erlang, come here and add more fire to my fire. Erlang, who had been reading under the peach tree, was about to go, but was also held down by Hongen. Hongen said, "Brother, you should read your book well. If you become the top scholar in the future, we could also benefit from it." It was the first time that Erlang Qiuquan was so close to a girl. Smelling the faint fragrance from the other party, and looking at the face smiling like peach blossoms, he lowered his head in shame. All of this was seen by Xiao Shizi. However, he really didn't have the courage to take him to the place of fireworks to see the scene. His master had high hopes for this child. If he lost his mind on studying in the place of fireworks, he would have to bear the blame. It's better not to do it, and it's better to do less and make fewer mistakes. The sun was getting hotter and hotter. Although there were no students in the original Imperial College, it was still very lively. Today was the closing ceremony of the 4th lawyer training class of Daliang State. Shinkasho, the Minister of Justice, braved the heat and gave a passionate speech to more than 200 lawyers from all over Daliang State on the stage. For law, it must be made clear and easy to understand. Public and private affairs must be clear, and the legal system must be examined. Laws are not ancient or modern, but are what is appropriate at the time and what the people are comfortable with. Constitutional law is beneficial to the country, the monarch, and the country. The country has permanent laws, and it will not be chaotic even in times of crisis. We must always adhere to and practice the concept and policy of ruling the country according to law with the prince. When he finished speaking, there was warm applause from the audience. Many people were so happy that they cried. Finally, he finished speaking, and there was no need to suffer under the sun anymore. Shinkasho, supported by the new supervisor Han Jin, trembled slightly as he walked down the wooden platform. After Shinkasho sat down in the hall, he let the servant wipe the sweat off his forehead. Han Jin handed him a teacup and said, "Sir, drink some tea to moisten your throat." Shinkasho sucked the tea into his mouth, tilted his head back and gulped it. Then he took a sip of the teacup again and sighed. "I can't do it anymore. I'm old. I'm gasping for breath after standing for such a while." Han Jin smiled and said, "Don't say you are old. Even the young ones, like us, can't stand it. According to your humble opinion, sir, why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late to hold this graduation ceremony in the evening when it's cooler." Shinkasho smiled and said, "I was young once. It was not easy to enter the capital to take the exam. The same is true for these lawyers, who come from all over the country. The longer they stay, the more expenses they have. Send them away early, and they will have one less day to eat." Han Jin said with a smile, "Your Excellency is too considerate of them. In my opinion, they are reluctant to leave Ankang City. Whether it is Chuanxiang Tower or Xinghua Tower, they spend a lot of money, much more generous than us." Shinkasho said, "They are very few. Like Tu Xinhua from Yuezhou and Luo Shengyan from Nanzhou, they are all poor children. After getting their lawyer licenses, they are not well known and do not have much income. It is said that they came to study this time and borrowed from loan sharks. They packed their luggage last night and are ready to leave today." The minister of the Honglu Temple, Chen Jingji, flattered, "Your Excellency is very perceptive. It is really a blessing for us." Shinkasho said with a smile, "Today my son-in-law is coming home. You are not waiting at home. You are here with me. An old man. I am not afraid of disappointing my son-in-law." Chen Jingji bowed and said seriously, "You are joking. My lord, I always put my work first and dare not slack off. It seems that I made the right move to marry a worthless concubine's daughter to Jiao Zhong." Even Master Shinkasho started to joke with him. "What is survival ability? It means that when everyone thinks you are dead, you can come back to life." Shinkasho waved his hand and said, "Okay, go down. This is the first time your son-in-law comes to your house. You can't ignore him." "Thank you for your grace, Master." Seeing that Shinkasho was so persistent, Chen Jingji retreated directly. Shinkasho looked at Old 12, who was wiping his sweat, and said, "Prince Yong'an, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Old 12 said, "Sir Xing, if you have anything to ask, just tell me. I will definitely do my best to help you." Shinkasho said, "The reason I'm bothering you this time is mainly because of the matter of Prince Shixiang. According to the rules, this matter should be handled by the Ministry of Clan Affairs. Your Highness, please take the person away from the Ministry of Justice when you get back." Old 12 said seriously, "You're joking. My brother is vigorously advocating the rule of law. Princes who break the law are subject to the same punishment as common people. A small prince, dare to beat someone to death in the street, it is simply lawless. Your Excellency should follow the Liang law, and directly behead him at the Meridian Gate. Shinkisho said with a smile. Your Highness is the Zwazongjin of the Zongrenfu. I am mainly worried that your Highness will have a hard time doing this. Old 12 hurriedly said. It's not hard, it's not hard. Your Excellency just deal with it according to the law. He is actually a Zongjing in name only, occasionally. When Chundishing, Shinkisho, and Yijixiang want to kill a clan member, they will let him know, and he will come all the way to sign and seal the document. In the end, he took all the blame and endured all the insults. Now when the clan members see him, they want to kill him. He really wants to cry, make a scene, and even hang himself in front of his brother. I won't do it anymore. However, his brother gave him too much money. For the sake of money, it seems that it doesn't matter if he gets insulted? Shinkisho stroked his beard and said, Your Highness is so wise and righteous, which is a blessing for the people. I dare not say that. Prince Yong'an quickly denied. Under the wise leadership of my brother, I have upheld the truth, upheld my ideals, practiced my original intention, undertaken my mission, was not afraid of sacrifice, and fought bravely. A harmonious society is everyone's responsibility. Learn math, physics and chemistry well, and you won't be afraid to travel around Liang State. Garbage should be concentrated, and mosquito and fly eradication is the key. Whoever fights will go to jail. If you break the law, the whole village will have a feast. Raise pigs and grow potatoes, and you will get rich. If you dare to cause trouble, we dare to burn paper. These slogans are all over the streets and alleys of Hong Kong City. I have seen them so many times that I can basically say them at any time. Your Majesty is right. Shinkisho laughed dumbly. He had to admire His Majesty. He was able to train the unruly Prince Yong'an so well behaved. Then will I take my leave now? Prince Yong'an asked tentatively. Shinkisho bowed and said, Sorry to bother you. Your Highness. Please do as you please. Sir Shing. Please stay. Prince Yong'an ran away. In front of an old man like Shinkisho. It would be torture to stay for a moment longer. Shinkisho looked at his hurried back and said with emotion, Prince Yong'an is becoming more and more interesting. Han Jin did not dare to take up the topic, but just smiled and said, Your Highness is visiting incognito, and the burden on your shoulders is heavy enough. It's just my duty. I can only do my best. For people like Shinkisho, whether the prince is in Hong Kong City or not, his work status will not change much. He and the prince, the region of Daliang, are more of a flag that can gather a group of people to move in one direction and one goal. Lin Yi was riding on a donkey at this moment. He raised his hands and slapped the mosquitoes around his ears to death, looking back at the city that was getting farther and farther behind him. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why not be a good otaku and go out for nothing? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for yourself? However, now that he has come here, if he goes back, he will be laughed at. Chapter 511 Understanding the People's Feelings. Zixia asked him where he wanted to go, and he said without hesitation, north. He had traveled from Hong Kong City to Sanhe, and from Sanhe, he rode a donkey all the way back to Hong Kong City. He also had a general idea of the situation south of Hong Kong City. Besides, whether it was Yong'an, Wuzhou, Nanzhou, Yuezhou, Jingzhou, it had been under his rule for a long time, and it was relatively peaceful at the moment, so there was nothing to worry about. The most important thing was that, after spring was over, summer would come. Not to mention the heat, he couldn't help shivering when he thought of the mosquito-filled south. It would be fine if he went out to sleep in the open air, but there are 3 urgent things for people, and in the wilderness, his butt couldn't stand it. For his butt that had suffered so much, he resolutely went north. Prince, Pandua rode forward and said, Prince, we are tired from the journey. There is a big market town ahead. Let's go in and rest for a night before continuing on our journey. Before he came out, whether it was He Jixiang, Chen Dishing and other old men, or Hong Zongguan, Zixia and others, they repeatedly told him that the prince was delicate and should not walk fast. Walking a few miles a day was enough to satisfy the prince's desire for exploration. Don't take He Wangya's secret visit seriously. Whoever takes it seriously will lose. This trip was just to fool He Wangya. So, this time, he tried to take the newly built official road. If He Wangya got tired of riding the donkey, he would immediately arrange for someone to bring the 4-wheel drive, 4-powered, shock-absorbing carriage behind him, so that He Wangya could lie down comfortably. There were all kinds of wine and snacks inside. But all this was kept secret from Iwanya. Fortunately, Iwanya didn't need it at the moment. Lenny looked at the sun, which still had some light left, and said with a smile, "It's still early before dark. Let's keep going. Your Majesty is right." Song Chung beside him also laughed. "A dozen miles ahead is the Din Mountain Resort. I remember that your Majesty has been talking about this place. Why don't we take this opportunity to go and see it?" Lenny said in surprise. "Why are we going to Din?" "In order to consolidate the management of the northern frontier. The founding Emperor Lin Baoji established the Din paddock several hundred miles away from Hong Kong City. Every autumn, the Emperor brought tens of thousands of filial sons and grandsons, princes and nobles to hunt here. And in order to solve the food, clothing, housing and transportation problems of so many people, dozens of palaces were built here. The most famous one is the Din Mountain Resort, which is used for summer vacation and handling government affairs. Emperor Delong is diligent and rarely comes here to escape the summer heat. Instead, it is a good opportunity for the eldest princess, the crown prince, the king of Dai, the king of Xian, the king of Jin and others. Every summer, these people basically come here. When Lenny couldn't stand the heat, he also wanted to come here. But he was insignificant at that time, so he didn't have the chance. He could only talk to Hong Ying, Song Chung and others when he had nothing to do. After he led his troops into Hong Kong City, the first thing Hong Ying did for him was to let Jizhou guerrilla general Yushan occupy the summer resort. But he had never been here once. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Things that were once out of reach now suddenly became within reach. He suddenly looked at the sly-looking Luohan on the right and said unhappily, "No wonder I said Song Chung would bring you a dog." This time, Zishi recommended Pan Duo, and he didn't object at the time. Pan Duo is the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. He is highly skilled in martial arts and well informed. When he is away from home, it is best for such a person to be the internal and external liaison officer and coordinate in the middle. As for Song Chung, he suddenly thought of him. Mingwei and Zixia are her accountants and auditors. Hong Ying is his money bag, and his inner treasury's industries are basically all managed by Song Chung, such as his salt field in Fangnia Island, the tea field in Yong'an, Sanha Bank, and the large ships on the sea. Song Chung is not an official, but as the agent of his industry, he is more powerful than an official, because of the need of traveling for business. He often traveled to various states in Daliang State, and he was very familiar with the customs and habits of many places. Lenny brought him with him, which was equivalent to bringing an encyclopedia. As for Luohan, he was brought here by Song Chung. He once despised Luohan very much and arranged him to work as a night watchman in the Jinling government office. Later, this guy couldn't stand it anymore and returned to Hong Kong City shamelessly. He was originally a native of Hong Kong City, and there was no reason for Lin Yi to stop him from coming back. I don't know what benefit he gave to Xiao Shizi, but he suddenly became the governor of Din Mountain Resort, responsible for the security of the resort. He didn't object when he found out later. In this position, ability is not important, but loyalty is important. Luohan has proved many times that his loyalty to him is enough. He just turned a blind eye. He just saw it here suddenly, and the mountain resort happened to be in front of him. It was premeditated. It was not to take him on an incognito tour, but to corrupt him with sugar-coated bullets. "Your Majesty?" Luohan was a little at a loss for a moment, and said with a smile, "I have never had the opportunity to honor you, but since I heard that you were coming to Jizhou, I shamelessly asked Brother Song to take me with you." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, "You have no real ability, but you are good at scheming." Song Chung smiled and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Lin Yi sighed. "We agreed to go on an incognito tour, but now you have made it known to everyone. Even a low-ranking character like Luohan knows about it. What else do others need to say?" Pan Duo bowed and said, "It's all my fault. Please punish me." "Your Majesty?" "Humph," Lin Yi said unhappily. "You let everyone know my whereabouts. What if someone tries to assassinate me? You are the only grandmaster here. No matter if they are from Jizhou Temple, Tuigu Temple, or Shihuang, any one of them will kill me." "Your Majesty, don't worry. There are large armies stationed in various places in Jizhou, with countless artillery. No matter who comes, they will never come back." Panin didn't dare to say that Yichio, who was originally going to Chuanzhou, was lying in the carriage behind. As for He Jixiang, Qipeng, Honging mobilized so many guards, court guards, and military experts to be deployed on the left and right. But he, the deputy commander of the court guards, didn't know. What's more, there is the elusive chief steward Honging in secret. Unless the people in Jizhou Temple are crazy, they dare to cause trouble for the prince. Jizhou has also deployed cannons. Hearing that there are cannons, Lin Yi felt relieved. Science is supreme. He worships the power of knowledge. In front of the cannon, all illusions are exposed. Luohan hurriedly said. All towns with a population of over 100,000 have heavy artillery. Lin Yi nodded, expressing satisfaction. That's good, Pan Duo said. Then your majesty, shall we go to the summer resort now? No. I'm here to understand the people's sentiments, not to travel in vacation. Since everyone knew that he was going out, he was embarrassed to talk about a secret visit. It's not very useful to see the upper limit of a place's development. It's nothing more than the rich people living a life of luxury and having many wives and concubines. If we want to see, we should go to the most basic rural areas and see the lower limit of a place to know the real situation. What does your majesty mean? What is upper limit? And lower limit? Pan Duo can probably understand what the prince means by saying it often. But he still has a lot of problems in terms of specific understanding. Lin Yi pointed to a narrow dirt road at the intersection. Where are we going? Judging from the traces on the road, people must have walked there frequently. There must be a big village nearby. Let's go and take a look. Yes, the three said in unison. The group of people disguised as merchants continued to walk along the path. After a while, they could see pedestrians in groups of 3 or 2, all of whom were in tattered clothes and looked haggard. The houses along the way were also low and made of mud, with rotten thatch or wheat straw on top. In the plains, there is little wood, and the few thatch and wheat straw are only used to start fires for cooking, and it is difficult to use them to renovate the roof. Now he finally understands the young man by Juyi, who complained that it is not easy to live in Chang'an, and was unwilling to return to his hometown. Even if he was demoted, he still expressed the emotion of the local literary youth. I left the capital last year, and was exiled to Xuanyang City where I was sick. Xuanyang is a remote place with no music, and I have never heard stringed instruments all year round. No one would want to stay in such a dilapidated rural area. Lin Yi stopped in front of a house, and the children playing in the mud in front of the door saw him, and hid directly in the house in fear. There was a water tank in front of the door. The water inside was turbid, and even smelled bad. Lin Yi frowned and asked, Is there such a shortage of water here? Luohan said, This place has been suffering from drought for years, and selling children has long been a common thing. There was something he didn't dare to say. Adding taxes to the prince made things even worse. No wonder the fields are barren. It was the spring plowing season, but Lin Yi could not see any busy farmers. This made him feel a little creepy. After 2 spring rains, it should be possible to plant crops. Luohan said hesitantly. But what? Lin Yi sighed. You are from a farmer family. Don't let yourself become restless after 2 days of eating a full meal. If you have a conscience, just speak up for them. Yes. Luohan finally gritted his teeth and said boldly, Your Highness is merciful. Now land annexation is prohibited. Everyone is given 5 mu of land, but all they get are sandy land and saline alkali land. As for the good farmland, it has been divided up by the rich. It's these saline alkali lands. No one can afford to grow crops. There are no seeds or farm tools. There's no hope for spring plowing. Lin Yi frowned and said, Can't we rent it from the government? Luohan shook his head and said, That's the government's way of making money. How can it be cheap for the people? With an interest of more than 10 cents a year, farmers don't dare to rent it at all. So expensive? Lin Yi was shocked. According to modern calculations, the interest is more than 10% a year. This is usury. Luohan smiled awkwardly. Your Majesty is wise. Looking at the prince's furious look, he didn't dare to say anything more. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said, Who is the prefect of Din? Your Highness. The prefect of Din is Jiang Pei. The one who answered was Pan Duo. Lin Yi said, Jiang Pei. This name sounds familiar? Jiang Pei is the younger brother of Lord Jiang Can, the head of the navy. Pan Duo thought for a moment, and then continued, After he obtained his elementary school diploma in Nanzhou, Lord He Jixiang promoted him to be the prefect of Din. He loves the people like his own children, and is very diligent. Lin Yi said, Then why is this place so rotten? Your Majesty, Pan Duo said with a wry smile. Jiang Pei is from Nanzhou. The officials here are intertwined and have complicated relationships. In order to avoid causing civil unrest, they have always been cautious. Lenny said hatefully. You just said that there are garrisons and cannons. Are they all vegetarians? Pan Duo said cautiously. Officials from all over the country have been actively responding to the prince's policy of maintaining stability. If we act too hastily, it will destroy the local business system and logistics system. Without business and travel, construction will be even more difficult. What he said was what he had said to the prince before. Bullshit, Lenny said angrily. It can get worse than it is now. When he first arrived in Hong Kong City, he did say these words, and now they have been widely circulated and have become a guide for officials from all over the country. But this is a different time. When he first arrived in Sanha, although the people of Sanha were poor, they at least had water to drink. They went to the old forest and to the river, and at least they could make do and survive. They couldn't eat enough, but they wouldn't starve to death. So he was lenient to the landlords and rich people, like Wang Cheng, Liang Jin, Yan Kuishing, and Hu Banquan. The most important thing is that the economy and trade of Sanha are all controlled by these people. If they are killed, Sanha will really become a dead end, but Jizhou is different. It is so close to Hong Kong City. With his order, the policy is tilted. There are so many people with two legs. I dare not say that there is a constant flow of business and travel, but at least it will not be like Sanha, where trade is interrupted. Song Chun said. Your Majesty is right. He rarely saw the prince lose his temper. The philosophy I taught you was all in vain. Lenny said helplessly. Analyze specific problems specifically. No one can use them flexibly. He was too lazy to say more, and continued to walk north. He couldn't bear to see the miserable scene of selling children and girls along the way. Halfway through the journey, he turned back to Din Mountain Resort. He had no intention of drinking the iced lotus porridge in front of him, but said with a sad face, I only thought that Yuezhou was difficult. Hangzhou was difficult. But I didn't expect that Jizhou would be even more difficult. He really couldn't figure it out. He had the audacity to increase taxes on Jizhou at the beginning. Your Majesty, calm down. He Jixiang, who got the news that the prince was furious, went straight to Din, knelt in the hall, and said sadly, This is a move that must be made. Lenny closed his eyes and said, What do you mean by a move that must be made? Your Majesty, He Jixiang said word by word. The war in the northern frontier is urgent. Weidou and Hangzhou are rotten. There are no taxes to collect. Yong'an and Wuzhou are in the south of the Yangtze River. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Only Jizhou is right in front of us. Hey. Lenny understood the meaning of this sentence. Jizhou is unlucky because it is too close to Hong Kong City. Is this wrong? Jizhou will be exempted from taxes for 3 years. Lenny said in a deep voice. Take out another 1 million taels of silver from this year's sea trade to help with disaster relief. The most hateful thing is myself. Because of my ignorance, I agreed to He Jixiang's request to increase taxes. He Jixiang said loudly. Your Majesty is wise. The corrupt officials here, the 3 courts will judge them together. Even the King of Heaven can't save them. Lin Yi stood up, and threw the teapot in his hand to the ground with a click, and said coldly. I said it. Chapter 512 Gossip. Prince. He Jixiang was startled, and said loudly. I ask you to think twice. Lin Yi said. Why should I think twice, He Jixiang? Sir, this is different from Sanha. Those landlords in Sanha bully people and exploit the people. The reason why I can tolerate them is that they have no rights, no right to collect taxes, no right to command the army, and their influence radius is at most a dozen miles. I just arrived in Sanha. For the sake of Sanha's trade, it is harmless to spare their lives. However, these people are officials, clerks, exercising the rights granted by the people. The most important thing is that any decision they make will affect a prefecture or a state. If there is a mess, I may be the one to be blamed. Your Majesty is wise. Hearing Lin Yi say this, He Jixiang couldn't say anything about taking it slow or gradual. Anyone who dares to take bribes and pervert the law will be killed one by one. Lin Yi saw He Jixiang's trepidation and seemed to understand something. He said loudly, I know what you are worried about. I am not unreasonable. I will start from the 5th month of the implementation of the new Liang law. I will not pursue anything before this time. This king keeps his word. If you really make a fuss, from the court to the localities, Everyone should be beheaded. He might really be left alone by then. I understand. Old minister. He Jixiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Where is Bianjing? The carrier pigeon sent a letter. There are priorities. The river bank of the canal is not urgent for the time being. We should hurry up to build the water conservancy in Jizhou. The people can't even get water. I really don't know what to say. Lenny kept sighing. If we need to dig wells, dig wells. If we need to build canals, build canals. If it is really not suitable for living, relocate to other places. As you wish. He Jixiang was no stranger to the so-called relocation. In Sanhe, for those Lian people, Qian people, and Li people who lived in the mountains, they did the same thing. As long as they were willing to come out of the mountains, they would be given land, houses, silver, and seeds. The only requirement was to work, such as helping in the war or building roads. Sanhe has proved with facts that the policy of relocation is feasible. As for the so-called difficulty in leaving one's hometown, in the words of the prince, it means a lack of security. You give them a house in Ankang City, Baiyun City, Jinling City, and see if they will move. The 1 million from the sea trade just mentioned is definitely not enough. Lenny turned to Song Chum aside. Take another 1 million silver from your business. Song Chum bowed. I will do it right away. Men who are soft-hearted don't make money. Women who are soft-hearted have wide wallets. You are right. I am anxious. Lenny said slowly. I spent so much money when I was soft-hearted, and it was the silver in my inner treasury, but there is no way. I can't stand life and death. Since he took over the Ministry of Revenue, he has opened up new sources of income, rectified the salt business, the grain transport, and confiscated corrupt officials and their wealth. He really made a lot of money. However, he has to support a large army, build bridges and roads. We need to subsidize refugees. Money is spent everywhere. There was never a time of prosperity. Sometimes, when he had no other choice, he had to take money out of his own treasury to supplement the money. As the head of the family, he had reached this level. There was no one else. Now, he could finally understand his father's difficulties. He Jixiang said with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty's mercy is a blessing for the people. Stop flattering me. Lenny said unhappily. When the Ministry of Revenue is well off, remember to pay back the money. He Jixiang wiped away his tears skillfully and whispered. I will. I will. Pay back the money? What will I pay? It is definitely impossible for him to pay back in his lifetime. As for after his death, who cares if there is a flood and night? Luohan stood outside a hall in the villa, looking at Sun Chongda sneaking around the pillars, and said unhappily, Lord Sun, do you want to see Prince He? Sun Chongda straightened his collar, walked out from behind the pillars, and bowed. General Luo. Long time no see. Since Prince He took over Ankang City, this nobleman has no intention of hunting in Den anymore. After all, his life and property are at risk. Therefore, the Den hunting ground was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. After he became the minister of the Imperial Horse Temple, he turned it into a horse farm. The more I know about this place, the more I feel that this place is really a place of great beauty and natural resources, and the more I don't want to leave. In a year, I spend more than half of my time here. Today, I suddenly heard that the prince had come to Den, and I was shocked. I quickly tidied up the horse farm, and after telling the rules, I went directly to the villa. Every time I go to the horse farm, you don't want to see me, Luohan said with disdain. Don't try to get close to me, Commander Luo. Sun Chongda's face twitched, but he still smiled and said, You misunderstood me. There are so many things to do in the horse farm, and I really can't get away. Please forgive me. I will definitely set up a banquet to apologize to you one day. Luohan is the commander-in-chief of the summer resort, with more than 100 people under him. And it is an idle position after all. He has always looked down on her. So, I have always felt that there is no need for a close relationship. However, since he needs her now, he has to bow his head. I understand your thoughts. You are afraid that the prince will close the horse farm. Luohan snorted coldly. It is unnecessary to worry now. You may not know in the future. This is the royal hunting ground, not for you to raise these filthy animals. Sun Chongda was angry in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He still said politely, Please help me, Lord General. Luohan said proudly. The prince has not reopened the Den paddock. You probably also understand the reason. Sun Chongda bowed and said, Of course the prince loves the people like his own children, and does not want to waste people's money and labor. You are a smart man, and you are telling me such nonsense. Do you really think I am stupid? Luhan said angrily. If you keep talking like this, get out of here. I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Sir, calm down. Sun Chongda hurriedly grabbed his arm, and after persuading him kindly, suddenly whispered, Of course it is. Because the prince has not yet ascended the throne. It is not legitimate. Luhan laughed. I understand. Once the prince ascends the throne, your horse farm. Even if the prince does not say so, Lord He Jixiang and Lord Chen Dishan will not agree. It must be closed down. Otherwise it will hinder the majesty of the royal family. Sun Chongda sighed. You are right. I still have to make preparations early. I have to change to another horse farm. Maybe I have to go to Saibei. Yiqianli is a good place to raise horses. Luhan laughed and said, Saibei is a good place. It is said that Taoyangyi, Jinping and other Saibei people asked to be transferred back to Saibei, even to raise horses. However, Lord He Jixiang did not agree. Otherwise, you, the horse breeder, might be snatched away by them. When the local people of Ankang City first followed the prince into Sanha, they reached a consensus and developed together. People from Ankang City do not deceive people from Ankang City. At that time, Sun Chongda was just a doorman. He was already the chief escort who led the escort agency to travel all over the country and was highly valued by the prince. He took good care of Sun Chongda at that time. As a result, he became a poor man later. Sun Chongda, this bastard, repaid kindness with enmity. He has never looked at him straight in the eye until now. Lord Tao and Lord Jean are both outstanding people. How can they look down on a small horse breeder like me? Sun Chongda stood up straight and raised his head. Has the prince gone to bed? You ask me, who should I ask? After saying this, Luhan started to beat the gongs and drums in his hands, and shouted at the patrol soldiers nearby. You are all freeloaders, you are blind. Let outsiders in at will. If anyone dares to neglect his duties again in the future, I will let him go home to farm. Humph! Sun Chongda knew that this was directed at him. He snorted coldly, turned around and left. Bah! What a piece of shit! You're pretending to be in front of me. Luhan spat at his back. Sir! Duan Rong came up to him and said, I heard that the governor is going to marry Sun Chongda's sister. Luhan was surprised and said, Where did you get the news? Why didn't I know? Duan Rong smiled and said, I also heard the news from the gossip of people in the enclosure. Luhan frowned and said, Although Fang Pai is not a good guy, he is the governor after all, and he has to be valued by the prince. How could he marry a girl like Sun Xia? Fang Pai used to like Hongyan, which was well known. At that time, he thought the two of them were a good match. Later, Hongyan followed the blind man. Fang Pai no longer had any thoughts, and Jiangzhen could make do. Jiangzhen was the chief detective of the Dali Temple, and his father was a meat supplier for Daliang State. Both his personal and family background were not bad. But marrying a commoner like Sun Xia was incredible. Duan Rong said jealously. Sun Xia is really romantic. Not bad either. He was a local in Sanha, and used to be a waiter in Sanha restaurant. Sun Xia followed her father and mother to Sanha on the first day, and when they were resting in the restaurant, he fell in love with her. But Sun Xia was surrounded by the Adai brothers, Fang Pai, Yu Shaoshi and others. He was just a small fellow. How could he dare to get close to them? Afterwards, he practiced Hui Yuan Gong, joined the civilian team, and was about to make great plans. Fang Pai, Adai and other Nanzhou scoundrels had been promoted step by step, and he still had to be respectful when he saw them. For him, Sun Xia can only watch from afar. Damn, Sun Chongda is such a lucky bastard. Luohan gritted his teeth and said, Do it. Fang Pai's brother-in-law. He will be so domineering in the future. Duan Rong's eyes rolled, and he whispered, Sir, our son is also a handsome man, and this granddaughter of Sang is also very beautiful. Should we? Are you kidding me? Luohan glared at him and said, I know the temper of that bastard in my family best. If it were in the past, I would dare to think about Jiangzhen, and we could barely be a good match. But now, I dare not even think about it. As for Sang Luo, it was even more wishful thinking. Although Sang Posi was an old woman half buried in the ground, she had to be valued by the prince. She was now a senior official in the court, the director of the welfare center, a third-rank official. How dare he? A low-ranking general? Duanrong stammered. Our young master also graduated from elementary school, Luohan said. Get out of here. If you say another word, I'll pull your tongue out. Yes. Duanrong hesitated for a moment, but continued. I heard that the general favored Lord Chen Xinluo. Well? Luohan said with wide eyes. How the hell do you know everything? Duanrong laughed. This is not a secret in Sanha. You are not good at martial arts. And you keep asking about these nonsense things. I should send you to the court guards. It's really unfair for you to follow me. My lord is joking. Jiao Zhong got married a few days ago. Then tell me, who does Chao Xiaohuan like? She doesn't even like the commander of the Imperial Guards. Luohan was really curious. Chao Xiaohuan is naturally arrogant, but she was originally an abandoned woman, so she may not look down on Commander Jiao. It's just that they are not together because of their status. Duanrong said in a mean way. If you want to say who he likes the most, there is actually one. Who? This sudden voice startled both of them. When they turned around and saw that it was Prince He, they all knelt down and said in unison, Long live the prince. Okay. Get up. Stop talking nonsense. And just tell me who Chao Xiaohuan likes the most. Lenny also ignited the raging fire of gossip. How high must Chao Xiaohuan's vision be that she actually looked down on Jiao Zhong? He was very curious about who could surpass Jiao Zhong. Duanrong was frightened by the sudden appearance of Prince He. At this moment, seeing Prince He asking questions, he didn't know what to do, and could only look at Luohan with a bitter face. Luohan scolded. The prince is asking you a question. Don't hesitate, quickly answer. Yes, Duanrong said stiffly. Chao Xiaohuan's favorite is Chen Xinluo. Master Chen. Is Chen Xinluo so lucky in love? Lenny touched his chin and said, You know what? This old guy is quite handsome. Duanrong smiled awkwardly. I heard it from others. Lenny said. You don't have to act like that, I know you. Duanrong said. It's my blessing to be in the prince's eyes. Lenny said. You are also a talent, and being a small pawn here is really unfair to you, Panduo. Prince. Panduo appeared directly behind Lin Yi, in the stunned eyes of Duanrong and Luohan. Lenny pointed at Duanrong and said, It's a waste for this guy to stay here. You can use his expertise to your advantage, and take him out to mingle. Your Majesty. Without waiting for Panduo to reply, Duanrong shouted, I am not very knowledgeable, and I am not up to the task. Lenny asked curiously, Wouldn't it be better to go to the court guards than to stay here? Duanrong was frightened by Panduo's stare, and could only bite the bullet and say, Your Majesty, I am planning to resign from Lord Luo and return to Sanha in a few days, to open a restaurant and marry a wife. I really don't dare to have any other fantasies. Okay. I won't force you. If you don't want to, forget it. Lin Yi continued to ask. Then I will ask you another question. Who does Chen Xinluo like? This? Duanrong hesitated for a long time, and finally dared not say anything. I forgive you. Just tell me what you are talking about. Mr. Chen likes Wei Yishan's mother. Duanrong shouted this in the eyes of disbelief. Chapter 513 Strange Things. Lin Yi asked with wide eyes. Is what you said true? Duanrong smiled. I would never dare to deceive the prince. This is not a secret outside at all. Many people know it. Luohan touched his head, thought for a while and said, Prince, I seem to have heard it from others. At that time, it was just a rumor, so I didn't take it seriously. Chen Xinluo has served as the chief constable of Sanha provincial government, the chief constable of Yong'an provincial government, and now he is in charge of the Ankang City military department, a fourth-rank official. Even Lord He Jixiang now consults him about anything. How could he possibly be interested in a widow of the old lady Su? I am kidding. What do you think? Lenny turned his head and looked at Panduo, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Your Highness, as far as I know, since this Deng followed Deng Ke from the carpenter's shop to Ankang City, Mr. Chen has been drinking with Wei Yishan every now and then, in the name of caring about his colleagues' daily lives. The Imperial Guards are responsible for patrolling, arresting, and collecting intelligence, not for prying into gossips on the streets. But who is Chen Xinluo? He is a senior official of the Imperial Court. If the Imperial Guards don't even know Chen Xinluo's personal feelings, marriage, family, and daily movements, then they are derelict in their duty. What's wrong with this? Lenny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As far as he knew, it wasn't just Chen Xinluo who liked Wei Yishan's mother, but also his former guard commander He Hong. At the same time, he thought of Jiao Zhong, who was obsessed with Chao Shuhuan. He didn't know what was wrong with him and the guards in the palace. Why did they all fight with widows and abandoned women? Did they all want to learn from Cao Cao or something? Pan Duo smiled awkwardly. I don't know. Lenny asked curiously. He Hong also likes Ding. How could he be happy with Qin Xinluo? What's the situation between the two? Pan Duo bowed. On the full moon night last year, Qin Xinluo and He Hong agreed to compete at the top of the White Horse Temple. The monk and Xie Shaoqing were the chief referees. Lord He Hong lost and withdrew according to the previous agreement. Lenny frowned and said, I didn't even know about such a big event as the competition between the two. These two boys are not young anymore. How come they don't do anything all the time? Pan Duo smiled. Your Highness is right. Lenny continued. Then the question is this Ding really beautiful? The most pitiful person is Wei Yishan, who can probably answer the question best. What does it feel like to have a beautiful mother? Now he is the garrison commander of the Beijing camp. How come everyone wants to be his father? They don't take him seriously at all. Your Highness, this Ding is really beautiful. From the outside, she seems to be only in her 20s. The one who answered was Duan Rong. She used to be the most beautiful girl in Sanhe. Even Liang Jin was in love with her when he was young. But the Liang family is a wealthy family, so she can't be the main wife, and she is unwilling to be a concubine. That's when she married Wei Yishan's father. Lenny asked curiously. How could Liang Jin be so generous, not eating the meat right in front of his mouth? How could he let her marry so easily? Duan Rong smiled and said, I don't know, but she did marry into the Wei family later. I am the same age as Wei Yishan, and I often went to his house to play when I was a child. What Ding looked like before is still the same now, and her appearance has never changed. Has she learned Kung Fu before? Lenny thought of when Zhao Yijing Quan, the eldest princess, after practicing the red sleeves move. It was as if she had taken the elixir of immortality. Her face remained unchanged, and she looked no different from a grown-up girl. Sometimes, after seeing her too many times, he could not help but feel his heart beating. Pan Duo said, This Ding only learned a little Hui Yuan Gong in Baiyun City, and now she is only Hua Jin. Then she really has a secret to keep her youthful appearance. Lenny smiled and said, Maybe she has some beauty secrets. Otherwise how could she make He Hong, Qin Xinluo and others obsessed with her? He had already made up his mind secretly. And when he had time, he would definitely go and see this Ding. What kind of appearance she had? And how could so many people be obsessed with her? I didn't mean anything else. I was just curious. Pan Duo smiled and said, I think so. Lenny sighed. If you ask me, you should all learn from Shen Chu. Knowing that his wife didn't agree. But he still married concubines one after another. And each of them was very beautiful. And daughters came one after another. Each one was more obedient than the other. Talking about love. It's all nonsense. Pan Duo smiled and said, Your Highness, Mr. Shen's fourth concubine gave birth to a son at the beginning of last year. General Shen was far away in Jianzhou leading the army, and did not make it back in time. When the child was 1 month old, Mrs. Shen brought the child back to the mansion and raised him by her side. When he was 1 year old, there was a grand ceremony. Miss Mingwei even asked Sun Chung to send a gift to the prince. Shen Chu has a son? This old boy's worry is over. Lenny sighed, and turned to look at Pan Duo. You are not young anymore. Right? Don't you want to find one quickly? The only comforting thing is that the orientation of his subordinates is still normal. And no one is just after men. Pan Duo smiled bitterly. I'm used to being alone, and I'm not comfortable with starting a family. This king is now strongly advocating for more children. As senior officials of the court, you should set an example. If you're all playing infatuation, or saying you're used to being alone, what will the people below think? Lenny said unhappily. Hurry up, marry a wife, have children, and set an example. He was not afraid that Pan Duo would end up hurting a woman, because Pan Duo married a woman he didn't like and treated her badly. This is the way modern young people think. Feudal society was simple: marry a man, get clothes and eat. Ordinary women in this era, as long as they can get clothes and eat, they are satisfied. What's more, Pan Duo is a senior official of the court. There is a sense of security that many people cannot reach. No matter who Pan Duo finally marries, it is considered to solve the problem of food for one person. As for love, it is not something that ordinary people should consider. Pan Duo said helplessly. I understand. Not only do you need to understand, you also need to do it directly. You little bastard, What are you trying to do? Lin Yi saw Sun Chongda peeking out from the garden with a dim lantern. Come over here quickly. Meet the prince. Sun Chongda ran over and kowtowed 3 times. Get up and talk. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Did you hear what I just said? Sun Chongda hurriedly said. I will do it as soon as possible. The woman he likes. His mother doesn't like. The woman his mother likes. He doesn't like. He has been wasting so many years. And can only linger in the place of fireworks to relieve his loneliness. Lin Yi teased. You are also a fool. When Qin Jingji wanted to marry his granddaughter to you, you were hypocritical and didn't agree. Do you regret it? Sun Chongda laughed. I don't regret it. If he really married Qin Jingji's granddaughter, how would he call Jiao Zhong, who married Qin Jingji's daughter? Uncle? That's regretful. Then do you have a woman you like? I'll match you up. Lin Yi was very disappointed with himself. The groom in front of the palace was still quite concerned. If you really like Jiangjin, I can be your matchmaker. Your Highness is joking. Your Highness has feelings for me. I don't want to make trouble for myself. Sun Chongda said with great backbone. A real man, you will never have to worry about not having a wife. That makes sense. Lin Yi yawned. Hurry up, don't waste any more time. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Okay. Go to bed. Lin Yi waved his hand, and let the maid of the villa lead him to wash up. Lying in the bathtub, he endured the guilt, and let a bright little girl rub his body and back. In the end, he couldn't help but embrace the fragrance in her arms. He felt that he had completely fallen. After nightfall, he looked at the woman in front of him and sighed. When things here are over, follow me back to Hong Kong City. The woman suspected that she had heard it wrong, and hurriedly got off the bed and knelt on the ground, crying with joy. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Get up. Who else is in your family? Lin Yi also seemed bored and asked casually. The barefoot woman, carefully leaning on Lin Yi's chest, whispered, My name is Jin Xiong. Both my parents died, and I have been dependent on my brother since I was a child. When I was 11 years old, there was a severe drought in the fields, and no crops were harvested. In order to prevent me from starving to death, my brother sent me here to be taught by my aunt, and he went to Qizhou Port to work as a porter. She burst into tears when she said this. I still don't know whether my brother is dead or alive. Until I realized that I had wet the prince's chest, I quickly stood up, knelt down and said, I am guilty of death. Lin Yi did not move. Forcing his eyes to pat her back, said lightly, Lie down, talk to me. Don't be startled, it's no big deal. Thank you, Prince. Jin Xiong hesitated for a moment, and bravely lay under Lin Yi's armpit. I am grateful. Don't worry, I will find your brother for you. Lin Yi comforted. It's no big deal. And then he fell asleep. It was dawn. Pan Duo looked at Jin Xiong, who came out of the house with a radiant face. Without waiting for her to bow, he said, Go find Aunt Wu. She has her own arrangements. Jin Xiong bowed and said, Thank you, sir. Then she went directly to the laundry. A woman holding a whip, dressed in silk and satin, was lecturing a group of maids and servants. When she saw Jin Xiong, her stern face immediately broke into a smile, and she said softly, Good child, you really did not disappoint Aunt's expectations. Then she took Jin Xiong into the house. When Lin Yi saw her, the soft little girl had become unrecognizable to him. She was covered in jewels and precious stones, which were dazzling. Who dressed you up like this? Lin Yi laughed dumbly. Doesn't the prince like it? Jin Xiong's beautiful face suddenly became tense. It doesn't matter whether I like it or not, as long as you like it. After saying this, Lin Yi ordered Pan Duo to prepare the donkey and continue to go out today. After leaving the summer resort, he continued to walk north along the official road for 10 miles, and still saw a miserable and desolate scene. Families that sell their daughters are already considered wealthy. How innocent are the people to suffer such a disaster. Lin Yi picked up a skinny child with only bones left on his body, and sighed. Notify Mrs. Sang to adopt orphans from Jizhou with all her strength, and don't let the children suffer no matter how hard it is. He encouraged people to have more children in Daliang, but what's the point if he can't raise children? An old woman wrapped in sackcloth looked at Lin Yi and his group in fear, and she didn't dare to take back the child from Lin Yi, and could only whisper in fear, and no one could hear what she said. Old lady, don't worry. I won't take your child away. Lin Yi stepped forward and handed the child to him. Pan Duo stepped forward and handed the dry food in his hand to the old lady, and said with a smile, Make porridge for the child. Living Bodhisattva. The old lady looked at the rice bag, feeling like she was dreaming, and knelt down with the child in her arms. When she raised her head, she could only see the backs of Lin Yi and others. All along the way were dry land, low thatched houses, and pale and thin people. He finally understood why there were so many refugees in Hong Kong City. If there was a way out, who would be willing to leave their hometown? Damn it! Lin Yi wiped his tears under the gaze of everyone, and sighed. The older you get, the easier it is to cry, Pan Duo said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Prince. Tingwei still has some industries, and can squeeze out some money. I will immediately send a pigeon to send someone to escort the grain over to solve the urgent problem. Tingwei's industry is actually Yingzi's previous industry. His boss Chi Peng was originally one of the richest people in Daliang. Even after he surrendered to Prince He, these industries were not abandoned, and Prince He trusted his boss, and these industries were not taken over by the court. On the contrary, Prince He took the attitude of eating the rich. The court guards must be self-sufficient. However, the fact that the prince trusts them does not mean that old foxes like He Jixiang and Chen Dishan are not on guard against them. Chi Peng and Chi Dongjia consciously included the court guards in the audit system of the Ministry of Households. They earn money by themselves, but are still supervised by the Ministry of Households. The court guards have so many people, and they are still not short of money. The silver vault located in the Bingmasi of Hong Kong City still has millions of taels of silver. Then, there is no time to lose. Those who have the strength will contribute their strength. Those who have the money will contribute their money. Lin Yi sighed. Don't make any more troubles. He was already very tired. Kindness does not command the army, and righteousness does not command wealth. This saying is indeed true. If you are a little soft-hearted, you will not be able to keep the money. There is no hand to grab money, but only a life of losing money. It was late at night. The group stopped at a big town. The officers and soldiers stationed there were drinking and playing drinking games in the restaurant, and shouting and yelling. Lin Yi looked at them coldly. Han Long, who was sitting on the bench with a big horse and a golden sword, seemed to feel something. He turned his head suddenly, looked at Lin Yi first, suspected that he was drunk, rubbed his eyes, and saw Pan Duo. He no longer doubted and knelt on the ground. He kept knocking his head. The soldiers beside him didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw Han Long kneeling, they also knelt down quickly. Lin Yi walked in front of Han Long and said slowly, You are quite cool. Death penalty. Han Long said in a trembling voice. I was not able to welcome you from afar. Please punish me. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The soldiers beside him understood. They sobered up halfway. Many of them were veterans, and after confirming that it was the prince, they shouted, Long live the prince. Chapter 514 Royal Private Property. And the prince. The common people who were also eating here were all in disbelief. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. No matter how ignorant a person is, they know who is the real leader of Daliang. As the region of Daliang, coming to Din is very normal. After all, Din Paddock and Summer Resort are the places where the royal family hunts and escapes the summer heat. However, coming to their remote town is a bit unbelievable. This place is the border between Jizhou and Saibei, where a Sanha border guard force of more than 100 people is stationed. The highest official was the guerrilla General Han Long. If there were no war, no officials in the court would come here, not to mention the current emperor and the prince. Looking at the terrified appearance of Han Long and the Sanha border guards, they had to believe it. They didn't know who took the lead, but they knelt down in a row and shouted like the government troops, Long live the prince. Pando raised the knife in his hand and shouted loudly. All outsiders, retreat. Isolated people, those with a little more brains, hurriedly bowed and shrunk their heads and retreated, and then those who reacted followed them and ran out. Soon, the only people left in front of Lin Yi were the soldiers kneeling on the ground. Lin Yi snorted coldly and sat directly on an empty table. Luohan walked up to the shopkeeper and his waiter, who were trembling under the counter, and said kindly, Bring up the good wine and food quickly. You won't be short of money. Yes. Yes. The shopkeeper hurriedly took the waiter to the kitchen. Han Long. I'm here. You have a very leisurely life. Lin Yi waited for Pan Duo to fill his tea, and said while drinking tea, I'm so envious. Han Long hesitated for a moment, but still said boldly, Your Majesty, Jizhou is short of food. We actively responded to your request to open up the border, and today we finally planted 50 acres of sorghum, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and came out to celebrate. Lin Yi's face was slightly relieved after hearing this, but he was curious. I have been here all the way, and it has been dry. Where do you get water to plant the land? Han Long said. Your Majesty, this place has been a military settlement since ancient times. Except for Din Paddock, this place is the most fertile place for water and grass in Din. It is. The horses raised by Xia and Sun Chongda are both exceptionally strong. Lin Yi frowned and said. So the people around here can only grow crops on saline alkali land, sand land, dry land? Han Long whispered. Most of Din is mountainous and grassland, and the land is as fertile as that in the northern part of the Great Wall. But since the previous dynasty, they have been royal gardens, and no one is allowed to cultivate them without permission. So that's it. Lin Yi finally realized. On the way here, he was still curious. Some places are not completely lacking in water. There are dense forests and green grasslands everywhere, and herds of cattle and sheep. So why can't they grow food? After all this time, this place has become the private property of the royal family. He also understood why He Jixiang didn't tell him, because in the eyes of people like them, everything is taken for granted. The royal family could not be wrong. The people were wrong. Han Long knelt on the ground, not knowing how to respond. The waiter brought the dishes over, and Luo Han served the dishes himself. Lin Yi just picked up the chopsticks and said to Han Long, who was still kneeling on the ground, "Get up and talk." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Han Long stood up and waved to the officers and soldiers behind him. The officers and soldiers consciously walked out of the door and scattered around to act as guards. "You guys go and eat too," Lin Yi said to Luo Han and others. When Luo Han and others sat down nearby, he looked at Han Long again and laughed. "So this is all because I occupy so much land? Your Majesty, you are too serious," Han Long hurriedly said. "The aristocratic families here have been entrenched here for generations, and the relationships are complicated. This Jiang Pei has great abilities, but it is difficult to display them." Lin Yi sighed. "I have ordered He Jixiang to conduct a thorough investigation and exempt taxes for 3 years, so that the people can rest and recuperate." Han Long said boldly. "I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." "Then hurry up and say it, don't waste time," Lin Yi said unhappily. "You know what I am worried about." "I understand." Han Long knew Lin Yi's personality very well, and hurriedly said, "Now the prince has implemented a policy in my Dalian country that everyone is land. Even if you are a refugee, a vagrant, a beggar, as long as you are willing to apply, you will have land. The people are grateful to the prince, and every family offers him sacrifices. A family of 3, with 15 mu of land, even if it is barren land, can plant sweet potatoes, corn, sorghum, and soybeans. If they work hard, they can have a full meal every day, but they will not go hungry every day." "Yes," Lin Yi slapped his thigh and said, "you won't be so hungry even if you eat sweet potatoes every day. Tell me the truth. What is wrong?" What he saw and heard along the way was really shocking. He was simply driving a car and horse on the road of a tyrant. Han Long said in a deep voice, "I dare to say something. If I am wrong, please forgive me, Your Majesty." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Say it." "I am not an unreasonable person," Han Long said. "A family collects 10% and pays 10% of the grain. For them, it is actually irrelevant whether the prince exempts or not. It is actually the same. It's the same whether it's exempted or not." Lin Yi frowned. "What do you mean?" Han Long said in a deep voice. "The tax is exempted, but there are still countless exorbitant taxes. Just the suppression pay, training pay, debt service pay, border pay, post pay, makes the people complain bitterly, not to mention the endless collection of donations, loan donations, salt donations, card donations, poor people's donations. After a year of hard work, no matter how full the granary is, it can't withstand so many exorbitant taxes." Lin Yi sighed. "They all know. But only you are willing to tell me. People like He Jixiang have always believed that it's okay for the people to suffer a little, and it's no harm to endure it. The most important thing is that there should be no turmoil in the country. The court is short of financial resources. If the local grassroots government does not collect exorbitant taxes, it will simply be impossible to maintain it. If the local grassroots government collapses, how can the imperial power be demonstrated? In the end, the country will no longer be a country, and the country will be in danger." Lin Yi doesn't know how to blame them. People in every era have their own ideological limitations, relying on themselves as the leader. They scold him. They say yes, but they may continue to disagree in their hearts. Moreover, Changing the ideas of one or two people will not help. What he needs is more people to resonate with him. Han Long whispered. I am from Jizhou. Born and raised here. I can't bear to see my fellow countrymen suffer. So I have to tell the truth for them. Please don't blame me for talking nonsense. I am very happy that you can tell the truth. Lenny smiled and said, You have a clear mind and a smart brain. It's a pity to guard the border. How about returning to Hong Kong City? Han Long bowed and said, Although I can read a little, I am just a warrior after all. I am only suitable for fighting and killing. I am willing to stay here for the rest of my life. His hometown is less than 20 miles away from here. It's great to be able to reunite with his parents, wife, and children whenever he has time. More importantly, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. This guerrilla general is nothing in other places. But in this rural area, he is the most effective person in 100 miles. Few people dare to go against him. There are a few blind sects, landlords, and rich people who were imprisoned in the Din government office by taking the opportunity of cracking down on gangs and eliminating evil. Among them, the most vicious ones have already lost their heads. Okay, everyone has their own ambitions, and I will not force you. Lenny finished the wine in the glass, and then said, Retreat. Han Long said, Your Majesty, my humble home is simple, but I still invite you to stay in my humble home for one night, which is better than this restaurant. No. Lenny waved his hand and said, I am too lazy to walk anymore. I will go to bed after eating and drinking. I will take my leave. Han Long saw that he was so persistent, so he bowed and retreated. The next day, before dawn, Lenny ate some bean cakes and porridge, and rode his donkey to continue his journey. After traveling less than 10 miles, the scene in front of him was a little unbelievable. The sky was blue, the water was clear, and the grass was green. Unknown wild flowers were blooming everywhere. There were herds of cattle and sheep, and herders were riding horses. It was a scene of paradise. Pan Duo stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this is the outer perimeter of Din Paddock. Is this also a hunting ground? Lenny said in surprise. Pan Duo said, Yes. It's like two worlds of ice and fire. One heaven and one hell. Lenny thought of the scene in the past 2 days, and then looked at the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh. This king is the real rich man who lives on wine and meat. He occupied such a large piece of land, but would rather waste it than give it to the people who have a hard life. Pan Duo lowered his head and dared not answer. I only heard the prince continue. He Jixiang is still in the villa. Right? The grassroots are supported by the people, not those blood-sucking insects. Send the document down. Thoroughly check the items of excessive taxes in Daliang State, and reduce the burden on the people. This is an order, not a discussion. I will give the order right away. Pan Duo turned and left. Lenny walked from south to north, from west to east, and it took him half a month to reach the seaside of Jizhou. Looking at the vast sea, the sea and the sky, he sighed. This is also a good place to escape the summer heat. He was hesitating whether to build a summer house here. This place has green mountains and clear waters, refreshing and pleasant. It is really too likable. On the sea, there were endless large and small ships on the river, and countless porters, traders, and sailors along the coast. This lively scene made Lenny clear the gloom of the past few days. This Jizhou still has its merits. Wang. Before Tian Shiyu could finish his shout, he was glared at by Pan Duo and swallowed his words. He stood there in a daze, and did not dare to kneel down. Pan Duo stepped forward and said, There are so many people around, be careful. Tian Shiyu bowed and said, Yes, Prince Wang, please come in. Now Tian Shiyu, who is already a big merchant, welcomed Lenny into a restaurant and poured tea for him personally. Lenny looked up and down at the restaurant, and asked curiously, Is this restaurant yours too? Tian Shiyu smiled and said, Brothers have been at sea for many years. After landing, they are like headless flies, and have nowhere to go. I built a restaurant here to give them a place to stay. Lenny smiled and said, Not bad. Not bad. You guys are good at making money. I have to praise you. But on the way here, I saw that the road was still muddy when it rained, which seriously affected the traffic efficiency. The port has been built, and the catering and accommodation facilities have been put in place, so the road must be accelerated. Tian Shiyu explained. Navy Jiang Tiju has already reported on my behalf. But Lord Bianjing is busy right now, and can't take care of Jizhou. This place is different from other places. Once your big ship sets sail, you will have a lot of gold. How can you be short of money? Lenny pondered for a moment and said, It is better to rely on yourself than on others. You wealthy businessmen should take the lead in repairing the road. I will give you policies, allowing you to set up checkpoints and collect tolls. When the capital comes back, this road will be handed over to the government for management. I will do it right away. Tian Shiyu thought about it for a while, and felt that this matter was worth doing, after all. There is a precedent. Liang Jian, Wang Cheng, Yin Kuisheng and other Sanha big households raised funds to repair the official road from Yuo to Hangzhou, making a fortune every day. Specific chapters. Cheng, you go and discuss this with Lord Bianjing in a letter, so that he will not be embarrassed. And you will not suffer any loss. It will be a win-win situation. Lenny took a sip of tea and said slowly, Of course, the most important thing is that you are hiring workers to build roads, which can also be regarded as promoting domestic demand and increasing employment. If things go well, I will allow you to donate a Yunweilong. He has never been stingy with honorary titles such as Sir and Justice of the Peace. Not only can it make money, but it can also win people's hearts. However, everything is within the limit. If too much is sold, it will be worthless. Thank you, Prince. Tian Shiyu was so excited that he almost knelt down. Tian Shiyu traveled all over the sea, and except for Dusana, no one dared to provoke him easily. After arriving on the shore, he had no shortage of money or people. But he had no status at all, especially every time he entered Hong City. At the feet of the Emperor, an ordinary patrolman could make him smile. It was as aggrieved as it could be. He was a confidant of the prince, but he still had no legitimate social status. Now that the prince has granted him the title of Yunweilong, he can't say that he can walk all over Hong Kong City. But at least, he will get a little respect. It's good to know it in your heart. Lenny slept in the guest room until the evening. The sun was setting, and a breeze was blowing. The sea was sparkling. Lenny took off all his clothes except for his underpants and jumped into the sea. In the evening, the table was full of gout. Set meals. Lenny indulged himself and ate oysters, crabs, and sea fish to his heart's content. Everyone toasted him, and he accepted them one by one. In the end, he was dizzy from drinking. I wonder if I drank fake wine. Lenny, with the dim light of the lantern, lay on the beach, resting his head on his hands, looking at the starry sky. Why is my head so heavy? Pandua whispered. Prince, you've drunk too much. Why don't you go back to the house and lie down? Lenny said listlessly. It's stuffy in the house. It's comfortable to lie on the beach. Just lie down. It's really comfortable here. He really wants to make up his mind and move the capital from now on. Panduo said. It will be windy soon. It's easy to catch a cold. When did you become so fussy? Lenny ignored him. After a while, Panduo heard his snoring. Chapter 515 Fukuzawa. Finally, he was awakened by a gust of cool wind. He stopped insisting and went back to his room to sleep. On the second day, before dawn, his jaw suddenly started to ache, and it even hurt to breathe. He was so scared that he reached into his mouth. Thank God. It was not a problem with wisdom teeth, but a simple oral ulcer. Otherwise, it would be a big problem. Wisdom tooth pain is not a disease, but it can be fatal. Moreover, with the current level of dentistry, it is not easy to remove a wisdom tooth. Even if you are born as a top star in this society, it is best not to get dental diseases casually. Prince. Panduo saw Lenny grinning, and didn't know the inside story. So he said carefully, I will ask the doctor to come here right away. No need. Give me salt water to rinse my mouth. Lenny sighed. Oral ulcer is also a terminal illness, which can only be relieved by salt water and heal slowly. Terminal illness? Panduo was startled by this. Don't be surprised. Many terminal illnesses have long been accustomed to, such as poverty. Lenny endured the pain while swishing his mouth. You guys have breakfast. I can only drink some porridge in this state. After a closer look, it turned out to be crab porridge, so he reluctantly drank 2 sips. Panduo put the tea that had been brewed long ago in Lenny's hand and said, Your Majesty, Du Sanha wants to see you. Lenny said in surprise. He has been in Jizhou all the time? Panduo said. Your Majesty encouraged Ping to run horses, and enclosed land in the northern frontier. He took advantage of the policy, and led more than 10,000 brothers under him to run horses, and enclose land in Haixiazi Island. Now most of the land on Haixiazi Island belongs to the Du family. He seldom goes ashore on weekdays, and is basically on Haixiazi Island. He came here directly after hearing the news that the prince was in Jizhou. For the borders and outer islands, Lenny has no power to effectively control them at the moment, and some immigrants are unwilling to go unless they have to. Therefore, he encourages the people of Dalian to occupy the borders and outer islands first. In any case, it is better than leaving them barren, when he has the ability to manage them in the future. He can also confidently say since ancient times, as long as he can occupy and keep it, I will not be stingy and let him occupy it. Lenny said with a smile. Let him come in. After a while, Du Sanha followed Pan Duoin. His huge height immediately formed a shadow in front of Lin Yi. Although the other party was hunched, he still gave Lin Yi a sense of oppression. Without waiting for the other party to say more, he waved his hand and said, Don't talk while standing. Sit down quickly. You are so tall, and I feel very pressured. Du Sanha's butt was against half of the chair, and he said respectfully, I know my crime. Speak human language. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, You came all the way here. You must have something. Just say it directly. People like you, who earn hundreds of taels every minute, certainly don't want to waste time. Du Sanha smiled bitterly. This prince he's temperament is still so straightforward, and he doesn't give face to anyone. Your Majesty, you are joking. Without your favor, I wouldn't be where I am today. Although Prince, he did not cancel the court's arrest warrant for him, the secret guards have been destroyed, and the court guards are under the control of Qi Peng. There is no one in the world who is hunting him down or hunting him down. He can walk openly on the land of Dalian. Seeing that Lin Yi's face was already impatient, he hurriedly continued. I do have something to report. Last year, my subordinates found a large island in the far north. There were only some barbarians, who didn't speak the language, and didn't want to learn from the king, because the mountain looks like a dragon. I call it Black Dragon Island. However, this place is indeed a good natural harbor, which does not freeze in winter. I will build a customs office here, and make it a royal place. You are asking me to build a customs office, but you really want to take it for yourself. Lin Yi glanced at the sea map that was drawn like a ghost painting, and said with certainty, This is the Arctic Circle, with warm currents, so it might be a good idea to build a port here. But it is too remote. There are no passenger ships, no transit trade, and it does not conform to the principles of market economy. It will lose money if it is built. I dare not. No matter what he thought in his heart, he certainly could not admit it. Take it if you want, but there is one thing, you have to report to the Ministry of Revenue, operate under the name of the business. The Ministry of Revenue will check your account books every year. You have to pay taxes according to the law. Lin Yi snorted coldly. If you really dare to think of yourself as a local emperor, you can try it. Anyway, he certainly doesn't have time to take care of such a faraway place now. It is better to develop with private capital than to leave it uncultivated. In fact, this is also the way of early European and American colonies, corporate operation. For example, the infamous East India Company, Hudson Bay Company, and German Colonial Company. These companies were granted economic privileges and a certain degree of privilege in specific regions to plunder overseas. He is now using this method, and there is nothing wrong with it. Du Sanha said hurriedly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely remember your teachings. He was just trying to give it a try. But he didn't expect that this man would be so easy to talk to, and so open-minded. He was really pleasantly surprised. Lin Yi continued. Try to use gentle means to deal with the local barbarians, and don't do anything cruel unless it's a critical moment. Du Sanha said in a deep voice. I will do my best to promote the king's rule. Those who don't obey the king's rule will be taken to Hong City and dealt with according to Liang law. That's good. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Since you understand, go down and do your thing. I won't keep you for dinner. If he spoke now, his mouth would hurt a little. He may not even be able to eat. I'll take my leave. Du Sanha bowed and carefully left the room. Pan Duo said, This man is very ambitious. We must be on guard against him. Lin Yi said, What Dalian lacks is such ambitious, pioneering people. Otherwise, relying on the foundation of our ancestors, we won't be able to eat 4 dishes in our lifetime. He believed that Dalian would sooner or later usher in a population explosion, and it would be very necessary to expand the living space at that time. But, unfortunately, Dalian lacked a figure like Columbus. It was barely possible to have someone like Dusanha, and he could only buy a horse bone for 1,000 gold. Your Highness is right. Panduo had long been accustomed to their princes. A kind of thinking different from ordinary people. But I still have a little confusion. This far north is not accessible for business and travel. What's the point of Dusanha coming here? It's better to find an island in Nanyang and occupy it as the king, Lenny said with a smile. In recent years, the slave trade of the Western barbarians has flourished. In the Nanyang area, they are invincible. Dusanha is also a genius of his generation, with great martial arts skills. However, when it comes to naval battles, the Western barbarians are professionals. I dare not compete with them at sea, in this Black Dragon Island. Whether it is to avoid their attack or to recuperate, it is still a good place to go. After all, it's not a real barbarian land, and there are no shortage of opportunities to make money. The Western barbarians are getting more and more rampant. They have taken over the Asoka Kingdom and the small countries in the South Seas. Sometimes they harass our Dalian merchant ships. Panduo bowed. I think it's better to make plans early. Don't worry. Our shipbuilding technology is not as good as theirs. At sea, we are just living targets for them, and we will just give up our lives. Before there is a fundamental conflict of interest, we might as well take a step back, Lenny said lightly. Slowly accumulate strength, and give them a surprise when the time comes. Panduo bowed. Your Highness is wise. Lenny asked curiously. Do you have any news about the spies you sent to the Western Wilds? Panduo said. The Western barbarians are invading the Western Wilds, and Xingqianhai is also gathering tribes to fight against the Western barbarians. It's hard to say who will win or lose, but the South Valley can no longer hold out. The Western barbarians bombarded Mount Suko with cannons for 3 days and 3 nights. The barbarian king fled and is currently missing. So weak. This was something Lenny had not expected. Lenny thought about it and said, send a letter to Chuanzhou to strictly guard the border between Chuanzhou and South Valley. If the Western barbarians enter, they will be severely punished. I am afraid of them on the sea, but not on land, because he also has cannons. Yes. After Panduo finished speaking, seeing that the prince was taking a nap, he also withdrew. Lenny had a sore mouth. By noon, it had not eased but had gotten worse. He wanted to eat something, but his mouth wouldn't allow him to. If he didn't eat, his stomach wouldn't be able to bear it. He had no choice but to drink some porridge to keep himself alive, as long as he didn't starve to death. By the evening, he sat on the beach listlessly, his eyes lifeless. Your Highness. Panduo was frightened when he saw him like this, and insisted on inviting a doctor over. What kind of illness do you treat? Doctor? Lenny laughed when he saw Du Yinyang. Du Yinyang was dressed in a servant's short outfit. Gray clothes, white socks, black shoes, and a hat covering her black hair. However, her lively eyes still betrayed her. No matter how she dressed, she could not hide her stunning beauty. Beautiful people look good in anything. Du Yinyang bowed slightly and said with a smile, it is not a problem to have a sore in the mouth and tongue, but it is not a big deal for the prince to bear it like this. Prince, if you trust me, can you take a bowl of Coptis chinensis donkey hide gelatin soup? Coptis chinensis donkey hide gelatin. Although Lin Yi did not trust her, he looked at her smiling face and could not say anything to refuse. Then try some. No matter how much Coptis chinensis donkey hide gelatin you take, it will not kill you. Just think of it as a heat-reducing medicine. I will go and boil the medicine. Du Yinyang went downstairs and brought a bowl of hot medicine. Lenny looked at the dark medicine inside and said with a smile, Hu Shirlu and Chen Shilian still haven't made any progress. They are still using these soupy things. Can't they have some pills or something like that? Du Yinyang said with a smile. Your Highness, this mouthful of porridge would have been very good with Feng Sudan. But I came out in a hurry and didn't prepare these things. Then let's do it this way. Lenny pinched his nose and drank the medicine. His mouth was full of bitterness, and he quickly drank a bowl of tea. Your Highness. Du Yinyang took the bowl and said, just finish one more bowl at night. We'll talk about it later. Lenny looked at Du Yinyang and asked curiously, are you from Hong Kong City? Du Yinyang nodded and said, I heard that my father was coming to Jizhou, so I asked for leave from my master and met my father to relieve my longing. Where is your father now? Lenny said casually. Du Enyang said. My father led people to Hong Kong City. I was going to go with him, but I heard that the prince was unwell. So I came to the prince's place. You are thoughtful. Lenny patted the chair in front of him and said with a smile. Let's sit down and talk. Thank you, Prince. You are rich. You don't need to practice medicine. Lenny yawned. You can just lie down, and you will have no worries about food and drink in this life. The prince now advocates equality between men and women. Is it just talk? Du Enyang couldn't help but ask back. Lenny was also confused by the question, and laughed. I don't mean that. I'm just curious about how a delicate person like you can serve others. Prince, you are looking down on me again, Du Enyang said proudly. I have been traveling on the sea with my father since I was a child. I have experienced countless hardships and dangers. Besides, I am now a 7th-rank official, and I am not a delicate little girl. If she was not afraid of angering this prince, she would have wanted to say directly, you are so weak, not resistant to wind, I can beat 100 of him. You can't tell. Lenny increasingly doubted whether the women in this world had the ability to keep their youth, or how could they have such good skin after being exposed to the wind and rain on the sea. I am the only one under my father. My father didn't say it, but I know in my heart that he regrets that I am not a man. Du Enyang said sadly. My uncles love me very much, but if I want to inherit my father's position in the future, they probably won't agree. If you want them to look at you differently, you need to make some achievements. My skills are average, and I can't read. I can only try to find a new way in medicine. I can't say that I can be an official of the Ministry of Health like my master and uncle, but at least I have a background. Lenny smiled and said, It's good to have ambition, but it seems difficult. You have studied medicine with Qin Shilian for several years. If you have a little talent, you will have signs of success. There is a great shortage of medical talents at the moment. When Hu Shirlu first established the Ministry of Health, there was no one available. He was so anxious that he had no choice but to pull out his apprentices to fill the gap. But why didn't he promote Du Enyang? Was she not good enough in her studies? Very likely. The prince is really quick to speak. Du Enyang sighed. I really don't have any talent for medicine. Others can memorize a prescription after reading it once, but I have to memorize it several times. Others can draw inferences from one example and write their own prescriptions, but I am still using old prescriptions in a rigid way. Self-knowledge is also a kind of ability. Lenny joked. In fact, you don't need your father's family business. What's the point of dealing with a group of men all day? It's better to take your father's money and become a rich man in Hong Kong City. Father-in-law, wouldn't you be happy? I won't accept it. Du Enyang suddenly raised her head, looked at Lenny and said, That is my father's life's work. How can I give it to others easily? Then what are you going to do? Lenny said carelessly. You can't beat them. Let your father kill them all? Your Highness is joking. Du Enyang looked into Lenny's eyes, covered her mouth and smiled. There is another way. Oh! Lenny crossed his legs and said, Tell me. Du Enyang said word by word. I am a humble girl, and I am grateful to your Highness for his blessing. Chapter 516 Negotiation. Lenny suspected that he had heard wrongly, and frowned. What did you say? He had to admit that he was the best shelter for the other party. However, happiness came so suddenly, and he was still a little unprepared. Your Highness. Du Enyang was very confident in her appearance, but she didn't expect to have such an expression and reaction with the prince. She took a deep breath and said, I dare not ask for anything else, but I hope to serve you day and night. Lenny waved his hand and said, All right. Now, he has been through many battles, and no longer has the naivety and innocence of the past. There is no hope for pursuing love. At his position, even family affection is almost gone. How can there be any love? There are only a few good-looking people. There are interesting souls everywhere. Prince. Du Enyang was even more amused. This and the prince's reaction are always unpredictable. If you want to commit yourself to me, I have no objection. In this life, besides Mingwei and Zixia, this is the third woman who wants to sleep with him. He is still a little excited. But, can your father agree? Although I don't care whether your father agrees or not. I don't want to force it, Du Enyang said shyly. Your Majesty is wise and powerful. If my father knew, he would be so happy. Then I understand. Lenny saw her expression and understood it immediately. You two just need to discuss it. It is most likely that Du Sanha, the old fox, wants Du Enyang to commit herself to him. In the Dalian kingdom in front of him, he is undoubtedly the best candidate for son-in-law. And with Du Enyang's temperament, looks, and family background, even if he takes her home to be a vase, there is no reason for him to disagree. But Du Enyang seemed to be hesitant to speak. Lin Yi held the teacup in one hand, and fiddled with the lid with the other hand, and said casually, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. You know my personality. I am easy to talk to. I will be annoyed if you hesitate. Yes, then I will speak boldly." Du Enyang raised her head and said fearlessly, "If the prince and I have children in the future, please allow the child to be raised by my father." Lin Yi frowned, and with a click, the teacup fell on the table and broke, and the tea spilled all over the table. He couldn't help but sneered. Who gave me the courage? He actually wanted to adopt his child to Du Sanha to be a pirate. This is like a birthday star eating arsenic and refusing to live long. Prince, calm down, Du Enyang said calmly. This is completely what I want. It has nothing to do with my father. Lin Yi laughed angrily. You are so brave. You dare to ask me this condition. A royal descendant becomes a pirate. You can think of it. Your Highness, aren't the current Prince Yongin, Prince Jin, and the Crown Prince royal descendants? Du Enyang blurted out. She regretted it right after she said it. She shouldn't have said those words. Seeing Lin Yi's expressionless face, she continued to force herself to say, inheriting my father's legacy. How can he be a pirate? The prince once praised my father for his enterprising spirit, and said that he could expand the living space for our Dalian country. He might be the next Columbus. Although she didn't know who Columbus was, but from the words of the prince, she knew that the prince admired this western barbarian who was thousands of miles away. The person who could make the prince admire him must not be an ordinary person. Suddenly, there was a clang. Pan Duo raised his sword and said sternly to Du Enyang, if you dare to talk nonsense again, you will be killed without mercy. Really? He only knew that this woman had strong kung fu, and he was waiting here to prevent the woman from suddenly getting angry and startling the prince. But he didn't expect that this woman would be so bold, talking nonsense like that. He regretted it. He shouldn't have stayed here to listen to so many things he shouldn't have listened to. Now he was in a dilemma. Stop it. Lin Yi glanced at Pan Duo and said, you can leave now, Your Highness. Pan Duo put away the knife, hesitated for a moment, and still didn't dare to leave the house. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, don't worry. She doesn't dare. She doesn't care about her own life. But she should also care about her father, and the lives of tens of thousands of people on Haixiazi Island. Yes. Pan Duo glared at Du Enyang fiercely, and left the house. She was not afraid of offending Du Enyang. Including Mingwei and Zixia, Qi Peng had told him long ago that there were countless facts in history that were forged with blood and tears, and that the emperor and his harem could only please one side. Those who wanted to have both died miserably in the end. Lin Yi waited for Pan Duo to go out, looked at Du Enyang again and sighed. There are too many cases of fathers and sons turning against each other, and brothers fighting against each other in the royal family. I really can't guarantee that my future children will be kind to their fathers and filial to their sons, and brothers will be friendly and respectful to their younger brothers. This has nothing to do with education and the system. People whose eyes are blinded by greed and interests will no longer have any morality. Du Enyang continued to speak boldly. Please judge for me, Your Majesty. Lin Yi sighed. Let's ignore these things for now. When the child grows up, what do you think? If he wants to enjoy the best of both worlds, let him be a rich man who lives a leisurely life. If he wants to travel the world, let him be a pirate. As for whether he can be the successor of Dalian in the future, that is still a long way off, after all. He only has one daughter now. Du Enyang hurriedly said. Your Majesty is wise. She knew that this was the biggest concession to the prince. If she continued to be ignorant of the situation, it would be a bit inappropriate. Lin Yi sighed. You are quite good. You can actually convince me. He himself could not have imagined that he had made such a big concession without knowing why. Thank you, Your Majesty. Du Enyang could not help showing pride on her face. His father risked his life at sea and toiled for half his life to have such great wealth and power. It was impossible for him to give it to others. She was a woman, and it was unlucky to be on the sea, under her father's power. It was already very good for her to be able to board the ship, let alone let her take over the family business. If she had a son, it was not necessarily guaranteed that her son would be the leader. After all, her father was old, and might not live to see his son grow up. Only her and the prince's son could guarantee to take over her father's power on the sea smoothly, become the new generation of the Dragon King of the Sea. As for the so-called throne, in her father's words, people should use their brains when risking their lives. Otherwise they will just give their heads away. Their family background is not bad, but it is impossible for them to participate in the struggle for the throne. Nanling Wang has his grandfather Mei Jingji, who is a general. Jin Wang has his grandfather Han Wenhu, who is the richest man in the world. But they are not running around now. Yong Wang has 100,000 soldiers. But he is not curled up in Jianzhou and Yongzhou area now. It's time and fate. As long as he ascends the throne in the future, the descendants of her Nye family will be an idle prince no matter what, with the royal family behind him, roaming the sea, and being rich. Not like the intrigues in the palace. Jiao Chong? Okay, then let's make a happy decision. Once Lin Yi figured it out, he didn't have so many entanglements. You go back to Hong Kong City and wait? Du Yinyang smiled with her hands covering her mouth. I've seen it. The prince has no private people around him. As long as the prince doesn't mind my clumsiness, I will serve the prince. Huh? Lin Yi suddenly touched his cheeks on both sides, curiously. Your Coptus Chinensis donkey hide gelatin soup is still effective. After saying so many words, I don't feel any pain. Since you want to stay, then stay, but your dress is like this. Although he has disguised himself, this face will still be the focus wherever he goes. He didn't want to attract so many people's attention when he went out. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Du Yinyang turned her back, and when she turned back, Lin Yi almost recognized her. Lin Yi walked forward, looking at the yellow and rough face, and then at the barrel waist, curiously asked, How did you do this? Compared with the previous one, it's completely different. The one in front of him looks like a servant. Du Yinyang smiled and said, Your Highness, I learned all these from my father since I was young. Actually, I just spread the dyed glutinous rice paste evenly on my face, and then trimmed my eyebrows. As for the waist, it was even simpler. I tied a piece of clothing. Lin Yi said, It's no coincidence that your father was able to escape the pursuit of the secret guards and the court guards. He looked at it carefully again. It was definitely not a simple glutinous rice paste. It seemed to be some kind of glue. It was just that the other party was unwilling to elaborate, and he had no need to force it. Du Yinyang bowed and said, Your Highness, you are too kind. Lin Yi stayed at the port for 3 days. His mouth ulcer gradually healed, and he could eat anything he wanted. However, he still maintained a cautious attitude towards things that would cause inflammation, and he did not dare to eat seafood. Rare peaches and pears are always in hand. Du Yinyang was amused. She rode on a group of tall horses and smiled at Lin Yi, who was sitting on a donkey and eating a pear. Your Highness, if you eat like this, you won't be able to eat fish and meat when you get to the town below. The donkey made an unpleasant cry. Lin Yi patted its head, stuffed the pear core into the donkey's mouth, and clapped his hands. I have to take care of my health now. I have to control my mouth and move my legs. Otherwise, my body will get worse and worse if he ascends the throne in the future. But there are men with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Without a good body, it is immoral to let others stay alone in an empty room. As a person, you can't be too selfish. Prince. Du Yinyang's eyes rolled. In fact, the best way to keep fit is to learn kung fu. When she first saw this powerless prince, she was completely stunned. She even felt unbelievable. Dalian was founded on martial arts, and wealthy families with a little wealth would hire a coach to teach their children martial arts. At worst, you can be sent to a martial arts school to learn some long fist and kicking, which are very common, not to mention the royal family. Moreover, it seems that there are many great masters around this prince. This is a resource that many people dream of but cannot get. With some pointers, how can practicing martial arts be difficult? There is no one like Prince He. No wonder everyone in Hong Kong City says that Prince He is a freak. As long as I lie flat, no one can roll me up, Lin Yi said disdainfully. With my talent, the ceiling is only the 3rd rank. What's the use? It doesn't make much difference whether I practice martial arts or not. Prince, I admire you a little bit. Oh, where? Lin Yi asked proudly. You always find excuses for laziness. Du Yinyang has been with him for a few days. and she has come to understand his personality. She began to joke with him boldly. I remember that every time you attended the opening ceremony of the school, you encouraged everyone to study hard and make progress every day. The slogans everywhere in this school are there is a way to study hard, and you should keep moving forward. Lenny yawned. If they don't work hard, how can I live a happy life? Your Majesty, looking at the shameless appearance of the regent of a country, Du Yingyang always felt like she was punching cotton with a fist. Wise. Your Majesty is right. Pan Duo quickly agreed. If your Majesty works hard, wouldn't it make us look too incompetent? Look, what does it mean to be able to speak well? Lenny winked at Du Yingyang. Learn more. Du Yingyang pouted, turned her head away, and ignored him deliberately. If I really do what this prince said and try to please him, he might not be happy. The wet Luohan rode up from the front and shouted, Your Highness, there is a small town called Tengjiahi ahead. It is raining heavily. Judging from the dark clouds in the sky, they will soon arrive here. Do you want to take shelter from the rain? Lenny raised his head, looked at the clear sky, and shouted, It doesn't look like it. Song Chung bowed and said, The dark clouds will come quickly if blown by the strong wind. Then let's find a place to rest. There were dense forests nearby, and the vision was limited. Lenny looked around and didn't see any place to hide from the rain. Where should we go? Panduo pointed to a narrow path next to it. There is a small village 2 miles ahead along this path. Please, Your Highness, please move. Then let's go. Lenny led the way into the small forest. Du Yingyang looked at Panduo, who was following closely behind Lin Yi, and was thinking deeply. I wonder how many people the Imperial Guards had deployed around here. They were able to find out the situation around them so quickly. There were many acacia flowers in the forest. The donkey refused to move when it saw them. Lenny pulled the reins several times. It was also a stubborn donkey. It had to eat everything clean before it would move. Lenny felt sorry for it, and couldn't force it anymore. He got off the donkey, and threw the reins directly to the Luohan behind him, and walked on his own. Panduo also got off the horse in a hurry when he saw this, and followed closely behind him. As they walked, the road gradually became wider. Standing on the top of the mountain, they could see the farmhouses with fireworks in the distance. After so many places, only here can I feel the poetic feeling. As soon as the voice fell, dark clouds gathered above their heads. Prince, please! Regardless of whether Lin Yi agreed or not, Panduo directly carried him to the horse, and Luohan and Song Chung guarded him on both sides, and hurried down the mountain. As for Du Yingyang, no one had time to pay attention to her. The group hurried and finally stopped in front of the largest house in the village. As soon as they arrived under the eaves, there was a flash of lightning, a loud thunder, and heavy rain. The children who were playing around screamed and ran away. Chapter 517 Recruiting Apprentices. Not far away, there were still many adults shouting to collect things. It was not the harvest season, but after a winter, many things in the house smelled moldy. There were many old clothes, old quilts, firewood, and sweet potatoes that had been buried for a winter drying on the wheat field. The children who had rushed into the house now rushed out with the adults, and kept moving things from outside into the house. Some children who ran too fast, and the things in their arms, fell to the ground and cried loudly. Seeing the child still lying on the ground, the father felt sorry for the things in the child's hands. So he kicked the child's buttocks, called him a coward, and hurriedly snatched the things from the child's arms. The child cried even louder. Seeing this tragic scene, Lenny couldn't help laughing. He sighed. This is the fireworks of the world. As Panduo kept knocking on the door finally opened. A little old man pressed the door with both hands, poked his head out, and kept looking at Lenny and his group. They were all wearing coarse cloth clothes, and seemed to be from a poor family. But seeing the appearance of the people, the big swords on their waists, and the tall and hairless horse snorting at the door, he suddenly became nervous. Isn't this the bearded man from the mountain in disguise? He forced a smile and said, Gentlemen, I don't know where you are from. What do you want me to do? Song Chung had a lot of experience in traveling around the country, so he stepped forward and said, Old man, don't panic. We are not bad people. It's just raining, so we come to your place to hide from the rain and stay for one night. Don't worry, you won't be short of money. The old man smiled awkwardly. I see you all look unfamiliar. You don't seem to be locals? He sneered in his heart. The word bad guy can't be written on the face. Song Chung directly pinched the shiny black door knocker with his hand. And with a little force, he pulled the door knocker out in the stunned look of the old man. And then bowed and said, "Old man, do you think I look like a bad guy?" The old man hurriedly said, "No, no. If he was really a bad guy, he would have just beaten us in with this skill. And there would be no need for so much nonsense." Song Chung smiled and said, "Why don't you invite us in?" After saying that, he threw a silver ingot into the old man's arms. The old man took it unexpectedly and hurriedly wanted to return it to Song Chung, saying with a wry smile, "What you guys don't know is that the host's parents died early, leaving only a young lady who is still waiting to be married. It is inconvenient and may affect our reputation. Please understand," Song Chung said. "Old man, you have a large courtyard with 4 entrances. We will only stay in your front yard and will definitely not enter your backyard. Just close the door to the backyard. Uncle Quan, let them in." While the old man was hesitating, a pleasant and crisp voice came from the house. "Yes." The old man called Quan Bo opened the 2 doors and made way. Lenny saw a young girl in a green gauze skirt standing in front of him. She had an oval face and a slim figure, and looked like a lady from a noble family. Lenny bowed and said, "Thank you for your trust in us." The girl looked at her own door, then at the door ring still hanging on Song Cheng's finger, and said lightly, "This hero has great kung fu. What difference does it make whether my door is open or not?" Song Chung bowed and said, "I am too reckless. I hope you will forgive me. It is raining heavily, and the roads are difficult to travel. Please help me." The woman's bright eyes swept over everyone, and then said, "I believe you all know that Jizhou is still under military control, and is implementing a joint guarantee and joint defense policy. When outsiders come in and out, we naturally have to respond to the call of the government. Not let a bad guy go, and not wrongly accuse a good person. We should be more cautious. I believe you all understand." "Right," Song Chung said. Of course. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. The girl was too cautious. She still didn't believe them, and had to warn them not to do anything wrong. The girl bowed to the north and said, "The regent is wise. Since the implementation of the joint guarantee and joint defense policy, few criminals dare to do evil." Luohan said carelessly, "Girl, you can put your heart at ease. In this area, the well-known criminals have been caught by the government. After the withdrawal of troops from the northern frontier, the first thing Jiang Pei, Tao Yi and others did was to eliminate gangs and evil. Now there may still be street thugs and corrupt officials in Jizhou, but there must be no well-known bandits. Tao Yi and his people are crazy about poverty. If they knew where there were bandit dens, they would have cleaned them up long ago. Can they keep them for the new year? At this moment, the grass on the grave of the bandit leader may be 3 feet high. As for those minions, they are either building roads or on the way to build roads." The little girl raised her hand and said, "Everyone, please, Uncle Quan, prepare tea." Song Chung, "Our hood is in front." Du Yinyang and Lin Yi were behind. She looked at the girl's hands and feet, and said with a low smile, "No wonder this girl is so confident. It turns out she is also a martial artist." Lin Yi nodded. No wonder. Everyone was welcomed into a large living room. Lin Yi sat casually, took the teacup brought by the servant, raised the teacup, and said to the woman sitting opposite, "Sorry for bothering you." The little girl smiled and said, "My father often said when he was alive, 'It's convenient for yourself to help others.'" Lin Yi said, "The girl is generous. I admire her very much." The little girl looked up and said, "You are too polite, sir." Quan Bo came over and whispered in the little girl's ear, "Miss, it's inconvenient here. You should go in, and I will take care of these heroes." He still pocketed the silver just now. According to this amount, he can arrange it clearly. It won't make our family suffer, nor will it make others suffer. The little girl shook her head and said, "It's not inconvenient. Anyway, I will be in the limelight in the future." Quan Bo smiled and said, "Miss, it's too early." The little girl shook her head and said nothing. Lin Yi looked at the 2 people playing guessing games and couldn't help laughing. It's like they are going to do something big. Luohan looked at the furnishings in the room, and then looked at the base of the girl's wrist, and said with a smile, "The girl is really a hero. So you are the captain of the joint defense team here." "I'm sorry." The little girl was about to wonder how the other party knew it, and she followed Song Cheng's gaze, and saw the Joint Defense Team plaque hanging in the main hall, which recorded the purpose of the Joint Defense Team and its leadership members. I'm sorry to make you laugh. The little girl kept looking between Pan Duo, Duinyang, and Song Chung. My parents died early, and I was raised by uncles like Quan Bo since I was young. Although I know some martial arts and have more than 20 people under my command, I have no chance of winning against those with high martial arts skills. Quan Bo loves me very much and doesn't want you to come in. He is helpless. Luo Qi. This name is pretty nice. Lenny also saw the plaque above his head and said with a smile, "You are really amazing." In order to strengthen his control over the grassroots, he began to rebuild the grassroots government in various parts of Liang State. One of them is to implement the joint defense policy to ensure rural security. Those who can be the captain of the joint defense team are usually the strongest in the village. Luo Qi bowed and said, "Sir, you are too kind. Compared with those women in the army, my ability is not enough." She couldn't see through Lin Yi. He obviously didn't know any kung fu. But he was the leader of the crowd. He must be a child of a noble family. Luo Han couldn't help but say, "No wonder you said that you would show up sooner or later." That's right. Phoenix City will have a joint defense team exercise in a few days. I guess you have to go. It is said that the first place can enter the government office as a constable. With the girl's skills, it's no problem for her to win the first place. He has been in Jizhou for quite a while. The situation here is different from Hong Kong City and Sanhe. Only the generals in the army practice Huiyuan Gong. In the remote countryside, people only practice some superficial leg and foot skills. And there are not many people who practice Huijin. This little girl is so young, and she can practice such superficial skills to the 3rd level. She is very talented, Luo Qi said proudly. Yes, our Ziyuan village successfully advanced to the town last year. And this year we will represent the town to participate in this year's exercise. Lenny nodded. If everyone has the girl's momentum, I'm afraid the Wadden people will never dare to go south again. Who knows that, Luo Qi said. If the emperors and generals were as wise as the prince, the Wadden people would not dare to go south, since ancient times. There have been many generous and tragic people in Jizhou who have never lost the righteousness. When Pan Duo and others heard this, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. This girl really dares to say anything. She is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. The Luohan on the side was usually careless, and at this moment he did not have the courage to interrupt. Discussing state affairs in front of Prince He. Do you want to die? Or just pretend to be deaf and blind? Unexpectedly, the silent hall was filled with applause. Everyone saw Prince He applauding and sighing. You are right. If a soldier is cowardly, the generals are cowardly, and the ruler is incompetent, the people below are also powerless to save the situation. I don't mean that. Please don't talk nonsense. Sir. Luo Qi was shocked by Lin Yi's words. Uncle Quan, hurry up and prepare food for you. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yi to reply, he hurried down with the little girl. He was very upset. He had spoken impulsively just now. The food had not yet arrived. Lin Yi was tired of sitting. So he stood up and looked at the rain pouring down the eaves, splashing everywhere. After this rain, the dry land should have some harvest. Your Highness cares about the people, which is a blessing for the people. Speak human words. Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Du Yinyang. You know, I don't want to hear these words. Hearing too much flattery. Sometimes he gets irritated. Your Highness. Du Yinyang's eyes rolled, and she said with a smile. This little girl named Luo Qi is very organized in her words and deeds, but her skills are a little shallow. Otherwise, she will be a useful talent in the future. Lenny said. Then you go and take her as your apprentice? Du Yinyang said. I really want to do this, so as not to waste such a good foundation. Lenny waved his hand and said. Then go. If she has a promising future, you will also be proud. Thank you, Your Highness. Du Yinyang jumped up and disappeared in front of Lin Yi. When the food was served, Luo Qi performed the master ceremony, witnessed by everyone, and kowtowed 3 times to the disguised Du Yinyang. Lin Yi joked. You don't even ask about your sect, your master, or fear that you will be deceived by others. Hearing this, Quan Bo beside him was shocked. But Luo Qi was full of disdain and said calmly, as long as I can get real kung fu, it doesn't matter if I die? A 7th grade master. She had only heard of him. She had never seen him. He was walking right in front of her, and he wanted to take her as his apprentice. If she missed him, she would really regret it. Du Yingyang smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Otherwise, how can I say that you are a smart child? Luoqi stood up and said, Everyone, please don't be polite. Starting with Du Yingyang. She poured wine for everyone one by one. Luohan raised his wine glass and laughed. Not bad. Not bad. You will definitely do great things in the future. His mind suddenly became active again. At his age, he actually didn't care much about his future. He was only worried about his son. His son, if you say he was smart, was only a 5th-rank martial artist, and was not good enough in the military department or the army. If you say he was stupid, he was only a small captain. Anyway, he was neither good nor bad. He has reached the age of marriage, and this marriage really worries him. Jianjun, Han Dan, is a girl that his son cannot marry. He looks down on those who are poorer than his family. His son will not get help, and will be a burden in the future. He also looked down on this girl in front of him. A rich man who knows a little bit of kung fu. She is still a country girl. If he marries her to his son, the people in Hong City will laugh at him to death. But now that he can catch Du Yingyang's eye, it's different. Maybe she will be the next Jianjun in the future. Thank you, Brother Luo. I toast you a glass. Luoqi finished the wine in the glass. Then he raised it to the others, and drank it without leaving a drop. If anyone dares to say you have no future, I will be the first to disbelieve it. After Lin Yi finished the wine in the glass, he said to Du Yingyang, It seems that your master must use all his skills. Du Yingyang smiled and said, I dare not keep it to myself. Luoqi knelt down to Du Yingyang and said, I will definitely work hard and make progress, and I will never embarrass you. Du Yingyang pulled her up and said, Don't kneel down at every turn. This is the first time for me to accept a disciple. I have no experience and no rules. Just be at ease. Luoqi's big eyes flickered. Master, you are so powerful. I wonder what our sect is called. When I go out in the world, if I meet fellow disciples, we won't clash with each other. Lin Yi didn't wait for Du Yingyang to speak, and teased, Your sect is called the Tomb Sect, and it is your mission to kill all the unfaithful men in the world. Ah! Luoqi hadn't reacted from her surprise when she heard her master say in hatred. That's right. The biggest enemy of our sect is called Yiqiu. If you meet him in the future, just raise your knife and kill him. Ah! This time it was Luohan who screamed. He wanted your disciple to die. All his thoughts just now were extinguished at once. Chapter 518, Transmitting Kung Fu. Du Yingyang is not a good person. Is she teaching or saving people? Yiqiu is a great master. If Luoqi met him, I am afraid he would not know how to write the word death. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Okay, I am just kidding. Don't take it seriously. He knew about the grudge between Du Yingyang and Yiqiu, but he didn't expect Du Yingyang to still care about it. Thinking back then, Yiqiu's sword heart was unstable and wanted to kill Du Yingyang to sacrifice the sword. For Du Yingyang, it was a great shame. If he really kidnapped her to be his wife, it would be fine, but what about killing her? Is she not beautiful enough, or is she not fragrant enough? In short, Yiqiu's train of thought is not something that ordinary people can understand. Of course, ordinary people don't have the ability to become a grandmaster. Luoqi smiled awkwardly. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Lin Yi smiled and said, If you want to hear the name Yiqiu in the future, just run. If you really can't run, just say my name. If he dares to embarrass you, it means he doesn't give me face. If he doesn't give me face, the consequences will be serious. May I ask your name? Luoqi's heart sank, and then asked. I must have met some extraordinary person, Lin Yi said proudly. I am Long Outian of Daliang State. A complete leader of cheating, the god of war, who can't stand his daughter sleeping in a doghouse, no matter IQ, learning ability, appearance, single fight, group fight, the number of harem, perfect and impeccable. He is the one that Lin Yi envies, but cannot learn from. Pando, and the others saw that he looked serious, not joking at all, and could only try to hold back their laughter. After all, they were the few people who had read He Wanya's novels. Whether it was Long Outian, Xiao Ritian, He Lianshan, they were all characters in the book who could subdue dragons and tigers, fight heaven and earth, and go up to the sky and the sea. When they suddenly put themselves in He Wanya's shoes, they couldn't help but want to laugh. Their He Wanya was indecisive, not good at literature and not good at martial arts. He really couldn't compare. However, they could only complain silently in their hearts, and no one dared to say anything. Long Outian, Luoqi muttered to herself for a moment, and said with emotion, "The young master must be an extraordinary person. Just hearing this name makes people admire him." She had no doubts about Lin Yi's words. After all, people who have masters like Pan Duo and Song Chung as guards are definitely not ordinary people. "This name is domineering," Lin Yi said proudly. "Anyone who has heard my name, just say my name. If you say my name doesn't work, it can only be said that they have never heard my name. If they haven't heard my name, it's useless for you to say it." Du Yingyang felt that this prince was no different from a child when he was occasionally long-winded. She smiled and said, "Luoqi, why don't you kneel down? Thank you for your care. Young Master Long." But young Master Long is still modest. Who in Daliang doesn't know young Master Long's name? "Thank you for your care, young master." Luoqi is very grateful. Luoqi knelt without hesitation. She is not stupid. Her master taught her how to suck up to someone correctly. If she can't react, she might as well find a piece of tofu and kill herself. "Hey, you are good at taking advantage of others." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at Du Yingyang, looked Luoqi up and down and said, "But it's nothing, you just work hard to practice, and when you become a master, you will have a bright future." "Thank you, sir." Luoqi didn't need his master to teach him this time, and he kowed out again. After the banquet was over, and Lin Yi and others were arranged to check in, he served Du Yingyang. Du Yingyang sat on a chair, holding a teacup, took a sip of tea, raised her head, and inadvertently glanced at the respectful disciple who had just been accepted and stood beside her. She said lightly, "Since you have become my disciple, I will naturally teach you everything I have learned." Luoqi said excitedly, "Thank you, master." Although she was mature, she was still an underage girl after all, and her emotions were all on her face. At this moment, she was naturally happy to hear that her master wanted to teach her wholeheartedly. Her family was a wealthy family in the local area, and her father was a wealthy and famous local sage. But this reputation was limited to the town of Tonga River. When she went to Phoenix City, people only treated her family as bumpkins. When she was 3 years old, her father spent a lot of money and only hired a Huajin coach. This coach was very immoral. Relying on his own strong kung fu, he never took her family seriously. He knew he was being cheated, but he had no way to deal with it. He dared not hit or scold. She was very young, and tried hard to please him, but she only learned a set of long boxing that was common on the street. When she was 9 years old, her father passed away, and this coach became even more unscrupulous. He no longer taught her kung fu, and only acted arrogantly in the village. Fortunately, she practiced hard day and night, and finally achieved something. When she was 12 years old, she punched the coach against the wall, and the coach had to leave in anger. Therefore, she clearly realized the importance of finding a good master. If she wanted to go one step further, she had to have a stronger skill. Now, the opportunity was right in front of her, and she couldn't miss it. Otherwise, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Du Yingyang said, "However, there are some things that I have to tell you clearly. You should think carefully about whether you really want to learn my kung fu, so that you won't regret it in the future." Luoqi said firmly, "Whether the master says it or not, you are my master. As long as I can learn deeper kung fu, even if it is evil and heretic, what does it matter?" Du Yingyang smiled and said, "My father is a lay disciple of Jingangtai. When he was 20 years old, he was already invulnerable to swords and guns with his horizontal kung fu. After joining the army, he changed his weapon to sword. At the age of 30, he realized the meaning of sword and fought all over Dalian with a long sword. He had few rivals. Master is so powerful." Luoqi was excited. "I didn't expect that my master was so powerful. And it was actually related to Jingangtai. Jingangtai is the martial arts holy land of Dalian, and everyone knows it." Du Yingyang glanced at her and said indifferently, "You have two choices. One is to learn the skills of Jingangtai, but without the approval of Jingangtai. My father only taught me some horizontal training skills for self-defense. I can only teach you a rough one, and it is difficult to achieve great success. The other is the wind sword technique of the scholar's father. With your aptitude, as long as you study hard, you will naturally surpass me. As for the Huiyuan Gong that is widely circulated in Sanha and Ankong City, because the technique is incomplete, it is a treasure for ordinary people, but it is a chicken rib for them. It is tasteless to eat, but it is a pity to throw it away." Her father once knelt in front of Hong Ying's door and begged for 3 days before returning. He finally realized his own Tao. He became the only great master on the sea. The barbarians on the islands behind him secretly learned a similar one, took it back and created the so-called one-sword style, which can kill with one strike. She even worshipped her father's tablet. Please open the grace, tutor wants to learn this sword method. She knelt down. You have to learn the most. Don't be happy so early. Du Enyang continues. My father was an official before, after being framed by the court rape. It's not allowed to be in the world, go overseas, become a pirate. Now the court chaos anyway, wash the grievances of my father, but there are many father and enemies. If you learn this sword method, people are naturally familiar, see you, naturally. The enemy meets, suddenly jealous, later, if you are in trouble. You will be indispensable, maybe he lost his life. Luochi high voice. I have entered the door, naturally it is a damage, one honor. Honor, the enemy of the ancestor is naturally the enemy's enemy. Wait for the apprenticeship, let these traitors look good. I underestimate you. Du Enyang laughed dumbly. I'm afraid that the prince and I have made a mistake, thinking that this is a delicate little girl who knows nothing. In fact, she is a ruthless person in sheep's clothing. Luochi still kneeled on the ground and bowed his head, saying, My disciple is devoted to martial arts, and I hope master will help me. Okay, get up. Du Enyang smiled and said, I didn't accept the wrong disciple. Your personality is suitable for learning this sword technique. On the contrary, her father has repeatedly said that she is not suitable for learning the family's inherited sword technique. She does not have the character of facing death with indifference and moving forward, no matter how strong her character is. It's just on the surface. Thank you, master. Luochi burst into tears. Okay, stop crying. You and I are both miserable children without mothers. But you are better than me. I haven't even seen my mother. But you can still remember what she looks like. Du Enyang sighed. The only thing that is better than you is that your father is still alive. I am just waiting for you to stay overnight. Whether I can stay tomorrow depends on your will. In order to prevent any problems, I will teach you the secret of our swordsmanship tonight. How much you can learn is all up to you. Breathing and moving. Not as good as the law. One person is worth 100. 100 people are worth 10,000. The body and soul have been separated. There is nothing to be afraid of. Du Enyang recited and wrote on the paper. Luochi beside him recited silently without blinking. After Du Enyang finished writing the 100-word mental formula, she looked at Luochi and said, Have you remembered it clearly? Luochi closed his eyes and recalled it again, nodded vigorously and said, I remember it clearly. That's good, you need to know that. This is the unique skill of our sect, and it must not be passed on to others, otherwise I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Without waiting for Luochi to reply, with a clang, the long sword from his waist came out. Then Luochi found that the paper his master had written had turned into debris, and in front of him was a blurry sword shadow. Look carefully. I will only dance once. Hearing this, Luochi's eyes widened. The sword just goes straight. Any extra tricks are a joke. Stepping into the 9 palaces. It's like a swimming dragon. And all are wrong paths. One sword determines life and death, and one sword returns to the abyss. While watching the master stabbing the sword, and listening to the master's words, Luochi felt that all his cognition was overturned. Lenny stood in front of the window, watching the 2 figures dancing in the opposite room from time to time, and said with a smile, These 2 women are quite compatible. Song Chung said, Du Sanha is now a master of swordsmanship. But it's a pity that Miss Du has limited talent, and has only learned the basics. What about you? How is your kung fu now? For his wet nurse's son, Lenny really treats him as a brother. Closer than the 12th brother. Song Chung smiled and said, I am also a 9th rank now. The steward said that it will be difficult for me to make any progress in my life. So I can only stop here. Lenny couldn't bear to see him so lonely. Z comforted. Xiaoingzi is a human, not a god. It's better not to believe than to believe. God rewards hard work. My life is determined by God. God is the boss. Honging is nothing. The more he despises you, the more you have to surprise him. When Song Chung heard this, he was shocked, and said loudly, Thank you, Your Highness, for your teachings. You and I are so polite, I will be really angry. Lenny changed the subject, and continued, I heard that our old lady is back. Song Chung bowed. Thanks to Your Highness, the old lady is in good health, but the older she gets, the more she misses her hometown. After Jizhou was stabilized, I had no choice but to send her back to Xingqing as she requested. She drank tea and listened to opera with a group of old sisters every day, and was content. Lenny said. Did your wife and children go back with you? Song Chung said helplessly. The old lady had a request, and I dared not disobey. Lenny smiled. This old lady is really stubborn. Xingqing is in the opposite direction of us. I won't go there. I will give you a leave. You don't have to accompany me deliberately. You go back to see your wife and children, and bring me 2 boxes of 100-year-old ginseng. Your Highness. Song Chung was startled. Your Highness is still worried. Just let me accompany you. Do you really think I'm stupid? Lenny lay on his back in the chair. Disdainfully said. The journey was calm and orderly, and there must be a lot of people arranged in secret. Song Chung whispered. Your Highness is wise. In fact, he didn't know how many people were deployed. After all, the troops from the Ministry of War, the Imperial Guard, and the Royal Palace were not subordinate to each other. Even Mr. He Jixiang probably doesn't know the specific defense situation. Humph. I don't know if it's wise or not. Anyway, you guys treat me as a fool. Lenny sighed. Don't waste time. Go back to your hometown tomorrow morning to visit. The child is in the growth period, and can't lack fatherly love. Those who lack fatherly love are like him. There was no father in the previous life. There is a father in this life, and it's no different from not having one. Fatherly love. It doesn't exist. Somehow, he could also realize the flaws in his character, but he can't explain why. However, he knew that a father plays an indispensable role in a child's growth. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. I am grateful. Go to sleep. Lin Yi felt that talking to him was becoming increasingly meaningless, and impatiently drove him out of the room. He woke up before dawn. The rain had stopped and the sky was clear. A group of children were rolling in the mud on the muddy wheat field. Lin Yi frowned and said, Don't you have to go to school? According to the education policy of Phoenix City, we can build a school in Zayuan village. Quan Bo explained. But there are not enough teachers. There is only a primary school in Tongtahi town, which is only 20 miles away. It has also accepted all the students who should be admitted, but most of them are poor families. If they go to school, they will have to stay in the town for food and accommodation. How can they afford it? Lenny said. There is no private school? He abolished the imperial examination, but he did not abolish private schools. According to Liang law, private schools are also an important part of the education of Daliang. Chapter 519 Ambition. The illiteracy rate in Daliang is too high. Among 10,000 people, it is already very good to find one person who can read. Most of them are genuine lazy people. The most important task now is not to cultivate how many real talents, to promote the development of medicine, agriculture and biology, science and technology, humanities, social sciences, education, but to improve the literacy rate of the population and to strengthen the quality of the population. Only literate people can bring forth new ideas. Without education, it is useless to have more children. Education is a heavy investment, and the payback period is also very long. You must have great patience and look at the long term. I understand the reason, but my pockets are empty. The treasury of Daliang State is full of corrupt officials. There is not much money at all. It is difficult to even pay the officials and soldiers. The investment in new-style education is basically raised by each prefecture. Only in the big cities can there be a few decent new-style schools, most of which are children from wealthy families. Occasionally, there is one in a town, but it is usually a large town close to the size of a city. For example, Tongda River Town in front of us. The rural area is basically blank. Lin Yi, out of practical considerations, regards rural private schools as an important supplement to basic education. It is impossible to give money, so he can only encourage local people to invest and provide financial support. In particular, he rewards those local tyrants who are famous for their virtues and respected by the people in the village. Last year alone, Lin Yi issued 10 plaques of Daliang State's charity model. For those who have made significant contributions, they can even reduce taxes, and their children can get extra points for civil service examinations. In short, he tried every possible way, not only to make private schools in remote villages operate, but also to expand them on a large scale to ensure that all rural children of school age can go to school and learn to read. The only thing the government invested in was textbooks. Each village private school was given 3 or 5 textbooks, and all teaching content was synchronized with the new schools in the capital. After 2 years of study, you can take the local unified entrance examination. Those with excellent grades can continue their studies at the middle school in the capital. After graduating from middle school for 3 years, you can take the civil service examination of Dalian. Lin Yi originally wanted to set an age limit, but in the end, he found that he had thought too much. Those who took the exam, basically no one was under the age of 16, and there were even many old men with gray hair, who had studied hard all their lives. He finally understood why no one objected when he shouted to abolish the imperial examination system. Because for many people, the cost of learning was too low. Now, as long as you finish the basic so-called courses, you can skip a grade and take the exam to become an official. From ancient times to the present, there has never been such a good thing. People who don't know poetry, songs, or articles are no longer afraid. As long as you get a full score in one of arithmetic, politics, history, physics, and chemistry, you can even be admitted as an exception. My lord, you don't know? Quan Bo smiled and said, the teacher of this private school is me. I will give them a holiday today and let them move freely. He complained in his heart. Isn't it you who delayed it? Otherwise, at this time every day, he should teach his students. Lenny smiled and said, then your family controls the politics, economy, and education in the village, which is really amazing. He did not feel anything strange, although he vigorously cracked down on land annexation. The reality was still the reality. In the vast rural areas of Dalian, the richest people were still the landlords and gentry. They usually served as clan leaders, village heads, school principals, and joint defense captains. Due to their political, economic, and cultural status, the gentry had the power and obligation to manage the entire clan and even the entire village society. Although they are non-staff members of the government, they have absolute say in the countryside. He once lamented that in these grassroots clan societies, the poor can work hard, but if they can break through the ceiling, even if they win, it is basically impossible. Young master, you are joking. Although Quan Bo did not understand the specific meaning of Lin Yi's words, he knew that it was a teasing. He raised his head and said, our young lady actively responded to the regent's educational policy of cultivating builders and successors for Dalian State. She took out 10,000 taels of silver and used her own fertile land to build a big house that can accommodate 50 students. I, an old man with no talent, will be appointed as the principal. Lenny bowed and said, I'm sorry. But then he said curiously, those who can explain arithmetic and the study of things clearly are all great people. This is the truth. Nowadays, many teachers in Oncom City's schools are recruited from Sanha. Few local teachers can explain arithmetic and physics clearly. Quan Bo laughed and said, I am dissatisfied with this young man. The arithmetic and physics are taught by Qi Xiuzai from Tongjia town. I only teach history and Chinese. Lenny said, what about this scholar today? I wonder if I can meet him. He still wanted to learn as much as possible about the teaching situation in the countryside. Quan Bo said, it's also unfortunate. His mother is seriously ill, and he has been serving her at home these days. I see. Lenny didn't expect the education level here. What else can you do in a school that often suspends classes? Lifting up the hem of his shirt, tucking it into his belt, and walking barefoot on the muddy wheat field. A half-grown boy did not play like many other children, but was squatting on the ground with a branch and writing on the ground. The 4 words Universe Xian Huang were written powerfully. Not bad. Lenny couldn't help but praise him. The child raised his head and said curiously, you are a guest of the young lady's house. Lenny said, you have a good eye. The child said, I saw you go in yesterday. Luohan looked at the child's thick hands and feet and laughed. You have also learned leg and foot skills. No wonder you speak so loudly. Rural children have never seen the world, and they speak very cautiously. You are as fearless as this child. The child looked up and down at Luohan and said with his head down, I can't beat you. Luohan sneered. If you can beat me, you will rebel. Lenny waved his hand and said, don't bother with the child. Yes. Luohan stepped aside when he heard this. Lin Yi's hand touched the child's yellow head. The child subconsciously wanted to avoid it. But when he saw Luohan's glaring eyes, he could only stand there honestly and let him rub his head casually. Study hard, and you can become a pillar of my Dalian country in the future. I will definitely be successful in the future. After hearing this, the child said with certainty, What do you want to do in the future? Lenny asked immediately. The child raised his head and said loudly, I want to be a general. Ha ha ha. The children next to him laughed, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The child remained calm and insisted, I will definitely be a general. Lenny looked at the tender face in front of him and said with a smile, That's right. You must stick to your dream. If you give up, they will laugh at you again. Hey, my name is Shinping. What's your name? The child asked excitedly when he saw someone affirming him. Lenny, one day you will become a great general, and you will know who I am. Lenny said, and left without looking back. Lenny. After the child silently recited 2 sentences, he remembered the name. Accompanied by Quan Bo, Lenny looked around the village again. There were still low huts everywhere, and most people were hungry. The only family that could eat was probably the Luo family, and a few wealthy families. Exorbitant taxes. Lenny once again realized the exploitation of the lower-class people by the feudal bureaucrats. Sometimes, some things cannot be changed by a single order. There are policies from above, and countermeasures from below. Even if imperial envoys are sent everywhere to inspect, the fundamental problems cannot be solved. Everything is determined by the economic foundation. In the evening, the road surface was hardened by the sun. Luo Qi stood at the entrance of the village, reluctantly bidding farewell to his master. Du Yinyang rode on the horse, without looking back. It was getting dark, and the group finally arrived at the crowded Tonga River town. Unlike other towns, this place has city walls, guards, and garrisons, just like a small town. What kind of black-hearted people are these? Lenny was hungry, and now he was sitting in front of a tofu stall, and sighed, You have to pay an entrance fee to come in. It's really lawless. Who is the garrison commander here? He was still indignant. Panduo hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, there are more than 500 garrisons here, led by the garrison commander Pang Long. The Ministry of War is unable to support them, and Lord He Jixiang made the decision to let them raise funds on their own to fight against some bandits and the evil gentry who caused public anger. They are also stretched to the limit, and even horse feed cannot be supplied. As you know, this interception was originally a Tulu. Pang Shou is helpless. Just let the organization officers and soldiers, the people cultivate the road. You can go with rainy days. Rather than the city gate fee, it is better to say that it is gold and gold. Presley Lu, it is not illegal. Pang Long, this product is still a defensive now. This name Lin Yi is no stranger. Once his guard, the old man in the palace. Wei Yishan, Lu Yin, the little cubs such as Sanha come out can press him. Luohan Road. The previous year was in Saibei. No opinion with Taoying. There was a conflict. I almost met each other. The following is the offender. General Shen disposed of military law. His guerrilla general became a defense. Match here. Lin Yi was not angry. This product is indeed 205. Then drink the last bean flour in the bowl. Stand up. Walk. Go to see if this dog is dead. Panduin Road, after finding up the left and right pedestrians to inquire, eventually found the garrison camp. Surrounded by a circle of wooden fences, there was a row of thatched houses made of stones. Lenny frowned and said, Are you so poor? Luohan went in to report. After a while, a horn sounded in the military camp. The barricades had just been removed, and the officers and soldiers had already assembled. When Lenny walked in, a large group of people were already kneeling in front of him. Pang Long cried, Your subordinate greets the prince. Live the prince 1,000 years. 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Live the prince 1,000 years. 1,000 years. The officers and soldiers below said in unison, and the sound resounded through the world. Get up. Lenny said nothing more, and went straight into the nearest room. Inside were 2 long rows of earthen kangs, on which were tattered beddings. Lenny rubbed them casually with his hands, and under the sunlight, the moldy dust and old cotton wool fluttered. You guys are living such a miserable life? I know my crime. Pang Long looked at Prince He in front of him, and always felt like he was dreaming. How could Prince He come to such a rural place? He lowered his head and said, Please punish me. Prince. Lenny didn't even look at the teacup in front of him, but just said lightly, Although I don't like soldiers doing business, I haven't completely banned it. Even if you go out to serve as guards for merchants, you shouldn't live such a cowardly life. Right? Pang Long smiled bitterly. Your Highness, you don't know, there was a battle in the northern frontier, and the food and grass were in short supply. This battalion of subordinates is a reserve force. My men wanted to make achievements, and they were a little too aggressive. We had no choice but to raise part of the money ourselves. When the battle in the northern frontier was resolved, we were in debt. Even if we actively respond to the prince's market economy policy, planting crops, building roads, setting up checkpoints, and expanding sources of income, it is still a drop in the bucket. I still owe Yin Kuishing more than 30,000 taels of silver every month. The interest alone is 500 taels. The reserve forces are raised by the stepmother, and they are given priority to the vanguard camp. When the vanguard camp is well fed and well drinked, when it is their turn, even having enough food will become a problem. On the battlefield, fighting for a breath is secondary, the main thing is to stand out. However, if you don't charge in the front, how can you stand out? No food, no armor, no weapons. In short, nothing is available. In order to achieve something, they had no choice but to borrow money. All right. Seeing the bearded Pang Long crying, Lin Yi suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Find a way to fill this hole yourself. He wanted to fill this hole for Pang Long, but his strength did not allow it. If he dared to say that he made a blind promise for Pang Long, He Jixiang would definitely fight him to death. Whether it was the court or the Ministry of War. There was no money. He Jixiang wished he could eat porridge every day. I dare to. Pang Long hesitated for a moment, and said boldly, Please allow the garrison camp to go to sea with the wealthy merchants of Jizhou. You, a landlubber, want to go to sea? Lin Yi said in surprise. Pang Long said helplessly, Your Majesty, many sea merchants in Phoenix City asked the garrison camp to go out to sea as escorts. However, due to the limitations of Liang law, I dare not take the initiative. I have asked the 5 military commandery, but Lord, he has not given a reply yet. Lin Yi said, Will they not ask the navy? Pang Long said, Lord Jiangcan's navy is also limited in number. In the 5 military commandery, the navy is the richest. Accompanying sea merchants on a trip can earn tens of thousands of taels of income. Even this navy camp is still so rude, it's nothing like their garrison camp, where they are not loved by their parents. They collect some money after repairing the road, and are scolded by the people. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, Approved. Thank you, Your Majesty. Pang Long cried with joy, unexpectedly. The matter that seemed to him as difficult as ascending to heaven could be solved so easily. Lin Yi stood up again, and then walked out of the house, looking at the slowly setting sun, rubbing his brows and said, Why are there so many troubles? Every day is not good. He really wanted to lie down and ignore these complicated affairs. Chapter 520. It's hard to explain. But, it's just a thought. Since the moment he left Sanhe, he has no way back. If he wants to stop, the people who follow him for a living will not agree. Everyone followed him to Ankang City without hesitation, not only for their own heads, but for the future and life of their families and clans. If he hesitates a little, many people will be unlucky. For example, Shinchu Zhurorong. The natives of Ankang City, their wives and children, all will die. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back, because it will really kill people. His opponents, Prince Yong, Prince Jin, and even Emperor Delong, who looked like a sick cat, would tear him and everything around him to pieces. Pang Long walked to his side and said cautiously, I am incompetent, and I have troubled you. Your Majesty, I will continue to work hard and move forward courageously. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, Your ability has not improved, but you have learned a lot of polite words. Your Majesty is wise. Pang Long breathed a sigh of relief. He used to be a guard of Prince He. Although he was not valued by Prince He knew Prince He's temperament very well. Prince He could show his temper on his face, which meant that he was really fine. Therefore, he smiled and said, If I have any way, I will not let your Majesty suffer. Lin Yi thought. He thought, It's actually against the rules to let you go to sea. Once this precedent is set, if the garrisons in Jizhou and Qizhou follow suit, what do you want me to do? At this time, he felt that he was a little rash just now, and agreed too readily. The reserve forces are also soldiers. The soldiers should stick to their garrisons. If the soldiers and generals run around everywhere, won't it be a mess in the future? One day in the future, if someone wants to rebel, it will be very simple. Hundreds of thousands of rebels can gather under Ankang City without anyone noticing. Who knows? His head might be lost inexplicably. Your Majesty, Pang Long smiled awkwardly, because he knew that what he said to the prince was the truth. If they followed suit, the officers and soldiers of Jizhou would definitely follow suit. Everyone was poor. Anyway, it was easy to make money on the sea. So they all went to the sea to make a living. What future could there be in being a foot soldier? Lenny said unhappily. If you have any ideas, please tell me quickly. Don't hesitate and bother me. Your Majesty, as far as I know, there are countless pirates in the Yuanhai area. But except for the barbarians in the North Sea area, they are not a big deal. As long as there are a few masters on the ship, it will probably be foolproof. Peng Long said as he led the way for Lin Yi. I have decided to sign a security agreement with these merchants. Each large ship will be assigned 1 or 2 6th grade or 7th grade masters. It shouldn't be too much to charge them 1,000 or 800 silver coins. Right? You have more than 500 reserve troops. If you go out with 20 or 30 people, it really won't attract much attention. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he felt that there was nothing wrong with this. 10 ships would be 10,000 taels. You can earn it in a year, and all debts can be basically settled. Your Highness is right. Peng Long smiled bitterly. The prince only gave me 1 year. It seems that I have to make money in this year, Lin Yi said calmly. After this period of time, officers and soldiers who leave their posts without permission will be sentenced to death no matter who is in charge of the case. Yes, I will follow the prince's instructions. As he spoke, he stopped in front of a large tent. Although it was still made of stone, it was spacious, with tables, chairs, and tea utensils. Prince, please have tea. Boss Wang. Lenny picked up the teacup, and as soon as he raised his head, he recognized the short soldier in front of him wearing a coarse cloth, and called out his name directly. Prince, you still recognize me? The young man called Wang Lao said excitedly. I thought you didn't recognize me. Peng Long frowned and said, You are so disrespectful. Leave now. Okay. Stop making such a fuss. As if you are much better than him. After Lin Yi glared at Peng Long, he looked at Wang Lao again and said with a smile, You are not even 15 this year. And you are following Peng Long, didn't he sell you out? Baiyun City implemented compulsory education, and many children went to school. However, not every child has the opportunity to go to school. The Wang Lao in front of us is one of them. He is called Wang Lao, but he is only about 10 years old, because his surname is Wang, and he is the eldest of 5 children in the family. Everyone jokingly calls him Wang Lao. His father thinks that he has a greater responsibility to take care of his younger brothers and sisters, so he doesn't allow him to go to school. He can only hold his younger brother or sister, and occasionally stand at the window of the school to learn a few words. Principal Han Jin felt sorry for him for a while, and personally went to his father to communicate. But his father was a scoundrel, and refused to listen. In this way, this Wang Lao became one of the few illiterate people of his age. Later, for some unknown reason, he had a conflict with his father, ran out of Baiyun City, and became one of the few child soldiers in Sanha. So Lin Yi often sighed, People, this reincarnation is really a science. For example, in his previous life, he had a bad fate, and was born without parents. He really couldn't think of what kind of parents would be willing to abandon such a smart and sound child. As for this life, although his parents are unreliable, at least he reached the peak when he debuted. It is much better than being born in a poor family, and working hard for 3 meals a day. Some commanders feel sorry for them, and will deliberately arrange them as personal guards, responsible for delivering letters, serving meals, and washing feet. Boss Wang laughed and said, Your Majesty, the garrison commander said that I am worthless, and can't be sold for a few cents. Damn it. You actually framed me. Peng Long laughed and scolded. Lin Yi looked Boss Wang up and down, looking at his frail body, and joked, You have been fighting with the army all over the country, and you have been running all the way, except for a little tan. There is not even a scar on your body. Did you get lazy? Your Majesty, you can't wrongly accuse me. Boss Wang blushed and said loudly, Ask the brothers if I am always at the front in every battle, and never step back. Lin Yi realized that he shouldn't tease him like this. After all, the other party is a child with a strong self-esteem. So he changed his tone and said, Okay, don't be so excited. Keep working hard. If you have enough merits in the future, I will make you a general, and let you return home in glory. He thought of the child named Shenping again. This is probably what young people dream of. Who knew that Boss Wang suddenly shouted, Your Majesty, I don't want to be a general. Huh? Lin Yi was very surprised and suspected that he had heard it wrong. Pang Long scolded angrily. You kid. You are talking nonsense. As if you could be a general. He is still a garrison now. What's more, you are a half-grown boy. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Lin Yi interrupted Pang Long and continued to talk to Boss Wang. Since you are a good soldier, why don't you want to be a general? Your Majesty, I want to be a great commander like Lord He Jixiang. Boss Wang shouted. Generals also have to be controlled. After hearing this, Pang Long couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't been here with the prince, he would have kicked Boss Wang away. This unlucky kid. He can't even recognize a few words. And he still wants to be a general? He really doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. It's still good to be young. You can think about everything. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. But you have to dare to do it. And only great efforts can make miracles happen. Yeah. Boss Wang felt that he had been recognized, and was very excited. Prince, I will be your general in the future. I promise to take good care of you. No one dares to look down on you. Get out. This time Pang Long finally couldn't help it. He kicked him. It was a tragedy in the world. Before Lin Yi could stop, Boss Wang was no longer visible. Pan Duo sighed. This kid's Qingdong is amazing. Pang Long kicked in the air, and said in hatred, more than amazing. I'm already an 8th rank now. He kicked a 6th rank. And he kicked in the air. It's simply unfair. To use the words of the prince. It's unscientific. Very unscientific. Luohan said in disbelief. Did he learn Wang Tuozi's unique skills? Night Watchman. Boss Wang leaned on the door with his hands, poked his head out, and said to Luohan, have you seen my master? Hey! Luohan is a night watchman. As a person of noble birth, he was not afraid of being called a night watchman. But calling him a night watchman was another matter. He was about to step forward and said, you really deserve a beating. But he didn't expect that Boss Wang didn't move at all. He squinted his eyes and said, I am also a 6th rank official. You can't beat me. Luohan almost vomited a mouthful of blood in his throat. I am so old. Can't you give me some face? Yelling in front of so many people. What's the matter? You keep talking like this, offending people everywhere. You are just doing it. You've only been a small soldier all your life. And you still want to be an official? Dream on. Luohan said bluntly. What are you dreaming about? Boss Wang said nonchalantly. Night Watchman, you and I were enemies before. I don't want to be friends with you. I've offended you. So let me offend you. Luohan said angrily. I just ate one of your chickens. Is it worth you remembering it until now? Is that all you can do? He now knew what it meant to offend a gentleman rather than a villain. Villains really always hold grudges. Lin Yi ignored the quarrel. The two people just curiously asked Pan Duo. Did this kid learn Qinggong from Wang Tuozi? He knew Wang Tuozi's Qinggong. After all, the name of this bastard's Qinggong is actually Lingbo Weibu. It is said that he is the first person in Baiyun City to practice Lingbo Weibu to perfection. And he is also the only one who combined Lingbo Weibu with Xinqing Baibian. Lin Yi was curious and asked him to come over to perform Qinggong on the bank of Shijiang River. He jumped deep, stepped on the water, and went directly over. Then he came over again, leaving only ripples that flashed quickly behind him. At that time, I just thought that this guy had overcome gravity. At that time, when Zhao also said that, of the same level, his lightness skill was enough to be the best in the world. If he was lucky, this pair of fast feet might be able to escape from the hands of the Grandmaster. Lin Yi was really amazed by this guy. Even after seeing Duo Mozzis flying on the grass, he only thought it was average. After all, there was a pearl and jade before. Pan Duo bowed and said, it is said that Wang Tuozi and Wang Laoda are relatives. He was willing to care about the affairs of Wang Laoda, a small figure, just because he was Wang Tuozi's apprentice. Wang Tuozi was the military counselor. According to convention, the family background and social relations of officials of this level also needed to be registered with the court guards. He also needed to memorize them thoroughly, so that if something happened, he could accurately connect all the clues together. After Lin Yi took a sip of tea, before he could ask, he heard Wang Laoda say, Wang Tuozi is my uncle. My dear uncle. Luohan suddenly realized. No wonder. I said that Wang Tuozi is such a stingy bastard. How could he easily pass on his kung fu? You are uncle and nephew. You are both stingy. Lenny smiled and said, I remember Wang Tozi and your father had a fight. Right? He kicked your father into the river? Wang Lada said. My father wanted to beat me, but my uncle wouldn't let him. So they started fighting. Lenny asked curiously, Is Wang Tozi married? Pan Duo bowed and said, The prince has killed the chief culprit in Jiling City. And everyone is in danger. There are always many people who want to have some relationship with the Sanha soldiers. The Shi family in Jiling City shamelessly approached Ah Dai's father-in-law Pang Dong, asking him to be the matchmaker between him and General Wang. With the approval of Lord He Jixiang, General Wang married the third daughter of the Shi family. Old Wang said happily, My aunt gave birth to a younger brother for me last year. Lenny stood up, stretched and said, This bastard is so lucky. He is the biggest boss of Daliang. Why doesn't anyone give him sugar-coated bullets to corrupt him? He can accept concubines and the like. For example, the daughter of Ubox's family. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Your Highness. Someone scolded his uncle in front of him. But Boss Wang was not easy to respond. Hurry up and take away the skills from your uncle. When your brother grows up, it will be difficult for you to take away the skills from your uncle. Lenny didn't wait for him to interrupt, and continued, I'm not teaching you to cheat, but telling you what reality is. What nephew? No matter how good a nephew is, he is not as good as a biological son. For the sake of his own son, teaching Kung Fu probably will hold back at the end. Pang Long saw that Boss Wang was still in a daze, so he urged, Thank you for your teachings. Your Majesty. Thank you for your teachings. Your Majesty. Listen to advice, and have a full meal. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he touched his stomach again, and said with a smile, I couldn't resist the hunger that night. What do you have to eat? Prepare it quickly. Who is the cook? If it's not delicious, I'll cook it myself. During this journey, except for the steamed seafood, he could barely accept a little, the rest were horrible. This is also the reason why he rarely wants to go out. When he goes out, the food is really hard to describe. For example, the simplest boiled beef smells really good, makes people drool. I actually ate a mouthful of sand. Chapter 521 Insult. Pang Long naturally knew the temper of this prince, and also knew the inside story of the mansion. He laughed. Jizhou is close to the sea, and there are many cooks who cook salt. Naturally, compared with the refined salt made by Tian Shiyu and his gang, this guy has no loyalty. The good salt is taken to Jiangnan and Ankang City to sell for a lot of money. Jizhou is unwilling to keep any of it. As for the well salt in Sichuan, it is also difficult to bring it in. Lu Han threw a piece of fine salt from his waist into Pang Long's hand without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, and earnestly instructed, Use it carefully. We didn't bring much with us, and we used a lot along the way. Damn it! Lin Yi cursed. I didn't expect that I would worry about eating salt one day. Could it be that the rich families in Jizhou also eat this coarse salt? Salt? Pang Long said with a bow. Refined salt is in short supply in the market, but we are not short of it. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will go to the wealthy families in the town to buy some. Forget it. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. You are too lazy. You know how to filter coarse salt into fine salt, but you still go to buy it from others. Are you doing it on purpose? Pang Long said embarrassedly. Your Majesty, although the number of people in the military camp is not large, it is not small either. If everyone eats fine salt, we will not be able to live like this. To put it bluntly, it's all because of poverty. He hasn't paid off his debts yet. If he can't pay them off, no one will be willing to take over his garrison post. If no one takes over his post, he won't be able to expect to be promoted in this life. Look at how poor you are, Lin Yi said with disdain. Stop wasting time. Cook quickly. If you can't do it, go to the restaurant in town to buy enough for all the officers and soldiers. I will treat you. Looking at the group of skinny soldiers, he couldn't believe it. These were his soldiers. It was amazing. They were worse off than refugees. He couldn't stand it. Thank you, Your Highness. Pang Long was not polite at all. Choking. I dare not deceive Your Highness. My brothers haven't seen me for nearly a month, and they eat sweet potatoes every day. It smells like fart. Stop. Lin Yi interrupted hurriedly. What is so disgusting? You still have the nerve to say it. Prince, Pang Long said with a sad face. We cultivate our own land, and we have enough food, corn, and sweet potatoes. We also raise a lot of pigs and sheep, but they are all sold for money. We brothers just want to pay off our debts as soon as possible, and we dare not eat so extravagantly. The main reason is military discipline. We cannot arbitrarily harass the people. Otherwise, there are so many wealthy families around here, and he can just go to beg for alms, and he won't live in such a hurry. He was looking forward to it, hoping that a group of bandits would emerge from the nearby hills. However, the bandits were not very good, and none of them were willing to go to his place. Lenny suddenly asked curiously, "Are the reserve forces in other places in Jizhou the same as you?" Pang Long smiled awkwardly. "That's not the case. In the battle in the northern frontier, I did take some risks. I didn't expect the people of Wadden to be so poor. Except for some cattle and sheep. I didn't get anything valuable after the battle. According to his idea, no matter how bad the city of Wadden was, it would not be worse than the corrupt Dashi city in Yueo and Xuanyang city in Hongou. What he didn't expect was that after entering Wadden, there were tents and cattle and sheep everywhere. Those Wadden soldiers didn't even have a decent weapon in their hands. And even the pots for cooking were pottery pots." Now he finally understood the meaning of the words he said to the prince. Good porcelain should not be touched with rotten tiles. It's a losing business if you fight hard. San is fighting to support the war strategy doesn't work with the Wadden people. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but think of the sad things. In the battle with Wadden, he did lose money. Later, the Wadden people retreated, not because of the saying don't chase after a desperate enemy, but because they had no money. The army was running on the endless grassland, with no supplies along the way. The enemy didn't need to adopt any scorched earth policy, just ask the tribal herdsmen to move. The herdsmen didn't have the idea of relocating their homeland. They were originally nomadic, living by the water and grass. If he wants to completely eliminate the Wadden forces, he has to wait until his own grain and silver vaults are full. Why is life so difficult? Lin Yi couldn't help but think of his father. How did he survive when he was even poorer than him and had no money? Maybe after returning to Ankong City, he will go to the palace to ask for advice in person. The father and son will overcome the difficulties together. Wang Lao got 300 taels of silver from Song Chung and directly invited all the chefs and waiters from the 2 restaurants in Tongjia town to come over. At the same time, he also bought 20 live pigs, 5 sheep, 100 chickens and ducks, and 30 jars of the local famous liquor Lao Baigon. Without the help of the waiter, the officers and soldiers took the initiative to kill chickens and sheep. It was very lively. The earthen stoves in the military camp were all ready. For the first time, 20 large stoves were smoking at the same time. "Hey, it's not time to eat yet. Who the hell told you to drink secretly?" Pang Long angrily scolded the crowd, pointing at Wang Laolu. "Watch the wine. Don't let these bastards drink it all." The military camp was filled with smoke, and Landy couldn't stand the choking. So he quickly hid by the upwind canal. Luohan took out the fishing rod very skillfully and tied duck intestines. Lenny cast the rod and caught several black crayfish. "Hey, so many? See if there are any peppercorns. I'll make crayfish for you tonight, Your Highness. We have some ready." Luohan took the crayfish with duck intestines. Lenny cast the rod again and caught another series of black crayfish. Soon, the wooden barrel was full. Lenny said, "Tell them to leave some lard for me. Crayfish tastes better when cooked with lard." "Yes," Luohan said hurriedly. At this moment, the sun sets and night falls. The whole camp is lit up by the fire as if it were daytime. Lenny did not sit at the long table, but sat on the ground around the fire like many others, bare-chested, barefooted, and wearing only a pair of shorts. He saw that everyone was silent and only looked at him. So he said unhappily, "Why are you all so tired? Let's eat. Eat as much as you want. Drink as much as you want. Drink as much as you can. And run away if you can't drink. Your Highness is wise." Everyone responded loudly. The voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Many people have long been accustomed to the shirtless prince. Some veteran soldiers have seen it before, and even talk about it in front of the new soldiers. The new soldiers naturally don't believe it. It is completely slandering the image of the great regent. When the new soldiers saw it now, they felt numb. The regent is really a vulgar person. It seems that he has nothing to do with wisdom. "Prince, I will toast you first." Pang Long stood up. Looking at Prince, he who was shining in the firelight, felt helpless. This image of Prince, he once led the fashion in Baiyun City and Ankong City. Whether in Baiyun City or Ankong City, bangers can be seen everywhere. as female detectives. Chao Xiaohuan and Zhou Sun and others naturally hate this phenomenon. They want to preach to these bangers who are insulting the gentleman. But they say Prince he is also like this, which blocks all their arguments. It doesn't count if you stand up to drink, Lenny said while chewing on the leg of lamb. There is no father and son at the wine table, and naturally there is no monarch and minister. Show your thick skin and drink freely. Pang Long didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sat down with a stiff upper lip and gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll drink first as a sign of respect." Very good. After Lin Yi finished drinking, he emptied the bottom of the cup. The greatest advantage of this king is that he never cheats when drinking. Pang Long laughed and said, "If the prince says so, I'm not afraid." Gulp, 3 more cups down, and then looked at Lin Yi. "Will you challenge me?" Lin Yi said disdainfully. "Just you?" He finished with 3 cups. This kind of Leobagan is actually the same alcohol content as yellow wine. He could really keep drinking. Prince is so generous. Pang Long continued to pour wine for Lin Yi. Then he filled his own cup and raised it to Song Chung. "Brother Song, I toast you a cup." "You're welcome." Seeing that he didn't drink with Prince He anymore, Song Chung breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Prince He too well. His alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, but he couldn't be a match for a martial artist anyway. Although Pang Long was a reserve garrison, he was a genuine 9th grade warrior. The body fluids turned into essence, and the accumulated chi turned into spirit, which were all tricks for him. Even if Prince He drinks until his heart breaks, he still can't win. However, for a long time, no one has told Prince He this cruel fact. And Prince He has no accurate understanding of his own drinking capacity. Pang Long finished a glass, looked at Du Yingyang again, and said with a smile, "Mr. Du, please forgive me for my poor hospitality." According to his guess, if nothing unexpected happens, this woman will soon be qualified to blow pillow wind. And he is just a small guard, so it is better to be polite. Luhan waited for him to finish drinking, and when he turned to him, he said, "You can drink quite well. Average. 3rd in the world." Pang Long couldn't help but say the catchphrase of Prince He. A personal soldier came over and whispered a few words in his ear. He shook his head. He said loudly, "No one needs to be on duty today. Listen to Prince He. All brothers drink. Don't go home until you are drunk." According to the rules, his camp must have people on duty every day, and they must take turns to take over. There must be no carelessness. Moreover, alcohol is prohibited in the army. If you want to drink, you have to go outside. However, today is an exception, because Prince He is here. He used to be Prince He's guard, and he knows Prince He's guard arrangements better than Prince He. Don't think that there are only a few people in front of Prince He. In fact, there are so many people arranged in secret. It is said that General Manager Hong returned to Ankong City from the western wilderness. Although he did not accompany Prince He should be in the dark at this moment. Right? Crazy. Someone dared to come to his military camp in the middle of the night to cause trouble. That was really courting death. What's more, what about the governor's office? How could Lord He Jixiang not react when Lord He traveled all the way from Ankong City to Jizhou? These old men are more worried about Lord He's safety than themselves. Since returning to Ankong City with Lord He Jixiang, Chen Disheng, Wang Qingbang, and even Bian Jing have found relatives and descendants. They no longer care about their own life or death. The most important thing is that their descendants will continue, and the incense will continue. If I die, as long as Lord He is still alive, their family can continue to be passed on, and there will be successors. If anything happens to the prince, none of them, including his descendants, will survive. Prince Yong and Emperor Delong are both ruthless men. They would kill their own brothers without blinking an eye. Luhan smiled at him and said, "You are smart. Not bad." Old soldiers came to toast from time to time. Lin Yi did not refuse them. He accepted all the visitors. At this moment, he was a little lisp. "Tonight, we are not on guard. Panduo is a great master. If anyone dares to be blind, let them come directly." Panduo smiled and said, "Your Highness, you are too kind. If the people from Jizhou Temple and Tuiga Temple wanted to take action, he alone would not be able to handle it. At night, the stars are shining. Everyone is drunk. Only the waiter is left to clean up the dishes. Lin Yi is drunk and hazy. He is carried to the Kong by Song Chung and Luo Han. Song Chung looks at the sleeping Lin Yi, and then looks at Du Yingyang behind him. He bows and says, "Miss Du, I'll trouble you here. He then pulls up Luo Han, who is still in a daze. Du Yinyang just opened her mouth, and she could no longer see the two of them. Du Yinyang looks at Lin Yi sleeping on the Kong and can't help but sigh. She really had never served anyone before. After hesitating for a long time, she lifted Lin Yi's neck and fed him some tea, and then covered his bare arms with a sheet. When Lin Yi woke up, he opened his eyes, and saw Du Yinyang sitting next to him, pretending to sleep. Du Yinyang said with a smile, "Prince, you are awake. I have asked someone to make porridge. You can drink some later." Lin Yi said. "You didn't sleep all night?" Du Yinyang said with a smile. "I often practice kung fu all night. I am used to it. You insulted me." Lin Yi sighed. "What a good opportunity. You should do something." Du Yinyang was confused. "Forgive my ignorance. Please tell me clearly." "Prince, forget it. You don't understand my humor. This is probably the farthest distance between hearts." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "It's like talking at cross purposes." Du Yinyang said, "I will keep working hard and won't let you down again." What is the humor of the prince? She really doesn't understand. According to Luohan, the only one who understands the prince the most is Hong Yinghong, the chief steward. Could it be that so many people are not even as good as a eunuch? The group had a good breakfast and continued on their way. All the way north. Lin Yi deliberately walked along the coastline, and found that the further north he went, the poorer the living standards of the people became, and many fishermen were half naked. Song Chung said, "Prince, before, not a single boat was allowed to go to the sea, but fortunately, the prince showed mercy, and allowed the people to go to the sea, so the people's livelihood has improved a lot. Moreover, now the government is more tolerant of private salt, allowing the people to cook salt by themselves, so they can barely make a living. No wonder they want to rebel. If they don't rebel, I'll look down on them." Lin Yi couldn't help but complain. Everyone laughed, and the prince's shocking words, they were used to it, but it was hard to respond. Chapter 522, Diagnosis. The air suddenly froze. It was so quiet that it was scary. Lin Yi said dissatisfiedly, "What? Are you all mute? You are usually very talkative, but now you are silent?" Luohan and Pan Duo looked at Song Chung together in tacit understanding. "You and the prince have eaten from the same trough after all. Although you are the same person with different fates, you are closer than the rest of us. Right?" Song Chung saw Du Yinyang looking at him, feeling helpless, and said with a stiff upper lip, "When the country prospers, the people suffer. And when the country perishes, the people suffer. And the people always suffer with it." Lin Yi looked at him in surprise, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to have this awareness. I have heard a story. Emperor Gaozu was born in Nanling. He was a cowherd, a monk, and a beggar. Later, he started a rebellion and won the world. A few years later, thousands of his fellow villagers in Nanling started a riot. He was very puzzled. He thought that he was diligent and loved the people. He conquered the country for the benefit of the people. There was no need to rebel against him, not to mention his fellow villagers. So after suppressing the rebellion, he had the bandit leader brought to the Golden Palace. When the bandit leader saw him, he asked, 'You are Lin Baoji? I am the same as you. I rebelled because I couldn't live anymore. I just didn't have your luck. You are just a farmer. You treat your fellow townsmen like this. You really make us Nanling people proud.' Emperor Gaozu asked them why they rebelled. The bandit leader said, 'There were more than 1,000 of us building the city. More than 100 people died of starvation. And more than 100 people died of illness. How could we not rebel?' Emperor Gaozu asked, 'Why didn't you report to the authorities?' The bandit leader said, 'When you rebelled, why didn't you report to the authorities?' Emperor Gaozu was speechless. What did you learn from this story?" After hearing this, everyone was even more frightened. Are they qualified to discuss this topic? Even if He Jixiang and Chen Disheng were here, they would probably be equally cowardly. Seeing that the others were silent, Song Chung could only smile awkwardly and said, "The people's lives are not easy, and we should take good care of them." "No." Lin Yi shook his head and said, "This story tells us that as long as the people have something to eat, they will not rebel. If they are willing to rebel, it is probably because they are hungry. People who have enough food cannot be forced to become refugees." "Thank you for your teachings, Your Majesty," everyone said in unison. No matter when or where, the people's demands are so simple, direct, and pure, Lin Yi said with emotion. "If you don't have enough food and don't rebel, it's unscientific." As they talked, they walked to a village. It was still a low thatched house with a door sill made of wood. The floor inside the house was more than 10 centimeters lower than the outside. If he hadn't seen it so many times, he would have been surprised. Now he knows that it's all because of the rain. The house leaks, and the outside is flooded. In order to keep the floor dry, they keep shoveling a layer of wet soil. Over time, the house is much lower than the outside. Lenny stood at the door. A woman holding the child came out of the dim room. Seeing life, the woman quickly tightened her clothes. But I dare not work too hard. I'm afraid that the long decaying will be ripped. All Lenny's eyes were on the children's arms. The child is about 1 year old, the little hand stuffed in the mouth unconsciously, faced with stains. Both eyes are dim, one ear has gone pus, the yellow mucus has flowed to the corners of the ear. Lenny could smell a smell from the distance. Finally, she couldn't help asking, "Sister, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. Hasn't this child been to a doctor?" The woman couldn't help but take a step back, looked at the child in her arms, and said timidly, "No money. The doctor won't see it." "Sister, let me see it." Du Enyang stepped forward. Seeing that it was a woman, the woman didn't resist. After hesitating for a while, she held the child close to her. Du Enyang carefully turned the child's ears, and said after a long sigh of relief, "Sister, this is milk sore, also called damp poison sore. If you trust me, leave it to me." "Oh, it's ear eczema." Lenny had seen a lot of it in the orphanage in his previous life, and he didn't make a fuss at this moment. It was just that this was the first time he had seen such a serious case, and he didn't know if the hearing of this ear could be preserved. Seeing that she was so confident, the woman finally handed the child to her. Du Enyang laid the child flat on the millstone in front of the door and said to Luohan, "Help me hold down the child's hands, feet and head. Don't let him move. Give him some more energy. Don't be too strong. The child is too young to bear it." Then she said to the woman, "Sister, please prepare a bowl of salt water." Seeing that it was not a precious thing, the woman hurried to prepare it. Du Enyang waited for her to leave before she took out a noodle stick and a pair of bamboo tweezers. As the child struggled, she carefully removed the yellow scab from the child's ear. The child's pig-slaughtering screams echoed throughout the village. Soon, the small venue was surrounded by a group of shirtless men, naked children, half-dressed women, and old men. Du Enyang spent half a minute, finally cleaning out the dirt in the child's ears, and finally dripped in salt water. The child screamed even louder. When the woman saw Luohan and others let go of their hands, she hurried forward and held the child in her arms. Du Enyang looked at the child's long yellow snot, and said to the woman, "Hold it tighter." While the child was not paying attention, she pressed his head down and dripped salt water into his nose. The child sneezed, and the big snot sprayed directly on the woman's face. The woman didn't care at all, and just wiped her face with her hand, looking at the energetic child in her arms. She felt like she was dreaming. Is this still her child? If the child hadn't kept calling her mother, she would have suspected that it was switched. She held the child and pulled the man next to her to kneel down suddenly, saying in panic, "Thank you, godly doctor, godly female doctor, goddess of mercy. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning." Du Enyang stepped forward and pulled the whole family up. Luohan muttered to the side, "It's because I lost my true energy. Otherwise this kid wouldn't be so energetic. With my internal energy to clear the meridians, I can practice martial arts with half the effort in the future." Lenny rolled his eyes at him and said, "If you don't talk, no one will think you're dumb. Doing some good deeds is also a way to accumulate virtue for future generations." Luohan smiled and said, "Sir, you are right. I will learn from you." With the woman's call of a miracle doctor, the onlookers in the village finally reacted and rushed to surround Du Enyang. There were patients with big belly disease, tuberculosis, eye diseases, ringworms, and so on. Du Enyang looked at Lin Yi in embarrassment. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "You decide for yourself." Finally, Du Enyang treated people one by one, sent away a patient, and the patient happily left the village to inform relatives and friends. There is a miracle doctor in the village. The most important thing is that the treatment is free. By the evening, people from all around came. Some even brought their families, the elderly and the young. Lenny knew that he could not leave today. Occasionally he would say a few words, especially about common diseases such as pediatric psoriasis, where he had a say. When he was in the orphanage before, funds were tight, and the ants there used traditional methods. He either helped to mash garlic, or help to boil mung beans and honeysuckle. As for pediatric jaundice, mumps, allergic purpura, and rickets, he was even more accustomed to them. Without Du Young asking, he directly gave a diagnosis and treatment plan. Not long after, a group of parents holding their children lined up in front of him. Du Young watched him recite some prescriptions at random, and she looked at Lin Yi with a different look, always feeling a little unbelievable. Now he finally believed what his master said. He and the prince's understanding of pathology were second to none. However, she really couldn't understand why a small mouth ulcer would make her so troubled. People don't treat themselves? She tried to find various excuses for Lin Yi. The sun gradually set. Lin Yi couldn't hold on any longer, and he got out of the crowd, leaving Du Young alone to continue the diagnosis and treatment. When it was getting dark, the long line slowly dispersed after Du Young promised to continue seeing patients tomorrow. Many villagers invited them to stay. However, looking at the dilapidated house and the filthy sanitary environment, Lin Yi really didn't have the courage to move in. Finally, they built a fire on the beach and prepared to camp. Unexpectedly, under the leadership of the village chief, the villagers carried pine wood, wheat straw, and reeds to build a shack for them on the spot. There were also a lot of prawns and sea fish. Lin Yi couldn't refuse their kindness, and said to the gray-haired old man in front of him, "Village chief, you are too polite. It's not easy for everyone. You don't have to be so polite. We can't finish all this. Take it back." The village chief waved his hand and said, "Live by the mountain and eat by the mountain. Live by the water. Although we are a little poor, we don't lack these things the least. You treat us for free. You bring out these rotten fish and shrimp. It's already smelly. If you still don't want them, we will be even more ashamed. Okay, keep it," Lin Yi shouted. "Lao Luo. Grill it. It's a special feeling to feel the sea breeze. Eat barbecue. Drink wine. And look at the stars from time to time. Miss Du, you have worked hard today. I offer you a toast. Thank you, Your Majesty. A doctor should be like a parent. This is what I should do." Du Young drank the wine in the cup. Lin Yi put the cup on the mat in front of him and said with emotion, "After returning to Ankong City, you should write a report of what you saw and heard based on today's situation. Pan Duo will pass it to Hu Shirlu and other officials of the Ministry of Health for discussion. Then the cabinet will approve it and report it to the world." Pan Duo saw Du Young's puzzled face and smiled and said, "Miss Du, just write it. When you are done, just give it to me." He was shocked in his heart. There are not many people in Dalian who are qualified to write the court newspaper. This is a privilege only for censors, court guards, Tang Jiyu and other senior lawyers. Then I'll trouble you, Lord Pan. Du Young could only suppress her curiosity. Although Hu Shirlu is the Minister of Health, a first-rank official, he is his master's master after all. A legitimate master. He can just hand it over directly. Why go through a circle and ask Pan Duo to pass it on? As night fell, a cool breeze blew. Song Chung and others were already scattered around on alert. There were only Lin Yi, Du Young and Lin Yi in the small shack. Lin Yi still sipped his wine with peanuts from time to time. Du Young hesitated again and said, "Your Majesty, although I know a few words, I have never written any beautiful articles. Your Majesty values me and asked me to write what I saw and heard. I thought about it for a long time, but I still have no idea. If it is just a simple writing of what I saw and heard, why should it be handed over to the Ministry of Health and the Cabinet? And it has to be reported to the world?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about what to write. In fact, you think it's complicated. I really just want you to write what you saw and heard as a doctor. Of course, if you can write down your own thoughts and feelings, it would be even better." Du Young bowed and said, "Please let your highness tell me clearly." Lin Yi took another sip of wine and said, "I will give you an idea, such as why good doctors are concentrated in big towns, why basic rural medical care is so poor, how to popularize medical care in rural areas, how to train rural doctors, and how to reduce the incidence of illness among the people. There are so many things to write about." After listening to this, Du Young pondered for a moment and said, "Your Highness has a far-sighted vision, and I admire you. Don't say these useless nonsense." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "You have seen the people's lack of food and clothing along the way. You don't need to worry about these. You just need to start from your job and study medical issues from your perspective. For example, If you treat the people today, you alone have helped so many people. If more doctors get involved, will the effect be better? Can it help more people? If you confirm that this method can really help more people, can it be fixed? Then how to fix it? This is another question. How can these doctors be willing to leave their families and live well and follow you to the countryside? Even if they are willing to follow you to the countryside to see a doctor, not only does it cost money to give the patients medicine, but also money for eating, drinking, and defecating. Where does the money come from? Duinyang said with emotion. Your Majesty's words are a revelation. I will keep them in mind and think about them carefully. I don't mean to embarrass you deliberately. What I said are all eternal problems. Someone must go forward and accumulate experience slowly. Lenny said slowly. As long as you take steady steps, there will always be some progress. Yes. For the first time, Duinyang felt that this prince, he could overpower other princes, and that his entry into Ankong City was not accidental. Before dawn the next day, Lin Yi was awakened by the urge to urinate. In his sleepy eyes, he just raised his head and saw a pair of hungry eyes. Wherever he looked, there were densely packed people. He couldn't help shaking his head and said, "What a sin!" The long line in front of Duinyang stretched from the beach to the foot of the nearby mountain. Many people were even looking at him. Once he showed signs of opening a clinic, they would break away from the long line and line up with him. "Young master, have some porridge." Freshly cooked abalone porridge. Luohan pushed away all the people in front of him, walked in front of Lin Yi, and whispered, Chapter 523, One Man's Enlightenment. After finally drinking a mouthful of porridge, there were so many people staring at him, Lin Yi felt uncomfortable all over, drank the porridge in a few mouthfuls, and then ran around the crowd to the valley behind, solving his personal problems while watching the morning glow rising slowly from the sea level. It was so vulgar. Afterwards, he stood on the hillside refreshed, looking at the crowded crowd on the beach side. This is too hasty. It's not even daybreak yet. Arhurt smiled. Your Majesty, there's really no way. You can't drive them away, and you can't fight and kill them. They could only stand there and wait in line. Miss Du had no choice but to eat some cakes sent by the villagers in a hurry. And then she started to see the doctor. Lin Yi squinted his eyes, and found that there was also a long line in front of Song Chung and Pan Duo. He always felt that something was wrong. And frowned. What are they doing there? Can they also treat diseases? Luohan said. Your Highness, they are all 9th grade masters, and they often travel around the world. It is easy to treat injuries. In addition, they are both 9th grade masters. If there is no other way for broken bones, they can also use true qi to reduce swelling and relieve pain, promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, connect bones and tendons, and relax tendons and dredge meridians. After that, the pain in the waist and legs will be gone immediately. It is more effective than a panacea, Lenny said in surprise. Can you play like this? Luohan nodded fiercely. Fishermen drift on the sea all year round, and many of them have white tiger wind. When it rains, the pain is unbearable. I saw it with my own eyes. As soon as Song Chung and Pan Duo made a move, the patients who were originally screaming in pain immediately recovered, and even jumped twice on the spot. He even envied those fishermen a little. Pan Duo is a great master. It is such a blessing to have a great master to pass on his energy. He stays by Pan Duo's side every day, but he doesn't get this opportunity. He wondered if he should go back and look for Pan Duo shamelessly, not to mention cleansing the meridians and marrow. Just help him clear the dead meridians. Maybe his kung fu can even break through. It's not like now. For many years, the kung fu has stagnated. That's not bad. Lin Yi nodded in appreciation. In the future, when medical treatment goes to the countryside, you can also bring more martial arts masters. There are many people with joint diseases in the countryside. Luohan agreed. Your Highness is right. Lin Yi glanced at him and said, Don't just stand there, go and help. Luohan smiled. Your Highness, my martial arts skills are low. I really can't handle it. He was neither a 9th rank nor a grandmaster, and the little true energy in his body was not enough for more than a dozen people. It's better not to lose that person. Humph. Lin Yi said unhappily. Since you are useless, then call them all out. There is strength in numbers. Who? Luohan asked puzzled. Who else? Lin Yi glared at him and said, Do you really think I'm a fool? I've been away for a month, and every day I have a brand new quilt, every day I have clean clothes, every day I can see my teapot, every day I have the best grape wine, in the wilderness. Where are you all from? They only brought a few things with them, which they put on the horse's back, and at best they could only last for 3 to 5 days. To maintain his current standard of living, he must have a strong logistics team. Ah, Your Majesty. When Luohan was stunned and didn't know how to reply, a figure appeared in front of him. He only heard the man laughing flatteringly. Long live Your Majesty. I miss you so much. He was very familiar with this servile voice. It was the chief steward of the palace and the #1 lackey of the prince. Hong Ying. Damn it. It's fun to hide in the dark every day. Right? Lin Yi couldn't help rolling his eyes. Your Highness has a sharp eye. So naturally I can't hide it from you. Xiaoyingzi still said with a smirk. Lin Yi said disdainfully. You little brat. You are capable now. And you have learned to use idioms. If my eyes can really shine, I will burn you bastards to death first. Xiaoyingzi said shamelessly. As long as your Highness is happy, I am not afraid of being broken into pieces. The Arhat beside him was stunned. He is indeed the chief steward Hong. If his skin was half as thick as this, he would not be a governor until now. Xiao Shizi is right. Flattery is a science. Have you been watching secretly these days? Lin Yi asked immediately. Hong Ying said honestly. I wasn't there all the time. I was lazy and went back to my hometown in Qinghe. Lin Yi said. You still have the nerve to say that? Hong Ying smiled and said. I have always remembered the teachings of the prince. I never waited to take revenge. I dealt with those gambling hooligans and made them write a word of surrender. Otherwise, they really thought that I, Hong Ying, was weak and easy to bully. That would not bring shame to my reputation. Lin Yi said with emotion. Gambling and drugs are necessary for the destruction of a family. Laziness and decadence are necessary for poverty. Violence and cruelty are necessary for the ruin of a family. In short, if the family tradition is not right, there will be many disasters. Since your nephew has been involved in gambling, it will not be changed in a short time. You should keep a close eye on him and stop gambling. All gamblers have the great dream of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle and winning the young model in the club. Once you have tasted the feeling of winning money, you will never do anything else. There is no faster way to make money than gambling. You will have an illusion that you are a gambling saint. If you lose everything, your wife and children will be separated. One night, you may reflect on it and swear to never gamble again. But you will still go the same way the next day. Your Majesty has taught you a lesson. Hong Ying said hurriedly. I will definitely discipline him strictly. Luohan did not know the name of Hong Ying's nephew. But seeing Hong Ying's expression, he had already mourned for his nephew in his heart. Hong Zhongwan never lied, and he always kept his word. Moreover, this was the instruction of the prince. If we gamble again in the future, wouldn't it be like turning a deaf ear to the prince's words? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yi pointed at the increasing number of people at the foot of the mountain and said, You go and have a look. If you can help, help. We can't rely on Du Yinyan alone. Send him away quickly, and we will go home. Hong Ying took the freshly brewed tea from a guard and personally delivered it to Lin Yi, saying carefully, Prince, are you not going north? Lin Yi blew the floating tea leaves and sighed. No more. The more I look, the more uncomfortable I feel. Besides, I am bringing a bunch of you with me. What kind of people's feelings can I understand? Go home, lie down. As long as I lie flat, I won't see the suffering of the people. This time, he was originally going to learn from the ancient emperor's incognito visits, playing the pig to eat the tiger, and at the critical moment, the tiger's body shook, fighting for the weak, saving the beauty, the enemy bowed down, and the passers-by were shocked. As a result, he didn't see a single gangster along the way. In the Lian Kingdom, where martial arts flourished, the people were more simple than Gotham, and more honest than the Penguin. Needless to say, someone must have done something secretly. But he was too lazy to care about it. The main problem of Daliang State at present is not public security, but poverty. The root of all problems is economic problems. What needs to be done now is to vigorously develop the economy, promote commodity circulation, and improve employment. Hong Ying said very tactfully. I know I am guilty of disturbing the prince's interest. Lin Yi said impatiently. You should go too. Remember to do good deeds and leave your name. Hang a banner of the Ministry of Health of Daliang State. In addition, organize people to paint slogans by hand. Let them pay attention to hygiene, and know that diseases enter the body through the mouth. Hong Ying immediately said, Yes, many people know how to plant and raise livestock. I will also let them open a training class for fishermen. When Luan heard this, he admired Hong even more. Learn from one thing and apply it to other situations. Why can't he do it all the time? His eyes rolled, and he said boldly, I can take care of flowers and plants, which is similar to farming. I can also teach them. He was actually a cook. It was only because the prince and I disliked his bad cooking that he had to follow Guozhao to become a gardener. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch the gongs and drums in his arms. He still likes to be the night watchman the most. He just doesn't want to use it as a means of making a living. How can being an official be so proud? Lin Yi urged. Then don't waste time, and go quickly. Yes. The people in front of him bowed and left. Jiang Chou pulled Lin Yi's carriage over, and Lin Yi lay comfortably in the carriage, and had a good beauty sleep. When he woke up, the sun was already high. After rinsing his mouth with tea, he sat on the carriage frame with a purple clay teapot in his hand, crossed his legs, and looked at the bustling village, and said with emotion, So many people followed me out, and you guys are really willing to spend public money on food and drink. All those who were neatly dressed, without looking at their faces, knew that they were all from Hong Kong City. He roughly counted them, and there were at least 50 or 60 of them. Jiang Chou didn't know how to respond. This was not a decision that a guard like him could make. Being stared at by the prince, he had to respond, so he could only say aggrievedly, These days, we have been living in the open air, and have not slept well. The most comfortable ones are the group of bastards of the court guards. They have their bases wherever they go, and they eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. How happy! The only ones who really suffer are the guards and the people in the capital garrison camp. Chief Steward Hong is a master of martial arts, and he looks like he is not worldly, and he keeps everything simple. How dare anyone ask for anything in front of him? Besides, General Manager Hong is not someone who is considerate of his subordinates. He is always strict with himself and others. You can go and help too. Lin Yi swished the spout of the kettle and said vaguely, You are not needed here. Your Highness, I did want to help, but no one dared to approach me in this state. Jiang Chou had a bitter face, and his long scars twisted together, looking even more terrifying. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Chou's bitter face and said with emotion, It can really stop children from crying at night. I wanted to renovate the roof for a family, but when they saw my face, they thought I was a bandit, and they ran away in fear. Jiang Chou sighed. I can't help it. Have you married? Lin Yi asked curiously. In reply to your majesty, I have been married for 20 years. I have 3 daughters and 1 son, and I have also brought them from Yuzhou to Hong Kong City. Jiang Chou said honestly. My eldest son got married in the spring. Lin Yi was bored and asked casually, Whose daughter did he marry? Jiang Chou said. In reply to your majesty, he married Tang Jiyu's daughter. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and said, The Tang Jiyu who is known as the best lawyer in Daliang State? Jiang Chou nodded and said, Your majesty has a good memory. Lin Yi looked Jiang Chou up and down and said in surprise, Although Tang Jiyu is a lawyer, he is also a jinshi, a famous dog tycoon in Hong Kong City, and very rich. If it weren't for the desire to establish the other party as a role model of Daliang State's forensic pioneer, he really wanted to borrow money from the Tang family. What a pity. No matter how stupid Jiang Chou was, he could understand the meaning of this. Can they look up to you? He secretly laughed and cried, Who are you looking down on? I am a first-class guard of the palace. You are the regent in front of you. If you are willing to ascend the throne, you will definitely be a third-rank military official in the future. Who dares to look down on you? Do you still want to mix with him? What's more, he is one of the top 9th-rank masters in Daliang State. In the past, he could just find a mountain and establish a sect. A group of officials in the local government want to be his grandsons, but it depends on his mood. Thanks to the prince, Jiang Chou said respectfully. Because I can serve the prince, people outside will look up to me. You have to understand. If they look down on me, they look down on you. Then they are really well matched. The children love each other, and it is not easy for me to interfere. Jiang Chou was very confused. Was the prince's words a compliment? But what does shaking his head mean? He almost wanted to cry. Why do you want to get close to the prince? Lin Yi said. It's time for lunch. Right? Where is the fat guy Suyin? Prince? I'm here? A huge head suddenly poked out from the back of the car. Damn. I'm scared to death. Lin Yi couldn't help but pat his chest, tilting his neck and asking. Ordering dishes? Do you have the conditions? Su-in patted his chest and said, "Your Majesty, you can order whatever flies in the sky and swims in the sea. If there are no conditions, I will create conditions to let your Majesty eat the dishes you want to eat." Lenny cleared his throat and said, "Then I won't be polite? Please. Steamed cured meat? Must. Osmanthus shark's fin? A piece of cake? Crab meat lion's head? Your Majesty's favorite. I'll remember it. What about rouge goose breast? I'll arrange it. Isn't it too extravagant?" Lin, he asked after rubbing his sore wrist. Su-in hurriedly said, "Your Highness has always been frugal. Today, he has a rare appetite. He gave me the opportunity to show my cooking skills. I am very grateful." Lenny laughed. "You fat men are getting better and better at talking. I like it," Su-in said loudly. "Thank you for your praise, Your Highness," Lenny said. "That's it. Let's arrange it quickly." Jiang Cho looked at Su-yin's figure going away and felt an indescribable envy. While he was in a daze, he heard Prince He ask, "Whose family is Su-in related to?" "Ah," Jiang Cho said hurriedly. "Your Highness, Su-yin's son Su Wenchang joined the army after graduating from elementary school. Later, he was valued by Lord He Hong and took over Wang Su's position. He became the chief constable of Xuanyang City and married Huang Daoji's youngest daughter," Lenny said. "The ironware supplier?" Jiang Cho nodded and said, "Exactly. They are all talented people." Lenny suddenly thought of Lida from Rongwa Mansion. Chapter 524, Rejection. Lida was the chief steward of Rongwa Mansion. 3 or 4 generations of his family had been slaves in Rongwa Mansion. When it came to his son Lai Shangrong, he spent a lot of money to buy a county magistrate. It can be said that when one person succeeds, all his family members will benefit. He feels this way now. Whether it is Su-in or Luohan, they are slaves who have signed a death contract with the palace. Even if they have sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, they are still house children and have no freedom. Afterwards, he abolished the human trafficking in Sanha. Su-in and Luohan only had an employment relationship with the palace in name. When he entered Hong City, he revised the Liang law, and this law was implemented everywhere in Daliang State, including the palace, whether it was the maids or the eunuchs. They all signed the latest version of the labor contract with the Zongbernfu managed by the 12th old man. However, most of the time, these contracts were just for show. Whether it was the concubines in the palace or the housekeepers in the palace, they had the right to decide life and death over these former slaves. Those eunuchs and maids were not so ignorant that they really regarded themselves as human beings. Su-in is the same. Nowadays, he still acts as a slave and never asks for a raise in monthly wages, overtime pay, or even whether he is paid monthly or not. He has no sense of being a worker and enjoying the blessings. He just hopes that he will not be beaten to death suddenly, and he has no place to complain, except for having an extra labor contract in his hand. There is no substantial change. Whether he has a status or not depends entirely on his attitude as the boss of the palace. So, Lenny was very surprised. How come these people are so powerful outside the palace now? It's just a replica of Lida. Your Majesty is considerate of us. Otherwise we wouldn't have the face to stay outside. Jiang Cho was really unsure of the meaning behind the prince's words, and said more cautiously, "It's all thanks to your blessing." Lenny then asked, "What does your son do for a living now?" Although Jiang Cho explained so much, he was still a little confused. This Tang Jiyu is not an ordinary person. In the future, it would be equivalent to the son of a big leader's guard marrying the daughter of the richest man in a certain industry. It always feels a bit unrealistic. Jiang Cho whispered, "My son is not very capable. He is just a small flag of the military department." Lenny smiled and said, "That's pretty good. Less than 20 years old. He has a bright future." Jiang Cho bowed and said, "I just hope he can be more motivated, can work harder for the prince, and contribute to the construction of a well-off society in Daliang." I just asked casually. I don't mean anything else. Lenny squatted on the root of a big tree, squinting his eyes and looking not far away. Curiously, "Is there any shade under the cliff over there?" Jiang Cho immediately understood what he meant. "This is the fishing addiction again," he hurriedly said. "Prince, there are jagged rocks over there. It's easy to get hooked. There is a wild pond nearby. The fishermen here go to the sea to fish, but no one cares about that pond. I think it must be a great fishing spot. I will go to make a nest now. And we will go after dinner. And try to catch a lot of fish. He doesn't like fishing. However, if he follows the prince, he won't be able to survive without knowing these fishing knowledge. Lenny asked. It's not windy today. And the temperature is suitable. So let's have dinner. Yes. Seeing that he had nothing else to do, Jiang-Cho ran away. If he stayed any longer, he would be driven crazy. He put down his knife, mixed the nesting materials, and ran to the open wild pond. I chose a place with lush grass and water, and spread the nesting materials. I also took the time to kill a wild rabbit with a big knife. Feeling happy, just when he was hesitating whether to grill it on the spot, he heard footsteps. He looked up, and found it was Suyin. He was surprised and asked, "Have you prepared the meal?" Suyin raised his head and said, "The prince usually likes to eat only a few dishes. The ingredients are always ready. I can prepare them in a few steps with my 2 apprentices." "What's the big deal?" Jiang-Cho complained. "Hey, you bastard. You slept in the open air all the way. And you didn't even bother to cook something delicious for us." Suyin sighed. Who would dare to do it if the old man didn't give the order? They went out this time. Pots and pans, seasonings, live chickens and ducks, and even live cows and sheep, all brought along. But, even if they died on the way, they didn't have the chance to eat. This is the rule. They can only buy some food on the road occasionally, or hunt some wild animals, and dip them in salt. Actually, he could do it, but he was not happy to cook for these soldiers. Unless Chief Manager Hong said so. "Why are you here if you don't show your face in front of the prince?" Jiang-Cho said unhappily. Hee. Suyin took the rabbit, and then took out an oil paper bag from his arms, and said with a smile, "You light the fire, and I'll make you a roasted rabbit with cumin. I guarantee you'll want to eat more after you eat it." Then he picked up a boning knife, and peeled off the rabbit's skin in 2 or 3 strokes. Jiang-Cho had built a fire, and seeing that he didn't remove the internal organs, nor wash them, and was going to roast them on the fire, he hurriedly said, "Hey, you are too perfunctory. At least wash them? Hey, what do you know?" Suyin rolled his eyes at him and said, "It tastes better when roasted like this. I remember that you are also from Saibei. Haven't you eaten the roasted whole lamb in Saibei? It's also cooked like this, without cutting open the belly." Jiang-Cho snorted coldly. "I have never seen the roasted whole lamb you are talking about. The sheep shit is still in the belly. It's useless. And the loach and the tofu," Suyin said slowly while flipping the roasted rabbit. "It's also live loach. Heat the water, wait for the loach to drill into the tofu by itself." Jiang-Cho glanced at him, and then said, "You are so enthusiastic all of a sudden, I don't believe it. Just say it directly. We are not good people. There is no need to hide it." Suyin sighed. "It is said that Brother Jiang hates evil, and is quick to speak, and it is true." Looking around, he looked cautious. Jiang-Cho said impatiently, "Anyone around here has better kung fu than you. If they are deliberately following you, what's the point of looking at you like this? If you have something to say, just say it." "Oh, I almost forgot. Brother Jiang is at the peak of the 9th rank. You said there is no one around. Then there must be no one." Suyin's greasy face trembled twice, and they squeezed together in a friendly manner. "The prince has always been sympathetic to us poor people. He even cared about our marriage just now. Your kung fu is not high, but your ears are pointy, aren't they?" Jiang-Cho suddenly raised his head and said, "Be careful of your ears." Suyin still smiled. "Brother, just consider it as a plea from you. If it is convenient. Can you reveal something?" "It's not convenient," Jiang-Cho said without hesitation. Suyin gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, although my last name is Su, I am just a cook. But we work together, and eat from the same trough. Why don't you give me this little face?" Jiang-Cho said disdainfully. "Who do you think you are? I give you face? You are so cruel." Suyin took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and sighed. "Are these enough?" Jiang-Cho snatched it, and put it in his pocket, smiling and said, "If you had taken it out earlier, there would not be so much nonsense. Don't worry. I will tell you everything I know." Then he told the prince what he asked him half-truthfully. As for the whole truth, the relationship is not that deep. A little cook who is not even a 5th-grade chef dared to call him a brother, who gave him the courage. Are you crazy? He is simply ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The prince is indeed. Suyin listened to it with fear and trembling, and asked tremblingly, Brother, you didn't lie to me? Jiang Cho smelled the fragrance of rabbit meat, and picked it up with a big knife, and while tearing the meat and eating, he said, "You're really good at cooking. I definitely didn't lie to you, and I didn't." Benefits. How can the prince be unhappy that I am Huang Daoji's relative? It doesn't make sense. Su Yin kept rubbing his chubby head, muttering, "No. I have to go ask." "No. Who are you going to ask?" Jiang Cho was shocked by his words, and suddenly pulled him and said, "Do you dare to confront the prince?" "Of course I don't dare," Su Yin said loudly. "Knock around the bush. Do you understand? Of course I can't ask directly." "You?" Jiang Cho pushed him down. "Don't. So impulsive. When did I tell Prince He that he was unhappy about your marriage with Huang Daoji? He was afraid that this fat man would really go to Prince He. If something happened, he would be the first one to suffer," Su Yin said with wide eyes. "You mean this in your words?" Jiang Cho said unhappily. "You are too suspicious. Prince He meant that you, Su Yin, are the #1 chef in Prince He's mansion. How can your child's marriage be so casual? Huang Daoji's family is marrying up to your family." Su Yin shook his head. "You just? That's not what I just said. He's not smart, but he's not stupid. The Huang family wants to marry into his family. It's impossible to marry into his family. The Huang family is a supplier. Not only are they rich, they also have many descendants working in the army and government offices in various places, and the Su family was born as a servant, a small family. They can't compare at all. The only thing that's better than them is that he works for the royal palace. In the future, he may enter the palace and become the head of the imperial kitchen. By then, he will be a real official, not just a cook that people look down on. You are too suspicious." Jiang Cho regretted that he had been too smart just now and scared this guy. He quickly comforted him. "Put your heart in your stomach. We and the prince are such kind people. Don't you think so?" "Yes. The prince is kind." Su Yin said so. But he didn't agree in his heart. Manager Hong is not kind. Jiang Cho saw that he seemed to be relaxed, and then tore a piece of rabbit meat from his hand and handed it to him, saying with a smile, "Come, try your own cooking. It's pretty good. I didn't like this cumin before. I always felt a strange smell. But now it's used for barbecue. It feels pretty good. I heard that you married a concubine." "Hey," Su Yin hurriedly said. "Who spread this rumor? It is common for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Look at Jurorong. He has a wife at home, but he still has a heart that refuses to give up." Jiang Cho said carelessly. "Your wife is virtuous. What do you have to be afraid of?" Su Yin shook his head. "No, I'm not afraid. I'm annoyed by rumors. I did have my eyes on a prostitute before, but she gave me the cold shoulder again and again. You've heard of the romance of the 3 kingdoms, right? Zhuge Liang wasn't that hard to invite. In the end, I gave up. Now, I don't have any other thoughts. As for Zhu Rorong's matter, I don't know. How can this bastard be so brave? His wife has a bad temper, but her kung fu is also good. Zhu Rorong will probably just get beaten," Jiang Cho said. "Why not? I went to Yuezhou with Jiang Dasheng, originally wanting to find some orders. But I met a woman and felt that she was my true love. So I brought her back secretly. Now, my family must be in chaos." The sun was high in the sky. Sun Chongda's mother, who was driving a horse-drawn carriage to water the streets of South City, suddenly found Zhu Rorong, who was covering his face and walking hurriedly, and laughed loudly. "What's wrong? Did you get punished?" Hearing this shout, Zhu Rorong ran faster. The old women who were cleaning the house behind him laughed even louder. Zhu Rorong wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He turned a corner, without raising his head, and knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened, and the butcher poked his head out from inside. After looking around, he stopped Zhu Rorong, who was about to come in, and hurriedly said, "What are you doing?" Zhu Rorong said anxiously. "I'll hide from the limelight first. Your wife is very familiar with my place, and she will definitely come here soon. You can't hide here," the butcher said nervously. "We are brothers. Don't cheat me. You should hide somewhere else." "Wait a minute." Zhu Rorong held the door against the door, and said with a smile, "I can hide in your cellar." "No," Jiang the butcher said firmly. "I helped you send your lover out of the city, and I was scared enough. Don't cheat me again," Zhu Rorong said. "Jiang Dasheng, you can't do this. and watch someone die without helping. Jiang the butcher said, "It's better for you to die than for me." "Right. I can't afford to offend your wife. You should go to the inn and stay for a few days. It won't be too late for you to come back when your wife calms down." Zhu Rorong stamped his feet and said, "If I hide in the inn, how can I come to you?" Jiang the butcher said calmly, "Then go outside the city to find your lover. If you two go out, it can be considered that lovers finally get married." Zhu Rorong said hatefully, "Bullshit. All the property is managed by my wife. Where can I go?" He was willing to leave his wife, but also reluctant to leave all the property he earned. Jiang the butcher shook his head and said, "My wife said that she won't let me play with ungrateful people like you who abandon their wives and children." After that, he slammed the door shut. "You are such a jerk." Zhu Rorong cursed at the closed door. "I was wrong about you after all. You ungrateful dog." He couldn't stop sighing in his heart. Suddenly, an idea flashed, and he ran to the stables of the prince's mansion. He ran with sweat all over his forehead. When he arrived at the stables, he was about to say hello to Sangin, who was drinking tea at the door. But Sangin turned around and ran away. And then, there was another bang. What kind of people are they? Thinking about the world. Where is there any place for me to stay? Chapter 525, Be Frank. While sighing, he saw Fong Pai, who was enjoying the cool under the locust tree at the door. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over and said, "Brother Fong, don't." Fong Pai waved his hand and said, "You and I are too far apart in age. I am not worthy of being your brother." The smile on Zhu Rorong's face froze for a moment. "How should I call him? You are the dignified Tingwei Zinfushi. Should I call you my nephew? Or my nephew? How about calling me grandson?" Look at Zhou Jing and Shan Sangwan standing on Fong Pai's left and right. If he really called him that, he would definitely get beaten today. "You have to save me." Zhu Rorong sighed. "I really can't live like this anymore." Fong Pai said with a grin. "Can I help you?" Zhu Rorong nodded like pounding garlic. "If it's convenient. If there's an empty space in Tingwei, I want to." "It's not convenient." Fong Pai interrupted without hesitation. "Don't you think about what Tingwei is? You can just go in whenever you want. But, if you really have an idea, it's not impossible to arrange it." Zhu Rorong heard this, stepped forward, and bowed. "What can you do? Just tell me. I'll listen to your arrangement." "That's our Tingwei Xiaoyu," said Shan Sangwan. He chuckled. "This brother will definitely arrange everything for you, including food, drink and accommodation, and will definitely ensure that your sister-in-law can't get in." "Ah," Zhu Rorong said angrily. "Let's talk about serious things. Don't joke with me." Zhou Jing said. "You are the one who joked with us first. The Imperial Guard is an important place in the palace, even if we brothers want to go in. We have to go through 3 guards, check the badge twice, and search the body once. If you want to go in, the only way is Xiaoyu." "Oh, forget it, I'll figure it out myself." Zhu Rorong was helpless. Although he was rich, but in terms of status, he was not as good as Fong Pai, even Shan Sangwan and Zhou Jing. Not to mention that he was just teased. Even if he was beaten, he could only accept his fate. There was no other way. He had no power, and no official hat to protect him. If he had an official position in power, even his wife would not dare to boss him around. Not to mention marrying a concubine. Even if he married 10 concubines, this wife would probably not dare to fart. Looking at the wanton smiles of the 3 people in front of him, he couldn't help but clench his fists. He felt extremely aggrieved. He had never longed for power as much as he did at this moment. He wants to be an official. He wants to stand out. He wants no one to look down on him. "Hey, are you okay?" Fong Pai looked at Zhu Rorong's increasingly distorted face, fearing that he was upset, and waved his hand in front of his eyes. "Run quickly, your wife will be here soon." "Ah." Zhu Rorong ran away without hesitation after hearing this. The increasingly hot sun shone through the dense leaves, and a little light was sprinkled on Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi lay on the grass, occasionally opening his eyes to look at the float next to him, and sighed. "Did you make a nest? Why is there no movement until now?" Jiang Cho said with a bitter face. "I dare not deceive the prince. I have spread a pound of bait," Lin Yi said lazily. "Stupid. Why do you spread so much? You have fed them too much. No wonder they don't bite the hook." Jiang Cho hated Su Yin in his heart. He remembered that after eating the rabbit meat, Su Yin, the dog, threw the inedible internal organs and fur into the pond. Otherwise, the fish would not be fed so much. Your Highness, there are shade trees over there. How about we go fishing somewhere else? He hesitated whether to go directly to the bottom of the water and put a fish on the hook directly. Anyway, these guards have done this kind of thing a lot. No need. Lenny yawned. Just wait slowly. Fishing. Patience is still very important. See who can outlast the other. Your Highness is right. Although he said this, he still disagreed in his heart. If you really have patience, why bother asking? Seeing that he and the prince closed their eyes again, he quietly withdrew. Lin Yi fell asleep unconsciously. When he woke up, he found a blanket on his body and a fragrance around him. He looked up and saw Du Yinyang sitting beside him with a smile. Have you finished seeing the patient? He took the teacup handed over by Du Yinyang and gulped it down in one breath. Du Yinyang smiled and said, at the beginning, they were patient. But later they were almost able to deal with it. I prescribed a folk prescription and let them figure it out by themselves. Only for the seriously ill children. I gave them a few serious instructions. The queue was finished. And I quickly pulled away during the break. If someone else came, I really couldn't bear it. The patients I saw in the past 2 days added up to more than I have seen in the past few years. Lenny said, doctors are like parents. And those who are capable should work harder. Du Yinyang sighed. Prince, you also understand the truth. This is only a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. Besides, there are no medicines at the moment. And I can't help much. The more pitiful people I see, the more uncomfortable I feel. I might as well turn a blind eye. When I come back, I will ask my master and my great master to work out a charter together and try to help more people. Lenny nodded. Not bad. You have a big picture view. Du Yinyang picked up a plate beside her and said with a smile, would you like some cakes? Lenny looked at the setting sun that was about to fall behind the mountains and said in disbelief, I have slept for so long. Du Yinyang nodded with a smile. Well, then don't dawdle. Lenny stood up, patted the grass on his butt, brushed off 2 ants fighting on his arm, stretched and said, let's go now. Head southwest and try to stay in a big town at night. These days, he hasn't had a good sleep. He lay on the carriage, and the black donkey circled around the carriage, provoking the 2 tall horses from time to time. Because he was kicked by Lin Yi, he was very dissatisfied and made an unpleasant cry from time to time. Lin Yi scolded, are you cheap? When I treated you as a treasure, you ignored me. Now that I don't care about you anymore, you come to make trouble again. What's the meaning? Everyone tried their best to hold back their laughter. You are the regent of Daliang after all. You are not afraid of being laughed at if you reason with a beast. When it was getting dark, Jiang Chou came riding from a distance and said to Hong Ying, General Manager, the nearest big city is Gangcheng, which is more than 10 miles away from here. It is difficult to get there in a short time. How about we rest here for a while and leave tomorrow? Hong Ying said coldly. Are you deaf? The prince said that we must sleep in a big bed today. There are wild mountains and wilderness around us, and there is no place to stay. How can we stay overnight? Give orders to speed up. Yes. Jiang Chou didn't even have time to wipe the cold sweat on his head, and turned his horse's head and galloped away. It was completely dark, and the torches raised by the crowd gathered together, forming a dragon of fire, winding along the rugged mountain road. Lenny ate some raisins and fruits in the carriage, and felt dizzy and fell asleep again. When he woke up, he had arrived at a restaurant. The streets were bustling with people. The restaurant was also bustling with people, which was completely different from the desolate and dilapidated places he had seen before. Lenny walked into the restaurant, found a table and sat down, saying, let's get some wine and food, and deal with it today. Yes. The one who answered was Su Yin. He said a few words to the shopkeeper standing at the counter with Jiang Chou, and threw out a silver ingot. The shopkeeper first looked at Jiang Chou's fierce appearance, then looked at the big knife on his waist, and welcomed them into the back kitchen with a smile, and then looked at a group of people carrying big boxes in and out in disbelief. I don't know which noble young man this is. It's too arrogant. He stood at the counter, glanced at the gorgeous carriage outside the door, thought about it, whispered a few words to the waiter. It would be better to ask the boss to come over, so that he would not offend some noble person without knowing the details. Jiang Chou watched coldly all the time, and after the things on the carriage were unloaded, he only said to the coachman, you find a warehouse. give enough fodder, and rest for a night. The restaurant here also has fodder for livestock. But the backyard is too small to accommodate so many people. It is more convenient to go to the warehouse. After running for so many days, I finally saw a decent city. Lenny leaned back in his chair, taking a sip of tea from time to time. Those places ahead. I want to cry, Du Young whispered. The prince has a compassionate heart, which is a blessing for the people. Lenny was about to speak when he heard a burst of clappers. These days, I haven't been here for a while, and the shopkeeper has made a fortune. You make a fortune, and I benefit from it. You eat meat, and I drink soup. A beggar with a rag bag on his shoulder, leaning against the doorpost, rhythmically shaking the clappers, and singing non-stop. The shopkeeper waved his hand at the waiter, and the waiter immediately rushed out and said, You, go away quickly. Go away quickly. Don't interfere with our business. Let me go. I will go. The boss extended his rich hand. 1 or 2 is not too little, and I won't take it even if you give more. The beggar turned a deaf ear to the waiter's words, and continued to shake the clappers, muttering to himself, Hey, guest, please come here. After the waiter hurriedly welcomed the guest, he became more impatient with the beggar. Go away, or I will be rude to you. The beggar still smiled and shook the bamboo clappers. You are a hell of a waiter. You mix cold water in the liquor. The vegetables you sell are moldy. You buy with a large scale, and sell with a small scale. You are as bad as you can be. If you don't give me, I won't take it, and I will save you money to buy medicine. Hearing this, the guests laughed. Although the shopkeeper was used to this kind of scene, he was still furious and his face turned pale. Just as he was about to come out and give a lecture, he heard a familiar voice saying, I gave it to you, boss. The shopkeeper took 2 steps at a time and walked to the fat man who suddenly appeared at the door, threw a few coins to the beggar, and waved his hand, saying, Boss, please be merciful, and give it to you. Hurry up and don't come to bother me. The beggar curled his lips and continued to shake the clappers, saying, 3 or 4 are nothing. You can always do good deeds and travel the world. Didn't you say before that 1 or 2 is not too little? The shopkeeper said angrily. Why are 4 nothing now? The beggar was about to shake the bamboo clappers when he heard the boss say, Give more. The beggar said again. He took the 4 copper coins and continued to shake the plate, saying, You are a generous person. A generous hand. Don't rush to praise me. I gave you money. It doesn't mean I am generous. The boss smiled and said, According to Liang law, you are provoking trouble and extorting. Right? The shopkeeper quickly replied. Boss, this is it. The boss said coldly. You dare to act arrogantly at my door, and you don't even ask in advance. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and report to the police. Find another lawyer, no matter how much money it costs. I have to let him experience the feeling of labor reform. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guys came forward and knocked down the beggar who was about to escape. The atmosphere in the restaurant became more cheerful. Lenny squinted his eyes, looked up and down at the fat host, and when he came to him, he asked casually, Where have I seen you before? The host bowed and said, My dear guest, you are forgetful. I once had a good chat with you in Hong Kong City. Oh, I remember now. Lenny slapped his thigh and said, Gold is better than gold. He was too impressed by this name. He once liked this fat man very much, and even thought about sending this fat man to the palace to be an interesting eunuch. But the next day, he was at home, enjoying the mountains and rivers, and his already poor health was even worse. He had to stay at home and couldn't go out for several days. After that, he simply forgot about this person. On the other hand, if he was thinking about a grown man all day, that would be called a disease. But he didn't expect to see him here now. Jean Buwan bowed and said, Yes, it's me. Lenny smiled and said, Such a big restaurant is also yours? Jean Buwan sat down next to Lenny and said, Yes, since Brother Len has come to this port city, I will be the host. In your words, even I am not short of money. You can eat and drink as much as you want, and have fun as much as you want. Not short of money? Lenny smiled and said, I like to hear that. The shopkeeper came over and whispered in Jean Buwan's ear. Jean Buwan raised his head, looked at Lenny in surprise, and said, Brother, you are really generous. You even bring your own cook when you go out. Lenny smiled and said, I am not used to the food cooked by other people's cooks. Jean Buwan nodded and said, Please help yourself in the kitchen. Just treat it as your own home. After a while, the food prepared by Su Yin was served. Lenny invited him to join in. Jean Buwan took a few chopsticks without hesitation, and his eyes were about to pop out of his head from eating. I couldn't help but sigh. No wonder you said you can't get used to the food outside, compared to what you eat. What I eat is just pig food. Lenny rushed such a long way and was very tired. He drank some wine casually, chatted with him for a few words, and went upstairs, lying on his back in the bathtub, his hands resting on the wooden tub, his eyes closed. Du Enyang stood at the door of the room, hesitating. Hong Ying's words still rang in her ears. This method of double cultivation is enough to enter the 9th rank. She wanted to ask back. Why not let her practice with the princess? Later, she realized that no matter how domineering Hong Ying, the dog eunuch, was, he would not dare to force the princess to practice the so-called double cultivation. After hesitating again and again, she still pushed the door open. Lenny let the soft hands rub his shoulders. As a person, you still have to be honest. Chapter 526, The Richest Man. But those delicate fingers that were obviously inexperienced only dared to wander and slide on his shoulders. Lenny lay in the bathtub, counting the time, waiting slowly, finally getting a little impatient. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Turning his head, looking at Du Enyang, who was sweating profusely from the hot air, he couldn't help but say, Are you tired of pinching me? Your body looks dirty. Let's take a bath together. Du Enyang was stunned for a moment. Although she had long been prepared to devote herself to the prince, she was reluctant to do so suddenly and hastily, and in such a small inn. After all, her Nye family was once a famous family. Even now, no one dares to look down on them when they are on the sea. However, she compromised and said crisply, The prince is still considerate. She held her head high and lifted the clothes hanging on her body. Ah! This time it was Lin Yi's turn to be surprised. Facing danger head-on, he was really frightened. Without waiting for him to speak, Du Enyang jumped directly into the water. In the crowded bathtub, there was not a single splash of water. Lin Yi smiled evilly. When two sides meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Du Enyang has been at sea for many years, and she is a martial artist. Without a trace of fat on her body, and swaying, she is very graceful. Lin Yi experienced a feeling he had never experienced before. After the incident, he fell asleep directly on the bed. At night, he felt thirsty, and got up to drink water. He found Du Enyang sitting cross-legged on the couch next to him, with her arms folded, as if she was practicing martial arts. He did not disturb her. When he was about to go back to sleep, the door opened. Hong Ying held a tray and said with a smile, Your Highness, you must be hungry after the long journey, and you slept deeply. I have prepared some cakes for you. Lenny grabbed a piece of red bean cake and said with emotion, Otherwise, how can I say that I can't leave you? I was just wondering whether to eat something. Du Enyang suddenly opened her eyes and bowed. Your Highness, it's General Manager Hong. Lenny pointed to the tea and cakes on the table and said, You must be hungry too. Eat something. Thank you, Your Highness. Du Enyang sat in front of Lin Yi and ate by herself. Lin Yi waved his hand at Hong Ying and said, You are not needed here. Go to sleep, so that you can travel tomorrow. Hong Ying said. Jean Buwan sent an invitation, and a banquet will be held at Chunfeng Tower tomorrow. What does Your Highness mean? Lin Yi smiled and said, The names of the red light districts in Daliang are so unsophisticated. They are either Xinghua or Lihua, or Shifeng and Dongfeng. However, this is good. When people see the name, they will know what the place is for. When ordinary people go to a place, the more vulgar the name, the better. If the name is too elegant, then touch the pocket and wallet, and no one dares to go. A good name is one that can blend in with the masses, and is close to the reality of the people. Hong Ying said with a smile. This kind of rough place, I guess there is nothing strange about it. The prince is willing to respect them. It is really their good fortune. No. Lenny shook his head and said, Every place has its own characteristics. Don't underestimate it. I still need to investigate it in depth. Hong Ying smiled and said, The prince is practicing what he preaches, and always pays attention to the development of the entertainment industry in Daliang, which is really a blessing for the people. Du Enyang finally couldn't help rolling her eyes. As expected, the master is like the servant. He even described visiting a brothel as so refreshing and refined. She was also impressed. Go and have a rest. Lenny yawned. It's getting late. Yes. Hong Ying left, and closed the door quietly. Lenny looked at Du Yingyang curiously and said, You are not that diligent. Are you? Are you still practicing at this time? Du Yingyang smiled and said, I got a heart skill. And I naturally love it, and want to learn it as soon as possible. Lenny took her soft waist, and said with a smile, Then keep working hard. As long as you work hard enough. I don't need to work hard. I just need to win easily. Win easily? Du Yingyang hesitated and said, Does the prince know what kind of skill I am practicing? Lenny asked curiously. What's the point? Du Yingyang said. If I succeed, the prince can really win easily. She was finally sure that the prince, and she didn't know that she was practicing dual cultivation. She only knew that Hong Ying was a martial arts expert. A vicious person. And almost unkind. However, when Hong Ying taught her this so-called dual cultivation method today, she felt a stronger sense of evil spirit. Hong Ying actually shamelessly said that their prince was delicate, busy with state affairs, and couldn't waste time on such a trivial path as martial arts. He wanted her to be the cauldron for the prince. How could there be such an evil martial arts in the world? She was also well informed. Not to mention having seen it. She had never even heard of it. She agreed to Hong Ying's request with a half-believing attitude. No. It was coercion. Whether she believed it or not. She had no way to refuse it in the situation at that time. If she refused, for the sake of the prince, she might not be punished. However, who could say for sure whether her father and her uncles would be implicated? Facing such a fickle and moody eunuch, she didn't dare to gamble. However, she only practiced this skill for more than an hour. And she actually felt a sense of energy. If she wasn't a martial arts master, she would have suspected that she was having an illusion. What kind of kung fu is this? How can one master it so quickly? If you can really win by lying down, that would be great. Lenny stood up, stretched and said, I'm tired. Let's go to sleep. But under the bed. How could he let her sleep soundly? That night, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up in the morning, he always felt a slight heat in his lower abdomen. Could it be that he had a stomachache? But there were no other signs. After a good breakfast, Jean Buhuan came to visit. After the two of them talked nonsense about all sorts of things, Lenny took the disguised Du Yingyang to wander around the streets. Although the harbor city was a bit rundown, it was completely different from the places he had seen before. It was crowded and bustling. After dark, he went directly to Chufeng Tower to keep his appointment. The women on both sides were very beautiful, but he was afraid of the comparison. When he thought of Du Yingyang, everything seemed like rouge and powder. It was boring. He just drank and chatted with Jean Buhuan from time to time. It turns out that I underestimated you. After all this time, you are still the richest man in Jizhou. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Jean Buhuan waved his hand modestly. Don't be proud of your age. If you are proud, you will not be successful. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Lenny said unhappily. I don't see how you are low-key. Jean Buhuan shook his head and said, Brother Long, you don't know. I am so rich. But now I only have 5 concubines. Lenny rolled his eyes at him and said, You are already showing off. Jean Buhuan said, Brother Long, you are wrong. Many businessmen in this port city are poorer than me. But they dare to marry 10 or 8. Lenny then asked, Who has the most concubines in Longcheng? Of course, it is the Prince of Haishi. Jean Buhuan blurted out. How many wives does he have? Lenny asked, stretching his neck. 21. Jean Buhuan sighed. And each of them is as beautiful as a flower. So many? Lenny said in surprise. The court has already cancelled the support. And these clansmen still have money to support so many concubines? Jean Buhuan said. A family with a lot of money. A family with poetry and books. Who really lives on that little supply? Who doesn't have thousands of acres of fertile land and a group of slaves? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. So you mean that the Prince of Haishi is very rich? Jean Buhuan smiled and said, Of course. My Jean family also has a lot of industries in this port city. But it still can't compare to the reputation of Lin Bancheng in this port city. Half of the shops, restaurants, pawn shops, silver shops, and warehouses in this port city belong to his Lin family. Lin Yi frowned and said, Lin half of the city? He even suspected that Xiezan and Taoying were blind. They left such a big fat sheep untouched and cried poor in front of him every day. Yes. Jin Buwan nodded and said. Although this man is extremely extravagant, he has a good brain. When General Shenchu went to the northern frontier, he took the initiative to help with the military pay of 200,000 taels. Whether it was the abolition of the royal family's support in Daliang or the implementation of a new land policy, he was the first to respond actively. In Jizhou, he was the first to distribute land to the people. And he also burned the IOUs of the people and donated 10 primary schools to 10 villages. The shop in Gangchung, because he employed many people, and there were many servants in his family, he became a model of poverty alleviation in Daliang. Last year, he directly got a gold medal of immunity from death, and no one dared to touch him. Gold medal of immunity from death? Lin Yi was a little confused. He had never issued such a thing. Jin Buwan said puzzledly. You didn't know? Just say it clearly. Lin Yi shook his head. Model of poverty alleviation in Daliang. Jin Buwan explained. As long as you can help the court solve the livelihood of the people and solve the employment problem, you can get this golden medal of immunity from death. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally remembered it. In fact, it was just a rumor. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that this model of poverty alleviation in Daliang is actually a golden medal of immunity from death. In the beginning, he set up this award to trick those landlords into canceling the debts of the people. As long as he is willing to cancel the debts of the people and improve the employment of the people, the evil he committed before will be forgiven. Finally, it was passed around and became a golden ticket to avoid death. In all dynasties, only the founding ministers had the opportunity to get this thing. But now you can get it by spending money. So naturally people flock to it. Then no one will bother Lin Bancheng? Who dares? Jin Buwan said disdainfully. Anyone who dares to bother him will dampen the enthusiasm of the poverty alleviation pioneers, and will be in trouble if reported to the court. Lin Yi slapped his thigh and pointed at Jin Buwan. You went to Hong Kong City before. Didn't you also seek this thing? Jin Buwan laughed. My Jin family does not evade taxes. Nor does it rob people. We have a good reputation. We fought in the northern frontier, donated 500,000 taels of silver, and hired more than 1,000 men. Brother Long, do you think my family deserves it? Lin Yi said. Then did you get it? Jin Buwan sighed. If it was so easy to get, I wouldn't have this. Are you so cautious? I must have married more than a dozen concubines. Lin Yi gave a thumbs up and said. You have great ambition. Jin Buwan said. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Lin Yi took a sip of wine and asked. What about the character of the Prince of Haishi? Jin Buwan said disdainfully. Who have you seen with good character? Who can be an official? Who can save up a family business? Lin Yi was stunned by this question and couldn't help but sigh. Brother, you are so knowledgeable. In front of him, in the court and the country of Daliang, except for his own good character, it seems that there is no good person, whether it is He Jixiang, Qin Dishing, or Xiezan. They all yearn for the destruction of masts and oars in the midst of laughter and conversation. To them, human life is always just a number. As for the guards around him, each one is more worthless than the other. In the harem, people like her mother would kill the maids and eunuchs around her if they were not satisfied. Alas, they are not good people. Even Mingwei and Zixia, two beautiful girls, dared to commit crimes against their superiors. You're welcome. Jin Buwan raised his glass and said, I'll toast Brother Long another glass. Then you should continue drinking. Don't be a coward here. Lin Yi drank the whole pot of wine unconsciously. After chatting for a while, he didn't want to stay overnight, so he left directly. At night, he took the fragrance into his arms. Du Yinyang worriedly said, Your Highness, everything should be done in moderation, and you should still take care of your body. Lin Yi glanced at her and said, Do you mean I can't do it? Du Yinyang smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Your Highness is in the prime of life, full of energy. Lin Yi said, That's it. If you don't work hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. Du Yinyang was stunned for a long time before she reacted. Can these poems be used like this? She smiled and said, Your Highness's words are always thought-provoking. Women are the same. You should pick the flowers when they are in bloom. And don't wait until there are no flowers to pick the branches. Your Highness is right. From what you mean, you have seen this priceless gold before? Your Highness, Du Yingyang sat up. While rubbing Lin Yi's shoulders, he said, I think Pan Duo has already told you that before the maritime ban was lifted, the Jin family was a well-known big merchant on the sea. People traveling north and south had to give them some face. Even my father relied on them a lot. Lin Yi said, How can your father, who is so arrogant, give them face? Du Yingyang said, Your Highness is joking. Even if you are invincible on the sea, you still have to eat and drink. You need to buy some daily necessities from the Jin family. Occasionally, if you have good goods, you have to exchange them for silver through the Jin family. It is said that after the maritime ban was lifted, the merchants around Jizhou rented the Jin family's ships, and the amount of silver they received every day was countless. Chapter 527, Farmland. Lin Yi sighed. I was still hesitating whether to kill the pig. He and Jin Buhuan had a good chat. However, brothers are brothers. In order to complete the construction of a well-off society in Daliang as soon as possible, it is not impossible for him to abandon his brotherly feelings. This is the richest man in Jizhou. A little bit of money from his bowl can save the people from the water and fire. But after hearing what Du Yingyang said, he hesitated again. If the Jin family is really destroyed, the trade route will be cut off. In the end, it will not be worth the loss. What can I do? Just like in Sanhe, just bear with it for now. Kill the pig? Du Yingyang has only spent a short time with Lin Yi, so she still can't fully understand the meaning of Lin Yi's words. Kill dogs and chickens to prepare dinner. And the New Year pigs will make the bowls more fragrant. Lin Yi hugged the softness in his arms tighter. Cook sheep and slaughter cattle for fun. And drink 300 cups at the party. Du Yingyang took advantage of the situation to lean on Lin Yi's arms, and said softly, Your Highness is talking about military and national affairs. I am just a woman. How can I know so much? Lin Yi said. It's right not to understand. Just remember that the world is bustling. And it's all for profit. The world is bustling. And it's all for profit. Du Yingyang's hand went around Lin Yi's neck, and whispered, Thank you for your teachings, Your Highness. Lin Yi trembled all over, and said fearfully, You're welcome. You're welcome. Facing such a little goblin, you must have a certain amount of determination. He really doesn't want to be a walking teddy bear. Relying on perseverance, he finally closed his eyes. There was no conversation that night. Before dawn, without Lin Yi's explanation, Jiang Chou, Luohan and others began to tidy up the horses and set off in the carriage. Lin Yi looked around, then asked, Did Song Chung return to Xingqing? He had been urging Song Chung to go back to Xingqing nearby, to see his wet nurse, and to give the child more fatherly love. Song Chung agreed, but there was no movement. Now that he was nowhere to be seen, Lin Yi thought he must have returned to Xingqing. Hong Ying bowed and said, Your Highness is considerate of him. How could he not know what is good for him? He left last night, and rode as fast as he could. He must have arrived in Xingqing by now. That's good. Lin Yi held the teapot in his arms, and took a sip from time to time. This guy is just too cautious. He always asks me about everything. You should train him more when you have time, so that he won't think about things when he has nothing to do. It will be bad. Hong Ying said. Yes, Your Highness. Don't worry. I will talk to him, and let him open his mind. That's good. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the owner of the restaurant came over with 2 waiters carrying large boxes. Lord Long. The shopkeeper leaned forward, pointed at the box carried by the clerk, and said respectfully, This is a little gift from our boss. I hope Lord Long will accept it. Without Lin Yi's signal, Luohan walked straight forward, and unceremoniously opened the box. Under the reflection of the morning glow, the box was golden and glittering. Your boss is generous. I thank you for my kindness. Lin Yi accepted it unceremoniously. Thank you, Lord Long, for your favor. The shopkeeper waved his hand, and the 2 clerks carried the box of gold onto the carriage next to it that was specially used to store horse fodder. After packing up, the carriage slowly left the port city. At noon, the team left the flat plain and entered the rolling mountains. It was the hottest time of the day, so they rested under the dense shade of trees, looking at the tender and beautiful Du Yingyang. Lin Yi couldn't help it and indulged himself again. After waking up, he was annoyed again. Do you still want to keep this body? But what surprised him was, why was he still so energetic? He didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, Du Yingyang was breathing heavily, which made people feel distressed. Just like this, he stopped and started along the way, and achieved achievements that he had never achieved before. He even suspected that he was having a last burst of energy. On the day he returned to Ankon City, all the civil and military officials stood at the north gate of Ankon City to welcome him. Linny sat in the carriage and waved his hand impatiently through the curtain raised by Hong Ying. Everyone go back to their own homes and each find their own mother. He didn't say a word. There's a saying that when you are close to home, you are afraid of being homesick. He had no other thoughts now, but wanted to see his precious daughter. He was afraid that his daughter would forget him completely during these months away from home. He felt a little uneasy. Ankon Mansion and the military department beat gongs and drums in front to lead the way. The flag bearers were in the middle, holding high rat flags, and finally Lin Yi's carriage. He went straight to Huang Mansion Street along the north gate. The people of Ankon City spread the word, knowing that today was the day when the regent returned to the capital, and laughed happily. Zhu Rorong hung his head, squeezed in the crowd, first looked at Huangji's motorcade, then looked at Li Sanyang, who was 800 feet away from him, deliberately avoiding him, and Jiang Dasheng and others. I couldn't help but sigh. People's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. When nothing happens, everyone eats and drinks, and they are good brothers for life. When something happens, they don't contact each other, and it's all up to you. Reality of the world. In the past month and a half, his wife has been looking for him like crazy. He hides from place to place, and can't sleep at night. Only today, taking the opportunity to go back to Ankon City with the prince, he came out for a walk. He was very sure that even if his wife saw him, she would not dare to trouble him today. His wife was not stupid enough to that extent. If he was really stupid, he would thank God and wait for the moon to bloom. Li Sanyang also noticed Zhu Rorong, smiled at him, and then turned to Jiang Dasheng next to him and said, "You are also very capable. Did you arrange his concubine?" Jiang the butcher shrugged and said, "What can we do? The girl doesn't know martial arts, and she is powerless. Although his wife dare not kill people. If she really finds her, she will probably torture her to death. Besides, he is caught in the middle, and we can't just watch." Deng Kelu, stretch his beard, jokingly said, "This guy is really bold. He just kept him secretly outside, but he actually brought him back to Ankon City. He really doesn't know how to write the word death." Li Sanyang said, "If you can't live together anymore, just divorce. It's not a big deal. Whoever leaves will die. If the couple continues to quarrel like this, it will only make outsiders laugh at them." The butcher said gloatingly, "The key is that his wife is in charge of the money now. All the property is with her. She will definitely not give the property to Zhu Rorong and let him live freely. As for Zhu Rorong, if he really dares to break the jar, it means he will have to start all over again. The situation can only remain stalemated." Lin Yi's carriage arrived at the palace. There was already a crowd kneeling at the door. Lin Yi didn't even look at her. He walked straight to Hu Miaoyi, who was holding her daughter, took the child into his arms, and couldn't help teasing her. The child cried in confusion. "Ah, it's really like this." He could only give it back to Hu Miaoyi. When he turned around, he looked at Mingwei, whose belly was getting bigger and bigger. Mingwei and Zixiao were the same. Their eyes were fixed on Du Yinyang, who got off the carriage with Lin Yi. Du Yinyang walked forward leisurely, bowed to Hu Miaoyi and said, "Greetings to the princess." Hu Mi smiled and said, "So it's the Du family. With a stunning beauty that a woman like me can't help but be moved." Du Yinyang said neither servilely nor arrogantly, "Princess, you are too kind. For women, one drama." Lin Yi decided not to get involved, and strode into the mansion. After bathing and changing clothes, he fell asleep on the bed. Until the evening, it rained heavily. The wind was strong and the rain was heavy, hitting the windows and tiles, making crackling sounds, waking him up from his dream. He touched his body, which was sticky and covered with sweat. He opened the window and let the strong wind blow through. "Prince, are you awake?" Zixiao brought a cup of tea. Lin Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes, nodded to Zixiao, and then looked at Mingwei next to him, and asked directly, "Did the midwife say when the due date is?" Without waiting for Mingwei to speak, Zixiao said, "Prince, you came back at the right time. If nothing unexpected happens, it will probably be in the next 2 days. The princess is kind, and left Qin Shilian and Yin Hong in the mansion to prevent any accidents. Then just lie down and walk less in the next few days." Lin Yi grabbed Mingyue's hand, patted it, and comforted her. "Don't be too anxious. Take it slowly, and you will be fine after you get through it." Mingwei, with a big belly, still knelt and saluted. Thank you, Prince, for your kindness. I know, Lenny said. Go back and have a good rest. You are not needed here. I will take my leave. It was night. For Lenny, who to sleep with at night became a difficult problem. From the bottom of his heart, he hoped it would be Du Young. According to the rules, it should be Humei, the legitimate wife. On the first day of returning home, he should give her some respect. But from a practical point of view, Mingwei, who was about to give birth, needed more company, especially when he thought of Mingyue's lonely eyes. After drinking 2 cups of tea, he finally made a decision. He went to Humei's place in the first half of the night. Since Humei gave birth, the two had not slept together, and they were a little unfamiliar. Lenny had no choice but to sharpen his spear before the battle, and bang his head against the wall. He arrived at Mingyue's room in the second half of the night, and wanted to take it easy. But Zixiao was waiting beside him, with her eager eyes and bright red bellyband. Lenny couldn't refuse. He could only share the rain and dew equally. He had never worked so hard before. Unexpectedly, he woke up at dawn, and was still full of energy. Standing at the door of the hall, looking at the continuous rain, he said, "It's a good time to plant sweet potato seedlings. Whether the people can have enough food depends on whether God gives them food. The more rain falls, the more harvest you get. The less rain falls, the less harvest you get." The rain kept falling, without stopping. It rained until the 5th day, when Mingwei suddenly had a stomachache. That night, she gave birth to a boy. The news spread throughout Hong Kong City. Both He Jixiang and Qin Dishan were very excited. He and the prince were not young anymore. It was a blessing from God to have a prince. Who would care if he was the eldest son? A bastard son was also worthy of being involved in the conspiracy. Inside the palace, Emperor Delong laughed as he watched concubine Yuan, who had broken 3 teacups in a row. How can a lowly servant be worthy of this? Concubine Yuan's chest rose and fell. Both Xiao Shizi and Yi Lian were terrified, and no one dared to say a word. This old lady is making trouble again. Lin Yi held his son in his arms, glanced at Xiao Shizi, and drove him away. After coaxing the child for a while, he handed him to Mingyue's armpit again, and said with a smile, "Raise him slowly, and don't worry about anything else." "Thank you, Your Majesty." She actually gave birth to a son. She was happy, but also worried. From ancient times to the present, what good fate can a bastard have? But looking at the little person in her arms, she couldn't help but clench her fists in the quilt, as if she had absorbed the power to be an enemy of heaven and earth. As a peak 9th rank master, Mingwei was not easy to bully. She had secretly made up her mind that she must become a grandmaster as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would have no relatives and no rights. The future life of mother and son would definitely not be so easy. If she didn't make progress, everything would be in vain. He Jixiang braved the rain and entered the Huang mansion. Jiang Cho wiped the water droplets off his body and said with a smile, "Old man, if you have anything to say, just tell me. It's raining so hard. Why bother coming here in person?" He Jixiang sat down slowly, picked up the teacup, sipped the tea and said, I can't say. He came here just to confirm it. Now that he knew it was true, his excitement was beyond words. Lenny walked along the corridor and entered the living room, sat opposite him, and said unhappily, "Look how excited you are. I'm not dead yet. What do you mean by being so anxious to find an heir for him? As if he didn't exist?" He Jixiang smiled and said, "Your Majesty, calm down. I didn't mean that. I just came here to congratulate you." What he was thinking was that Prince, he could now completely entrust his son to others. It would save them from worrying about Prince He's safety all day long. It's probably the difference between a single child and a family with many children. There is always the anxiety of losing orphans. Lenny said, "If you have the leisure time, go to the grassroots to see the spring plowing. Supervise the planting of soybeans, corn, and sweet potatoes. No matter how turbulent our Dalian country is, food security is the first priority. And ensure that the people do not go hungry. Don't worry, Your Majesty," He Jixiang said firmly. "The Ministry of Households and the Ministry of Works, the Censorate, the Dali Temple, and the Imperial Clan Court have formed a joint supervision team in accordance with Your Majesty's instructions, divided into groups, and inspected various prefectures and cities to strictly investigate corrupt officials, evil forces, and crack down on usury. Lenny stood up, walked under the eaves, and stretched out his hand to let the raindrops splashed on his palms. He said casually, "Sometimes, you don't have to wait for me to tell you everything. Try to understand what I say. If you can't understand it yourself, find someone who can, such as young people with active minds. Give young people more opportunities." He Jixiang said hurriedly, "Your Majesty is right." He knew in his heart that the prince was deliberately competing with these old men. It's good to understand. Lenny turned his head again. You need to use your brain more in everything. You ask for instructions on everything. This prince is also very tired. He wanted to be a hands-off boss. However, he could not stand the fact that Dalian continued to follow the inertia. If people like He Jixiang did not change their thinking, no matter how hard they tried, they would only be able to paste mud on the wall. This was not what he wanted. He wanted to develop science in Dalian, to have inventions and creations, to slowly enter an industrialized society, with division of labor and specialization. "I will follow the prince's teachings," He Jixiang said in a deep voice. Lenny waved his hand and said, "I don't mean to force you. Some things cannot be rushed, especially education. All the focus is on education. You must find ways to develop subjects such as physics, chemistry, and arithmetic. How to encourage children and adults to study seriously, and how to apply what you have learned are all the problems you face." Chapter 528 Naming. Only by constantly creating and inventing will human society continue to progress. The craftsmen and scholars of this era have a good understanding of the mechanical structure of gears and connecting rods, such as more complex water mills, water conservancy textiles, and shipbuilding are all relatively developed. Even the steel technology is first class. It is not as bad as Lin Yi imagined. The only shortcoming is that it only pays attention to practicality and has no scientific theoretical system. The craftsmanship and technology of skilled craftsmen have not been written down, not recorded, and quantified. After death, if there are disciples, the inheritance can be passed on. If there are no disciples, it is equivalent to being lost. He held various invention competitions in Dalian State, using high prize money to attract the best inventors. A blind cat meets a dead mouse, and there are always a few outstanding talents. Many of these people are illiterate, and he sent them to the newly established Dalian Academy of Sciences for retraining. Literacy is the first task. The second is to teach them mathematics, physics, chemistry, and tell them some principles of steam and some laws of the operation of nature. Finally, he let these people hold academic meetings together frequently and discuss frequently, hoping that some sparks of ideas would collide. In short, he spent money to support them. Although he was very stingy, he was generous enough to these people. Last year alone, he allocated 500,000 taels of silver. These people were well-known talents in the countryside, but their skills were only enough to support their families, and they had no status. In Hong Kong City, they suddenly turned from black chickens into phoenixes. And not only did they have a stable income regardless of drought or flood, but they also earned more money in a year than they would have earned in their entire lives. They were afraid that they would be driven away suddenly one day, and they all worked hard to research some inventions that would satisfy the court. "Your Highness is right," He Jixiang bowed and said. "Some time ago, the Agricultural College commissioned sea merchants to import some crops from overseas, and prepared to plant them on trial. I also allocated them 1,000 acres of land nearby." Lenny knew he was talking about potatoes. He rarely paid special attention to the affairs of the court, but he paid special attention to crops and inventions. Some time ago, he was in Jizhou, and one of the items in the memorial sent by Pan Duo was potato planting on trial. He also made a special instruction at that time to increase the planting area. "I know, the thing you are talking about is called potato. This thing is very easy to grow. As for the yield, it should not be lower than sweet potato. You will get tired of eating sweet potato every day, but eating this should be no problem. We should work hard to expand the planting area, which will also be a line of defense to ensure food security in the future. It is said that foreigners eat mashed potatoes as a staple food. It should be the same as rice and wheat. Right? In any case, it should be much better than sweet potato. Right? Your Highness is knowledgeable, I admire you." He Jixiang said sincerely. Sometimes, he had to admire the prince. For some tricks, he always had his own unique views and insights. Lenny said casually, "You guys have many advantages, such as being experienced and prudent. But you also have many disadvantages, such as being more likely to be complacent and unable to accept new things. As I said before, you must open up your mind and not be afraid of making mistakes. If you really want to be safe, you can also do a pilot project. And don't reject it before you do anything. Some time ago, someone from the Imperial Observatory applied for a project to build an observatory for astronomical observation on the mountain of the White Horse Temple. You thought it was a waste of money and labor, so you rejected it. This is wrong. You should encourage them to do it. Although I look down on fortune tellers, they are good at observing the weather, so they should be encouraged to do it. And the missionaries there are really talented. Before Zixia invited them to teach at the school, I have also heard that they are very good. Not only should you replace them with scholars, you should also encourage them to invite their fellow countrymen and relatives to come over, and promise them generous salaries. No matter if they are foreign devils, or people from Daliang, those who can make contributions are good people. The history of the West in this era is very different from that of the West in his previous life. However, through the oral accounts of those missionaries and sea merchants, there are still similarities in many places. They also experienced a stage similar to the Renaissance. At this moment, mathematics, painting, sculpture, architecture, philosophy, and astronomy have all ushered in a big boom. Especially overseas colonization and slave trade. It is simply a replica of Europe. The most important thing is that on an island in the West, there is also a queen named Beckinsale. She is not yet an adult. He Jixiang said with a red face. I understand. Every time you make it clear. But every time you do it, it's not the same. Lin Yi couldn't help complaining. It's still the same words just now. You can distinguish the priorities. At present, the most important task of my Daliang country is to develop the economy and fill people's stomachs. But this does not prevent huge investments in education and scientific research. We must let the talents of the world know that, as long as they have the ability, the court will not be stingy with money. Sometimes, you have to do things like spending thousands of gold to buy horse bones. Yes. He Jixiang was sad. He had been with Prince He for many years, and was more familiar with Prince He's temperament. Prince He was a little angry this time. He seemed very dissatisfied with their work. However, after a few days of self-reflection, he still hurriedly asked the Ministry of Rights to urge the Imperial Observatory to choose a suitable naming ceremony for the newly born prince. At the same time, the Hanlin Academy looked up the names of the same generation of royal family members that had been granted by the emperor for reference by Lin Yi to avoid having the same name. Of course, a few names were also drafted for Lin Yi as alternatives. Lin Yi sat at the desk, holding a red pen, writing and drawing on the memorial. But he couldn't think of a suitable name. The royal family named their children, not after the sun and the moon, not after the country, not after hidden diseases. To put it bluntly, it means that commonly used characters and characters with bad meanings cannot be used. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the people and officials to avoid taboos. After Lin Baoji ascended the throne, he even specially asked a big magician to set a set of naming rules for his descendants. The second character is the generation, and the third character must conform to the 5 elements. For example, there were people named Lin Xiao, Lin Qi, Lin Xiao, Lin Jing, and Lin Jin in the royal family. However, after Emperor Yongguang, this maverick emperor no longer cared about this. When it came to his father, he was even more unrestrained. With many sons and busy affairs in the court, how could he have the time to name his children? He even didn't bother to look at the proposed name set by the Hanlin Academy. Except for the Crown Prince Lin Zhan, who spent a lot of time thinking about it. The others were just casually named. For example, his name Lin Yi. Now it was Lin Yi's turn. He didn't care. He could follow the rules or not. He could do anything, as long as the name sounded nice and easy to remember. However, he was not satisfied with the one proposed by the Hanlin Academy. And he just couldn't think of any. In the 100 years since the founding of the country, there were so many royal descendants, and they were countless. Any name could have the same name. So the later the name, the more uncommon characters there were in the names of royal descendants. What else could he do? Common characters should be used with caution, and the names could not have the same name. He finally came up with a few ideas, but they were rejected by He Jixiang and other old guys. It's too hard. Zixia stood aside, rubbing Lin Yi's shoulders while saying, Prince, why don't you take a rest? She couldn't help but feel shocked. Giving birth to a boy or a girl, the treatment is indeed different. Humiai, as a princess, gave birth to a little princess. At the beginning, she and the prince just casually gave her a name, and the whole court applauded, a scene of joy and peace. Mingwei, like him, is just a maid. Just because she gave birth to a boy, she caused unrest in the court and the public. There was even a special naming ceremony. This is a treatment that princesses don't have. However, she did not dare to say much. Never mind. Lin Yi held his forehead with his hand, glanced at the memorial in front of him and said, "Let's call him Lin Yin." Then he picked up the red pen and drew a red circle on the memorial. Hong Ying hurriedly took the memorial and said with a smile, "Your Majesty is wise. This name is not easy to violate taboos. And there will be no duplicate names. It also has a lofty image. It can't be better." Lin Yi said helplessly. "It's settled." The sky in Ankong City gradually became clearer. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. More and more people from Sanha came from the south. Pairs of elephants and horses traveled in the streets and alleys of Ankong City. "You bunch of idiots, don't you know to put a dung bag behind your buttocks?" Sun Chongda's mother, who was cleaning the place, yelled at the Guizhou people who were leading the elephants. She was the only one in the sanitation department who dared to yell like that. She had been in Sanha for several years. When she was in Baiyun City, she often cleaned the streets. Many Guizhou people were familiar with her. Even if they didn't know her name, they were familiar with her face. Hearing her scolding, he just smiled and led the elephant over, pretending not to see it. Sun Chonda's mother was so angry that she said to Jiang Yi, who was standing on the left and right to maintain order, "You don't have to clean up. You guys just pretend you didn't see it. Right? Take good care of it. It's getting more and more unruly. If you don't do anything, I will definitely go to the palace to file a complaint against you." "Aunt Sun." Jiang Yi hurriedly smiled. "You don't know? They are here to deliver military supplies this time. So we let them enter the city directly. The old ladies in Baiyun City can't be messed with, because they all have martial arts skills. And they might be the relatives of 5th rank, 6th rank, or even the peak of 9th rank. The old ladies in Ankong City should not be provoked either. As the old saying goes, you don't know how low your position is until you go to Ankong City. Maybe the old ladies on the street are the family members of officials or military dependents." When he was in the Bingmasi, he always took the attitude of less trouble is worse than more trouble, and tried to avoid these old ladies. Otherwise, they would do what they said and really go to the palace to complain. "Are you kidding me?" Sun Chonda's mother rolled her eyes at him and said, "The military camp is outside the city. What are they sending to the city?" Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Aunt Sun, there are also garrison camps, Bingmasi, and palace guards in the city? You make sense." Sun Chonda's mother pointed to the pile of manure on the ground and said, "But this is too disgusting. You can find a way to make them put a manure bag behind the animal's buttocks. Otherwise, I really won't give in. I won't go to the palace to sue you. I will also go to the military department to find your commander. According to the rules, there must be a dung bag. You just don't do it. And this official uniform is wasted. It's a small matter. I'll give the order right away. No one is allowed to enter the city without a dung bag." Jiang Yi was startled by her words, and hurriedly patted his chest. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a carriage slowly approaching, with Lei Kaishan and Jiao Zhong accompanying the carriage on both sides. He was so scared that he directly snatched the broom and dustpan from Sun Chonda's mother's hand, and directly scooped the dung in. If the prince saw such a stinking thing, what would happen to him? The sanitation worker next to him also reacted, and without being told, he also hurried to wash it with water. After the carriage passed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Chonda's mother said angrily, "You almost killed me. If the prince saw it, I would definitely lose the evaluation this year." Jiang Yi smiled awkwardly. "I will strictly manage the livestock in the city, don't worry." "Aunt, he is still frightened. If Prince He really saw it, he would definitely be held responsible for his negligence." The sun was high in the sky. Lenny sat in the airtight carriage, and finally couldn't help but bare his chest. When he arrived at the gate of the palace, he hesitated for a moment and didn't put on a long gown, but only a short-sleeved shirt. The guards looked at Prince He, who was dressed in shorts, short sleeves, and clogs, without looking away. It was not the first time they had seen him. Instead, the prince in Chongqing Palace was stunned. After a long time, he blurted out, The regent is an extraordinary person, capable of extraordinary things. I'm sorry to make you laugh, brother. This damn weather is too hot. Lenny took off his clogs without a care, sat cross-legged on the wide chair barefoot, holding a watermelon in one hand, and said, "This is a crop I brought from overseas when I was in Sanha. It's called watermelon. It's very sweet. It's iced in the summer to relieve heat and thirst. My brother, please have a taste." The prince took a piece from Xiao Shizi, hesitated for a while, took a small bite, chewed it carefully and said, "The juice is sweet. Very delicious. Not ordinary." Lenny smiled and said, "As long as you like it. I have also asked people to plant a large area in the imperial garden. It is estimated that it will be ripe soon. If you like to eat it, just ask people to pick it." He adhered to the principle of not wasting the open space in various parts of the palace, and asked people to plant various practical economic crops, including pear trees, peach trees, cherry trees, apple trees, and the most common one is watermelon. He even thought of using those empty palaces as greenhouses to grow some vegetables in winter. It's better than having mice running around, right? But as soon as he said it, he was opposed by a group of people including his mother. 2 words, nonsense. 4 words, unbecoming. But he didn't care. People from Hong Kong Agricultural College had already built outdoor greenhouses outside the city. Hong Ying also got smart and asked his elder sister Hong Mei to build 2 greenhouses next to the farm. Lenny went to see them and found that they were more luxurious than the houses built by farmers. There is no plastic film. The roof is thatched, which is not light permeable and breathable. He is not sure whether vegetables can grow. However, he did not say anything. Practice can lead to true knowledge. Let everyone slowly explore. After coming here for more than 20 years, he has long been accustomed to this slow pace. In an agricultural society without the blessing of modern industry, primitive society, everything can only be almost, or more or less. Chapter 529. Leaving the palace. The house was built solidly. The carriage was beautifully built. The ink fountain, the plane, and the construction ruler were all used skillfully. But all of this lacked an accurate book record, and could not provide reference experience for future generations. It all depended on the master to teach the apprentice. And occasionally there was a phenomenon of connection between people, such as intermarriage. If there were 2 or more blacksmiths, carpenters, or tofu beauties on a street, it would be difficult to do business. In order to prevent the spread of skills from person to person, and to ensure that the unique skills were not passed on, they could only deliberately hide them, and naturally invented the strange rule of passing on skills to men, but not to women. The patent protection awareness in feudal society is much stronger than that of modern people. Of course, these people would never have thought that the craftsmanship they are proud of now, and treasured, as a treasure may be included in the protection list of intangible cultural heritage. In the future, like cucumbers, they are all melons. But I didn't expect the appearance and taste to be so different. The prince sighed. If the people can plant it widely and transport it to the city, it can also provide an additional livelihood. Lenny looked at the prince in surprise. And didn't expect him to have a business mind? My royal brother, you have a good idea. Watermelon is easy to grow. It doesn't require much land. If you grow it well, you can make more money than growing wheat and sweet potatoes. The only bad thing is that it can't be grown in winter. Otherwise it can be eaten all year round. After the prince finished eating the watermelon, he put the watermelon peel on the table, wiped his hands with a towel, and said slowly, "As long as you like to eat it, you can grow it in winter. It's just a little more expensive. The fresh fruits and vegetables in Ankong City in winter are grown in greenhouses, and are very expensive. Lord Chen Yin once wrote a poem for this. The cucumber is like ginseng at first sight, and it is as small as a hairpin, but worth several gold coins. Tiny things cannot live forever. So why spend $10,000 on a meal? Then I will let the people of Ankong City eat fresh fruits and vegetables in winter. Otherwise it would be uncomfortable to eat big pancakes every day." Lenny had seen it before. The cucumbers grown in winter were like melon eggs, and could be swallowed in one bite. Although this level of cultivation is a technological breakthrough, it is still based on ancestral craftsmanship, and is self-satisfied. There is no substantial progress, which he dare not praise. Otherwise, he would not have started a new business and rebuilt the greenhouse. The prince bowed and said, "The regent has lofty ambitions, and I am indeed inferior to him in many ways. Lenny said. Royal brother, you have changed. Why don't you have the temper you used to have? Now you are so easy to talk to. He is a little uncomfortable. The prince smiled and said, the regent has shown mercy and allowed my wife and children to accompany me and surround me. I am very grateful. Now that there are no trivial matters to worry about. No desires or demands. Isn't it a kind of peace and happiness? Lenny stood up, walked barefoot to the prince, and asked curiously, can you really let it go? Are you willing to let it go? What if you can let it go? What if you can't let it go? The prince asked back. Lenny said lightly, brother, what do you think of me? The prince shook his head and smiled. I said I let it go. Does the regent believe it? I believe it. Lenny nodded affirmatively. The prince sighed. Then I have let it go. Lenny praised. It's good to let it go. You and I are brothers. Why are you fighting to the death, brother? If I am well, how can I ask you for a bite of food? The prince stood up, wrecked his clothes, bowing, and said respectfully, I am grateful. Lenny lifted him up and said happily, do you have to be so polite to me? The prince said seriously, etiquette cannot be abolished. Lenny patted his shoulder and said, you are the one who understands me the most. I am very pleased. Then he sighed. Since I believe in you, I will tell you the truth. I wonder if you believe it. The prince said politely, I am naturally convinced by the regent. Lenny said word by word. Actually, I don't want to be an emperor. Working from 6 am to 9 p.m., no days off, I am tired like a dog every day, it is meaningless. Hearing this, the prince, who was trying hard to control his expression, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten for saying this? Don't want to be the emperor? Look, is this human language? He lowered his head. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, thank you for your hard work. Regent, I'm glad you understand. Lenny said anxiously. Since I came to Hong Kong City, the daily reports are either about hurricanes or droughts. The people are either rebelling or on the way to rebel. There are places to spend money everywhere, and money is needed everywhere. It's really exhausting to deal with. The book says that governing a big country is like cooking a small fish. This is all nonsense. I'm clearly a bricklayer, taking money from Peter to pay Paul, and I'm miserable. The prince tried hard to act like he felt the same way, but unfortunately, he failed in the end, and could only use with a guilty expression. He said, the regent is busy with all kinds of affairs, working hard, and we are just sitting there doing nothing. We are really ashamed. It's okay. It's okay. We are all family. Why bother? Lenny waved his hand generously. You will find a place to serve soon. The prince hesitated for a moment and said, please let the regent know. I will do my best and never regret it. Sit down and talk. Standing is tiring. Lenny pressed him on the chair and said slowly, Princess Xian is coming back. I have to trouble you to go and greet her in person. Otherwise my sister will come back from a long way, and no one will greet her. Which makes me, as a younger brother, seem ignorant. Emperor Delong has more than 20 children, and Princess Xian is one of them. When Emperor Delong first ascended the throne, there were people who were pulling his leg at home, people who were knocking on the door outside, internal and external troubles, and a lot of trivial matters. At this time, Mashi requested a marriage, and said that they only wanted a real princess, not a fake princess replaced by a palace maid. Emperor Delong had no choice but to send Princess Xianwu to Mashi for marriage, and the two countries signed an alliance. In theory, the princess who married would not have the opportunity to return to her country in her lifetime. However, who would have thought that Lin Yi could take charge of the government? Who would have thought that he would actually drive the Wadden people away? The Wadden people could not bite off the Dalian kingdom, and after retreating, they began to target the surrounding small countries and tribes. And now they have annexed large tracts of land in Mashi. Like Wadden, Mashi is a nomadic regime. It is said that Wadden has forced them to leave little space for grazing cattle and sheep. In order to seek help from Liang, they had to play the emotional card. Therefore, Princess Xian, who had been married for more than 20 years, returned to her country. It turns out that the emperor's sister is back. The prince was stunned and said in a deep voice, receiving foreign envoys is a big matter. I am afraid that I am not capable of it. Please ask the regent to choose someone else. Humph. You said you would never regret it even if you die. Lenny said disdainfully. Think it over. If you take this job, I will let you leave the palace. But you can't go back to the East Palace. I will clean up the Yongwang mansion. You can live there with your sister-in-law and nephews and nieces for the time being. Princess Xian's return to her country is both a family affair and a national affair. It is definitely necessary for someone from the Ministry of Rights to come forward. But it is not appropriate to receive them. After all, they are not family members. I am considered a family member. But it is not business sense for them to come to my doorstep when they need my help. As for the people in the harem, it is not appropriate for them to come out to meet the male offspring. The only people he can think of now are the 12th prince, the king of Dai, and the crown prince. The 12th prince and the king of Dai are not prestigious enough. And although the crown prince is worthy of the title, he is still the crown prince. It is reasonable and legal to personally come forward to receive them. Most importantly, he wants to take this opportunity to resolve the deadlock between him and the crown prince. Keeping such an idle person who does nothing is a waste of food. Even if it is waste, it should be used reasonably. The prince suddenly raised his head and said in disbelief, "The regent asked me to leave the palace?" As for why he couldn't go back to the East Palace and why he had to live in Prince Yong's mansion, he would definitely not ask such stupid questions. If he was really asked to go back to live in the East Palace, he would not dare to leave the palace. In the palace, guarding his father, he would live a peaceful life. Lenny said, "Because I believe in you." The prince sighed. "I will not let down the regent's kindness." Lenny peeled a grape himself, spitting the seeds into his hands, and said, "Don't be so stressed. My principle has always been, you are good, I am good, and everyone is good. I will learn from you." The prince thought for a while and said, "Princess Xian has returned to the country. I wonder if the regent has any rules. I will understand them carefully, so as not to miss the important matters of the court." Lenny was sour and gasped. "Just eat and drink with them. Whatever they ask, answer truthfully, and don't lose manners. At that time, sister will not have to live in Honglu Temple, and can directly enter the palace to accompany Emperor's son to enjoy the happiness of family life." "I obey your order," the prince said loudly. "That's it. There is nothing to say." Lenny wiped his hands on his pants, and then said, "You can leave the palace today. Go back and prepare. If nothing goes wrong, sister will arrive in Ankong City in 5 days. Stop. You don't have to see me off. I will go to my old lady in my hometown to tell her." Before the prince could speak, Lenny had already walked out of Chongqing Palace. Xiao Shizi followed behind Lenny, who was walking unsteadily, and said after hesitating for a long time, "Prince, are you really going to let the prince leave the palace? Logically, it would be a miracle for the prince to be alive. So why let him leave the palace? I don't know what prince he is thinking." Lenny stopped, turned his head to look at him, and he was so scared that he knelt down and said, "I know my crime." Lenny said unhappily, "You don't do your job every day, but worry about useless things. Is it your business?" Xiao Shizi said with a sad face, "I am guilty of death." Lenny rolled his eyes at him and said, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and prepare for the prince." Xiao Shizi wanted to ask about the prince's guards, but when he saw Lei Kaishan standing not far away and staring at him, he secretly hated himself for being so stupid. This is something he should worry about. Looking at Prince's back, he sighed, "I haven't seen the prince for a long time. I'm too excited. How come I don't know the rules?" Lei Kaishan came over and said with a smile, "Eunuch Shi, how are you these days?" Little Shizi said with a sad face, "Is it okay for us to look like this?" Lei Kaishan shook his head and said, "No." Little Shizi looked him up and down, snorted coldly, "Don't be so proud, kid. Now the patrol soldiers are checking the appearance of the army everywhere. You should be careful with your sloppy look. Don't get caught." Lei Kaishan was shocked after hearing this. Since the establishment of the army in Sanha with the prince, whether it is the constables, guards, soldiers have emphasized military discipline. They are not afraid of heaven or earth, but they are afraid of the patrol team in front of them, who are afraid of food shortage. On duty in the winter, they have to maintain their military appearance. If they have a big runny nose, the patrol soldiers will see it and they have to wipe it off for them. On weekdays, they are careless and don't care. But if he really met him, he would still be a coward 8th rank, 9th rank. So what? Fly to the sky? Aren't you afraid of being slapped to death by Chief Steward Hong? When he went out today, he was wearing whatever he wanted. After all, he had been with Prince He for a long time. It would be a miracle if he could learn well. Damn it. Lei Kaishan looked around and said, You didn't lie to me? The food supply is cut off in the palace? Humph. Xiao Shizi pointed in the direction of the palace gate and said, It's not too late to run now. Lei Kaishan said hatefully. Are you afraid that I won't die fast enough? He was accompanying Prince Yi today. If he left his post without permission, he would definitely die a more miserable death. Hey, then we can't help you. Xiao Shizi said and left. You bastard, you're a sonless thing. Lei Kaishan spat at his back, and then he remembered that he was a eunuch. You'll never be able to give birth to a son in your life. Under the sun. Lin Yi stood at the door of Xi'an Palace, thinking that his mother was so willful, and moved in as soon as she said so. A group of eunuchs, palace maids, looked at the sudden appearance of Prince He, and knelt on the ground in fear. Lin Yi didn't even have the strength to speak, but waved his hand weakly. If you want to get up. Get up, if you don't want to get up. Can he still pull it? The courtyard has exquisite buildings, flowers and trees are lush. Rockery and strange rocks are surrounded by ponds, and peach blossoms follow the water. Concubine Yuan was lying on a chair under an ancient cypress tree, with her maid fanning her with a large fan. Lin Yi finally understood why his mother insisted on moving here. This is a smaller version of the imperial garden. Old lady? It's hard for you to come and visit me. Concubine Yuan raised her eyelids nonchalantly, and said with dissatisfaction, You are so happy to have a son. But you didn't bring him in for me to take a look? Lin Yi walked up to her, sat on a stone, took the teacup handed over by the maid, drank a few sips, and then said, I haven't even sat down yet. And you're already scolding me? Concubine Yuan looked Lin Yi up and down again, and said with her hand on her forehead, Now that you are the regent, how can you dress like this? Lin Yi smiled and said, The reason why my son is the regent is so that he can do whatever he wants, and wear whatever he wants. What, if because he is the regent, he can't wear anything? What's the point of his son being the regent? Concubine Yuan scolded, You are so unruly all day long, and you are talking nonsense. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. Although he is her own son, she still thinks that God is blind. Why did he let his son get such great wealth? It doesn't make sense at all. Sometimes, she really can't figure it out. My son came here today, to discuss something. Lin Yi continued. You should still remember Princess Xianhua. Right? Why not? Concubine Yuan sighed. Until now. Sister Sun can't stop crying when she mentions her. Chapter 530 Envoy. Lin Yi stretched and said, Princess Xian is coming back. If nothing goes wrong, it will be in the next 2 days. This is rare. From ancient times to the present, I have never heard of a princess who married a foreign country coming back. Concubine Yuan said in surprise. But it's a good thing anyway. I'm sure my elder sister will be very pleased. After saying that, she stood up and turned to leave. What are you doing? Lin Yi grabbed her, a little puzzled. Concubine Yuan smiled and said, Sister Sun probably still doesn't know about this great news. Right. I'll go tell her right now. To make her happy. Lin Yi said helplessly. Don't be so anxious. Just listen to me. Her mother was born in a family of military commanders, skilled in archery and horse riding, and had a bad temper. In the harem, except for Emperor Delong, everyone else was looked down upon. The only one who got along well was Princess Xian's mother. Empress Sun. Concubine Yuan couldn't wait to say. Then tell her quickly. Lin Yi said. Please ask Empress Sun to come over. You don't have to come in person. With his current status, it would be better to say that it was an order rather than a please. No matter what. Empress Sun dared not come. There was no reason not to come. Xiao Shizi, who was curled up at the door, said, I'll go right away. After Xiao Shizi left, Lin Yi continued to say to Concubine Yuan, Princess Xianhua is now the Empress of Mashikan Chabi. The Mashi people call her Khatan, and she has a high status. When she enters the palace, everything will depend on your mother. You don't need to explain these. I will take care of it. Concubine Yuan suddenly asked. But what does your father say? Lin Yi said carelessly. Wait until Princess Xianhua comes back, and we will meet together. It's no big deal. However, according to his idea, even if Princess Xianhua really met his father, the scene would not be very beautiful. The princess who can go out to marry is most likely the one who is not favored by the emperor. Otherwise, how can he bear to let her go? Princess Xian is unlucky, and has to go far away. Not to mention a bitter and cold place. It is impossible to say that she has no complaints in her heart. A loving father, and a filial son? It doesn't exist. seeing the old clock and the slightly trembling Emperor DeLong. He might laugh like a pig. Princess Xian is a female relative, said concubine Yuan calmly. You won't let old men like He Jixiang to welcome her, will you? Lenny smiled and said, my son is not that foolish. It will all be the prince's business when the time comes. Concubine Yuan frowned and said, you let the prince leave the palace? Lenny said nonchalantly, old lady, there are some things that my son has his own reasons for. You don't have to worry about them. Just clean up the mess in the harem. Concubine Yuan said unhappily. You speak as if no one wants to care about you. After a while, He Liang came in to report that Emperor's son wanted to see her. Concubine Yuan hurriedly shouted at the gate. We are all old sisters, why be so polite, come in. When Lady Sun came in, Lenny said without waiting for her to bow. You guys chat slowly, I'll take my leave first. He went straight out of Xi'an Palace. Standing on the high steps, looking at the mountains outside the city. There were bursts of green smoke from time to time on the top of the mountain. I have issued an order from time to time, not to burn outside the city. How come it is burning again? Your Highness, this is not straw, nor is it a tree. The people are keeping it as firewood, and they are reluctant to waste it like this. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, Tian Xixi is building a house outside the city, and there are not enough bricks and stones, so he opened a lot of kilns nearby, and is using coal to burn bricks. Nonsense, Lenny said angrily. No wonder I always feel uncomfortable in my nose recently. This bunch of bastards create air pollution for no reason. Pass the order down, and shut it down quickly, you know what I hate. But you just do it anyway. You really think I'm easy to talk to, don't you? Creating air pollution under his nose, how can I tolerate it? Every winter, because residents keep warm, the air is smoky and foul. It's fine to tolerate it, but in spring and summer, he can't stand it. If it weren't for the death of all the civil and military officials in the court, he would have wanted to move the capital to Sanha. Sanha has good water, good air. The most important thing is that it's not cold in winter. He's used to it. When he returns to Hong Kong City again, he can't stand it. Xiao Shizi hurriedly said, I will notify the military department to close it down. Tian Xixi stood in the sunset, watching the military department burying explosives at the kiln entrance. With a loud bang, the kiln entrance collapsed, and he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He sighed at Zhang Mian, the commander of the military division, and said, You should at least wait until my kiln of bricks is finished burning. Right? Aren't you too impatient? Zhang Mian teased. You kid is defying the law. You know that the prince forbids burning in Hong Kong City. But you still do these things? Tian Xixi smiled awkwardly. I'm in a hurry to use bricks. I can't go to Jizhou to get them. This is really the only way. Zhang Mian snorted coldly. The prince is kind and doesn't want to bother with you. You can just be happy. The prince is wise, Tian Xixi said with a sad face. But this brick kiln, I have been building it for a whole month. It's all money. The deputy commander Jiang Yi on the side followed. You, Tian Xixi, have a big family and a big business. Can you not afford to pay for this kiln of bricks? He is an official. Tian Xiyu is a civilian. In terms of status, the two are worlds apart. If it was someone else, speaking to him in this tone, he would have been rude. But Tian Xixi, like Bai Lin of Sanha Money House and Song Chung of Dongfeng Escort Agency, is an official businessman. Official businessmen have no titles, no positions, but at least they have an official title. They are the money bag of Prince He. For Prince He, whoever touches his money bag, he will fight to the death. So for Tian Xixi and his gang of bastards, their military department tries to be polite. When I was young, I liked to pretend to be literary. Now that I have recovered from my illness, I only like money. Lenny walked slowly, saying, only money can give me a sense of security. He could become a failed online writer, and the literary youth disease in his youth is responsible for most of it. But later, he was in a wheelchair, and he had to be a literary youth. He had to eat. Your Highness is wise. This inexplicable remark from Prince He made Xiao Shizi, who was standing behind him, look confused. Then he heard Prince He talking to him, or talking to himself, touching his bulging belly. I wish there was someone who could make me think about him day and night, lose my appetite, and make me lose weight day by day. He Wangya wants to lose weight. Your Highness, you have lost weight these days. Xiao Shizi tried to imitate his master Han Ying's routine to coax He Wangya. You can't go on like this. unexpectedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked in the waist. With a bitter face, he dared not move. Lin Yi slapped his belly and said angrily, "Did your conscience get eaten by a dog? You lied with your eyes closed? I know my crime." Xiao Shizi had no choice but to kneel down and confess his crime again. He couldn't stop feeling wronged. Why is it that his master said the same thing? But he can't. Isn't this double standard with the prince? Where is justice? Humph! Lin Yi arrogantly left the palace. There is no place to reason. Xiao Shizi looked at the backs of the prince going away, and couldn't help complaining. Eunuch. Xiao Shizi was startled. And when he turned around and saw that it was He Lian, he went up and kicked him. He had just reached the peak of the 9th rank a few days ago. He Lian was only a 6th rank. And there was no way to hide. After flying into the sky, he landed directly in the auspicious tank used to prevent water leakage. Even so, he had to thank the eunuch for showing mercy. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have vomited a lot of blood. I know I'm wrong. Humph! Xiao Shizi turned around and walked away in the same pace as the prince. Mingwa hadn't finished her confinement yet, but she took a bath without caring about anything. She actively responded to the prince's scientific confinement. If you don't take a bath for a long time, it's easy to breed bacteria, and it's easier to get confinement disease. That's right. Lin Yi coaxed the child while saying to Mingwa, "But we still can't be careless. We still need to pay attention to the things we should pay attention to." Mingwa said, "Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty, I am a martial artist and I am not that delicate. The child's nasal cavity is too narrow and has not yet fully developed. He can't breathe when lying down and is prone to waking up when he falls to the ground. You must hold him when he sleeps." Lin Yi looked at the little person in his arms and earnestly instructed. Sometimes he doesn't cry on purpose. He is still a child. What can he understand? Yes, everyone said in unison. Lin Yi turned his head and saw a woman in a long green dress. He seemed to have seen her somewhere. After thinking for a while, he realized that this was Jin Xiang, whom he brought back from Jizhou. Since he had Duinyang, he seemed to have neglected her. He said softly, "If you need anything, just find Zixia. Don't be polite. Just treat this place as your home." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jin Xiang had been in the palace for some time, under the guidance of the aunt in the palace. She had also learned a lot of rules. Although the posture of bending and kneeling was a bit stiff, it was also in line with the rules and regulations, and there was nothing to blame. On the day when Princess Xian returned to her country, the north gate was wide open. Outside the city gate, the flags of Rat in the mouths of the people of Hong City fluttered in the wind. The royal relatives and nobles headed by the crown prince, the king of Dai, and the king of Yong'an, and the civil and military officials stood in several rows. Inside the city wall, soldiers and soldiers stood with swords and guns. Lin Yi watched from a distance and was quite satisfied. This was considered to be a good show for Princess Xian. Pan Duo, who was standing aside, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the princess's carriage has arrived." Lin Yi squinted his eyes and pointed at the young man next to Princess Xian's carriage and said, "Who is that?" Pan Duo said, "Your Majesty, that is the son of Princess Xian, Prince Burigute of Mashi, which means the eagle on the grassland. However, it is said that this prince admired the culture of our Daliang kingdom very much, and gave himself a Liang kingdom name, following the surname of the Princess Xian, and was called Lin Yuantu." Hearing this name, Lin Yi almost spit out the tea he had just held in his mouth. "This name is unlucky. My nephew doesn't look like a person from the frontier at all." Lin Yi's impression of people from the frontier is that they are rough and strong. However, the prince in front of him looks gentle, holding a folding fan, and looks like a gentleman. He is dressed like a scholar from Daliang Kingdom. Pan Duo said, "This prince has been carefully taught by the Princess Xian since he was a child. He is proficient in archery and horse riding, and is also familiar with classics, history, and collections. Even Lord Xiezan praised his poems and articles." Lin Yi said in surprise, "Is he so powerful?" Pan Duo said, "I dare not speak nonsense." Lin Yi said calmly, "It seems that Mashi is really anxious this time, otherwise how could they be willing to let the prince come in person, and not be afraid of not being able to return, and lose the incense?" Pan Duo said, "With the army of Wadden approaching, Mashi is indeed in a bit of a tough time. Tell He Jixiang that a rotten boat can still hold 3 pounds of iron." Lin Yi yawned. Don't be soft-hearted, that's my dearest nephew. After Wadden withdrew his troops, he deployed heavy troops in the northeast of Liang. The Wadden people can hardly move. However, in the northwest, they all rely on Mashi as the last line of defense. If Mashi dies, the pressure on Dalian will be great. He really doesn't have the ability to deploy heavy troops in the northwest of Liang, so Mashi is still useful. He has no reason not to help. But it depends on how to help. The food and grass must be provided by Mashi before the troops move. He can't do business at a loss. Yes, Pando said respectfully. Lin Yi just watched the convoy of the Mashi envoys enter the city. Later, Wang Tozi reported back. Your Majesty, Princess Xian would enter the palace directly. Prince Mashi and the envoys stayed in the Honglu temple. Lin Yi said lightly. They are quite obedient. What he didn't expect was that his eldest nephew stood at the gate of the Huang mansion that night and asked for an audience. Lin Yi wiped his mouth full of watermelon juice and waved to the maid who was massaging his shoulders and legs. Go down. After the maid left, he said to Hong Ying, let him in. Lin Yuan to enter the Huang mansion alone. After seeing Lin Yi, he cowed out respectfully. Nephew greets uncle, may uncle live 1,000 years. Nephew, why are you so polite? Lin Yi had never expected such a big ceremony. Please take a seat, Sir T. Looking at the elegant, wise, and amiable nephew, he seemed to see the shadow of the king of Dai. The temperament was perfectly controlled. Thank you. Uncle. Lin Yuan sat on the chair, standing straight, neither humble nor overbearing. Lin Yi smiled and said, normally, on your first day here, I should have come to greet you in person. But I am too busy with work. I hope my nephew will not be offended. Lin Yuan stood up and said, Uncle shoulders the responsibility of the world, working day and night to serve the people. I admire you. You are well educated. Lin Yi can't compare with him. You are a teachable boy. Uncle, you are too kind. Lin Yuan said sincerely. On the top of the mountain, you can see the rushing river. On the peaks, you can feel the mighty wind. Today I came to Hong Kong City, and I finally understood the grandeur of a great country. My nephew is dull, and I cannot compare to the talented people of Daliang. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, okay, sit down. You have been traveling all the way, so why rush here? You should have a good rest. I dare not. It is reasonable for a nephew to pay respect to his uncle. Etiquette cannot be abolished. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he sat down honestly.